Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
It's true, Ronan groaned to himself. Why did people have to be so wary of him whenever they saw him? He'd always been so polite, even smiling, to allay their fears. And so it was again today, a tiny scratch on Ronan's heart. A small scar that no one would ever know was his. I am Diolan. Are you the Witch of Rumor? Diolan smiled cheerfully, breaking the awkward silence. Uncharacteristically, he was quite pleased to see her. Ena stared at him for a while, wondering if he was trying to see something. She turned to Oshin and asked, "Are you sure a man like you really belongs in this office?" "Yes, but why? It just doesn't seem right. You're being rude to others." Meanwhile, Lorraine Punk, who had been watching from the second floor, came swooping down. "Nice to meet you. I'm Lorraine Punk, one of the veteran fixers in this office." "I'm Ena Grund. At least this one seems normal." Ena's opinion of Violet Fox goes up, if only slightly. "First of all, I'm grateful that you took me up on my offer and helped me out. I don't intend to pay it with words. If you need my power, I'm willing to lend it to you in exchange." I see. Oh, by the way, have you ever thought of coming into our fixer's office?" Witches are a rare breed in their own right. It was obvious that if she would join, Violet Fox's reputation would be enhanced to a higher level. "My abilities are not that suitable for combat. Ena's ability is an illusion with some substance, and she can draw fire around her into a match and suppress it. That alone is quite a feat, but the problem is that it's not really suited to accomplishing anything." Despite the power's versatility, Ena had never thought to utilize it in combat. Even when she was on the run from the Church of Petra, she focused more on deception and escape than fighting. It was easy to guess the witch's tendencies from her behavior alone. So being a fixer would honestly be hard for me. I'm not cut out for fighting. That's definitely a shame. Oh, don't worry. I have no intention of forcing you to join. Outside, witches are discriminated against and feared, but not in Tirna. A witch's power was a blessing in this city. Her power alone more or less guaranteed her a position in the city. That assessment had not yet sunken for Ena, who was accustomed to the watery world. "I've heard the rumors, but Tirna is a strange city. A city, or should I say a country, since it's already the size of a country. Ena has heard enough rumors about this place. It's a place where even criminals can make a living if they have the money and the ability. That's why she'd fled here, to survive." On the other hand, she wasn't without her worries. It was certainly possible that she would be treated similarly to how she was treated outside, but the attitude of Ronan and the others didn't seem to indicate that was the case. Quite a few people had accepted her request. If it were anyone else, the mere mention of a witch's request would have been enough to make them throw up their hands. Ronan smirked. "That's the beauty of this city, the possibilities are endless. Even so, I'm still not the solution. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. We're just trying to get on good terms with Miss Ena Grund. You're welcome to come by often. I can treat you to a drink or two." Ena looked away and studied Ozian, then opened her mouth. "That much, yes, I can do, and I'm certainly willing to compensate you for the favor. We'll talk about the reward later, but for now, what are you going to do?" Ozian asked. It's great to be in this city, but she needs to think about what she's going to do for a living afterwards. Ena hadn't thought about that part. Her circumstances hadn't allowed her to think about the aftermath of coming to the city at the time. But here she was, alive, and now she needed to figure out what to do next. "I don't know where to start." She wasn't sure if her abilities could be of any use to anyone in this city. Lorraine said, "Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Being a witch speaks for itself, and I'm sure you'll be treated well." "Yes. There are quite a few witches in this city already. I'm sure there are some who have noticed Miss Ena's arrival and are already making moves." Before he could finish, the bell on the door rang. All eyes turned to the wide-open entrance. There, a girl stood tall and proud. Her silver and purple two-tone hair was parted in two long braids, and she appeared to be in her mid-teens. She wore a gothic Lolita dress with black trim. Her skin was as white as if it had been painted on, and her eyes were pale blue with very small pupils. She was doll-like, but her smirk and grin gave her a certain creepiness. "Hello." The girl tilted her head slightly to the side in greeting. When everyone else was overwhelmed by her presence, Ozian was the only one to pay attention to another part of her. The girl was wearing bright red shoes that looked like they were stained with blood and stepped inside with another shuffling step. "Oh, we've got company." Ronan greeted her, still smiling, as if he knew who she was. "Some of you know me, and some of you don't, so I'm going to keep it light. My name is Karen, and I'm a witch." After introducing herself as a witch, Karen looked at Ena. "You must be the witch, nice to meet you." Ena ducked behind Ozian. Karen was a girl younger than she was, but there was a madness in her that she couldn't hide. "I didn't expect you to appear directly from Walpurgis Night. Who are you?" "I'm Ronan Roland, owner and broker of this place, the Violet Fox." You give me a bad feeling. Would you mind not talking to me?" "Karen has business with that witch." She had a childish tone, but the confidence in her own power, it's what makes it possible. Why don't you come to our coven? It would be so much fun. Karen suggested, looking at Ena with a strange glint in her eye. Ena felt uneasy at the look. Well, let me think about it. Huh. Karen's head tilted slightly to the side, as if she was surprised that the answer wasn't an immediate yes. Then she burst into a giggle. Ahaha, I guess I misspoke. Karen stopped laughing, her expression sharpened. It's not a suggestion, it's an order, and you have no veto power. What? What does that mean? You may be the Witch of the Walpurgis Night, but you've crossed the line. Ronan, who was used to laughing off any rudeness his opponents might commit, stepped forward for the first time to point out someone's behavior. You're out of it. This is between Karen and that witch. That can't be right. Even if it looks like it, Miss Ena Grund is a client of ours. You expect me to just look the other way when you're threatening the client. Ronan didn't back down from Karen's eerie glare. There was a faint hint of irritation in Karen's expression. That means you're going to rebel against me now. The atmosphere grew increasingly hostile. The piercing aura emanating from Karen's body made their skin tingle. Lorraine, who had been smiling mischievously a moment ago, turned grim and reached for the gun at her waist. Diolan, who was resting his head on the table, also became sharp. The sight made Karen's mouth twitch in amusement rather than horror. That's funny. Are you guys going to dance with me? Boom! Immediately after, something was held in Karen's hands. What suddenly appeared was a sharp halberd with a very large blade. Somehow, with those slender arms, Karen was able to lift a large halberd with such ease. What's even more surprising is where she had hidden it, and then suddenly pulled it out of nowhere. What now? Ena fidgeted at the sight. She had gotten herself into this fight for nothing. She wondered if she should follow Karen now, but then she felt a hand on her shoulder. Ena's gaze snapped to the side, and there was Ozian, a handsome man with dark hair. He looked at her with a straight face and shook his head. At the sight of him, Ena felt her fear wash away and her heart calm. She didn't know why, she just felt an unfounded confidence that it would work out. Suddenly showing up like this, I'm not sure what kind of rudeness this is, but... In a place filled with suffocating tension, Ozian's calm voice pierced the space. You'd better back off while we're being polite. Karen's gaze snapped to Ozian. Her tiny, unreadable pupils pierced gently into Ozian's face. Who are you? Does it matter now? Humph. Ozian drew the sword at his waist and pointed it at an angle toward the floor. A warning to back off or he would slash. Ahaha. You use something similar to mine, huh? Karen chuckled as she saw the sword in Ozian's hand. Too bad, Karen's is a much better weapon than that old thing. Worryik. Karen spun the halberd in each hand like a windmill, using only her fingers. With each spin, the halberd cut through the air, generating fierce wind pressure. Ozian smirked at Karen. I think your weapon is even cheaper. Karen's smile faded for a moment. The maniacal grin returned, but her mood seemed much lower than before. A tremendous energy surged towards Ozian. Even Ena behind him would have paled in color, but Ozian remained unaffected. He opened his mouth nonchalantly. If anything, I'm the one who feels bad. What do you mean? I thought you said you used something similar. Ozian tightened his grip on the sword. Snap. The palm and the handle rubbed together, making an eerie sound. How dare you compare a weapon forged by sorcery to mine? Starlight burst forth from the sword. Underscore 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 underscore. The starlight sword. Karen's face stiffened at the sight of the starlight that descended on the ground. What is that? Her eyes remained fixed on the sword in Ozian's hand. The sword suddenly emitted a pure white light. Is he a witch too? But witches can only be women. The thought was crazy, but Karen didn't think the sword was fake. She could feel the immense power of the flames, a blur of blue and white. It's a high-energy sword that cuts through anything it touches. At the same time, Karen couldn't help but think, it's beautiful. What are you going to do? Try to fight it here. Ozian gave Karen a final warning. This was the Violet Fox, so he didn't swing it right away, but he had no intention of avoiding a fight if she ignored his warning. Karen didn't answer him, instead glaring at Ena for a moment before tucking the halberd in her hand into her waistband. The large halberd shrank in size as soon as it was around her waist and disappeared. This is getting boring. I'm out. Karen turned and left the Violet Fox Tavern without another word. It was a rather hollow departure for someone who had suddenly appeared and threatened Ena Grund. Whoa, thank goodness. Ronan's shoulders sagged and he sighed, having kept his back straight until then. Diolan and Lorraine relaxed as well. I'm glad it's over without incident. I was really nervous that there was going to be a fight. You sounded pretty confident for someone who was scared. Woohoo, you can't run away because you're scared, can you? Ronan chuckled, then looked back at Ena. Miss Ena Grund. Are you all right? Yes. Yes. I'm sorry you had to go through this. But I felt like it would be worse if I left it alone, so I interjected. Oh, no. On the contrary, I feel sorry and I'm grateful. Ena shuddered as she remembered Karen's appearance just moments ago. I didn't expect another witch to come looking for me as soon as I got here. I've told you, witches are quite valuable in Tirna, so it's no wonder other witches are greedy. Is that the place called the Witches' Coven? Ena asked, and Ronan nodded. Yes. Karen, the witch that visited earlier, belongs to the Knight of Walpurgis, one of only 2 covens in Tirna. There are 2. Ozian muttered, surprised, for he hadn't known that. One is the Night of Walpurgis, as you've heard. It's more of a gathering than an organization, really, because it's for witches to get together and work together, to help each other get along. They banded together to do whatever they wanted, but as an organization, they didn't have what it took. Nevertheless, the reason it could not be looked upon lightly was because all the members were witches. The other one is the Witches' Tea Party. That's a pretty cute name. This one is more of a public organization. It was created in collaboration with the city of Tirna, as witches have powers but are not allowed to do anything in the city. It's where we go to deal with those who threaten the city, or when there are other important matters. Witches come in all flavors, I suppose. The Tea Party tends to be the more powerful, though, and I'm told they have a legendary witch among their ranks. A legendary witch. Ozian suddenly remembered the witches in the game. If witches didn't have a specific lifespan, perhaps the one he knew was still there. The thought was interrupted by Ronan's next words. Miss Ena Grund must be an outlier in that sense, a witch who has yet to find her rightful place. Now that you're in Tirna, you'll be in direct contact with those who were previously only on the sidelines. Ena's value was far greater than she realized. She would be drawn into this, even if she didn't want to be. Ena's expression sank heavily as she realized the gravity of the situation. But that goes for you, too, Mr. Ozian. You mean me. To be honest, I didn't think you would complete this request, and even if you did, I put the odds at less than 1 in 10. That's quite an ego-bruising assessment. No offense, it's an objective assessment. However you, Mr. Ozian, did it like it was nothing between the Mafia, the Bikers, the Wizards, and the Order Pursuers. This signified that Ozian will be recognized as a powerhouse fixer, but it also meant that from now on, he would be the subject of gossip, facing hindrances and envy from others. Maybe even now, they are keeping an eye on Mr. Ozian somewhere. So be careful, Ronan didn't bother to add. Asterisk. Balud led his men to the meeting. The North Blinders, of which he is a member, meets periodically as the board of directors discusses various matters. How is the market? How are the city's factions playing out? How are the bribes to officials? How are the current projects going? Balud was one of the directors, so it was mandatory for him to attend the meetings. He wore his usual crisp white suit and kept his hair unruffled. Oh, look who it is, isn't it our always presentable Mr. Balud? You've traveled a long way. A flippant voice greeted him as I entered the conference room. Your words and actions are still of a low standard, Kursha. The speaker is a man with fiery red hair that looks like a lion's mane. His free-spirited demeanor was evident from the way he sat in his chair and had his shirt untucked to his chest. Kursha, one of the directors of the North Blinders Mafia. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he'd heard something interesting. How's business these days? I heard something interesting the other day. Are you going to exercise your right to remain silent? Well, even if I had 10 mouths, I wouldn't have anything to say. Balud experienced failure against a rookie fixer. Haha. Balud ignored Kursha's words and took his seat. The other seats were occupied by directors who had already arrived, but none of them joined in the conversation. They just watched. Still suffocating, Balud thought, slowly running a hand through his hair. Everyone was an equal board member, but they were also each other's fierce competitors. If one failed, it was only natural for the other to bite, but if he stood still, it was only to finish stronger and more certain. I'll leave the role of the mad dog to Kursha, who has never gotten along with me. He knows it, and he's willing to take on the role. It's a ploy. If you don't react and ignore him, he'll just go off into the weeds. But contrary to Balud's thinking, Kursha was not about to let go of the opportunity he had just gotten. I think our director has grown weak. He can't even take on a single rookie fixer. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, maybe your skills are too rusty. Kursha's scowl brought Balud to life. Balud lifted the glasses on his face with his fingers. The lenses glowed white, making his eyes invisible. Well, would you like to check it out here and now? Oh, that's funny. Kursha chuckled, showing his pearly whites. His red hair flowed in the breeze. Throwing cold water on the heated atmosphere was an elderly man, his face gray with age. Enough, both of you. The chairman will be here soon. At that, Balud and Kursha jumped to their feet. Balud maintained his usual demeanor, as if he hadn't said it in the first place, while Kursha snorted. Judging by that reaction, it looks like he wasn't able to properly fight against that rookie fixer. Despite their snarling relationship, Kursha knows Balud's skills. In an organization with a long history, the North Blinders, a northern barbarian who joined one day out of the blue, has risen through the ranks. Balud is a skilled fighter in his own right, but he is even better at manipulating people. As such, his departments were centered around services and manpower. He made money with people, unlike everyone else who made money with things. So the other board members didn't like him very much. They thought it was outdated and crude. It's a very barbaric thing to do, but it's the real deal. He was intrigued. Who was this brilliant fixer, who had taken in the rumored witch who had asked for asylum? It's amazing that he took on Balud alone, not with a team, and even survived the order hounds that followed him. I don't know if he survived the encounter or if he was lucky enough to escape. Survival alone means that Ozian is a rare breed of fixer these days. Violet Fox's office, right. An office that is one of the very few in the fixer world and has managed to maintain its gray status under tight regulations. Wahahahaha, this is interesting. I'll have to check it out when I get a chance. Asterisk. They say there's a new witch in town. A dark room. A thin voice echoed in the pitch-black darkness, coming from a table with nothing but a white tablecloth spread out in front of it. The words were met with an exclamation from the other direction. Oh my, is that true? Yes. I heard that she was chased by the Order of Petra, but they say she arrived safely. That's good to hear. The outside of the city must still be harsh on us, and I can't believe there are still children alive. I suppose that's why the night of Walpurgis has already begun. That's faster than I thought. We're late. Rumbling laughter echoed throughout the room. They sip our tea, set their teacups, pour a fresh pot of black tea and chat. This was what a witch's tea party was like. I have some exciting news. At that moment, golden flames leaped up from the center of the table. At the sound of the voice, all the laughing witches fell silent. Though invisible, all eyes were focused on the golden flames. I hear there is a fixer who has brought a new witch safely to the city. That's remarkable. Not a wizard from the tower, not a criminal organization from the underworld, but a simple fixer. He survived the purification judge, and she told me a very funny story. What is it, big sister? She said he uses starlight. At the mention of starlight, the witches around them murmured. I thought it was gone, said the golden fire. Only time will tell if this is the reappearance of a legacy from the past we thought was gone. The decision would be made afterward. To let it go, to take it by the hand or nip it in the bud. Asterisk. The top floor of a restaurant overlooking the city. Grace Seeker stared out the window, swirling the wine glass in her hand. So I wasn't wrong after all. The man had done it again. Of course, rumors like this are kept to those in the know, so it's not like he's about to make a big name for himself. Grace Seeker knew instinctively that this was just the beginning. Hoo-hoo. Fun. Life in the city was about to get a little more interesting. Asterisk. Especially those who failed to recruit the witch after this, they'll be even more hostile to Mr. Ozian. I suppose so. That's the way it is in this business. You look up to someone who's better than you and you try to trip him up somehow. There's awe, but the desire to take his place is stronger. It's like that here. That was the underworld of Tyrna. With this, Ashen had stepped into it for good. Now, even if he tried to escape, he couldn't. The only way to survive the hell and quagmire he has entered is to keep moving forward. There will be many crises ahead. Nearly fighting with Karen like he did just now was only the beginning. More people. Tyrna's guards, enforcers, gangs, criminals, wizards, warlocks, and the inquisitors of the order. More dangerous and powerful organizations. The Fixers Union, the city's big business, the Mafia, the Warlocks Guild, the Tyrna Defense Force, the Witches' Tea Party, the lesser-known powerhouses, the Blood Brotherhood, the Night of Walpurgis, the 12 of the Holy Order, and other secret societies that lurk in the city. Mr. Ozian will gradually wear out, sometimes clashing with them, sometimes collaborating with them, sometimes ignoring them. For a moment, Ronan's smile fades and his expression turns serious. Are you prepared for all of that? Ronan thought that it was inevitable that Ozian would get scared and withhold his answer here. It was the same with Diolan and Lorraine. There's a lot more variety out there. But Ozian was different. In fact, he even had a sly smile on his face. Interesting, anyone's welcome. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian gained access to Nebula Silk through this fight. Would he have gotten to where he is today if he had chosen a different, easier path? Ozian doesn't think so. I don't necessarily have to take risks. When he fell into this world, Ozian didn't have to insist on holding a sword. There are places that will accept someone of uncertain status. He could take a job as a waiter in a restaurant, for example, if they were short-staffed. He could live a normal life, safe, with a decent paycheck. Is that really it? Ozian thought back to his previous life. A life without a family, working alone, commuting to and from work. It was a life filled with lethargy and boredom, and he didn't have the courage to quit. Having doubts about life, but not being able to get out of it, was like a goldfish in a fishbowl. However, I was able to endure because there was a respite. Another world on the monitor. There, he was free. He explored and roamed everywhere, encountering and fighting various beings. Sometimes he was angry, and many times he thought about giving up. But once again, just one more time, that thought kept him going. And now Ozian has come to the world of his dreams. Though this world was much different than he had imagined, and the old world was a washed-up mess. Still, it was the world of adventure and romance he had hoped for. In such a place, could he really live the same old, repetitive life? Could he? I was brought to this world for a reason. Ozian wanted to find that reason. To do so, there was only one path he could choose now. Even if someone stronger comes along, I'll keep fighting the way I am now. I'll keep fighting the way I am, because more experience and fighting stronger opponents will only push me to greater heights. If he keeps pushing forward like that, he'll eventually get there. To the ideal he so desires. I see, Ronan said, unable to help it, but with a wry smile of satisfaction. To tell you the truth, I didn't feel too comfortable telling you, either. It's the day you succeeded in your request, so it's only right that we celebrate. That's right, that's the least you can do, my junior. Lorraine nodded in approval. Ozian wondered if he was worthy of such praise. Is it that good? I think I gave a basic answer. There are a lot of people who can't even get the basics right. Even if you have the skills, if you have a problem with your mindset, that's all you're good for, but I'm glad you're not like that. Diolan, leaning his clenched hands on the back of his head, added. Well, everyone here is picked and chosen. That's true, Ronan, this guy may look suspicious, but he's got a good eye for people. He doesn't just bring people in because they're good. Then what are you looking for? I told you, mindset. Can you tell? He has a sense of it, Lorraine said, glancing at Ronan, but Ronan shrugged. And this answer confirms it. You're definitely a fixer for our office. I guess that was a good enough answer for you. Yep. You're one of us now. Family. Ozian finally realized why Violet Fox felt different from the average fixer's office. Whereas the fixers were purely a group of interests united by money and practicality, these were people driven purely by heart and soul. A group bound together by warm feelings, not cold contractual ties. Ozian closed his eyes at the words and thought for a moment. He had no family. Being born meant he had biological parents, but when he woke up, he was in an orphanage. He struggled to survive in such a place and somehow managed to find a place in society, but somewhere in the back of his mind, the emptiness remained like an indelible stain. What is family? What is it like to have a family? He would be lying if he said he didn't think about it. But for him, family was like a child thinking of the sweetest candy he could think of. Even when he tried, he couldn't define exactly what it was. Vague and fuzzy, something he longs for and then gives up on, something that existed only in his imagination. Family. And now, the words were coming out of Lorraine's mouth. The fixers here, they're like family. It was different from a company with the title of like a family. There was probably no falsehood in those words. And at the same time, it also implied that the fixers affiliated with this place each carried their own unspeakable pasts and pains. Ronan gathered a group of people who can see through that. Ozian opened his eyes and glared at Lorraine. Lorraine was stunned by the look on Ozian's face. Did I, cross the line? Lorraine's excitement at Ozian's cheerful response, and her excitement to congratulate her junior on landing a big assignment, caused her to blurt out a few too many words. Ozian was a seemingly noble man. Whatever brought such a man into this city with a sword in his hand, there must be some unspeakable reason. It was no wonder he was offended since she said he was family. What do I do? Lorraine looked to Diolan for help, but he remained silent. Then Ozian spoke. Family. Not my real family, of course, but it's just something, yeah. Oh, and if you're offended by something I said. Not bad. What? It's not bad. Ozian smiled faintly. It was a warm smile that you wouldn't expect from someone who was usually so blunt and cold. Crazy. Lorraine swallowed hard. Isn't it cheating to have a smile like that on your face? Of course, the smile faded as quickly as a mirage. If anything, it made her feel like she was seeing things. So, what are you going to do? Ozian asked, turning to Ena. Me. Yes. Now that you're in the city, you need to figure out what you're going to do. I haven't thought about it yet. Then why don't you stay here and think about it slowly? Of course, I'm not forcing you. I'm just asking you to think about it. If you want, you can leave right now and follow the witch from earlier. No, I don't think that's. Ena said, then sighed heavily. You're right, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. Then you can stay here. Isn't that right, Ronan? You're asking for my opinion, too? That's very nice of you, and I'm open to it. But, I won't be much help. Ena blurted out what had been on her mind. She looked at the Violet Fox fixers and envied them, but she knew she wouldn't fit in. She felt insignificant compared to them. What? That's all it was. We don't care about that. Lorraine reassured her not to worry. Who gets everything right the first time, anyway? Diolan and Ronan's gazes turned to Ozian. Of course, there might be someone like that, but most of us don't even know what we're good at, and that's something you learn as you go along, right, guys? The three looked at each other, half demanding an answer. Right, guys? Yeah. Well, I suppose that's to be expected. I can already see Miss Ena Grund's potential. Well, isn't that usually the case? Lorraine smiled in satisfaction at the answer, and turned to Ena. So take your time. You're still young, you have plenty of time, there's no need to rush. Well, then, we'll take care of you in the future. Ena bowed her head. Ena Grund. The matchstick witch had been recruited by Violet Fox. Do you know anything else besides witchcraft? Not much. What? Ena muttered in a low voice, as if she was embarrassed to even say it. Baking, cooking, brewing, writing, service industry work, and driving. There are a few more, but they're not really worth bragging about. Everyone in the room gave Ena a puzzled stare. Isn't that too much? The interior of a huge, ornate cathedral. Unlike other cathedrals, this one doesn't get much light. Instead, countless candles, large and small, glowed, bathed the interior in a scarlet color. It was a vast, expansive space, but it was empty of people. Then a boy entered the room. He walked to the very front of the church and dropped to one knee. Holy Father, your lamb, Martinez, has been summoned and has come. Yes, you have come. The man called the Holy Father was an old man with a kindly face. He was moving the flames from the incense burner to the unlit candlesticks. Do you know why I have summoned you? Yes. I failed in my quest to hunt down a heretic, and yet I managed to escape with my life in disgrace. Yes. You failed in that task, but I have not called you here to blame you. He lit a candle and looked back at Martinez. Martinez merely bowed his head deeply. Go to Tierna. Yes. Martinez's head shot up, then down again, realizing his mistake. The words of the Holy Father were shocking enough to startle the faithful Martinez. Martinez, I do not blame you for your failure. Why? You are still young and inexperienced. In the future, you will surely become a great paladin, but for now, you are not good enough. Do you understand? Yes, I feel it in my bones. Martinez had never known defeat before, but this was his first. And the man who had dealt him defeat was a man so noble and strong that it was hard to call him a heretic. The world is a big place. While we, the Order of Petra, hold sway across the continent, there are some places beyond our reach, and you know them well. Tyrna, the city of sin. All sorts of things lurk there, heresy, warlocks, and possibly even the devil himself. You want me to go there and rid it of heresy? Of course not. The Holy Father chuckled and placed his hand on Martinez's shoulder. Martinez's head tilted further down at the warmth. I want you to see the world a little more broadly. He spoke softly, not in a booming voice, but in a more heartfelt way. At the words, Martinez looked up. Go, meet many people, gain much experience, and your brilliant talent will be refined and perfected. The Holy Father removed his hand from Martinez's shoulder. There will be a branch of our Order of Petra in Tyrna. You should try living there and see what it's like. It is also your punishment. Nothing is more painful for a man who has failed in his mission than to be sent into exile in the city of sin. That's what he said, but Martinez knew better, how much the Holy Father cares about him. It must have been the result of the other archbishops and paladins somehow maneuvering to get a reprieve from punishment for his failure. Martinez knew it, and he bowed his head in gratitude. I accept the order. Underscore 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 underscore. I swung my sword. The blade flashed in the light, the sound of it cutting through the wind was heavy. The place where I swung my sword now was a small clearing behind the Violet Fox Tavern. Surrounded by other buildings and out of sight of prying eyes, it was the perfect place to train. I swung my sword and focused my senses on that time. Remember when I used the nebula silk? One swipe from top to bottom. Each time, a faint starlight streamed from the tip of the sword, creating an afterimage in the air. I moved my body. With each step I took, a whitish starlight flickered behind my back, following the trajectory of my movement. I won that fight because I knew the characteristics of my opponent. That fight sticks in my mind. It was the time I dueled Martinez in the Golden Fields. In terms of pure power, Martinez was much stronger than me. I was able to win that fight because I knew the skills and talents of a paladin like the back of my hand. I was able to win because I realized how to use the nebula silk. The nebula silk protects the wearer while increasing their overall physical abilities. In particular, the Starlight Cloak, which can change its shape, is a feature that can be said to be a boon in itself. It allowed the wearer to levitate for short periods of time, make quick dashes, and even use it as an offensive weapon if necessary. Of course, there's a reason why my opponent was still a bit of a mess. But if I were to face him again, victory would not be as certain as before. Power needs to be distributed. The Starlight Sword could be used with ease now. However, the Nebula Silk, which he had just realized how to use, was not. Although he hadn't shown it, he was mentally exhausted from overusing the Nebula Silk that day. I'll need to use Nebula Silk often in the future, and it's not good to waste too much power. In situations where I can't finish in the short term, I need to conserve power as much as possible. Just the right amount of power at the right moment, that's all I need. Power distribution is important. If you max out from the start, you will be exhausted before you reach the finish line. Knowing the importance of this, I practiced and practiced and practiced controlling the power of the Nebula Silk. I thought, let's adjust it so that I can hold it for a long time and not collapse from exhaustion, but it was harder than I thought. If I just wanted to spread it out strongly, I could just turn the power up to maximum, but if I wanted it to be thin and long, it required a lot of attention. It's like working with delicate glass. I had to walk a tightrope without leaning too far to one side or the other, because if I didn't use enough force, the shape wouldn't come out, and if I used too much, the glass would break. However, after a few times, I got the hang of it pretty quickly. I realized that I would be able to fully realize the use of Nebula Silk in the near future, if not immediately. It's hard the first time you use it, but once you realize it, it's easy after that. Thank goodness. When you don't know how to use it, you don't know how to realize it, but once you do, it's as natural as breathing. It's like the difference between learning a skill and unlocking it, but it's too early to be happy. There were still so many skills I needed to use. It's not just about the starlight. Thinking about the future, I can't keep being so optimistic forever. I don't expect to achieve greatness, but at the very least, I aim to reach the minimum level of a master. Having thought that far, I stopped, partly because it was pointless to hold on to something that wasn't going to happen, but also because I could feel someone's gaze on me. I stopped swinging my sword and turned around to see Ronan Roland, the man with the slit eyes, watching me. Oh, my God. How long has he been watching me? Have you been watching me the whole time? Oh no, did I interrupt your training? No, I was just about to finish, so what's going on? I was wondering if you'd like to join us for a meal to celebrate. He shrugged, for what seemed like a rather unimportant reason. Sure. Asterisk. At Violet Fox's table were Diolan and Lorraine. As we sat down, the food was brought out. It was a steaming bowl of omelette rice. Ozian took a bite, thinking it was a pretty small meal, and his eyebrows wiggled together. Who made this? Lorraine and Diolan had similar reactions. What is this? Why is it so delicious? An omelette is this good? Their gazes naturally turned to the person who had brought the dish. Ena groaned, the newest witch in Violet Fox. She must have been quite embarrassed by this reaction, so she pulled the bright red hood over her head. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal. Not even the fanciest restaurant food tastes like this. With that, Diolan scarfed down the omelette. Lorraine stared at the omelette with a serious expression. Did you make this with witchcraft? It doesn't make sense that it would taste like this otherwise. It's just homemade. Ena said in a stammering voice. I worked a few jobs to make money, and I used to work as a kitchen assistant, and that's how I learned to cook. And you're this good. I didn't last long, I quit, but the chef was nice to me, so I worked my way up to assistant chef, even though I was supposed to start by peeling potatoes. He was sad when I told him I was leaving. He was really nice. Everyone's jaws dropped. Even those who don't know the ins and outs of the culinary industry know that when you enter the kitchen, you usually start at the bottom. But for Ena to work her way up to assistant chef meant she was really good. Ena laughs wryly. I didn't stay long, though, so I got out pretty quickly. I only know how to make a few things because I'm a quick study. This is serious. If Ena learns how to make more dishes, we might have to change this place from a fixer office to a restaurant. Ms. Lorraine, could you please refrain from talking about other people's visions for the shop? Ronan gently cautioned her, but Lorraine's face didn't straighten. It was clear from the look on her face that she was very serious about turning this tavern into a restaurant. Ena rushed to Ronan's defense. It's okay, I know how to cast. Casting? You can do that? Where did you learn that? Well, I worked a few odd jobs and stayed at a distillery for a while, and I met a nice guy there who taught me. But they don't make booze, they just make cocktails. You don't need to go to a distillery. Oh, I have a bartender's license. Ozian, Lorraine, and Diolan exchanged glances. Is this right? Isn't she a witch? Why does she seem to be more competent in other things? If she's this versatile, shouldn't she be quite good as a fixer even without witchcraft? A common thought ran through everyone's minds. More than that? Ozian interrupted. I have a question. Yes, you may speak, Mr. Ozian. Are there no other fixers here besides us? Lorraine, Ozian, and Diolan were the only ones actually sitting down. Each of them might be good, but there were too few of them to call it a fixer office. You don't have to worry about that. They're busy right now, but there are a few more fixers here. I see. They're all too busy to show their faces, but you'll probably get to meet them sooner or later. What kind of people? Ronan has an excellent eye for people. The people he's recruited, I have to admit, are very good. If they're Diolan and Lorraine seniors in the industry, they must be famous fixers. Who could that be? Lorraine stroked her chin thoughtfully. It's hard to put into words. But, well, they're not bad people. They might be a bit eccentric. We don't know everything about them either. Don't know everything. Some hide their identities, some don't show their faces, and some only take orders when we're not around. So she's one of them? Ozian asked, glancing to one side, and everyone looked puzzled. Her? Does that mean there's someone else here? What? I didn't think I'd be found out already. A voice came out of nowhere. This voice is. As everyone reacted with panic, only Lorraine's eyes widened violently. She was about to jump out of her chair. My sweet Lorraine, where do you think you're going? Someone hugged Lorraine from behind. The person hugging her from behind was a woman who exuded a picture-perfect beauty. She looked to be in her mid-20s. Her short hair was a two-tone blonde and pink, and her skin was as white as the snow. Her face was full of color, and her body was alluring. She exuded a maturity that made anyone passing her on the street turn around. Lorraine, embraced by her, remained stiff and still, like a kitten facing its natural enemy. It was a reaction Ozian had never seen before. The blonde woman hugged Lorraine and rubbed her cheek against her head, then turned to stare at Ozian with sparkling eyes. Is this the new guy? The curiosity in her gaze was directed at Ozian. Curiosity about how he had discovered her. Are you showing up like this again to surprise people, Miss Saren? Saren smiled wryly at Ronan's gentle point. It is one of my pleasures. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Saren Gracia. What is the newcomer's name? Ozian. Ozian. You have quite the eye. You've seen everything I've been hiding. I just saw it. That was all Ozian could say. He didn't use any special powers, he just felt something was there, and when he looked closer, he saw a woman standing there. The presence was faint, and it seemed to be some sort of cloaking technique. Ms. Saren, was your request successful? Yes. Here is the completion form. Saren pulled a piece of paper from her bosom. Ena blushed and looked away, realizing that it had been drawn from quite a deep place. Diolan coughed and awkwardly averted his gaze. Ozian only gave her an incredulous look. Ronan stared at the paper, then took it in stride. Well, I see you're still a prankster. Isn't that what someone who accepts that without thinking would say? You are such a boring man. How do you never get embarrassed? Well, I'm very embarrassed right now. Yeah, that joke was kind of funny. I'm not kidding. Ronan frowned slightly, then opened the task completion form and read it. When he was satisfied that she had fulfilled the request, he gave a small nod. Sis, can you let me go? Huh? Why? I like cuddling with Lorraine like this. You're suffocating me. Lorraine made a pained sound. Judging by the fact that Ronan didn't stop her, it seemed like this had been a common occurrence between them before. Saren Gracie. She appeared out of thin air. Magic? No, it was a little different, but it wasn't witchcraft either. A power that was neither witchcraft nor magic, but something else. As Ozian mulled over the possibilities in his mind, Saren's attention turned to him. I heard on the way here that you've recently completed a big assignment even though you've only been a fixer for a short time. Ronan has an eye for people after all. Saren even winked at Ozian out of the corner of her eye as she said it. She flashed a charming smile that would have melted most men's faces in an instant. Wow, you're so pretty. But the words that came out of Ozian's mouth were grim. I was just doing what I had to do. Humph. Saren pouted and pulled away from Lorraine. As Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief, Saren strode over to Ozian with a bounce in her step. Even though you're a new recruit, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. I'll tell you anything you're curious about. Oh, but of course, really personal and confidential information about myself is off limits. Saren, who deliberately flaunted her body, seemed to be asking if this was enough to convince him. Ozian stared at her with his piercing black eyes. What, you're really a new fixer? Saren had no idea what Ashen was thinking. She'd heard Ronan's pick had actually completed a big job, but even considering that, someone this complete was extremely rare, even in this entire city. Plus, there was an unmistakable sense of intimidation in his gaze. This is something I can feel from him. She'd felt it before. A figure flashed through Saren Gracia's mind, Violet Fox's #1 fixer, a living legend in the business and a fixer extraordinaire, Basilio. This new guy is his equal. A shiver ran down Saren Gracia's spine. Underscore 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 underscore. Saren mentally denied her thoughts. Oh, it must be a mere illusion. That is a man whose past is unclear, whose power is unknown, and who has been called the strongest fixer in the world. Saren thought she had gone too far to compare a newcomer with one of the best in the industry. Of course, there's something about him that makes me think this way. The attitude he's shown so far, and the successful requests he's had. Ozian may be new, but his skills must be beyond reproach. I see the talent. But what about his personality? The solver industry has always been a meritocracy. As long as you're good, even if you're a bad personality and break the law, you will be tolerated. Saren didn't like that. One thing Saren learned for sure while working in this industry is that talented and young problem solvers tend to have either a bad attitude or lack humility. First of all, he looks like he came from a rich family. Not an overnight rich person, but a high-ranking nobleman with some history and prestige. His calm demeanor, his angular lips, and his serene eyes that didn't seem to move even when she looked at him. He looks like a handsome man that a sculptor sculpted with all his heart or a masterpiece painted by a painter with every stroke of his brush. A look that doesn't feel real, even though it's right in front of her. It was the facial expressions that gave it away. Even though she was intentionally appealing to her femininity, he didn't react to it at all. It wasn't that he wasn't trying, but that he wasn't interested in her in the first place. Saren was impressed, but her pride was hurt. So, do you have any questions? I can answer anything. Anything. Saren whistled inwardly at the response. Well, if it came down to it, she'd have to respond. Yeah, anything. Then, Ozian asked, glaring at Saren. How strong are you here? Saren's voice trembled at the question, which was so out of character. She looked at Ozian's eyes, hoping he was joking, but she still couldn't tell. Given his demeanor, he must be serious. Hey, is this how he is? Saren asked, rolling her eyes at Ronan. Ronan gave a small nod at the sight. Well. Saren smirked, thinking Ronan had brought in another interesting new recruit. It's a shame, because I wouldn't have minded a more private question. Not interested. Are you? Did he have to cut her off like that? Saren pouted her lips in mild annoyance, but she answered Ozian's question dutifully. You asked me how strong I am, don't you think you can tell by looking at my abilities? Saren's figure dissolved into thin air. The Saren who had just stood before ceased to exist as if she were a mirage. Ozian's eyes narrowed. It was obviously a stealth ability, but he couldn't feel it. The only reason he could detect her in the first place was because Saren used it lightly. I've never seen this before. It's not like the inherent stealth used by the thieves, but it's not magic, nor is it some lost ancient spell. All the lore of the game came to mind, but none of Saren's abilities matched up. It must be a new kind of power, one that has emerged in the altered world. It's invisible, and it doesn't smell. There's no sign of anything. Just as he realized that she was definitely someone worthy to be recruited by Ronan, Ozian's hand moved of its own accord. Snap. What? Saren's eyes widened as she realized that the hand that was about to poke Ozian's cheek had been caught. Inwardly, she was puzzled, as was he. What? Something poked him in the cheek, and his hand went up involuntarily. It was Saren's hand. Wow, the new recruit is really impressive, huh? Saren laughed, but her gaze turned more serious as she looked at Ozian. She realized it was no mere coincidence that he had found her in the first place. But how long are you going to hold me? I don't mind the hot advances of a handsome man, but my wrists are starting to ache. Yes. Ozian let go of her hand. So there you have it, my abilities are not very useful in combat. Saren shrugged. Ozian didn't buy that answer. Certainly her stealth was a very good ability, and it alone could be substituted for most things. He had a hunch that there was more to Saren Gracia than just her abilities. So you're the second highest ranking person in the office. Me? Haha, thanks for thinking so highly of me. I'm sorry, but I'm number 3. Saren held up 3 fingers. Third. There are 2 more above me. Diolan here and my sweet Lorraine are 5th and 6th. Then I'm number 7. That means there are 3 more who have yet to be revealed. Saren has some pretty special powers of her own, and I wonder what the number 1 person in the office is like. I could ask Ronan right now. Ronan would probably laugh and tell me to meet them in person, so I decided not to ask. It wasn't my style to force answers, and it would be fun to save the question for later. Ah, the omelette is cold. Lorraine's words made the group realize that they forgot about their meal. Oh. Saren narrowed her eyes and stuck her tongue out as she realized she had interrupted the meal. Sorry, guys. It was hard to argue with such a shameless grin on her face. I'm going to have a few more words with Ms. Saren about the request first. Ronan rose from his seat and headed for the 2nd floor. Saren followed him up the stairs, falling into step naturally behind Ronan. Just before she disappeared beyond the staircase, Saren glanced at Ozian, her eyes crescent-shaped, and waved. Asterisk. Thud. The door to Ronan's office slammed shut, and Saren opened her mouth. What was that? Ronan, knowing who Saren was referring to, could only smile. Are you surprised? Yes, he saw through my cover. The first time I hid just enough for a prank, but the next time I did it, I was serious. Of course, right up until the finger touched his cheek, Ozian didn't react, but almost at the last second, in a flurry of movement, he caught her hand. From what I hear, he's a physical enhancement mutant, but don't you think his senses are too sharp? Something's wrong. I've been thinking about that myself. Besides, it's not just physical enhancement, but you said that he draws something strange from his sword. According to him, it's starlight. You said he appeared out of nowhere in Tyrna, with no known past. Saren's smile faded. Isn't it dangerous? Ronan's real eyes met Saren's. It was his usual expression, but the faintest hint of reproach in his eyes told her what he meant. I'm not just saying this out of thin air. His past is too clean, and a man of his caliber is bound to stand out no matter where he is. There are more than a few people like that in this city. I'm saying it's weird even considering that. Maybe he's from the White House. Saren Gracia. For the first time, Ronan spoke Saren's name without honorifics, and Saren, who was about to say more about Ozian, automatically closed her mouth. Anything more than that, I will take as a distrust of my discernment. I'm sorry. It was Saren who raised the white flag. I didn't do it on purpose, I was just a little confused, and my cover was blown by a new guy who just became a fixer. I understand. Ronan nodded, his smile returning to his face. I'm pretty surprised about that part myself. It didn't show, but Ronan was surprised when Ozian caught Saren's hand. After all, Ronan was the 2nd most familiar with Saren's abilities after her. Saren's stealth is such that there is a record of her not being affected by detection magic from a 5-star or higher wizard. It's almost unbelievable when you consider that a 5-star wizard can detect ants in the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw it. You're surprised? You didn't even bat an eye. Really? You're lying? Well. I can't believe you didn't know how I really felt. Well, if you're trying to console me, that's fine. Ronan was truly saddened by the fact that his sincerity was unreachable. Lorraine was one thing, but Saren was another, and he'd known her for years. You don't have to worry too much about Mr. Ozian. Yes. I guess I was being a little too sensitive. I understand, it's just that the way he's acting is so out of character. That was the end of the story about Ozian. If Ronan chose to trust Ozian, Saren had nothing more to say. It was a compromise made possible because they were more than just fixers and brokers, they were bound together by trust. How are the others doing? Haven't you heard from them? There's someone in front of me who knows more than what I've heard lately. Well, it's all the same. The old man is off exploring, the king is wandering around as usual. The unruly kid probably just got into a new mission, right? Knowing his personality, he'll probably just smash everything and come back. I'm glad to hear everyone's okay. They're the kind of people who wouldn't die if you dropped them in the middle of the desert. Did you hear about that? About what? Saren stared at Ronan with a furtive glance. I heard that the kingdom of Carlion is sending an envoy to Tyrna. The kingdom of Carlion. Ronan's brow furrowed slightly at the name of the kingdom. An emissary doesn't seem like such a strange thing, but the way you're talking about it, is there something else going on? Your intuition is as sharp as a ghost. Sitting sideways on the couch, Saren propped her legs up on the armrests. You do know that the Carlians are not on good terms with Tyrna. The absolute monarchy despises the city of freedom with a passionate hatred, which is why the emissaries they've sent in the past have been nothing more than lip service. Yes, they were, but this time, it's a different story. The kingdom of Carlion is sending an envoy, and they say it includes royalty. Ronan's eyes twitched at that. Royalty, you mean? Yep. Not a great one, of course, just someone at the very end of the hierarchy. Still, sending a blood relative means the kingdom is doing something different than usual. Saren pulled a letter from her pocket and flicked it at Ronan. Ronan removed the seal from the letter, which landed lightly on his desk, and skimmed its contents. I don't know if the change is positive or negative, of course. Enclosed with the letter was a photograph of a small, petite girl. She is the bloodline of the Carlian dynasty and is currently last in line for succession to the throne, Princess Orlia, the so-called doll in the cage. Her arrival meant that someone very high up in Tyrna was involved in this matter. It looks like a storm is coming to the city. Hopefully, the storm will pass safely. Ronan could only hope so. Underscore 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 underscore. With the request completed, Ozian continued to focus on his sword training. Now that he had grasped the Starlight Sword and Nebula Silk, he had made considerable progress in learning how to use them much more efficiently. That alone would have been a satisfying achievement, but surprisingly, the more he refined both techniques, the more he began to see glimmers of a new path. But it's just a glimmer of a possibility. I can vaguely say that it could be something like this, but it's going to take a while to get it right. There's no need to feel impatient. I've already gotten what I need. Exiting the clearing that was now a fixed training ground, Ozian found Ronan sitting at a bar table, reading a newspaper. Looks like the peace envoys are finally coming. Ronan glanced at the front page of the newspaper he was reading. The story had come up so often that even Ozian, who had little interest in such current events or moods, had scabs on his ears. Ronan quietly folded the open newspaper and placed it on the bar table. There's been a lot of talk, so I can understand the fuss. The Kingdom of Carleon. Ozian had never heard of it before. Too many years had passed between the world he knew from his gaming days and the one he knew now. It was the natural course of history for kingdoms and empires to fall and new dynasties to rise. Still, the location on the map was one he recognized. It was known for its fertile lands, wide plains, pastures for raising cattle and sheep, and it was a common haunt of mercenaries and bandits. I remembered the many subquests I'd done there, and I remembered doing a lot of reputation work there. But why is it so surprising that the Kingdom of Carleon would make peace with Tyrna? It's not like they've always been on bad terms. It's not just the Kingdom of Carleon. The city of Tyrna is not looked upon favorably by the neighboring kingdoms. It's the city of freedom. Tyrna was a city, but it was also a country. A megacity-state composed of 50 districts. At the same time, people of all ranks could rise to high positions if they were capable. From the perspective of a kingdom that still practiced casteism, Tyrna was a city that denied itself at its core. But that didn't make it any less untouchable. Tyrna was far too large to be called a city. Tyrna's infrastructure was one thing, but the sheer size of the city itself was another, with a military force that could reduce any kingdom to ashes. One military source said that Tyrna could have waged war on the entire continent with its power. This was not the case, purely because the city of Tyrna is not ruled by a single individual. As is the nature of a city, Tyrna has a myriad of leaders, starting with the 5 mayors, then ministers and high-ranking government officials, and finally the district governors, who are the chief administrators. In addition, there are magic towers, large corporations, and even major military figures. Tyrna is a place of opportunity open to all. All of them have their own authority and voice, and important matters are decided in a rigorous council. Naturally, something as big as war would be overruled in its own internal council. With Tyrna unmoved, the neighboring nations have a choice: join hands with them and embrace their culture, or turn against them and try to rid the continent of them. The Kingdom of Carleon was a classic example of the latter. Tyrna had bad relations with many kingdoms, but Carleon was particularly bad. Their dynasty was, how shall I say it, full of vanity and pride. Ronan shook his head in disgust. A place ruled by idiots with no talent, just good blood. At the uncharacteristically sharp words, Ozian looked at Ronan in mild surprise. It was the first time he'd ever felt emotion from Ronan when he spoke of the Carleon kingdom. Alas, of course, that does not mean that Tyrna is right or just. It is nice to hear that it is a city of freedom, but there is darkness here too, I suppose. Excessive meritocracy. Those without abilities have nothing to say when they're removed from society, and a culture that takes it for granted. Furthermore, Tyrna is a city of gold, a place where money solves many problems. If you have money, you can get away with anything, and if you don't have money, you will be punished. It's hard to say whether Tyrna or the kingdom is better off, as the two sides are often at odds with each other. The conflict with the Kingdom of Carleon was not a battle of good versus evil, but of ideology versus ideology. But suddenly, the Kingdom of Carleon has sent a peace envoy. Did they suddenly have a change of heart? That's what I'm wondering, too. It doesn't make sense that they'd smile and shake hands when they were biting each other just moments ago. Well, I suppose it's common in the international community. In short, you're saying it sucks. Yeah, it's a bad feeling, and it's times like this that it's right for us to just sit back and let things play out. Stay out of it, is that what you're saying? Exactly. Ozian's eyes scanned the words on Ronan's folded newspaper. One sentence in particular stood out: the Kingdom of Carleon was sending royalty as an envoy this time. Princess Orlia. Even if it is a young princess at the bottom of the line of succession, the name of royalty carries a lot of weight. Because of this, it was rumored that Tyrna considered this event to be of great importance, and a grand welcome ceremony was planned. The gist of their judgment was that even if things were bad between them, they didn't need to be this bad. Don't worry too much about it. The city officials and the military will take care of this anyway, so we fixers don't have to worry too much. Yeah, I guess that's normal. Ozian replied, but he couldn't take his eyes off the newspaper. He doesn't know why. It's just that every time he looked at the article, he couldn't help but feel a strange, indescribable tingling sensation. I really hope I don't have to worry about it. Ozian thought to himself and tried to shake off the feeling. Asterisk. Time passed, and the day of Princess Orlia's visit to Tyrna drew near. Ozian came to Violet Fox as usual. A fixer doesn't have to go in and out of the office, but there's nothing else to do. There was at least a place to practice in the back of the Violet Fox Tavern, so Ozian had fewer reasons not to come. The bell tinkled softly as I opened the door. Normally, Ronan would have opened the door and greeted him with a smile, but not today. There was a customer, a man in his 50s, dressed to the nines. We have quite a few clients who come to Violet Fox on short notice. Most of them are very wealthy people who can afford to pay the high fees on their own, and so was this man, who was dressed to the nines. Nevertheless, Ozian sensed that the middle-aged man was different from the other clients. Not because of his attire, but because of the expression on Ronan's face as he sat across from him. Ronan's face was unchanged. He had an expression that seemed to be wearing a mask, with narrowed eyes and never losing his smile. For some reason, Ozian had the feeling that Ronan was in a very bad mood right now. I'm sure you've heard my offer, and I'll take this one. Aware of Ozian's arrival, the middle-aged man grabbed something off the table and stood up quickly. He glanced at Ozian, gave him a surprised look, and then brushed past him. Ozian glanced at the man's back as he left. There was something unnatural about the way he left, as if he had said something he shouldn't have. Not an ordinary client, by the looks of it. Ozian asked, leaning back against the bar table. An acquaintance. Technically, I knew him. Not a very good one, then. It didn't surprise me that Ronan had acquaintances. Ronan's own dislike for them was understandable. Everyone has connections they don't like. I don't need to pry, it'll only hurt Ronan's feelings. Ozian thought about what he would ask Ena to make for lunch if she were to come to work. The Violet Fox Tavern had been getting quite a bit of business lately, thanks to Ena's cooking. This has kept Ena busy, and if you want to eat her food, you have to wait for a time when she's not around. The man who just walked out is friend Fitz. He used to serve me, or rather, my mother. It was then that Ronan suddenly spoke up. Ronan recalled his encounter with friend Fitz earlier. He was in the Violet Fox, reading the morning paper as usual when the man suddenly opened the door and walked in. Is this where you work? Yes, you're an unwelcome visitor. That goes for me too. Why did you come to see me? I thought we were supposed to never see each other again. I came to ask for a favor. Friend Fitz casually sat down across from Ronan. After what happened that day, how dare you sit before me? Are you saying you won't accept a commission? My office can take as many or as few requests as it wishes, and yours, though I haven't even heard it yet, already reeks of danger. At that, friend Fitz didn't bother to hide. Instead, silently, he pulled an object from his pocket and placed it on the table. Ronan's eyebrows twitched at the sight of it. You want this back, don't you? The corners of Ronan's eyes twitched for a moment. When Ronan had recovered himself, he stared at friend Fitz. His eyes were narrower and longer than they had ever been before. Are you threatening me? If that's what it sounded like, I can't help it. If you come to me with this, you must be desperate, and the way you're trying to cling to power is almost pathetic. Did you know about? I heard that those damn followers are lining up for Princess Orlia. Everyone probably knows. It was a rotten rope that they grabbed with such great effort. Friend Fitz responded to Ronan's taunt with a sneer. Well, it ain't over till it's over. You take what you can get, and that's not what's important now, is it? You want this back, don't you? Friend Fitz held out the object. It was a pendant necklace that was old and tarnished with human hands. It didn't look elegant at all, just like any other bauble on the market, but to Ronan, it was something special. Still, you look like a fixer, so I'll leave the formal request here. Friend Fitz tossed the papers in Ronan's face. Ronan didn't take it, but friend Fitz didn't care. He knew Ronan wouldn't be able to refuse anyway. Ronan took the papers with trembling hands. Just as friend Fitz's mouth was about to curl into a sneer, the tavern door opened with a bell. The man who betrayed me for power has asked me for a favor. Ozian stared at Ronan wordlessly. Why are you telling me that out of the blue? Ozian was just quietly thinking about today's lunch menu when he heard the details of the request, but that doesn't mean he wasn't interested, so he decided to listen. The request is, to escort Princess Orlia. Ozian's eyebrows arched upward slightly at the mention of escorting Princess Orlia. With a guest of honor from a neighboring country coming to the city, it was only natural that she would be given the best treatment. Escorting was one of those things. When an important guest of state came to town, an event almost reminiscent of a coronation was held. Roads are closed to make it widely known that a guest of honor is coming. You clear the way for them to pass. They parade in grand style through the streets. The guest of honor isn't the only one visiting from the country. The number of aides and bodyguards that come with them is in the triple digits. It's royalty, so it's a big deal. But what was the point of an escort mission here? Ozian couldn't understand. I know, a guest of that magnitude doesn't need an escort. She should already have her own bodyguards. Well, this is a fixer's office. It's not usually the place for this sort of thing. Even though the fixer was a prominent profession in Tirna, it was not one that would be traveling to an event like this. No, they could do it. The best of the best in the fixer world can travel to any country and be treated as such. It's weird to even consider that. Normally, you'd have to make a formal request through a union, but friend Fitz came to Ronan personally and semi-threatened him. No matter how you look at it, the behavior was abnormal. Ozian's eyes narrowed. There must be something more to this. I think so, too. Ronan shook his head, his shoulders slumping in embarrassment. Still, Ozian's relaxed expression didn't change at all. Ronan looked at Ozian and spoke. This request, it's a trap. A trap. It's not a trap for us, as they say in the business. If the job is big and the reward is high, there's always a hidden danger. Like in the case of the Blood Brotherhood. Ronan nodded. Apparently, the other party has a pressing need for fixers, though they haven't explained why. so I'm not going to take this case. Is that okay? Ozian watched Ronan's reaction. He'd only heard bits and pieces of the man's past, but it was obvious that Ronan wanted the artifact. However, Ronan had decided to give it up neatly. It's a relic anyway, a meaningless artifact with no real value, and to send our fixers on a dangerous mission for it, I could never do that. Ronan's words were not false. He truly said that he would give up his mother's belongings rather than sending one of his own. I see, you are no ordinary broker. Ozian's work had opened his ears to hear and his eyes to see. The fixer industry revolves around a giant union, with various offices scattered around it. The basic structure, of course, is a broker with an office, and the fixers who contract with them. The brokers get the work, and the fixers handle it. The fixer is compensated while the broker gets a small commission. Although the relationship is structured like a crocodile and a crocodile bird, it does not always work well. Some brokers have been known to take on risky requests and pass them on to the fixers. Conversely, some fixers have gotten into disputes with brokers who take a cut of their compensation as a commission. Cases like Ronan's were the odd ones out. Yeah, that's what everybody used to say to me, like, what are you up to? Are you sure you're okay with that? Thank you for your concern, but I'm really fine. I've already made up my mind. Suddenly, Ozian remembered the sight he'd seen when he'd entered the tavern. Ronan looked the same as always, but his gaze lingered unusually long on the artifact on the table. You said it was your mother's. Suddenly, he remembered who he was before he transmigrated. As an orphan without a family, the presence of parents was foreign to him, but that didn't mean he didn't miss them. The fact that he was alive meant that he had a biological mother who had given birth to him. Ozian often thought about it. What if I had a mother, like every other child, holding my hand, taking me places, nagging me, waking me up in the morning? What if I had a family like that? Ronan's image stood out in my mind. That man, Friend Fitz. I assume he's of her faction, given that he requested an escort for the princess. Almost certainly, if he asked for an escort, he must have something urgent on his mind. Did he explain what happened? Not likely. The man didn't come to us because we're superior. He's more of the type to take advantage of anything he can get his hands on, which is probably why he came to me. That means he's desperate. The fact that Friend Fitz, a follower of the princess, was willing to go out of his way to make things happen meant that things were bigger than they seemed. Perhaps the peace mission itself was a deception. There's a conspiracy. A very big conspiracy. Ronan. Yes, Mr. Ozian. Please tell me. How much more can you squeeze out of a desperate man besides the commission you were given? Now what's that? I'll take the job. Escorting the queen's daughter, I'll try. Ronan's eyebrows twitched at that. Mr. Ozian, you don't have to say that for my sake, because I really don't mind. Are you sure you're okay? Ronan was speechless for a moment, but he answered quickly. Even if I'm not okay, it's my business. I can't have Mr. Ozian meddling in my personal affairs, he said in an uncharacteristically serious tone, and there was also a hint of reprimand in his words. Don't bring personal feelings into the workplace. It was a choice he made with great effort. Now that Ozian had said he was going to do it, Ronan couldn't help but feel mixed feelings. Okay, it's your personal matter, but aren't you the broker who signed the contract with me? That's. And I'm one of the fixers you picked and chose. Ozian stared at Ronan sharply. In his eyes, pure white starlight sparked like fire, and Ronan could not avert his gaze. Help me. That's all you need to say. If you say so. Ronan asked, his lip trembling. You'll help me, even though your life may be in danger. Willingly. Ronan's jaw dropped at the firm answer while a faint smile curled the corners of Ozian's mouth. Why are you willing to do this for me? Because I came to this city knowing nothing, and you were the first to offer me a helping hand. And for that reason alone. For that reason alone. Is that not enough? Ozian said to Ronan, who was at a loss for words. As a broker, and as a person, you have only one thing to say. Ronan Roland. So say it. Arrogant, high-pressure words, but strangely, the behavior didn't offend him at all. Ha ha. Oh. Ronan shook his head in embarrassment, then broke into his usual smile. Please, Mr. Ozian. Asterisk. Princess Orleo was welcomed with a grand reception. Arriving by airship, she disembarked from the station with her guards, ready to move through the welcoming crowd. Your role is simple. Just follow the procession, keeping your facial expressions in check. The Tyrna official explained briefly as she scanned the list of names on the filing cabinet. She flashed her glasses and spoke in a cold tone. I don't expect much. Tyrna's police and military escorts will take care of you anyway. Just don't cause any trouble and keep your head down. The tone of his voice held contempt for the profession itself, but none of the fixers argued back. None of them wanted to cause friction with the officials of Tyrna. Beyond that, the quality of the fixers in this room was not high enough for them to openly protest the officials. Ozian watched the whole thing from a little distance, arms crossed. It's never a good idea to stand up for yourself, but the condescending tone was a bit much. I've heard that the officials of the city of Tyrna don't get along with freelance fixers. It's one thing to know about it, but it's another thing to face it. I thought I had to say something. The female official's expression brightened as she turned to Ozian. Of course, I'm not worried because Mr. Ozian is trustworthy. Ho ho ho. A completely different attitude from the way she treated the other fixers. There was even a hint of heat in his eyes as he looked at Ozian. By any chance, would you like to join me for a meal after this is over? Well, you're so cool for being so quiet. I purposely didn't respond in a dismissive way, but she said it was cool to be quiet. While I was wondering what to say, I heard her co-worker calling out to the female government official in the distance. Oh, my god. I forgot we have another briefing, so I'm going to leave you to it. Covering her mouth with her hand, she laughed and walked away, sending Ozian a sly glance. It was an embarrassing moment for Ozian, but he felt a small sense of relief that it was over. So it's just a front for now. In reality, the majority of the fixers gathered were not well-known names in the industry. They're dressed up as best they can to fit into the procession, but it's not hard to tell that they do rough and tumble work. In such a place, Ozian stood out from the crowd and shone like the sun. In fact, given his recent name recognition, he was one of the best fixers in town. The procession will continue until we reach the mayor's residence, so the request is to escort them until then. Ozian felt his temples tickle. It's that sensation again. Every time I've felt this, something has happened. A gut feeling that something was about to happen. At the same time, there was a vague sense of possibility that he might awaken a new power. I won't know the details until I see how things play out. As I gathered my thoughts, I sensed a hustle and bustle on one side of the airship dock. I turned to see officials and police officers bustling around, ready to greet someone. Other fixers stared curiously in the direction. The airship's doors opened, and from inside, uniformed soldiers and colorfully dressed people rushed out. And finally, a girl in a dress followed behind them. That's Princess Orlia, the centerpiece of this request, and the one Ozian was to escort. Of course, although it was said to be an escort, Oshin was in a position where he couldn't even get close to her. She has nothing to do with me, anyway. Still, he couldn't help but stare. The girl could be described as doll-like. Her skin was as white as jade, and her hair was bouncy and blonde. Her densely packed features showed that she had the potential to be a national beauty when she grew up. Even at her young age, her beauty could be mistaken for radiance. But it was the expression on Princess Orlia's face that caught Ozian's attention. She looks as if she's seen everything the world has to offer. Her face didn't seem to have any life in it. In fact, she's even somewhat melancholic. Nevertheless, the fact that she looks so picturesque must mean that her complexion is exquisite. Princess Orlia was escorted by a guard of honor. The men who worked at the airship docks moved out of the way and the fixers quickly stepped aside to the right and left. When Princess Orlia swept past them, her gaze, which had been focused on the road ahead, turned to where Ozian was. Ozian, who had been watching the scene without thinking about it, found himself locking eyes with the princess. When she saw him, her empty eyes widened slightly, but not much. What? He wondered why she was looking at him like that. You insolent fool! How dare you lift your head so arrogantly when talking about someone's safety? A burly male's angry voice raged toward Ozian. Underscore 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 underscore. An eerie silence hung in the airship station. There were fewer people than usual because the neighboring kingdom's princess was visiting, but even so, it was a busy place. It was so quiet that even the mechanics who were working on the car stopped and looked over to see what was going on. The yeller was a man in his 40s with long sideburns and a mustache. He was dressed nicely and looked somewhat dignified, but he was scowling the whole time. He snorted harshly, as if he didn't know what he was looking at. How dare you lowly commoners! The Marquis de Debussy had not been pleased with his arrival in Tirna. To come to this filthy, polluted place on an envoy, arrogant to the core, he disliked everything about Tirna. His patience was already frayed, but his patience exploded when he saw that the fixer didn't even bow to him. Yes, I've got it. The Marquis de Debussy was inwardly pleased. Not only did he have the opportunity to vent his frustration, but he also did what he always did when he came to a place like this. It's what he calls getting his bearings. It was one of his hobbies to deliberately scratch his opponent's nerves and make things difficult for them, no matter where he was visiting, because he is of noble blood, a noble who could treat commoners like bugs. In his eyes, Ozian was just unlucky to be caught. Normally, the frightened commoner would have shaken his head in anger, but the dark-haired young man's reaction exceeded the Marquis de Debussy's expectations. He leans back against the cargo, crosses his arms, and stares off into the distance as if to ask what to do. The sight of him puzzled the Marquis. What is he? He had heard that Tirna was a place where class did not exist. Naturally, he didn't react the way commoners would in his own country, but that was something the Marquis de Debussy had considered. Still, since he works here, I thought he'd be a little more deferential, but no reaction at all. He thought, wait a minute. Is he a nobleman? He yelled at him because he didn't like his behavior, but when he took a closer look, there were many things that stood out. First of all, his appearance was different. Other fixers had faces that clearly showed they were involved in rough business, but the black-haired young man had none of that. His skin was white and his lines were fine. His lips were pursed tightly, and as he stared into space, he had an air of nobility that even the Marquis de Debussy would have admired. At this point, he wondered if he was another nobleman, but then he realized that he was alone in a room of fixers. There was a moment of confusion, but the Marquis de Debussy, a nobleman by birth, knew instinctively that Ozian was a commoner, not a noble, and that he was one of the same people as the fixers gathered there. That's right. Even if you're from a noble family, if you come to Tirna, you're practically a down-and-out, backstabbing bastard. The Marquis de Debussy's voice grew stronger at that. How dare you still hold your head up high? The Marquis de Debussy strode toward Ozian. No one stopped the Marquis from his impetuous behavior. He was the head of the Princess Orlia's bodyguards, even if he looked like this. The only person higher than him was the princess herself, but even she didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him now. It was no wonder that the Marquis de Debussy had gotten the upper hand. "Excuse me, sir." Just then, a fixer stood in front of the Marquis. He was the oldest of the fixers in the room, hobbling along with a wry smile on his face. His gaunt face was full of wrinkles and scars to prove it. "Who are you?" "My name is Valen." "So, that young man over there is a fixer, but he's new and doesn't know what he's doing. I hope the Marquis will be as generous and understanding as he is." Valen didn't finish his sentence properly. "Mate." Marquis de Debussy slapped Valen's cheek with all his might. Valen rubbed his red, swollen cheeks in confusion. The Marquis de Debussy made a face. "Who are you to tell a nobleman how to behave? That's not what." "You incompetent fixer bastard, you called me here just to fill your head, and you think you got anything out of it? Do you still have no grasp of reality, or do you want me to make you?" Marquis de Debussy pressed his white-gloved fingers into Valen's shoulder. Despite being slapped and insulted in front of everyone, Valen couldn't fight back. In Tyrna, everyone is equal. Nobles and commoners are irrelevant, but that doesn't mean that the Marquis de Debussy and Valen are equal. Rank aside, the Marquis de Debussy, the head of the procession, was a much higher-ranking man than Valen. Tyrna was supposed to be a city of equals, but this was the reality. "What the hell? That. Valen was about to bow his head again. A voice from behind interrupted them. "Enough." The voice was lightly spoken, but somehow it sounded low and weighty. The people who heard the voice, who hadn't heard it because they'd kept their mouths shut until now, forgot what was going on and exclaimed, "That's the voice." "What?" The Marquis de Debussy was equally puzzled. "Did you mean to say that to me? Who else is here besides you?" Marquis de Debussy chuckled at Ozian's brazen answer and laughed in disbelief at Ozian's shameless answer. "This guy doesn't get angry with a slap on the cheek. I'll have to punch him in the face to wake him up." He was about to do just that when Ozian called out to me, "Stop." This time, it was an unexpected person who stopped Marquis de Debussy in his tracks. Marquis de Debussy stopped in his tracks and turned around. "My lady, stop there. You'll be late for the celebration." "My lady, this commoner just ignored me, and you expect me to let this go?" Hearing the Marquis de Debussy's retort, Ozian arched an eyebrow. "You talk back to the royalty you serve?" Moreover, Marquis de Debussy's behavior was not something that Princess Orlia would point out. It meant that their relationship was not a simple master-servant one. "Then the real power is held by this man in front of me." A royal without power was less than a noble. In a more private setting, Marquis de Debussy would have scoffed and dismissed her remark, but this was a public occasion, with many people watching. The Marquis realized this, so he glanced around and clicked his tongue slightly. He glared at Ozian with hostility in his eyes. "Consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for the mercy of the princess, you wouldn't even be in the procession today." Still, it was an official occasion, so he addressed the princess, but there was no loyalty in his voice. Ozian responded to Marquis de Debussy's words with a blank stare. Marquis de Debussy tried to speak up again to see if it bothered her, but she held her ground and returned to her seat. Ozian spoke to the Marquis's back as he walked away. "Friend Fitz." "What?" "The name of the man who hired me." With that, Ozian glanced to one side. There, he could see Friend Fitz, the man who had half-blackmailed Ronan into hiring him, looking flustered. "Just so you know," Ozian said, and added a faint smile. Marquis de Debussy's lips quivered, and he strode back to the princess' side with rough steps. His razor-sharp eyes fixed on Friend Fitz, who bowed his head deeply in contemplation. Perhaps the two would have a private meeting separately. Given Marquis de Debussy's fiery temper, he would not be satisfied with giving Friend Fitz a single blow. As the princess and her entourage retreated, Valen came to Ozian to thank him. "Thank you for your help. Why did you come out? We've only just met today." "Yes, but you helped my brother at the power plant." "Ah, so one of the fixers was family. I never thought I'd have such a strange connection." Even if his brother owed him his life, there was no reason for Valen to step forward. Even if there was some calculation behind it, it was ultimately pure goodwill that drove him to act. "It is fate that has brought us together, so I'll introduce myself again. Valen. Ozian. I work for Violet Fox. I've heard of you. Your office is pretty famous." "I see. Actually, I almost got a big headache. Dealing with that dirty noble's personality can be exhausting, even if you're from Tyrna." "Is that so?" Ozian didn't really care about that, so it didn't really hit home. "I was planning to return the favor even more if they messed with me anyway." "Ha ha ha, you're a good joke teller." "Is a joke, right?" Valen didn't get it. In the distance, he heard the announcement that the march would soon begin. "Let's go." Sure." Valen replied hesitantly, following Ozian as he walked ahead. Asterisk. As they stepped outside the airship station, they were greeted by blue skies and the blazing sun. Princess Orlia stepped into a luxury vehicle. It was roofless, with a wide-open design. As Ozian watched, he spotted Marquis de Debussy. Unlike his expectation of riding in the same vehicle as the princess, the Marquis de Debussy was talking to someone else. "Who is it?" He was wrapped in a poncho-like robe and wore a brass mask over his face. Judging by the firearms they were carrying, they were an official escort. "Soldiers." Sensing what Ashen was looking at, Valen answered his curiosity. "They said the military took charge of the escort, and it turned out to be true. No wonder we're practically puppets. Come to think of it, they also said the military was behind this peace envoy initiative." Ashen nodded in agreement with Valen's words. He'd read about it in the newspaper, so he knew the story, but something was bothering him. What is Marquis de Debussy talking to that soldier about? The carriage carrying the princess was about to depart, but he wasn't paying attention. On the contrary, friend Fitz, whose cheeks were red and swollen, was getting impatient. The march began. First came the vehicles to clear the way, followed by those carrying the princess, while steam motorcycles and military vehicles followed as an escort. The citizens stopped what they were doing and came out into the streets to watch the procession. Despite all the people gathered, only a few were cheering or rejoicing. Most were simply watching the current event with interest. We're in the back. Ozian and the other fixers were given seats far away from the princess vehicle. It was safe to say they were at the back of the procession, the end of the line. They were, in effect, pariahs, but despite the distance, Ozian could see the events unfolding in the distance. With eyesight that transcended common sense, he could even see the distant princess's pensive expression clearly. I don't have a good feeling about this. Ozian looked at the surrounding buildings. Soldiers were stationed on the rooftops of the tallest buildings. No big man would attempt an assassination in broad daylight, especially in front of so many people. But no matter how much reason screamed at me, my instincts kept telling me otherwise. My uneasy thoughts quickly became reality as a slight disturbance up ahead slowed the march. What's going on? Judging by the reactions of those around me, this was not preordained. Then the march began in a different direction than before. The route has changed. The uneasiness in my head intensified. Underscore 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 underscore. They didn't announce it in advance, so the new streets were pretty deserted. Also, the soldiers stationed on the rooftops of the buildings were nowhere to be seen. If something did happen, it wouldn't be easy to find them with fewer witnesses. Not good. Ozian's eyes scanned the building's windows. The glass was hardly transparent to say the least, and unless he knew what lurked within the shaded panes, he had to be on high alert. The fixers must have sensed a similar updraft, because they whispered in low voices among themselves. This is getting weird. This is a sudden change of direction. Didn't they say anything about this beforehand? But apart from being suspicious, there was nothing they could do. Their role was to stand by and watch. Even if they had to go around the entire city, they would have to go along with it. Honestly, this has nothing to do with me, so I should just ignore it. As they entered the deserted streets, the piercing sensation in their minds faded away. But it was the calm before the storm. Here it is. If anything was going to happen, it was going to happen here. The escorts that were following them have also slipped away, reducing their numbers. In particular, the number of people stationed around Princess Orlia had decreased significantly. It was a blatant sign. Surely, as the one in charge of the escort, she wouldn't be unaware of it. No. Ozian looked. Princess Orlia's expression was more submerged than before. She was trying to smile for the sake of the people watching, but her face had the expression of someone who was ready to die. She knew it from the beginning. To be ready to die means to know that someone is trying to take your life. I didn't see Marquis de Debussy besides her, which means he was an accomplice. This is why he had the rootless fixers as her escort. Tyrna's army and Carleon's guards were all in cahoots. There are probably assassins lined up around here to kill her. The method is not difficult. All you need is a gun, and you can kill anyone with it. There's no such thing as a cause to save. On the contrary, the moment you set out to save her, you're walking into the middle of a huge conspiracy. Better to walk away with the minor stigma of a failed escort mission. Common sense tells me that's the right thing to do. It's a perfectly rational decision. But my job is to escort her. I have before me a woman who has willed her own death, but that death is not of her own choosing. A death that is forced upon her by someone else is a murder. Humph. Ozian drew his sword. His previously faint senses became sharper than ever the moment he drew his sword. I see. He could see the dot that would bring death to someone. The red dot that formed in the void was like a demon's eye that flowed from a black crack. The ominous glow moved slowly, pointing to the heart of Princess Orlia. That's it. Seeing the light, Ozian gripped his sword and moved without delay. No one noticed his movements as he moved quickly and stealthily. The sound of gunfire could be heard in the distance. At the same time, his eyes, sharpened to the extreme, caught a bullet flying toward her. Time passed slowly as he swung his sword. The moment the tip of the bullet met his sword, time returned to its normal flow. Bang! Bang! The gunshot, the sparks flying in front of Princess Orlia's eyes, and the severed bullet hitting the ground were almost simultaneous. What? The escort watching from the side, the driver driving, and Princess Orlia, all of them stared at Ozian, their eyes narrowed, but those who were late to realize what was happening screamed. It's a gun. It's an assassin. The gathered crowd scattered in panic. Those who had been following the procession were also panicked and at a loss for words. You, what are you doing? Can't you see? I was merely protecting the escort target. The soldier's expression turned pensive. Rather than thanking him for his help, the soldier's expression was more of a rebuke and confusion that things had gone wrong. Oh well. Was he involved? Ozian's gaze fell to Princess Orlia, who was still staring blankly at him. I wonder if this little girl knows that her life has been saved. Of course she does. She knew she was going to die here today. Then her tiny lips parted, and a trembling voice came out. You. She was about to say something when her eyes shifted to Ozian's side of the passenger seat. Ozian didn't ask what was wrong. Instead, his body spun a full revolution. Clang! The pistol the driver had pulled out was sliced open, revealing a neat cross-section. A sword. The driver stared in disbelief at the pistol, which was now only the grip. He couldn't believe that a sword was the only weapon the man who had saved Princess Orlia carried. Before he could say anything else, the sole of Ozian's foot kicked him in the face. The driver collapsed in a spray of blood. Ozian immediately realized that bright red lights had been generated all over his body. Danger. Before the Princess Orlia could finish her warning, Ozian's sword danced. Kagagagang? The 5 bullets that had been aimed at him shattered into pieces and clattered to the floor. Princess Orlia kept her mouth shut. Her warning had been meaningless, but Ozian's recklessness was outrageous. Swinging a sword to deflect a flying bullet? Was that even possible? Princess Orlia may be young, but she was wise. She knew how far beyond common sense what Ozian had shown her was. Orlia remembered Ozian. She remembered his appearance, which was remarkable for a fixer. Are all the fixers in Tyrna like this? As it turned out, Ozian was the only one who had stepped up to the plate. Only this man was as unique as the awl sticking out of his pocket. Princess Orlia's judgment didn't last long. Ozian's strong forearms were now around her waist. Excuse me? Ozian scooped her up in his arms and sprinted away. Touching royalty, even from a neighboring kingdom, was not a crime, but Ozian had no choice. The vehicle he had just jumped from exploded in a burst of red flames. At the same time, through the crowd of scrambling citizens, he could see people pulling pistols from their holsters. A bomb in a car, and as if that weren't bad enough, they've got assassins all around. I don't know who did this, but I do know that they were very willing. If Ozian hadn't intervened, Princess Orlia would have died here. But he did intervene. I won't let her die. With that, Ozian stomped on one of the building's walls and leaped again. The assassin, who had timed his fall to open fire, widened his eyes as he leapt higher. Crazy. What was that? You flew. Leaping off the wall, Ozian landed on the roof of the building. The rooftop, where snipers would normally be stationed, was deserted, but Ozian was not relieved. The entire area had already been set up as a trap to kill the Princess Orlia. Unless they can get out of here, the assassins will not rest. Right now, judging from the chaos downstairs, assassins were running down the stairs. It's no use. We can't get out of here. Knowing this, Princess Orlia warned Ozian. Of course, Ozian didn't even listen. He sheathed his sword and picked her up with both hands. It's what people call a princess hug. Considering her status, it was indeed an appropriate name. There are enemies within a 3-kilometer radius. Tyrna's military, too. They're all in cahoots. I know. You know? Then you also know you can't get out of here. I'll warn you, you'd better keep your mouth shut from now on. A cloak of pure white starlight formed behind Ozian's back. Unless you want to bite your tongue. Nebula silk. Princess Orlia was mesmerized by the cloak of starlight draped over Ozian's back, but her astonishment was not yet complete. The cloak on his back fluttered in the absence of wind, and it began to spray pure white powder. It was as if it was trying to apply momentum to push something away. Ozian lifted his feet off the ground and began to run. Princess Orlia couldn't help but clutch the hem of his robe with her tiny hands. The speed at which Ozian ran was beyond her imagination. We've arrived. He couldn't have gotten far. The assassins who had just broken through the rooftop door couldn't help but gape at the sight of Ozian's white tail trailing off into the distance. Not daring to give chase, they called to the others. What? The princess escaped? What do you mean? Escaped the siege? Have you been drinking? How long has it been? She's already escaped? The siege radius is 3 kilometers? How can she escape in 1 minute? The people waiting outside were equally baffled by the sudden news. Running on the roof of a building? That's not going to get us to the side of a divided boulevard with nowhere to go. What? It went this way? Where the hell is? The person shouting into the receiver suddenly looked up. A meteor streaked across the wide avenue, from building to building, with countless steam cars and trams. What is this? He could hear someone shouting into the receiver in his hand, asking what was going on, but he could do nothing as he watched the meteor recede. Asterisk. A dark alleyway, away from the prying eyes of the world. Ozian decided that enough was enough and slowly let go of Princess Orlia. Princess Orlia squirmed unsteady on her feet and afraid to escape Ozian's touch. She didn't even seem to care that her fine dress was soiled. No, maybe she couldn't afford to. Princess Orlia couldn't help but ask Ozian, "Why did you save me? By the way you reacted, you knew you were going to die all along." Princess Orlia bit her lip. Of course she knew. She had been sent to Tyrna in the first place to fulfill a role. I am. You come to Tyrna as an emissary of the peace accords, and you get shot by an extremist. That's your role. Right. Know that. It's hard not to when you're playing the game so blatantly. Your own people are outraged that their princess has been shot dead in a neighboring country. Marquis de Debussy will return to his own country and complain about Tyrna. As the words spilled out of Ozian's mouth, Princess Orlia was speechless. This man was more than just brute force. Let's see, seeing as how the military, which is supposed to provide escorts, is suddenly absent, I'd say they're actually in cahoots with him. It was the military that pushed for this agreement, so they've been targeting you from the beginning. Ozian stroked his chin for a moment, then his eyes narrowed. So the goal is war. The military of Tyrna and the kingdom of Carleon joined hands and tried to start a war by using Princess Orlia as a sacrifice. Underscore 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 underscore. War. When the crux of the matter came out of Ozian's mouth, Princess Orlia asked in disbelief. Do you mean to tell me you knew all along? Ozian let out a blood-curdling laugh. Of course not. If I did, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this. I just inferred it from what happened earlier. Judging by your reaction, I was right. Princess Orlia realized her mistake, but it was too late. Now that it had come to this, she decided to brazen it out. All right. Knowing that you're well aware makes this conversation easier. Do you realize how absurd your actions have been? You've gotten involved in a scheme far beyond what any individual can handle. At this reprimanding tone, Ozian stared at Princess Orlia in disbelief. I expected to hear her thank me for saving her life, but instead she scolded me. I could tell by the way Princess Orlia's eyes were shaking as she questioned me that she was upset. She knew the course of all these events. She hates that she will die, that she cannot avoid it, but she has accepted it. However, the result changed. Rather than joy, there will be bewilderment and anxiety, because she has let go of everything. Still, Ozian couldn't help but say this. That's quite rude to the man who saved your life. Rude? How dare you be rude to me, royalty? Have you forgotten, this is Tyrna. Royalty or commoner, rudeness is rudeness. It was a point that could have been made in anger, but to Ozian's surprise, Princess Orlia didn't get angry, instead looked at him with a calmer face. Your actions in saving my life in the heat of the moment are certainly commendable. You're suddenly being honest. But it was too short-sighted. Just because you saved my life now doesn't mean the people who want my life will give up. I may have escaped their grasp, but I will be surrounded again. They'll keep coming, until I'm dead, and then you'll be caught in the crossfire. No, you already are. Humph. Ozian looked at Princess Orlia in disbelief. I thought she was just a powerless puppet who had accepted death, but she's more intelligent than I thought. No, that's why she accepted death. Her death would be a great benefit to the Carlian kingdom, but no matter what, Ozian foiled their primary plan. That's right. That's the first round. I don't know how many more there are, but this is just a time to catch our breath. The underlying situation itself is far from over. Are you going to stay put? What? If you stay put, they'll catch up to you? What did you say? You heard me right. Tyrna's military and your state are working together to pick a scapegoat and start a war, and that you're caught in the middle of it. The purpose of the war was obvious, expanding armaments and the size of the military. The military's pride had been bruised by the theft of Tesla arms by the Blood Brotherhood. They would want to make up for their mistake and increase their influence in the city. They can't undo what's already happened, so they're going to try something new to increase their influence. When does a country's military have the most power and the biggest say? In times of war. If Princess Orlia were to die in Tyrna, the kingdom of Carlian would blame Tyrna, not anyone else. The death of a princess, and no one else's, would spark a war. Naturally, Tyrna would not stand idly by, they would have to fight back, and that was the role of the military. Knowing that, does it matter? Ozian asked. The brazenness of the question left Princess Orlia speechless. Besides, it's too late to regret the past, now is the time to worry about the future. No, Your Grace. Princess Orlia asked, her voice trembling. Even her references to Ozian had been replaced with the honorific, Your Grace. Who are you, and what nobility do you come from? Just a wandering knight, a free fixer. That can't be. Orlia opened her mouth to argue but shut it. For Ozian to speak like that, there must be something in his past he wishes to hide, and it wasn't polite to pry. She was royalty, but unlike other royalty, she didn't arrogantly look down on others. On the contrary, she had seen enough arrogant royals to despise such behavior. You would do well to flee now. Your life is not guaranteed if you stay with me. Are you actually worried about my life right now? I am their target, after all. If you leave me here, they won't come after you. If I die, it's all over. Orlia muttered, her head bowed low while Ozian looked at her, then opened his mouth. I'm afraid that won't work. Orlia lifted her head and stared into Ozian's face. What a sculpted man, she thought, as she had realized when she first saw him at the airship station. With that fluid face, the decadent eyes that seemed to have grown weary of everything, the painstakingly chiseled nose and jawline, he looks like he was plucked directly from a masterpiece by a renowned painter. If he hadn't been standing in a crowd of fixers, Orlia would have thought Ozian was royalty somewhere. They're already after you. As it muttered that, Ozian's gaze was drawn to the corner of the alleyway. Before Orlia could ask what was going on, the sound of heavy footsteps brought a group of men into view. There she is. They spotted Orlia and pointed their guns at her, but someone else reacted first. It was Ozian. He'd seen them coming around the corner, drawn his sword, and charged at them. In that brief moment when they spotted her, they raised their weapons. Ozian ducked low, closing in on the blind spot, and his sword sliced through the space. The guns were cut off and blood spattered across the dark alley. He didn't think to spare any of them. Each of them had a beacon, and at the slightest opening, they would call for reinforcements. It took less than 5 seconds for about 10 people to be killed. The fight had been so swift that Princess Orlia realized only in hindsight that she had nearly died again. Ozian, with his sword drawn, approached her. They're so quick to shoot without even checking to see who they're up against. Apparently this neighborhood is full of people who want to kill you. Well, then. Let's go. Where do you mean? I don't know where, but it will be safer than staying here. Orlia didn't understand Ozian's words. You mean you will protect me? Why do you ask? Ozian shrugged, as if the question was obvious. I was commissioned as a fixer. The request was for your escort, so it's only natural that I fulfill it. That's Natural? She heard about fixers, but didn't know much about what they actually do and how the industry works. What she does know is that they're not the kind of high-minded, high-conviction people who would risk their lives to fulfill a request. Ozian is more than a fixer. He's more like something out of an old tale. A knight. You must have good taste for royalty. At the mention of knight, Ozian's tone of voice rose higher than before. From the faint smile on his lips, it was clear that he was in quite a good mood. Of course, I'm helping you out for a favor, but there's another reason, too. My broker has a connection to this, so I'm trying to help. Personal reasons. Isn't that enough? And I couldn't stand seeing the perpetrators of this incident succeed with their schemes. In war, it's the innocent who die under the plans made by rulers. More than half of them would likely be citizens of your country. Orlia could not deny Ozian's words. If war came, the armies of Tyrna and the kingdom of Carleon would fight a stalemate of trench warfare. People would be deliberately torn to pieces. The longer the war lasts, the greater the financial gain to themselves, and the more people would die. You should not die here, if you care about the people's safety. You shouldn't die. It was so obvious, but Orlia wanted to scoff at the words. She hadn't come all the way to this place to die. She was royalty, but she had already lost the battle for succession. Her siblings wanted to use her as a spark for war, not to send her off to a nobleman in another country. Orlia was intelligent enough to understand her predicament. Her country had made some sort of deal with Tyrna's military, and her siblings, who were wary of her, wanted to nip her in the bud. She hated it, but she thought it was for the good of her country, and she agreed to take the noble position. But it wasn't until Ozian spoke that she realized something she'd forgotten. This job doesn't end with her death. Death is only the beginning. How many people would die in a war? How many innocent citizens would be conscripted and dragged into battle? The war to come, will it ever end? I see you've finally realized. I'm just. If you're really royalty, you should look the part. Don't lie and say you're ready to die. That's running away. Ozian had spoken the brutal truth that Orlia had tried so hard to ignore. Princess Orlia squeezed her eyes shut. Yes, she was running away. From the life of a royal family that welcomed no one. From a murderous political game where everyone wanted her dead. From the arrows of popular sentiment turned vicious by the tyranny of the nobility. She turned away from reality and embraced the illusion of a noble death. What was I supposed to do, then? Fight. What else could she do? Fight. Yes. Fight with everything you've got. If you do nothing and lose, at least try to sink one of your fangs into them. You never know, they might freak out and run away. He wasn't just saying this because it sounded good, because similar incidents existed in the game Ozian was playing. I remember it was a special event that you would encounter as you roamed the field. You're riding your horse, and suddenly the field turns dark, and a horrible-looking monster appears. Its appearance was so intimidating that the first players to encounter it would die trying to flee in a panic. Those who are still fighting despair as they realize that they have no health at all, even with their powerful skills. They give up and die, and when they return to the same spot later, they never see him again. All they can do is run away and die, leaving only the memory of their defeat. Fighting him is a different story. No matter how many times you hit him, his health gauge won't budge, but Ozian won't stop fighting. He analyzed patterns, timed his attacks, and never stopped. In doing so, he was able to chip away at its health gauge, albeit very slightly. The monster was crushed by the momentum and fled like a coward, leaving behind an unusual item. The Orb of Courage. A token of honor, given only to those who fought back. An item that less than 1% of the people who play the game have. It doesn't have any special powers. It was just a fancy trinket with a fancy name, but it was a sign. A badge of honor for someone who didn't run away, who didn't give up, who fought. Ozian was the first to get his hands on it. From the moment he held it in his hands he realized how he was supposed to make his way in this world and what he must do. So fight to the end. Don't give up under any circumstances. Ozian swung his drawn sword. Kong? The blade grazed Orlia's shoulder, deflecting a bullet that had silently flown past. If you do, I will protect you. That's a nice thing to say. Applauding Ozian's words, a man in a brass mask appeared. Ozian recognized him instantly. It's you? It was the brass-masked soldier who had been talking to Marquis de Debussy. Underscore 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 underscore. Oh, so it's you, the fixer. The masked soldier recognized Ozian at once. Even among the fixers, Ozian stood out, so even if he passed by from a distance, he couldn't help but be memorable. Besides his good looks, he also has a reputation for wielding a sword, a rarity in this business. But aside from that, it was surprising that he had fled to this distant place with Princess Orlia. Well, that's the end of that, then. She may have gotten away for a short time, but she's not out of our reach. You're here sooner than I expected. You're a well-trained soldier after all, but are you okay on your own? Alone? Who said I'm alone? Ozian's eyes narrowed at the growing signs. It hadn't been long since he'd fled this far, and yet his pursuers had picked up speed. They hadn't just heard the commotion earlier but had already spread out a wide circle around the area. Soldiers always have to prepare for the worst. The masked soldier said boastfully. His voice was cheerful and light, but his masked eyes were cold as they turned toward Ozian. He didn't look down on him for being a fixer. Rather, his eyes filled with hostility and a deep sense of wariness toward the man who had brought them to this final stand. If you hand over Princess Orlia now, I'll pretend like it never happened. Pretend it never happened. Ozian asked incredulously, and the masked soldier shrugged. You're a fixer, so you were just doing your job, right? You didn't realize that there was a higher power at work here. Since you didn't, it can't hurt to give you a pass. You have a long tongue. Ha, I'm trying to be merciful at best, but you've got a nasty tongue, for a fixer. If you're going to say you're showing mercy, why don't you start with the murderous look in your eyes? As he said that, Ozian swung the sword wildly from side to side. The sword gently sliced through the outer walls of the buildings on both sides of the alley. With a crack from inside, the two soldiers who had been lurking fell to the ground. You think I don't know you're trying to distract me to buy time for the others to surround us? Don't make it so obvious. You fixer. The masked soldier drew his gun from his waistband. There was no more respect, no more words, now that his trick had been discovered. The gun he drew was no ordinary pistol. It was a modified musket, with all sorts of gadgets attached to it. He squeezed the trigger, and it made only a slight crackling sound. It was the same bullet that had flown by so soundlessly just moments ago. Ozian held his sword vertically and sliced the bullet at an angle. The bullets, sliced smoothly from side to side, slammed into the walls of both alleys. Just as Ozian was about to return fire, shadows leapt from the rooftops of the buildings. Ozian was about to lunge at the masked soldier, but he backed away with a quick backstep. Tut tut tut. A bullet slammed into the place where Ozian had just been, sending shards of rock to the ground. The soldiers, now in formation, pointed their rifles at him and pulled the triggers one after another. It was a precise, deliberate fire, aimed at his path. Ozian's eyes caught the red dots carved into the air, and with each swing of his sword, bullets rained down on the floor. Holy shit. What's that? Cutting bullets with a sword. Keep shooting. A normal gang or fixer would have frozen at the sight, but soldiers are soldiers. Well trained, they didn't slow their fire and kept pushing Ozian back. This is not good. The soldiers were tricky to deal with in a different sense than the enemies Ozian had fought so far. As good as they were individually, their power as a group was beyond his imagination. Watching dozens of them move in unison was like watching a wolf hunting a predator much larger than itself. Their leader, a masked soldier, pulled out a massive long gun slung across his back. It was a modified rifle, much like the pistol he had used. Wires were connected to the part where bullets should be loaded, extending all the way under his poncho. Ozian's instincts warned him. Something's coming. The trigger was pulled and the bullet fired. It was a golden capsule shaped like a bullet. Is that what the warlock used back then? The capsule disintegrated in midair, revealing the ether water inside. The magic imprinted on the bubbling, semi-solid ether water was activated. Pow! High-heated flames filled the narrow alleyway and swept through like a wave. The pipes along the exterior walls turned to red ooze and melted away, and the scattered boards turned to blackened charcoal. The flames were powerful enough to oxidize a man on the spot. Tisk. To think I had to use this expensive 4-star capsule for a mere fixer. Although he was able to eliminate Ozian and even Princess Orlia beyond, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. This is the end of the situation. The man who was about to deliver the message couldn't help but flinch at the strange energy he suddenly felt. What is it? The alleyway was littered with red embers as the flames subsided. In the center of the blackened alleyway lay a white glowing egg. The tip of the egg cracked open and blossomed like a magnolia in full bloom. From within emerged a white-cloaked Ozian, and in his arms, Princess Orlia. They were unharmed by the capsule's rank 4 fire magic. The masked soldier couldn't understand it. How is that possible? It must have hit them right on the head. Ozian didn't answer. His gaze fell on the body, and the masked soldier's shoulders shook. Everyone, take cover. With that, he flattened himself on the ground, but his men did not. As Ozian's cloak transformed into wings and he took flight, the soldiers were too mesmerized by the sight to even think about fleeing, and then white death descended. A solid white line cut through space, slicing through anything it caught, human or otherwise. Gloves tucked into ponchos, small guards carried in pouches, guns strapped to various parts of their bodies. No matter how tough they were all useless. Sliced and diced. In that brief moment, the soldiers on the rooftop fell, bleeding red. The sword strikes were so powerful that the slashes were clearly visible throughout the buildings. It was a sight that could not have been caused by a single sword. When Ozian landed back at Princess Orlia's side, the only other living person was a masked soldier, a commander. Yi, Mu, On. All of his well-trained men were dead. If you ask him if I was caught off guard, he'd say absolutely not. They hadn't been caught off guard by a poorly trained fixer, even if he was alone and armed only with a sword. They kept their distance and applied pressure with their guns. They had enough men to keep their distance and apply pressure with their guns, not minding that he had enough swordsmanship to parry the incoming bullets. But there it was, in front of him, the result of everything he had done. He's no ordinary mutant. Anyone who could parry a flying bullet with a sword had to be a mutant or an enhanced human, but enhanced humans are few and far between, and you can tell from their appearance. Anyone with such a natural appearance could only be a mutant. If he's an enhancer, magic should be able to subdue him. That's what he thought, but what about that pure white ball of light? I've never heard of such a thing. What the hell was that in the first place? It's a cloak of light, and it can even change shape at will. When Ozian's gaze fell on him, the masked man felt goosebumps rise all over his body. This guy, he deliberately left me alive. He thought he had dodged Ozian's sword by throwing himself out of the way, but he was mistaken. Ozian had intended to spare him from the start, probably because he was the highest ranked and seemed to know the most. I underestimated him and I'm no match for him. He made a judgment instantly. Quickly reaching into his military poncho, he pulled a grenade from the belt pocket at his waist and pulled out the pin. 2 iron cylinders were thrown. Ozian flicked them lightly from side to side with the blade of his sword. Immediately afterward, with a hissing sound, a thick white smoke billowed intensely from the thrown object. A smoke screen. Ozian swung his sword down to slice through the smoke, then stepped back, feeling a strange sensation. The outer wall of the building burned hotly where it touched the pure white smoke. Ozian's eyes narrowed. White phosphorus. Ozian was glad he trusted his senses. He hadn't realized the soldier was carrying one of those on his belt. Stepping back, Ozian moved his cloak as he stood to escort Princess Orlia. The fluttering, sweeping cloak of starlight created a strong gust of wind, pushing the pure white smoke far beyond. Time passed, and when it settled, only a charred pathway remained. He got away. He was a very quick thinker. As soon as he realized that he was at a disadvantage, he threw white phosphorus bombs and ran away. Ozian wondered if he should start by cutting off their legs the next time he encountered the same situation. We've bought ourselves some time, we should get out of here. Princess Orlia squirmed in her seat, staring up at him blankly. Ozian walked over to her and leaned down to meet her eyes. Can you get up? She nodded. Princess Orlia moved her head wordlessly. She still felt as if she were dreaming, so unreal was the scene before her. Ozian's sword-swinging, soldier-slashing movements had been too fast to see, but in that fleeting moment, his reflection was something to behold. He was like a knight in shining armor. Then let's move. Are you sure you can walk? Princess Orlia tried to rise, but her legs gave out and she sank back down. As she looked up at him with a slightly tearful face, Ozian felt he had no choice but to pick her up and help her to her feet. Princess Orlia's face turned as red as a tomato. She clutched the hem of Ozian's robe in her slender hands. She'd been pretending to be a grown-up all this time, trying to take death in stride, but now she looked like a child. I'll go then. Asterisk. Damn it, damn it. The soldier who had barely gotten away from Ozian let out a harsh rage, but it was short-lived, and he quickly subdued his feelings. We didn't know enough about our opponent, and that's our fault. There was no point in getting angry about what had already happened. What matters is what they do now. He pulled his communicator from his waistband. It's me. We've failed. The fixer's skills are beyond what we imagined. I request the following plan. The first plan was to kill Princess Orlia in her car. To accomplish this, a sniper was deployed, a driver was hired, and a bomb was placed under the car, just in case. When this plan failed, the backup plan was to use hand-trained soldiers to take them out quickly. Now that this sub-plan had also failed, there was no choice but to proceed with the next plan, despite the bruised pride. Over the comms came the order. Permission granted? Yes. We'll proceed to the rendezvous point. Normally, he should have been done before things got this far. It was practically unnecessary insurance, he thought. The masked man walked quickly to a nearby empty house. As he reached the entrance, a thought occurred to him. I wonder if I can really borrow their power. The answer was yes, because the creatures waiting inside were no ordinary creatures. If he had to categorize them, they were dangerous maniacal killers, terrorists, warlocks, classified mutants, and cultists. They were the kind of criminals a soldier could not help but loathe. But they're strong. As the masked man entered the building, the waiting soldiers immediately recognized him and saluted. Summon the Olua's men. Underscore 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 underscore. What do you mean? Princess Orlia has escaped. Marquis de Debussy bellowed. Unable to contain his anger, he pointed his hand at the fawning servant who had brought him the news. The man's cheeks flushed with color, and he bowed his head in disgrace. Marquis de Debussy pursed his lips at the sight, and was about to strike another blow, but barely held back his anger. What is the situation? Don't dilly-dally, tell me straight. The plan went according to plan. Except that a fixer got in the way and ruined everything. What? A fixer? Marquis de Debussy looked like he'd heard something he didn't understand. At the same time, he asked, just in case. Who was that fixer? You may remember, Marquis, the swordsman with the black coat and black hair. The Marquis' eyes widened. Even he, a nobleman to the bone, had been intimidated by the man he'd first met. And he helped Princess Orlia escape? Marquis de Debussy wondered if there was some other sort of conspiracy at work here. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, his subordinate hastily spoke up to reassure him. Well, the military will take care of it, so it should be fine, just wait a little longer. The military made a mistake, and you expect me to trust them again? Don't you realize how important this matter is? Marquis de Debussy words silenced his subordinate. The Marquis was still fuming, and he continued to rant. With this incident, we would be able to replenish our arsenal, receive support from neighboring countries, and circulate even more funds. Not just $1 billion, but trillions, and it's all going to be for naught now, and what? Wait. Deciding that now was not the time, Marquis de Debussy moved. We're going? Yes, yes. The princess has been kidnapped by the fixer. Of course we must go rescue her. The quick-thinking subordinate immediately bowed. Yes, sir. I'll mobilize the entire escort. You'll need to find them faster than anyone else. It's been a while since this happened, but I'm sure word has reached the ears of the mayor of Tirna. If so, there was a good chance they would send a rescue party for the Princess Orlia. If they make a mistake, the assassination of Princess Orlia will fail. If she survives, there will be no war. All the money and time he invested will be gone, along with his family name. Marquis de Debussy had no intention of letting that happen. Asterisk. Just as the military and Marquis de Debussy were worried, news of the attempted assassination of Princess Orlia reached key people in Tirna, especially in the 33rd district, where the incident took place. Humph. Why does this have to happen to me? Alberto Lorenzo, the prefect of the 33rd district, fought off a throbbing headache by running his fingers across his brow. He has long, slicked-back blonde hair and a goatee that extends from his sideburns to his chin. He looked quite sturdy and manly for a politician, but his inner thoughts were quite the opposite. If things go wrong, I'm the one to blame. The seat of a district prefect is the highest position in the district, but that didn't mean he had all the power. If something went wrong, he'd be the first to get dirty. What do you want to do? Alberto sank back in his chair when his assistant asked. I don't know what to do. We need to keep this as quiet as possible. Put pressure on the media, tell them to stop reporting now. There are too many witnesses, and they're not going to stop just because you tell them to stop. I'm not suggesting we cover it up. I'm suggesting we delay it as long as possible. We've got 3 days, and in the meantime, we need to do something. What are you going to do? We'll have to think about that. Alberto snapped his fingers. He may have the size of a lion, but his demeanor was that of a timid man with anxiety. However, the secretary didn't take him lightly. He had risen to the rank of prefect at a young age. He had risen to the top of a district not simply because he was good at political lobbying, but purely on the job. Even with all the grumbling and lamenting, his mind must be working faster than anyone else's right now. As much as I'd like to declare a state of emergency, I probably shouldn't. Are you going to call in the old National Guard? No. The military is involved in this in the first place, and we can't let them dictate the flow of information. Then, this is a serious matter that could spill over into war if we get it wrong. A neighboring country's princess has been assassinated. The kingdoms of Carleon and Tirna are already on bad terms, and now one of their princesses assassinated the moment they sent her on a peace mission? Wouldn't that irreparably damage Tirna's relationship with the kingdom of Carleon? No, maybe that's what they were aiming for. Targeted means. The military had something to do with it. They were supposed to be in charge of the escort, but then something happened. So, they intentionally started the war to strengthen their position. Well, it's a common occurrence in Tirna. The important thing is that it happened on my watch, and I have to stop it somehow. What's the situation now? A fixer has rescued Princess Orlia and is currently on the run. A fixer? Alberto's eyes widened in surprise for the first time. He'd heard that Princess Orlia wasn't dead, at least not yet, so he'd assumed her faithful bodyguard had protected her. But a fixer? One of them? Who is that? I don't know, so I checked right away. He's a new fixer who just recently joined the team. New? Am I hearing something wrong? It turns out that being a fixer is a freelance job, but the barrier to entry isn't that high. More than 100 new fixers appear in the city every day. It's not uncommon. It was hard to believe that such a newcomer could be responsible for the great rescue of Princess Orlia. Anyway, I've been looking into his recent behavior, and it seems he's not the usual newcomer. Not normal. For one thing, his past is too clean. There's no trace. No trace? So what? Did he suddenly appear out of thin air? The secretary gave him a cold stare, and Alberto held up his hands. Okay, I'll stop joking. Your ability to keep your wits about you under these circumstances is admirable, but there's a time and a place for it. So, if his past is squeaky clean, what about other things? Well, according to eyewitness testimony, he has a very noble air about himself. Does he come from a noble family somewhere? Most likely, yes. There are many nobles who are pushed out of their families and end up in Tirna, and because of their bloodline, they tend to have great power. Whatever it is, it's a good thing for us now, because if he saved Princess Orlia, that means he's one of us. Alberto jerked his jaw. But I'm worried. The military must have moved faster than we did. I wonder if he'll be able to hold out until then. So what are you going to do? Have you contacted the Tea Party? I already have. What do they say? They said they have nothing to do with this, unless it involves witches. Shit. Send in the guards. Call them, too. Who's the nearest enforcer? Alencia Hare. Alencia, yes, she's worthy of trust. Pass it on, and if the situation warrants it, I'll allow Okpatso to be freed. But won't that damage the city? It's war if we don't, and I'd rather blow up a few neighborhoods in moderation. I see. At that moment, a loud commotion was heard outside the door. What the hell, what's going on? Apparently, someone came to visit. Who would, at this hour? Just as Alberto was wondering, the door slammed open. At the same time, the secretary burst through the door and lunged at him. This is a high-security place. Naturally, there are guards all along the way. However, the opponent opened the door and entered. The secretary grabbed the fountain pen wedged between the file iron in his hand and swung it at his opponent's carotid artery. Stop. Before the sharp nib touched flesh, the secretary's movements froze in fear of Alberto's command. There was no stiffness in the pause, even as he lunged. It was as if it had all been a single motion. Whoa, I was wondering who the hell you were, and why you were here. Am I in a place I shouldn't be? Not that. Alberto started to say more, but then shook his head. The current visitor was a tricky one to deal with. One that not even he, who held a very high position in the city of Tirna, dared to mess with. I have some interesting news. No clothes, no hair, no skin. Everything is white. The only thing that wasn't white were his golden eyes. The beautiful woman, the very embodiment of beauty in human terms, smiled. I think I can help you with that, don't you? At that smile, Alberto felt like a prey in the presence of his natural enemy. All he could do was scream inside. Why the hell is this monster here? Asterisk. It's all over this place. Ozian, who had been moving silently with Princess Orlia, narrowed his eyes at the people milling about near the road. They were all over the place. He considered sprinting across the rooftops of the buildings as he had before, but he knew they weren't stupid, and they'd probably have all their main forces on the rooftops. That doesn't leave much room for disguise. Clothes are not available, and Ozian and Orlia have an aura that cannot be concealed. If escape is impossible, we must stall as long as possible. The military has done its work, but it is not the will of all of Tirna. There would be those who would move to stop the war. All Ozian had to do was keep Princess Orlia safe until that reinforcement arrived. In that case, I'd better get as far off the beaten path as possible. As he thought this, an eerie sensation made him turn his head. What is it? Princess Orlia asked, puzzled by Ozian's sudden halt. We're followed. Followed? What do you mean? Tracked. Besides, these aren't the usual ones. They're fewer in number, but that makes them dangerous. How the hell does he know that? Princess Orlia marveled at Ozian's uncannily sharp senses. None of the palace's guards, wizards, or captain of the guard had ever demonstrated such skill. Of course, if you asked him, Ozian had no answer. It was a kind of instinct, a hunch. Ozian couldn't quite put his finger on how he knew he'd been followed and found, but that wasn't what mattered now. It's moving? What? Ozian grabbed Princess Orlia's hand and pulled her along. Princess Orlia's face flushed red. Words like how dare he touch a royal's body didn't even cross her mind. All she could think was how large and warm this man's hand was. Perhaps it was because he was trying to protect her. Ozian and Orlia moved through the alleyways, turning again and again, but their pursuers were far better than they thought. There was someone waiting for them in a vacant lot in an undeveloped neighborhood. What? We found them first. It was a green-haired woman with piercing eyes and boyishly short hair. She was lean and toned, tall and fair. She was about eye level with the taller Ozian. She smiled as if she'd been waiting for him, and her teeth were as sharp as shark's teeth. Ozian glanced back. A woman had just entered the clearing. She was the polar opposite of the woman before her, sullen and brooding. She had blue curly hair and eyes that looked like the depths of the ocean, filled with dark circles. What are you doing? The woman with the green hair said. What are you doing? Eat it. I was afraid to finish the sentence. With both hands, the curly-haired woman lifted the hem of the puffy navy blue dress skirt she was wearing. Before I could ask what she was doing, poof, countless tentacles poured out like a dam had been opened. Underscore 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 underscore. I'm sorry, but I can't accept this request. That's what Friend Fitz heard as soon as he stopped by the fixer's office. Osborne Russell, an older gentleman with ash-colored hair, was one of the most veteran brokers in the business. He spoke in a calm, soothing tone, but his words were blunt, with no room for maneuvering. After a long moment of staring at the snowball, Friend Fitz took a deep breath and asked, Why? If you're asking because you think I don't know, it's even worse. Osborne said, adjusting his rimless glasses with his white-gloved hands. You're trying to hire us to solve the current case, the attempted assassination of Princess Orlia. Is that a problem? If you're short on funds, I'll give you more. Perhaps you underestimate our sources a bit too much. Is it because all the fixers you've already hired have failed? Friend Fitz fell silent at the stinging words. You knew the assassination of Princess Orlia was going to happen, but you kept it a secret and brought in the fixers on commission. That alone should be grounds for a fine, and yet here you are, soliciting referrals. Osborne Russell's eyes flashed. Gone was the gentlemanly old gentleman, replaced by the charisma of an old-school broker. Did you ever think our industry was so ridiculous? Friend Fitz broke out in a cold sweat. He'd be lying if he said he didn't see it as ridiculous, because he'd never thought of them as more than just a bunch of hired guns who swap out parts. We have eyes to see and ears to hear. If anything, we have to be more sensitive than anyone else to survive in a place like this. To quench his thirst, Russell lifted the wine glass in front of him and took a sip. Setting the glass down, he wiped his lips with a crisp white handkerchief before speaking. It's no secret that the military is involved in this, and that's bad enough, but what's worse is the men they've hired. Surprisingly, the military has hired criminals. The problem is, they're not the kind of criminals you'd find on the street. Alua's prison, you've heard of it. Tirna is a big city, with a lot of people and, of course, a lot of crime. The City of Freedom is a great name, but the shadows beneath that freedom are also deep and dark. If the average citizen is a threat with a gun, what happens when high-level mutants, sorcerers, and warlocks become criminals? Alua's prison was a prison built to hold only such special criminals. Each and every one of its inmates was a threat, but the military had brought them into this. The fixers you hired were also all killed by criminals from Alua's prison, except for one, of course. If there was one. You're pretending to know something you don't. There's a fixer who is currently saving Princess Orlia from an assassination threat. An image of Oshin flashed through Friend Fitz's mind. He bit his lip hard, but Osborne didn't seem to mind the reaction and spoke. Since he's staying, why not hope for the best? You think he's going to make it? The answer to that question, sir, is not one I dare to give, but there is a suitable replacement. The right person. Osborne didn't answer. Instead, a distant clatter of boots echoed in the distance. Turning, Frenfitz's face twisted as he recognized the man. Ronan Roland. A handsome man with blonde hair, piercing eyes, and an immaculate suit. Ronan Roland joined the table. Well, Mr. Frenfitz, you seem to be in a lot of trouble. Things aren't going well. Fists clenched. Frenfitz calmed his anger and spoke. Then you're the one who's in trouble. You don't know what's going on, do you? You're pampered fixer. How long do you think he'll last? You shouldn't worry too much. Mr. Ozian is a very capable man. We should be thinking about the aftermath. Aftermath? Didn't you hear the story? With those vicious criminals involved, it's only a matter of time before your fixer dies, too. If you don't send someone new right away. Want to bet? Frenfitz's jaw dropped at Ronan's words. I'm confident. If it's Mr. Ozian, I'm sure he'll pull this off. Didn't you hear me? Don't you realize that among those criminals right now are madmen who worship a heretical god? I am aware. The Slurring sisters, who worship some forgotten ancient god, are well known. That's not all. Marquis de Debussy will take it upon himself to nip the problem in the bud. The military will continue their search. Do you really think a single fixer can survive that? So I told you, let's make a wager, and I'll bet on Mr. Ozian succeeding. Are you stupid, or have you lost your head? Because if the fixer succeeds, it'll be a good thing for me. Ronan smirked and held out a piece of paper to Frenfitz. On the contrary, Mr. Frenfitz should be praying that we fail. Frenfitz's face hardened as he scanned the contents. You must think the fixer industry is ridiculous. You've been intentionally hiding the risks and throwing referrals in here and there. Even worse, the union is thinking of suing you over this. Don't worry. The brokers' union has a lot of money, and we're going to make an example out of you. What? What's that? So, to summarize what I'm saying, Ronan gave him a stern glare, is that whether this thing succeeds or fails, you're done. Asterisk. Tentacles spilling out. It was like the legs of a deformed octopus, with suckers running through it, their tips splitting and sprouting sharp spines. The sight of dozens of legs oozing mucus over slippery skin, oozing out from between the widths of the skirt, seemed far removed from reality. It's easy to be overwhelmed by a disgusting sight. Princess Orlia's complexion turned pale as she watched the countless octopus tentacles rush toward her like a torrent. At that moment, Ozian stepped forward and a pure white light surged from the tip of his drawn sword. A sword filled with stellar power swung sideways, tearing through space in a white blur. Anything in its path was torn apart and the countless octopus tentacles were no exception. How? It was Adela, the younger of the Slurring sisters, who was rather horrified by the sight. Beyond the ineffectiveness of her own attacks, the sight of the starlight bursting from the tip of Ozian's sword filled her with an unknown terror. You still have faith, don't you? At that moment, it was Croy, the older sister, who approached from behind. With a swift movement, she caught up to Ozian's back, clenched her right hand into a fist, and thrust it towards him. The top of her fist glowed green, and the head of a deep-sea anglerfish popped out, sinking its teeth into Ozian, but Croy's fist didn't quite reach him. Streaks of pure white light were now binding her body. What? Ozian's cloak of starlight split into several pieces, binding every part of Croy's body. Sensing that this was no ordinary energy, Croy didn't make a fist, but instead stomped her foot. Humph. Her solace hit the ground, and instead of a dull thud, the ground crackled like a surface, spreading out in concentric circles. The head of a giant green shark emerged from the solid ground, swallowing Ozian in a single bite, but Croy's smile hardened in an instant and she immediately threw herself backwards. Boom! A vertical, white flash of light sliced through the shark like firewood, splitting it in two. Amidst the shark's scattered remains, which cracked left and right, Ozian emerged, unharmed. Croy felt her heart sink at the sight. What the hell was that? She couldn't believe how calmly he had reacted to her sister's attack, and how unfazed she was by the sight of Adela. Normally, even a heart of steel would be mentally overwhelmed by the sight of countless bundles of tentacles, but Ozian's face had remained expressionless the entire time. What's up with his strength, and what's with that pure white light? Our powers are completely ineffective against it. Croy looked at her trembling fist and clicked her tongue. She didn't know what the light that Ozian used was, but she did know that it's very different from the power they use. It's not the same as a paladin's holy power. If holy power was bestowed upon someone, then that was pure power honed by a single individual. Sis, he's dangerous. Adela gripped her shoulders with both hands and shuddered while Croy's expression hardened gravely. The two of them had been strengthened by the ancient gods. The younger of the two, Adela, was the god's favorite and therefore the most gifted, and as such, she was able to read his will. The fact that Adela was so terrified meant that she had used her keen spirituality to determine the level of her opponent's strength. Ugh. Just looking at those black eyes staring at her right now, she couldn't read what he was thinking. Croy realized that her bald fists were damp with sweat. In truth, Ozian was finding the sisters Croy and Adela quite intriguing. That power. I thought they looked familiar, so that's it. There were beings in the game that wielded such power. An ancient god, a foreign entity from an unknown world, it is said to be something that is mind-boggling and hard to describe. It was an eventual boss created by the game company through homages and arrangements of famous elements in the subculture. It had nothing to do with the main story, it was just an event, a short story, but it had a lot of impact. The monsters in the game look horrifying, causing many players to swear profusely. The difficulty of the event was so high and the rewards so low that you wondered if it was meant to be beaten. The final boss of the event is an incarnation of an ancient god, and its difficulty is so extreme that it's often ranked among the worst bosses in the game. Ozian had taken on countless challenges to beat it, too. Ozian was overwhelmed with emotion as he realized that even in a completely different world, the elements of the game he loved and enjoyed so much had survived. The two sisters shuddered at the realization. Big sister, is that? Yeah, that guy, Croy said, swallowing hard. He's having fun right now. He was not amazed at their power in the service of an ancient god, but was enjoying it. Sister, let's run. This is a losing battle. If we run away, we'll just stay in that cold prison. This is our chance to live free. But not like this. We've fought this whole time just to live a normal life. We can't walk away from this, Adela, please. All right, if that's what you want. Adela nodded and hardened her heart at Croy's words. They were serving a heretical god, but not because they wanted to. Humans have no right to choose their gods. The gods choose the humans they like. In that sense, the fate of the two sisters, chosen by the Ancient One, would be irrevocably twisted from that moment on. So the sisters made a decision the moment they gained this power. They decided to survive and live happily ever after, but to do that, they had to defeat the man in front of them. Adela closed her eyes and concentrated. Come. At that moment, she heard the sound of something beating. Adela's eyes snapped open, her body arched like a bow, her eyes rolled back in her head, and she shook like an epileptic. Princess Orlia swallowed hard as she watched. It's coming. Something is coming. Above Adela's head a popping sound was heard and a tiny crack in space appeared. A tiny tentacle shot out of the crack, and in an instant, it grew in size, transforming into something massive. At the center of it all was a large, darting eye. Around that eye, the flesh twisted and bunched together like a web, forming the overall shape of a giant starfish. The flesh of an ancient god had descended. The air around them sank heavily as the incarnation appeared. Breathing became difficult and chills ran down the skin, as if one had fallen into the depths of a cold ocean. The incarnation's eyes fluttered open as it stared at Ozian with rolling eyes. And then it saw him. His pupils shrank to tiny size, as if in shock. Underscore 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 underscore. What's going on? Croy was puzzled by the strange behavior of the fleshy creature. The eyeballed mass of flesh was a creature whose power matched its terrifying appearance, an incarnation of an ancient god. Though it brought only a fraction of its original flesh with it, it possessed the power of an ancient god. Its mere presence here was enough to exhaust even the most sensitive Adela and cause him to suffer long-lasting repercussions. She called out with such great intent, but what is this reaction? Through the writhing mass of tentacles and flesh, its large eyes darted about, lost and confused. Normally, a cocky stare at his foe should have been enough to strike fear into his opponent, but instead, he was the one who was terrified, and Ozian's face was somber. Why does he have such a relaxed expression? Normally, humans should be terrified when faced with an incarnation, but Ozian was so relaxed that his eyes were even shining. On the contrary, it was avoiding his gaze. How does it recognize me? The reaction of the incarnate body convinced Ozian. It recognized him. Come to think of it, when I finished the 99th time, I cleared the area quest thinking it was the last time. At first, it was difficult to fight the incarnations, but by the time I reached the 99th time, there was nothing to worry about. The incarnation's health was quite high, but its increased attack, damage, and control overwhelmed everything else. Ozian's new record for the fastest no-hit kill was set in episode 99. He literally didn't take a single hit against the incarnation, and did it faster than any other player. Naturally, the incarnation he fought is the same one he sees in front of him now. It was the one with the memories of the 99th time Ozian had played. Purr. It was an embarrassing thing for the incarnation, but even though it was a long time ago, he clearly remembered it. Even if it wasn't its body, but a part of its power, how could it forget when it had been beaten like a dog? It was the first time an ancient god, who had treated humans as less than insects, felt fear for their existence. But why is he here? Purr. The bundle of tentacles twitched like a withered tree. Its large, terrified eyes were saying, "Why is that monster here?" If it was just a mere appearance, it wouldn't matter. But the moment it saw Ozian, it could tell by the power within him. It was the man who had disgraced him. A knight who was both human and transcendent, emitting celestial power from his sword? In response to Ozian's puzzled reaction, the incarnation shuddered violently as if he was suffering from epilepsy, before shrinking into a single point and disappearing. Croy could only stare at the scene in disbelief. An incarnation, fleeing in fear, from a human. It was unbelievable to see. Adela, the younger sister who had expended a great deal of energy to summon the incarnation, raised her bowed head. Sister. Adela. What the hell is going on? Why did your incarnation suddenly? It showed tremendous emotional agitation. Adela shuddered in fear as she wrapped her arms around herself, perhaps picking up on the emotions the incarnation felt. I must never fight him. Adela, you seem to be in better shape than you were before, even though you summoned an incarnation. Adela wondered if she realized her situation. The voice of the Ancient One always gave her a nervous breakdown. It was the reason she stuttered. In severe cases, she would hallucinate, and her tentacles would grow out of control. She was labeled as high risk, even though she had no malicious intentions, and was sent to prison, but right now, Adela was fine. Her head was clear and she didn't stutter. Even her tentacles, which usually fluttered around the outside of her body, were unusually quiet today. After touching every inch of her body, Adela burst into tears. No, Croy, I am perfectly fine now. Adela. Croy wrapped her arms around her sister and hugged her tightly. She had always been tormented by the power of the ancient gods. Excessive sensitivity and talent brought Adela pain along with power. She had the qualities that would have made her a saint if she believed in any other god, but because of the Ancient One, she was branded as dangerous in Tirna. She tried to comfort Adela, telling her he would be fine, but she knew more than anyone else that she could not be, not with the power of the Ancient One. Adela. Sis. The sisters burst into tears and hugged each other. What has happened to them? Princess Orlia's expression was especially harrowing. The sisters were followers of an ancient god who had come for her life. They had cornered Ozian with horrific spells that made her skin crawl, and as a last resort, they had summoned an incarnation, a piece of the god's flesh. That's when Orlia thought it was over. No matter how powerful Ozian was, he was only human, and he couldn't do anything about it. He had saved her life, and she had been tortured by the thought of not being able to repay him, until just now. The fleshy creature that made her dizzy and nauseous at the mere sight of it turned and fled with its tail between its legs. She couldn't believe her eyes. She tried to think about it, but it didn't make sense. What the hell is that guy? Sisters Croy and Adela, who realized it later, also looked at Ozian with fear in their eyes. What is he? I don't see any emotion in his face. In fact, I think he's offended. Ozian was inwardly disappointed at the ambiguity of the situation. It's a shame. I would have liked to fight him again. The moment he saw the incarnation, he remembered playing the game intensely. It wasn't just a 3D graphic blob on a computer monitor, but a real-life incarnation. The realistic grossness of it all made him feel a little overwhelmed, but the knight's physical body lightly suppressed that minor emotional stirring. What remained was intense curiosity. Hundreds of years later, in a world that had changed completely, he found himself face to face with a creature that had remained the same. Does he still have the same power? What about his attack patterns? Will they be more varied now that he's real, beyond the limits of the game system? Or maybe he'll use techniques I've never seen before. As a gamer, and as a fan of one of my favorite things in the world, it was hard not to want to find out. And yet, the incarnation walked away as he recognized me. The obvious embarrassment in its demeanor convinced Ozian that it was indeed the incarnation of the ancient god he knew. Ozian's gaze shifted to Croy and sister Adela. Heek. The two sisters hugged each other even tighter. Ozian stared at them wordlessly, his intense gaze causing Croy to break out in a cold sweat and Adela to roll her eyes and almost break down. Can you call him again? Ozian's question was enough to frighten the sisters even more. Instead of being relieved that the horrible creature was gone, she asked if she could summon him again. It was clear at once that the question was not asked out of any anxiety about the possibility of summoning it again, but out of genuine regret, the sisters thought. They were about to argue with a truly absurd human. That's it. Ozian jerked her head and stepped closer to Orlia. The tension that had been building to a boiling point ebbed and flowed, and then Croy turned to Oshin. You're not going to kill us. Ozian stopped in his tracks and turned his head slightly to answer. Yes. Why? We were targeting you. Because I couldn't sense any intent to kill in the attack. Croy and Adela hadn't intended to kill Oshin from the beginning. The technique they used was ugly, and their intentions were more about incapacitating their opponent. If they had intended to kill him, he would have reacted the same way, but since they didn't, they were granted a single act of mercy. Beyond that, Ozian was reluctant to touch them. The reason is a simple hunch. But he knew that this hunch was not to be taken lightly, so he decided to go along with it. After all, it's been a long time since I've been entertained, so consider it a reward. A flesh and blood incarnation of an ancient god is hardly a pleasant sight. Sisters Croy and Adela are relieved to have survived. Even though they've failed this mission and will likely end up in prison once again, they've got their lives to live. Adela's condition had improved thanks to the Ancient One's retreat, so Croy had little to complain about. She would never give up for the freedom that would one day come. No. What if I do that? Poof. A sharp metal spear flew out of nowhere and pierced Croy's back. Quack. Sis. Adela gasped and looked at Croy's condition. Fortunately, the spear missed Croy's vital spots and only pierced her wing joint, but it was thrown with such force that the blade was embedded in the ground like a stake. Ugh, what the hell? Adela was in the path of the original spear. In that split second, Croy had flung himself to save her sister. KK. Croy grabbed the spearhead with her hands and tried to pull it out, but it didn't come out easily. The polyarm was filled with magic and was pushing back against her strength. You bastard, you ambush me. Croy's bloodshot eyes turned toward the back. A man stood there. Muscles bulging through his ragged clothes, bleached yellow hair cut short and a large scar that cut an X across his face. The man, who looked like a live bear, bared his sharp teeth and laughed. Ha ha ha. Croy, what are you doing? You look like a squid with a harpoon. Bola. You asshole. The man called Bola looked at Croy's writhing in pain, his eyes filled with amusement. MMPH. That's right. Keep the bitch on the floor like that, it suits her. Infighting? Since when are we co-workers? Wasn't it our sole purpose to capture or kill that princess bitch in the first place? Bola's gaze shifted to Orlia. From there, we're competitors. Those fierce eyes narrowed, casting a ferocious glow. Bola moistened his lips with his tongue. This is a rare prize, and since I'm going to kill it anyway, I might as well play with it before, right? With that, Bola strode on, but stopped in his tracks. Ozian stood in his way. What are you? Ashen was quite tall, but Bola, who was over 6 feet tall, looked down on him. Ah, so you're the fixer, the one who comes out at a time like this? You must have some pride. Bola muttered that with a grin, then his face twisted into a grimace and he extended his arm toward Ozian. Then I will kill you as you wish. An arm swung with enough power to tear a man alive, but not before it touched Ashen's head. Kwang? Ozian grabbed Bola's face with his hand and slammed him face first to the ground. You talk too much. Underscore 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 underscore. Thud. Bola's head smashed into the hard ground, sinking deep. The ground cracked like a spider's web around his head. The sight of such a large man, with muscles that could be overwhelming, lying on the ground in a handstand seemed alien. Sisters Croy and Adela, who had been about to warn Ozian of the danger, widened their eyes at the sight before them. Only Orlia shook her head, saying, at least this is understandable. Bola, in a single blow. Despite the difference in weight, Bola was a powerful, melee-oriented monster, as his appearance suggested. The fact that he caught him off guard and slammed his head into the ground in the blink of an eye showed that Ozian's physical prowess was no less than Bola's. For someone who talks a lot, you sure are pretty bland. Releasing his hand from his face, Ozian brushed his wrist and muttered something about it being no big deal. If it came down to it, the Croy and Adela sisters were the more difficult to deal with. Just when he thought it's over, Croy, still pinned to the spear, shouts, "Look out, he's not down yet." No sooner had Croy finished speaking than Bola, lying upside down on the ground, moved. He planted his legs firmly on the ground, and with a strong push from the waist, he pulled his head right off. I must have misunderstood. That blow just now was quite spicy. Fixer. Bola stroked his chin with his hand, a fierce hostility shining in his eyes. Even though I let my guard down, I can't remember the last time I took a hit so easily. It's not much of a reward, but from now on, I'll tear you apart with all my strength. Bola roughly threw the coat of his suit off of his body and began to strain his entire body. Croy watched, biting her lip hard. Bola is a rare killer and mass murderer who has torn more than 100 people alive. His history of slaughtering small, rural villages on the outskirts of the countryside was serious enough to make front-page news at the time. According to testimonies, men, women, and children were all killed, and the scene was filled with blood and corpses. The crime was quickly exposed, and Bola went on a killing spree before being captured. Before he was locked up in Ulua's prison, a journalist asked him, "Why did you kill all those people in the countryside? What kind of grudge did you have against them?" Bola's response has become quite famous. "A grudge? There is no such thing. The first time they saw me, they smiled and handed me soup. That's just the reason." He killed everyone who approached him warmly with a smile, just because they annoyed him, even though they weren't even hostile towards him. Bola was such a man. But the fact that he was still alive and not executed was because his value was so high. Behold. Bola's body grew larger and larger. Brown fur grew on his already massive body, his snout lengthened, and razor-sharp claws grew on his majestic hands. Ashen's head slowly tilted upward as he stared at Bola. Bola, now a giant bear, bared his sharp teeth. Beastman. Bola's appearance resembled the beast transformation used by the Beastmen, but Ozian quickly realized it wasn't. The beast transformation didn't make them many times their size. The beastification of the Beastmen he'd seen in the game didn't change their body shape much, being half human and half beast. Are you a mutant? Ho, you've got quite the sharp eye, don't you? Bola was a human, not a beastman, but a mutant. His powers as a mutant literally allowed him to beastify like an ape. His size increases, his strength, stamina, and muscular endurance all skyrocket, and his thick hide allows him to deflect bullets with ease. And this. A bluish aura formed on Bola's hands. Ozian watched carefully, wondering if that was another of Bola's mutant abilities. What the hell are you doing? Dodge. Croy shouted as he saw Bola swing his arm. Ozian tried to parry the attack, but the eerie sensation of electricity on his skin caused him to kick the ground and pull back. Bola's arm sliced through the air, the hard ground cracking with a loud thud in its path. Bola's nails hadn't even touched it, but pure wind pressure alone had made the mark. A blue aura lingered like an afterimage in the wake of the swinging hand. Ozian looked back at Croy and asked with a glare, "What the hell was that?" Bola may be a mutant, but he's also a mana user? Melee combat with him is dangerous. A mana user? Ozian thought for a moment, then realized it was one of the things he'd learned in his recent work. Mana user. They didn't exist in the original game. The only classes that use mana in the game are mages and warlocks. Most playable characters had a blue MP gauge, but it didn't all boil down to mana. For paladins and priests, it could be holy power, and for barbarian warriors, it could be ancestral power or cold power. The same was true for the wandering knight, Ozian. A knight's power is called aura, and Ozian's was the deepest and purest of the auras, the power of the stars. The idea that other classes, at least outside of wizards and warlocks, manipulated mana didn't exist in the game. I suppose it's because the world has changed, and there are new people who wield mana. Bola swung his arm again. This time, a downward slash from above. Ozian quickly ducked to the side to avoid the blow. The ground cracked with a thud as Bola's bare paw struck. In the olden days, a man who could manipulate mana would have been accepted into a mage's apprenticeship because he had the qualities to become a mage. But in this age, the number of mana manipulators has increased. Gone are the days when manipulating mana meant the same thing as being a mage. To be a wizard in this era, you had to have a deep knowledge and understanding of advanced magic, as well as great memorization and brains. A talent for manifesting magic was a given. What if you had access to mana, but didn't know how to use it? That's what we now call a mana user. Even without magic, the pure power of mana itself made them stronger than the average person. Physical enhancement, increased strength, maximized reaction speed and agility, and other effects. Ozian realized that it was similar to the aura that the knights used. Of course, it was a different power. Aura was far more pure and destructive than this shell of a power. You're dodging like a loach. Bola swung his arm repeatedly at Ozian, and Ozian concentrated on dodging. His grip, which could tear through steel, pressed against a wide space, making it difficult to get close. The pressure of his massive bulk and fearsome bear-like appearance also played a part. As Ozian continued to back away from Bola's attacks, he found himself backed up against a wall. There's nowhere to run anymore. Bola swung his forepaws at Ozian, exulting in the knowledge that he had finally cornered his prey. First, I'll cut off that one arm of yours that held my head. The blue mana-soaked forepaw was about to touch Ozian's arm. A flash, starlight descended on the ground. A flash of powerful heat surged up, and an arm was severed, spinning in midair. Thud. Kicking up a cloud of dust, it was Bola's left arm, covered in a thick coat of brown fur, that fell to the ground. Chaos. Bola's scream echoed across the clearing, echoing in all directions. Red blood trickled down the severed section under his forearm. What the hell did you just do? Bola hadn't been surprised when he'd been thrown to the ground. He'd let his guard down, but not when his left hand was blown off. He had used his mutant ability, beastification, and had energized both hands. With this magic and his power as a mutant, he was able to block even the magic of a 3-star mage. However, the starlight emanating from Ozian's sword was completely different. What is that power? How can it penetrate my magic without resistance? The starlight sword that Ozian wielded sliced through a combination of Bola's magic, thick leather, bristling fur, tough muscles, and bones as hard as steel, without resistance. Qua. Bola rolled his eyes and swung his right arm, which was still intact. Ozian watched, then swung his starlight sword just in time for the arm to reach him. Boom! A blur of white and pale blue flame sliced through the air. Bola's right arm was sliced off, this time from the shoulder down, and he fell to the ground. Oh my god. Croy, who had managed to pull the spear out, stared at the sight as she tended to the wound. Against Bola, a monster that was both a mana user and a mutant, Ozian was not only in advantage but was overwhelming him. I'm supposed to fight that thing and capture it alive. Realizing how ridiculous her opponent was, Croy was grateful to be alive. Ouch. Bola, whose arms had been chopped off, stumbled backwards like a coward, unbefitting his massive size. Ozian walked slowly toward him. His shuffling steps were defenseless, but the starlight glowing from the sword in his right hand was something else entirely. Bola continued to stumble backwards, but this time, he ran into the opposite direction and slammed his back against the wall. Ugh. Bola shuddered in fear, her mouth gaping open just in time for Ozian to close in on him. A bluish glow of magic formed inside the bear's maw, filled with sharp teeth. Die. The shout was accompanied by an energized roar. If hit at close range, it had the power to crush even an armored man on the spot, but it'll be nice to have your head on a stick. The starlight sword sliced across Bola's throat, cutting the magic roar in half. Bola's eyes glazed over and unclenched, and his head snapped off with a snarl and clattered to the floor. The bear's headless body fell to the floor with a thud. All that remained was the human body of Bola. After disposing of Bola, Ozian turned to leave, taking Orlia with him. At that moment, Ozian's instincts pierced and rang, setting off alarm bells. Whem! A pure white cloak unfurled from his back and wrapped around him like a cocoon. It was then that a light flashed from the rooftop of a nearby building. Swoosh! With a brilliant flash, lightning struck from the dry sky. A storm of electrical charge struck the nebula silk. The lightning didn't strike not once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The lightning crisscrossing the atmosphere seemed unwilling to stop until it had completely destroyed the pure white egg. Princess Orlia's eyes widened. There were few people she could remember who could wield that much lightning magic. Oh, no. Princess, what the hell are you doing in a place like this? The last person Princess Orlia wanted to see stepped out of the alleyway. Marquis de Debussy, tweaking his mustache at the wizard's side, grinned wickedly at her. It would be a national loss if you were to flee to such a filthy and dangerous place. Marquis de Debussy. Orlia called his name in a trembling voice. Debussy no longer wore the mask of pretense around her. You should have left when I tried to let you go without pain. How many people around you have to die so you can live? If your miserable life gave you the chance to serve your country, you should have died with a smile on your face. Scorn and mockery flashed in Marquis de Debussy's eyes as he glared at Princess Orlia. Didn't your nanny teach you to do that before she died? Orlia's eyes widened. Even though she was last in line to the throne and had no supporters around her, there was one person she trusted, her nanny, who had cared for her since childhood, but her nanny was decapitated at the guillotine. She was accused of attempting to poison Princess Orlia she served. It was a lie, of course. No nanny who cared about Orlia would do such a thing. What, you didn't know that already? Ha ha ha. Well, at least you found out something good before you die. Consider it a gift. Orlia bit her lip. More than Marquis de Debussy's mockery, she felt miserable that she couldn't even get angry at his words. If it weren't for her, would the nanny have survived? It wasn't just the nanny. Ozian, who had taken up the sword to save her life, would not have died either. Because of her. Because she tried to stay alive for nothing. I should have died. Tears rolled down both of Orlia's cheeks. Seeing her completely broken, Debussy turned to the mage. What are you doing? Why don't you finish her? The wizard continued to bombard Ozian with lightning. He was surprised to see him still using magic, as if he was playing with it. Hey, what are you doing? Marquis de Debussy finally realized that the mage's face was covered in cold sweat, as if his target wasn't still dead. Rather, it was as if he was becoming impatient, as if his own magical powers were dwindling, albeit slowly. What? Marquis de Debussy's gaze fell on the pure white cocoon wrapped around Ozian's body. The lightning had stopped. The wizard gasped, drew a blue potion from a pouch at his waist, and tried to drink it. At that moment, the threads of the white cocoon unraveled, revealing Ozian inside. Humph. It was broad daylight, but the poorly lit alleyway was bathed in white light. Clad in a full body armor of white flames, it was a knight from a fairy tale, a knight of the stars who appears in a princess's hour of need and saves her. A knight of the stars. Beneath his helmet, which completely covered his face, Ozian's eyes shone with a clear light. Starlight armor. Full armor. Are you the last one? No, I guess that's beside the point. The inner glow of his helmet burned brightly. I'll finish you all. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian's footsteps were the only sound in the silence. He was not the kind of knight who is usually knighted by a royal family and given a ceremonial sword, but an orthodox knight of old. His full armor and helmet were sleek and pure white, with a blue glow from within. A pure white cloak that fluttered down his shoulders, its inner lining seemingly cut out of the Milky Way in the night sky. The silver longsword in his hand glowed with a faint white flame. The sight overwhelmed everyone watching. Marquis de Debussy, who was about to kill Princess Orlia, the wizard who had unleashed his magic, the sisters, who were shivering, and the criminals who watched Bola's death from afar. With a clatter of iron, Ozian stood at Orlia's side. Orlia stared at him as if mesmerized, then chewed her lip and bowed her head. That's enough. I realize your power is great. But if this is the end, there will be many more. Even you won't be able to hold them off. Orlia thought. Why were people dying around her? It was her own fault. She shouldn't be alive. She shouldn't have been in a relationship with anyone. No, she shouldn't have been born in the first place. In my short time with you, I was able to fulfill my life. I have been given a great gift in a destiny that was never meant to be mine, so it is time to say goodbye. Orlia's voice cracked with sobs. If I do any more, I'll just want to live again. When she lives, everyone around her dies. No one wants to die, but this was worse than dying. The last thing that flashed through her mind was the image of her nanny smiling at her, telling her not to worry. Ozian looked down at her, then at the sword in his right hand. In that moment, when his senses had been pushed to the limit and his mind had been sharpened to the extreme, Ozian thought of the possibility of opening a door. We can live. What does that mean? Orlia snapped her head up. Her disbelieving eyes flicked to Ozian's helm, trying to gauge the meaning of his words, whether he meant them or simply spoke them without thinking. You don't like the idea of other people dying because of you, and the way you act like it's your fault is rather puzzling. Ozian asked, genuinely confused. Why is it your fault? Isn't it the fault of the people who killed them? Inside the nebula silk, Ozian heard the entire conversation outside. His acute hearing picked up Marquis de Debussy's words clearly even with the thunder falling from above. From this, Ozian had a rough idea of what had happened to Orlia and her current condition. Or are you afraid of what's to come after you survive here? Orlia pursed her lips at the direct question. The truth was, she was afraid. Even if she did survive this place, what awaited her would be an even harsher royal environment. For that matter, she might as well have died here. You're not even angry. Even if I am, there is nothing I can do. But choosing death? Do you think the people who died for you would want that? I don't know, since I've never met them, but that's at least what they would have told you. Ozian's next words were enough to make Orlia's shoulders slump. To stay alive. My princess. Please survive. The nanny's rough, warm touch suddenly tingled against her skin as she squeezed her hand, smiling with compassion. No matter what happens, no matter how hard it is, you must live. Ozian raised his sword and stared straight ahead. Marquis de Debussy, now awake, was shouting at the people around him. And you, how do you know that? I saw it. Ozian took Princess Orlia to safety, watching her every move. Outwardly, she had accepted death, but she was afraid of it and deep down, she had a desire to live. Ozian understood how many people had died before her, to save Princess Orlia. How many lives had been forced upon her. So she must want to live, even if she denies it. A face that pretends not to be, but dreams of hope in order to live. In the distance, he could see the wizard working his magic. Marquis de Debussy's men each drew their guns and pointed them in this direction. It was a combination of mages and gunmen. Against it stood a single knight with armor and a sword. Outgunned, outnumbered, and outclassed, the fight was never going to fare in the first place, and yet Ozian didn't think he could lose. I'll show them. Ozian gripped his sword and lowered his stance. In the slow passage of time, Marquis de Debussy's mouth said something. The shape of his mouth seemed to say, shoot, as the trigger was pulled and the muzzle spewed fire. The bullet was pointed at Ozian and Orlia. Ozian saw it and kicked the ground as his body was shot straight ahead like a cannonball. He couldn't dodge or move out of the way since behind him was Princess Orlia. If he dodged the bullets here, she would be the one to die. Starlight armor. Ozian chose to believe in this white armor, forged by the power of the stars. It's not a common firearm, but a specially modified weapon used by the military, and its power is extraordinary. However, the flying bullets appear in slow motion. Ozian didn't stop or try to dodge when he saw it. He chose to charge. The moment the bullets hit the armor, thing, the bullets shattered or ricocheted off the armor's strange strength and clattered to the ground. As if to prove that the armor was impervious to external pressure, it remained unharmed by the flying bullets. In fact, it shone even brighter. What the hell are you doing? Keep firing. Marquis de Debussy shouted at the top of his lungs. The muzzles of the guns spewed fire non-stop, pounding like a shower against Ozian's armor, but Ozian did not stop. On the contrary, he closed the distance with the momentum of a bull, and that's when the wizards activated the magic they had prepared. Flash! A dazzling light exploded along with the magic power in the air, and a powerful bolt of electricity shot straight at him. Ozian raised his starlight sword as he ran and slashed down at the lightning. The moment the blue current met the pure white flames, they dissolved and scattered like salt dissolving in water. It was as if the magic that had just occurred was a mirage. Only the residual current, a thread-like worm wriggling in the air, told him that the magic he had just seen was real and not a dream. How do you destroy magic with a sword? The expressions of the mage who had performed the magic and the surrounding assistant mages were stunned. Ozian didn't answer the question. There was only one thing he had to do now, to keep going, to not give up, no matter what. That was the path Ozian had walked until now. It was the virtue of a knight. At last, Ozian was close enough to crash into the enemy line. At the front, infantrymen with large shields stood in his way, but they could not stop his charge in full armor. The flapping cloak on his back spread out like wings, forming a pure white ring. With a crackling sound, the ring of annihilation gave him a tremendous boost that propelled him. Quasi-Isaac? The shields were shattered by the brilliant armor. Ozian was like a tank. The soldiers in the front row were swept away like leaves in a gust of wind, splattered with rainwater and scattered everywhere, but Ozian was undeterred. Mana protection. Defensive magic unfolded. The combined defensive magic of the mages was so strong that even the dead Bola could not penetrate it. However, Ozian ran atop the defenses and slammed his shoulder into them. The mages were about to laugh at him when they saw that. Tisk! The defensive magic rumbled loudly, kicking up dust all around. The wizards felt the shock reverberate through their bodies, shaking them to the core. But at least it stopped, they thought complacently, only to see the barrier crack immediately afterward. Tisk pow! It shattered and scattered like glass. Using his bare body to break our magic circle. This is magically impossible. If you collide with a magic circle in such an ignorant way, it's only natural that you'd end up covered in blood. But the reality in front of them was the opposite. It was the magic circle that was shattered, and Ozian still hadn't stopped. A blue-eye glow emanated from the black slits inside the white helmet that covered his face. Seeing this, the mages felt a chill run down their spines. They should have come up with another plan here, but Ozian's performance was too overwhelming to think about one. It was like a rhinoceros charging through a flock of frightened sheep. Every time he took a step, the soles of his feet left deep tracks in the ground, crunching gold. Mages fell in a spray of blood as they were swept away by his charge. Orlia couldn't help but stare at the overwhelming and majestic sight. A knight straight out of a fairy tale, galloping alone through the enemy lines, unbowed, unstoppable, and finally, successful in breaking through. That's the knight. Orlia couldn't help but feel what knights were. They are the ones who break through. They are the ones who move forward. They are those who carve their own paths and shape the future. At this moment, the embers of an extinguished fire deep in Princess Orlia's heart were ignited by the starlight. Boom! Finally, the situation was quickly cleared up when the wizards directly under Marquis de Debussy collapsed. Ozian looked around at the people who had fallen. Only Marquis de Debussy was nowhere to be seen, since as soon as he saw Ozian charging at him, he fled. It wasn't that he hadn't realized the timing was dangerous, he simply ran away because he was afraid of Ozian's appearance. Ozian thought about chasing after Marquis de Debussy, but decided against it. He couldn't leave Orlia, the one he was escorting, here. Gaze. Ozian felt eyes watching him from afar. An uncomfortable sensation schemed over his skin. There was an impurity in the gaze, as if it were trying to gauge his level, and a faint hint of malevolence. It had to be a criminal from Olua's prison, like Croy, Adela, and Bola, but they didn't make the foolish mistake of lunging at Ozian. Probably because they know Bola died at my hands. Add to that the fact that he'd just smashed an entire army of mages with his bare hands while wearing starlight armor. Only a fool would come to fight him. But that won't stop them. The vicious criminals released by the army were given a judicial bargain: kill Princess Orlia. Failure to do so would send them back to that harsh prison once more, and they'd do anything to get to her. With that in mind, I'd rather get rid of that disturbing element right now. Ozian stared at the place where several vicious criminals were, then quickly turned his head. Asterisk. Did he see us? Yep. He's given up on us. A lanky, brooding man in his mid-50s and a man in his mid-30s with a multi-purpose mechanical arm strapped to his back removed his binoculars. I don't know how he saw us in the first place, given the distance. Even if he didn't, he took down Bola, so it can't hurt to be wary. I honestly don't want to fight a guy like that. It was practically suicide to fight the man who had cut Bola down with a single blade. But they couldn't run away either, because their bodies had already been implanted with location trackers, so they couldn't escape the military's gaze wherever they went. Of course, that means we just have to somehow remove the trackers from our bodies. For a moment, he thought he'd pretend to target Princess Orlia, but then I felt an eerie sensation behind him. They turned around to find two women standing behind them. When, among them, a middle-aged man in his 50s recognized the other person and narrowed his eyes. Alencia Hare, a woman who bore the title of Enforcer, the highest-ranking officer in Tyrna's army. He couldn't help but recognize her. It was because of her that he had been captured by Oluas. But he couldn't be angry with her, for she was now fully armed, especially the gaiters on her legs. Those black, metallic boots that came up to her thighs were her special armor, the arc parts, but there was someone even more alarming than Alencia. Her skin, hair, and clothing were all white. She was so beautiful that she was almost alien. Even stranger, the white woman wasn't looking at them right now. Where? Her gaze was directed far away, in the distance, where Ocean was. It was then that the woman in white spoke. I have found him, my one. Her eyes widened in ecstasy. Underscore 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 underscore. Alencia Hare looked at the flushed-cheeked white woman with a complicated expression. She's an assistant that the boss sent, but she's unidentified and I don't know what she can do. The fact was that he didn't trust her as an enforcer, so he sent a companion, but she didn't have any complaints. However, if she had to pinpoint a complaint, it would be the attitude of this white woman. Does she trust me to protect her, or does she have confidence in her abilities? If she had to guess, she'd say it was the latter. That strange, unidentifiable feeling she'd gotten from the first time she'd laid eyes on her hadn't stopped tingling her senses. Like Alencia, the criminals recognized the white woman's extraordinary appearance. One in particular, a middle-aged man, felt an unexplainable chill at the sight of the white woman and a sense of urgency to flee the scene. Alencia Hare is dangerous, but that white woman is even more dangerous. The good news is that the white woman is not looking at them, the criminals, right now. Her ecstatic eyes were fixed as if nailed to the scene beyond, where a fight had just broken out. Alas, I never thought I'd see you again, but I'm so glad I came here just in case. The white woman looked as if she might jump for joy at any moment, but then she shook her head as she regained her composure. I'd love to see him, but it would only be an embarrassment to him if I came in such an immature state. After muttering those last words, the white woman's gaze finally settled on the two criminals. Pfft! A black poisonous mist burst into the air. The black magic unleashed by the grim-looking man was a rank 3 black magic, Breath of Corruption. The mid-30s mechanic, who saw the black fog swirling around him, leapt into action. The blades of the mechanical arm on his back spread out and turned into a propeller. Boom! The blades spun rapidly, creating a gust of wind. Black poisonous mist rushed toward the white woman and Alencia Hare in waves. Dodge! Alencia Hare warned and stepped back, but the white woman remained where she was. Alencia looked at her, wondering what she was doing. I suppose I'll just have to get rid of the bugs around here with my own hands. Muttering softly, the white woman reached out toward the poisonous mist. A pure white energy emanated from her hand and shot toward the poison fog. It was so small and delicate looking, but the poison mist was too frightened to touch it, and it turned into a white light and dissipated into powder. The two criminals, trying to escape, stared in amazement at the sight. The white energy coiled like a snake out of thin air and split into two, each aiming for one of the criminals. You think you'll get away with it? They leapt to their defenses, as if to prove that they hadn't been imprisoned in the Oluas prison for nothing. Purple armor covered the warlock's body as he summoned black magic. It was poison armor, one of the most difficult of the black magic schools. The mechanical armored man was no different as another mechanical arm protruded from a pack on his back. Sharp blades protruded from the tips of the arms, stabbing into the pure white aura, but the two criminals collapsed with their eyes rolling back. Alencia Hare rushed over to them, assessing their condition. Dead. For a moment, she didn't understand what had happened. The two criminals had used their skills to resist the white woman, and then the white aura touched their bodies, ignoring their resistance like a phantom. And they're dead? Unharmed like this? The criminals collapsed, unable to resist. The white woman, the one who had actually done the deed, paid them no attention, as if she had just cleared away a stone. Was it necessary to kill? Alencia asked, looking at the white woman. If she had the ability to kill him instantly, it shouldn't have been a problem to subdue him. However, the fact that she killed them as if it was a bother made her doubt the white woman's humanity. The white woman reacted in surprise, as if she hadn't expected Alencia to say such a thing to her. What's wrong with you? You were supposed to kill them anyway. You said they were criminals. Even if they are criminals, the first step is to capture them. If they're in a prison they can't escape, it means they've made a deal with someone. Capturing them and interrogating them was the best option, if only to find out what was going on behind the scenes. At that, the white woman looked at Alencia with golden eyes of interest. I see. You're right. But why? Because I know who it is without having to interrogate them. It's the military that meddled in this, isn't it? Even the military is a broad brush, and not all of them are accomplices. Well, if you poke at the military, they'll figure out who to punish internally, and we don't care who exactly did what. If the military was involved, they wouldn't have gotten away with it anyway, because the military would have planted a bomb in their bodies. I'll trust any criminal to do their job, but not those two. They've already disarmed the bombs. Alencia's eyes widened. Is that true? I think it was that mechanic over there, and it's far better to kill them as soon as we find them than to let them run amok like this, though my reasons are more personal. As she spoke, the white woman's cheeks flushed once more, and she stared off into space. It was then that Alencia realized who the white woman was looking at. Ozian, the fixer. The white woman continued to stare at Ashen in rapture. Alencia didn't understand why someone who was so hostile to her would be so favorable to Ashen. He hasn't been like this since the first time we met, but I wonder if he has something to hide. Alencia decided to put the question to rest for now. First things first, she had to capture the escaped convicts. Asterisk. Ozian didn't react much to the distant gaze. The emotion in the gaze itself was more subtle. I don't know who they are, but they don't seem to have anything against me, so it's probably best to ignore them. If anything, it was a potential ally given the way they took care of the other miscreants who tried to target him. Ozian decided to tune them out. New enemies could come at any moment, and for now, it was best to get Orlia out of here. Thank you, Croy, the eldest sister, thanked Ozian. If it weren't for you, we would have been killed by that damned bola. I wasn't really trying to help you. I know, but you still helped, and I'll make sure to repay this debt later. You were captured, weren't you? Ashen asked, and Croy nodded, showing him something in her hand. It was a small bomb, covered in blood. A bomb planted in our bodies. Not just us, but all of them. So they're insuring themselves against the danger of letting you go. True, but not me and Adela. We can take out anything, even something like this. Adela turned her head away, as if ashamed. The way the tips of her tentacles twitched beneath the hem of her flouncy skirt, Ozian couldn't bring himself to ask how she'd gotten them out. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you again. Thank you. Adela bowed her head shyly to Ozian. Someday, we'll meet again. With those words, Croy and Adela lifted the lid of a nearby sewer and disappeared down the drain. Orlia watched them go, muttering to herself in disgust. How dare they think of going to such a filthy place? What are you talking about? Huh, we're going too. Orlia's face turned pale. Now, wait a minute. Are you serious? Meaning what? You're really going to go to the stinking, filthy sewers, and you're taking me, a princess, with you. I drew too much attention to us with that fight earlier. If we're going to buy time, we need to at least get away from being surrounded on top of a building. So they decided to go underground. The maze of underground tunnels would at least allow them to narrow the scope of their assault if they encountered enemies. Shouldn't we just hold out until reinforcements arrive? There's no guarantee that what's coming will be friendly reinforcements. Ozian remembered the distant gaze. There were signs of favor toward this side, but they were watching, not approaching. That meant they were more of an observer than a full ally. What if you think they're allies, and you let your guard down, only to be ambushed? You'll have to protect me again. Orlia couldn't bring herself to say the words. Not because she didn't care, but because she realized she had relaxed too much, as Ozian had pointed out. You have to live. Nothing is more important than that. No matter how dirty and smelly you are, you have to live, don't forget that. Understood. I wasn't thinking straight. Now Orlia has no one she can trust. The military has turned against her, and so have some of her own men, not to mention the kingdom's envoys that came with her. Of course Orlia had her doubts. Where and how far their grasp stretches. This fight is only as good as this side holds out, anyway. And the only person Orlia could trust here was the dark-haired man in front of her, Ashen. I'll go in, even if I hate it to death. Probably not that much. Ozian lightly kicked the manhole cover where the sisters had disappeared with his foot. Normally, a manhole cover like that would weigh more than 100 kilograms to open. The fact that he was able to open it with a simple kick of his foot showed how ridiculous his strength was. Orlia, who had no such simple knowledge, swallowed hard at the sight of the blackness beneath the opening. Even if she felt her life was in danger, she had only ever eaten good food and worn fine clothes in gorgeous, beautifully decorated places. She had never imagined a stinking alleyway like this, much less the filthy underground. Still, she must go. Orlia held out a small hand toward Ozian, confidently. Ozian raised an eyebrow at the sight. He took her hand and hugged her like a princess. Here we go. Orlia nodded wordlessly while Ozian quickly picked her up and lightly jumped down the hole. Arriving at the underground aqueduct with a slight sense of floatiness, Ozian realized that the stench wasn't as bad as he had expected. As for Croy and Adela, they must have gotten away first. They're being hunted, too, so it won't do them any good to stay in this place for long. Are you all right? Ugh, it's better than I thought. Orlia still didn't look like she was used to being in this environment. In fact, she looked at Ozian, who seemed to be fine, and wondered. Such an insensitive reaction from someone who seems so noble. Is he used to this? Perhaps Ozian was not what he seemed and had weathered many storms, Orlia realized, and she needed to be more compassionate. At the very least, she would no longer be an obstacle to Ozian. The two walked through the underground channel. After struggling at first, Orlia gradually got used to the foul odor, and was now looking at the tunnels with curiosity. Interesting. I've always heard that Tirna is a city of advanced technology, but I never knew they could build an underground aqueduct so large and extensive. The underground aqueducts weren't just channels with water running through them. There were large pipes running everywhere, and in some places, it turned into a cliff-like area or a three-dimensional maze. A place where you could get lost if you made a wrong turn. At this point, it was more like an underground maze than an underground waterway. It was then that a sound echoed from somewhere. It sounded like the ringing of metal, or the howling of something. For some reason, Orlia felt goosebumps all over her body. Did you hear that? There must be something. Maybe there's a big crocodile living underground. Just as Ozian was thinking that, a third party interrupted him. It's just a common creature that lives nearby, don't be alarmed. At that, Orlia shuddered in surprise. Ozian, who had been feeling it in the first place, looked back at the voice's owner with a blank stare. A man in a dark brown coat, with a plague doctor's gas mask over his face, stood there. Underscore 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 underscore. Who are you? When Ozian reacted by standing up, the plague doctor mask raised his hands to indicate that he had no intention of fighting. I wish you wouldn't glare at me like that, for I am not your enemy. How can I believe that? Because if I were, I would have ambushed you, and I wouldn't have come out in front of you like this. Orlia hid behind Ozian's back, her hands clutching the hem of his coat. The plague doctor's shoulders sagged at the sight. Oops. I must have unintentionally scared you. How about this, then? I'll give you directions so you can get out of here safely. What do you mean? The underground waterways of Tirna are like a maze. It's not just two-dimensional, it's more like a three-dimensional maze, with space extending upward and downward. There are traps, there are cliffs, and there are terrifying monsters that live in the sewers. And if you cross the boundary unintentionally, the people down below get very upset. If I'm your guide, you won't find yourself in that situation. And who are you to say? Pardon the delay in introducing myself, I am called the Underground Keeper. Underground Keeper, that's an unusual name. Underground Keeper laughed softly at Orlia's comment. Haha, you're funny. Of course, it's not my real name. It's just the title of my role. Orlia's face flushed red with embarrassment. In case you haven't noticed, Tirna's underground is huge. Like I said, there are residents. The Cesspool Society, the Wastewater Treatment Corps, the Scavengers, and quite a few others. It has its own society, and it's bigger than you might think. I'm in charge of the underground. I'm the one who spots intruders from the outside and prevents them from becoming a threat, or I'm the one who guides the lost. As he spoke, he placed one hand on her shoulder, the other behind him, and bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Princess Orlia, and the famous Ozian. I see you are well acquainted with me. The underground has a keen ear for news. We need to be more sensitive than most to news from above, so it's safe to say we're on top of things. He gestured to the ground. Of course, I'm also aware of the events that are happening up here, and you're going to help us knowing that. Orlia shot back, her voice tinged with wariness. It was a natural reaction, as Orlia was in no position to trust anyone right now. I understand. Your Royal Highness' life is currently in danger. You don't know who to trust around you, except for Mr. Ozian, so you have every right to be suspicious of me. But on the other hand, I have no reason to kill you. Why? Well, in the first place, Tirna's surface and underground are strictly separated, so whatever happens on the surface doesn't affect the underground, so we're always in a position of strict neutrality. But if you're neutral, you don't have to be nice to us. Orlia's point was sharp. The underground keeper let out a low chuckle in response. Only, Ozian realized that in that moment, his gaze was not on Orlia, but on him. Whatever had happened to the lenses of the plague doctor's mask, he couldn't see the pupils, but he could feel the gaze. What is it? Ozian felt a strange sensation from that gaze. His gaze was not hostile at all, in fact, there was even a hint of fondness. Would you do me the honor of letting me show you the way? Ozian and Orlia exchanged glances. Orlia looked like she wasn't sure if she could really trust Underground Keeper, and Ozian hesitated for a moment before answering. Lead the way. The Underground Keeper smiled wryly, as if pleased by the words. He couldn't show it through his mask, but Ozian could feel it. The Underground Keeper bowed respectfully. Thank you for your faith. Orlia didn't say anything. She was still suspicious of the Underground Keeper, but since Ozian seemed to be okay with it, she decided to go along with it. Ozian and Orlia followed behind Underground Keeper, who led the way. The underground tunnels were so convoluted that it was hard to tell where they were, but the Underground Keeper moved about as if this was his home. Every now and then, as they walked, the screams of the people in the distance echoed in their ears. Ah, ah. Orlia shuddered at the eerie, echoing sound. Ozian narrowed his eyes, realizing it was no ordinary scream. It's noisy around here. Is it normal here? Haha, no, it's usually pretty quiet down here in the underground. It's just that we seem to have an unusually large number of uninvited guests today. Guests. I wonder if they're here to get us. That's what happens when you wander into the tunnels uninvited, which is why it's so important to have a guide. The screams, which seemed to stop soon, lasted for quite a while. It didn't stop there, as the sounds of gunfire and bombs exploding began to mix. It was clear that they weren't taking it lying down and were fighting back. Don't worry too much. They'll never make it to where we are, that's the kind of place we're in. Oh, and while we're at it, can we talk? Talk about what? About the current situation. They seem to be looking hard for you two up there. What are you going to do about it? The way you put it, I assume you have something good to say. Oh, no. That's a lot of credit for a guy like me. You're too modest. At Ozian's point, the underground keeper stroked the lower part of his mask with his hand. If you want to hear my opinion, I'll try to squeeze a little wisdom out of me somehow. The underground keeper, who had been walking ahead, raised a finger. First of all, you need to double-check the current state of affairs. The forces that are currently after Princess Orlia are the kingdom and the military. The military wants a war to expand its budget, and the kingdom wants to trade with the military for weapons information. That's quite a lot to know for an opinion. I hear a lot in my position. People worry about being overheard, but they don't consider what's beneath the ground, said G underground keeper, laughing low. There are enemies on all sides, but it's not all bad for you, my lady, for the military's opinion is not the opinion of Tirna as a whole, and the mayor of the district where the current incident took place is leading the men. One side is in favor of protecting Orlia and one to kill her. Perhaps the other members of the military who have been watching the situation will also make a choice. Having failed to assassinate the princess, they'll want to cut off their own tails. If they join in, the assassins will be quickly suppressed. So the answer was simple. All they had to do was buy time until the situation outside was over. I'll escort you to a safe house, which has several safe zones in the basement to shelter you from outside attacks. The underground keeper even offered to provide a safe house. As Orlia glared at his back with even more wariness, Ozian said bluntly, "You're being too kind to us." "Yes. I say that with a calculating mind that actually wants to buy favors. But it's not honest." That made the underground keeper pause for a moment, but he continued casually. "My desire to help you is genuine. There's no trap or anything like that." "I know," Ozian replied quickly. It was such an emphatic response that the underground keeper was slightly embarrassed that he'd said it at all, even though he had no reason to suspect it was a trap. It doesn't set off any alarms in the first place. Ozian trusted his ability to sense danger visually. Just now, as we passed through the tunnels, I noticed that some of them were reddish in color. The color was very similar to that of the bullet that had been aimed at Orlia. In other words, he had developed a kind of intuition that could sense danger, and there was nothing red about the underground keeper. Whether it was something that only showed itself to hostile parties, or whether it was something that could not be detected by hiding one's emotions, was unknown, but even if it was a trap, Ozian judged that it was not dangerous. So I think it's better to stay in the safe house until the situation outside is over. Underground keeper was right. The enemies would take care of themselves if they stalled. There was no point in risking it. But, no. Ozian spoke the words of refusal. He said it so firmly that the words came as a surprise. Orlia's eyes widened and she looked up at Ozian. The keeper stopped in his tracks and looked back at Ozian. "Of course, my opinion is merely a consideration, but I'd like to ask why. Because spending time in a safe house won't solve the underlying cause. If the underlying cause is, let's say she does get out of here safely, where does she go?" "That's right." Underground keeper and Orlia realized what Ozian was trying to say. She'll go back to the kingdom, and since she's been threatened with assassination, she'll feel trapped inside the palace. "You mean I'll still be at risk from assassins? Do you think the assassins who failed to kill you would leave you alone just because you returned home?" Ozian was sure they would not. If anything, they'd try harder to kill her. Either that, or she'll stay in Tirna, because the threat of assassination has worn her down mentally and physically. That's just stalling for time, too. One day she will recover, and the kingdom will use that as leverage to demand the princess's safety. If not, then. And they'll use that as leverage. Yes. Ozian nodded. In the end, it's just a band-aid to cover up the problem, so we have to make another choice. That certainly puts us in a bit of a bind. "I have an idea." At that, Orlia asked. "By ideas, do you mean you have a plan?" "Of course. But it's a very dangerous one. It could cost you your life if you do it wrong. Even if you survive, things might not go as well as you think." Orlia swallowed hard at the mention of losing her life. Something uncertain, with a high probability of failure, a risky situation that could lead to a futile death. "The choice is yours. Are you sure you want to do this?" Ozian asked. After all, she held the key. For someone fleeing death, to walk the path of death again, and for him to ask a young girl to make the decision was a harsh thing to do. Orlia's eyes trembled. The near-death experience was still fresh in her mind. Just thinking about it made her blood run cold and her legs tremble. "As long as you're with me. If she's not alone. If she had someone by her side. She will," Orlia replied. At that, Oshin smiled softly. It was a smile that didn't match his cold demeanor, a smile that seemed to blossom around him. "If it is the princess's wish, as a knight, I am willing." The method Oshin talked about was this. First, they need to ask their ally, Mayor Albert, for help. But there was one crucial element. He had to approach him openly, in front of everyone. "Can you reconsider your opinion? Even on second thought, this is crazy." Underground keeper asked Ozian. To say the least, the way Ozian had spoken was incomprehensible, even from the perspective of an underworlder. "Thank you for guiding me here." Realizing Ozian had already made up his mind, the underground keeper squeezed his shoulder. There was nothing he could do about it. Besides, Princess Orlia, the key party to the operation, also looked determined. Underground keeper knew that no matter what he said, he would never be able to stop them. "If you go up here, you'll find a street just 500 meters away from District 33. So there was only one thing he could say. "Good luck." A word of encouragement to the backs of those leaving. Ozian stared at the underground man for a moment before asking, "Where have we met before?" Underground Keeper paused for a moment. That can't be right, Mr. Ozian, you've only recently come to this city, and I'm a native born and bred for a very long time. This is actually our first meeting. I see. Yes. But I have ears to hear, and I'm interested in your saga, and I've become a fan, if you will, so I hope you'll write a nice one-sentence paragraph about me. Underground Keeper turned to Ozian and Orlia with the same gentlemanly bow he had given them at the beginning and stepped back. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's not a good idea to be away from my work for too long. Yes. Then may we meet again someday. The only night in this world. With those words, the Underground Keeper left the room and disappeared without a trace. What puzzled Ozian even more than the mysterious departure was the way he called him the only knight in the world. What is it? Does he know about me? He wanted to go and ask him right away, but he was already gone. Ozian shrugged it off and focused on the goal at hand. If I ever find myself here again, I'll have to ask him. Ozian turned to Orlia. Are you ready? Yes. Ozian extended his arm toward Orlia and Orlia climbed onto one of his arms and settled into his embrace. Here we go. Ozian drew his sword with his other hand and leapt off the ground. Asterisk. The streets in front of the 33rd district. Soldiers in plain clothes milled about, grumbling. Damn it. Why are we waiting in a place like this? You're lucky, they're blowing up everybody out there right now. Funny how we're dragging this out when all it takes is one good shot. What the hell happened to our military discipline? His fellow soldier started to say that his opponent was just as tough, but stopped himself. He wasn't wrong to say that military discipline had gotten out of hand. Meanwhile, the disgruntled soldier continued. We've trained to kill the enemy, we've given everything to defend the city of Tirna, to eliminate threats from the outside, so what the fuck is this? 202nd Airborne Division. That was the name of the unit involved in the assassination of Princess Orlia. The role of an airborne unit is to strike the enemy in the rear from the air in times of war. In other words, they're the ones who jump into the middle of enemy territory and carry out suicidal dangerous operations. It was a job that only those with a strong mind, excellent weapons, and a strong body could do. Naturally, as the elite, they were expected to be treated better than other soldiers. However, the 202nd Airborne Division had long been a burden to Tirna. They had trained to keep external enemies at bay, but in this time of peace, their role had become little more than a parasite on the budget. So in a recent military reorganization proposal, the 202nd Airborne Division was at the top of the list to be disbanded, and that's how it all started. What have we worked so hard for, and now they're going to disband us? Disbanding doesn't mean you stop being a soldier. They're probably going to be split and transferred to another unit, but they didn't like that. They were a group of men who had gone through grueling training and were bonded by a tight camaraderie. To disband the 202nd Airborne was to tear them apart, to tarnish their honor. For what was the bloody training for? For what had we endured so many years of pain and suffering? Old men with heavy armor and guns who'd never run a mile in their lives, killing an army that had been with the city since its birth for the sake of ink on paper? It couldn't be this way. It was not supposed to be this way. We can't just stand by and let this happen. We have to fight for our rights. Yes. We have not failed yet, and although we will die for our part in this, the legacy we leave behind will honor others in the future. Just then, a strange sight caught the two soldiers' eyes. What is it? Am I looking at the wrong thing? Is that Princess Orlia? A blonde girl wearing a fancy dress was standing in the center of the main street of District Office Street. She was neither cloaked nor hidden, but stood proudly for all to see. Her appearance defied common sense, so much so that even trained soldiers couldn't assess the situation for a moment. Turn on the radio. We have to finish it before the guards come forward. In plain clothes, they naturally put their hands on the small of their backs. The heavy grip of their pistols beneath the silhouette of their clothes felt unusually comfortable in their hands today. Asterisk. Albert Lorenzo's head spun at the mention of Princess Orlia and Ozian's disappearance. You sent people and they're missing. Sorry, Albert, they evacuated to the underground before we could make contact. It's worse underground. If they make a mistake, they'll cause friction with the people down there. I can't guarantee their safety. Or maybe it's for the best, the fixer isn't stupid, he'll try to bide their time out of sight and out of mind. Yeah, it's better that way. Time is on our side. Some of the people who had been sitting on the sidelines now began to offer to help. Among them were some who could be called military generals. Rascals. The death of Princess Orlia was not a loss for the military. In fact, it would be a gain. But at the same time, they were thinking of cutting off the 202nd's tail, considering the failure of the operation. By raising their hand as they do now, they're effectively admitting the failure of the princess assassination and moving toward cutting off the tail. He wasn't completely at peace yet. That's why the guards all over the 33rd district are now running around with sweaty feet. It's okay, we'll just stall for time. They just need to get stuck somewhere, keep their head down, and be quiet. Albert's prayers were cut short when a telegram from the sentry at the main gate of the city hall shocked him. What? Say that again. The sentry's voice trembled as he spoke over the communicator, the power emanating from his massive frame. 500 yards beyond, on the boulevard, Princess Orlia appeared. Albert clung to the window, eyes wide. This. His eyes caught a glimpse of the tousled blonde hair and colorful blue dress beyond. Albert barely held back a curse. He hoped the guard had been caught napping. If this was real, the assassins had a golden opportunity. Why? They've already sent out all the guards near the district office, so there's no one here. If you have the brains to think, something like this. Albert's scream was barely finished. Tong! A brutal sound that ripped through the air echoed across the sidewalk in front of the city hall. The 202nd Airborne, lying in ambush, had opened fire as soon as they spotted Orlia. No, it's too late. Albert's eyes filled with despair as he saw the future of war clearly before him. And then, just like that, he saw the miracle of hope. Asterisk. Boom! Sparks flew through the air as a bullet oxidized and disappeared. Orlia didn't fall, she stood upright, staring at the ward office. It was the soldier who fired the shot that panicked. That guy is. Before she knew it, a man was standing beside her. A black-haired man in a black coat with a sword dangling from one hand parried the incoming bullet out of thin air. Parrying a flying bullet with a sword? That meant the opponent was at least a mana user or a mutant of the physical enhancement class. There was no way their weapons could penetrate him now. What about reinforcements? They're here? They're not far away, it's faster this way. Before the words were out of his mouth, soldiers in ponchos emerged from every rooftop and alleyway. When they spotted Ozian and Orlia standing proudly in the middle of the street, they paused for a moment, shuddering. They couldn't understand why anyone would do something so bold. At the same time, the soldiers who had heard the news and rushed over also widened their eyes at the sight of the two. It was a sight that seemed unreal, as if time had frozen over this vast distance, even if only for a moment. Orlia watched the people in her field of vision shuffle about in confusion. Her heart was pounding like crazy, despite her outwardly calm demeanor. Orlia. Marquis de Debussy appeared at the entrance to the city hall with the rest of his escort, his eyes a mixture of anger and bewilderment as he glared at Orlia. Ozian spoke up as more people arrived on the scene. This sets the stage. Orlia nodded wordlessly. The reason they were out in the open for people to find them was to draw attention to themselves. Let's go. Orlia took a trembling first step. At the same time, sparks flew in front of her eyes. Before she knew it, Ozian's sword was outstretched and he was swinging it at an angle. The sparks scattered as the bullets disintegrated before her eyes, and the thick smell of lead and gunpowder wafted past her nostrils. Even in the bleak royal castle, there are traces of primordial destruction and death that have never been seen before. And now, facing it was a young girl, destined to fight a larger world. Believe. Ozian's words gave her courage. A pure white flame burned deep within the girl's heart, where nothing existed before. A flame like starlight. Sigh. Taking a breath, Orlia took another step forward. Tong? Kong? Sparks exploded before her eyes. The wind blew in with the impact, sending the blonde hair sprawling, but she was safe. The 202nd Airborne, arriving one by one, shouted at the sight. What the hell are you doing? Fire more. Put it all on her. Kill him. Words of cursing and vengeance seized Orlia's ankles. Don't stop. Kong? Before she knew it, Ozian's sword was blazing white. The orange flames were consumed by the pure white holy light. Do not be afraid. Kaang? The knight swung his sword. I will. Kaang? He opens the way for the girl. Because I'm by your side. At the end of this path is a future she would never have dreamed of otherwise. Life is something you can only get by pushing through death. So let's go, to a life full of possibilities. Underscore 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 underscore. My plan is this. 20 minutes before the operation begins. As they walk through the canal, Ozian explains his plan. If we hold out, even if we're rescued and returned home safely, it won't change anything. They'll pull the same trick again. Orlia nodded. That was true, she thought. Survival was one thing, but it was what will happen afterward that worried her most. A princess who was rescued after running away. That's why it's going to be hard to get people's sympathy when you get back, so I'm going to change that. Change? How do you mean to change it? We need to show them that you're royalty, not just a puppet to be used at will. Ah, I see. You're suggesting we write a script? Underground Keeper cut to the heart of Ozian's point. You have to become someone who's not just a puppet to be used and discarded, but someone who faces adversity and hardship and comes out on top, because that's the only way you can be considered royalty. Some kind of royalty. Orlia, on the other hand, is a little less enthusiastic. That's only possible if you have the backing of the right people. If you don't have the right forces behind you, it's just a volatile event. There is. Orlia's expression darkened as she realized who Ozian was referring to. The people who followed her here and tried to save her life. They're not much of a support force, either, except that they're somehow holding on to me in a situation where I've fallen off the ropes. Yes, it won't work. They're a bunch of losers. Ozian's criticism was sour, but he had something to say. Then make it a force to be reckoned with. Ozian pointed to Orlia. You are the key to that. You'll lead them, make them one perfect force. Asterisk. Ta 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 ta. 5 bullets flew at once from 5 different directions. Ozian's eyes could see where they were coming from and where they were going. A white cloak draped down the shoulders of the knight holding the white sword. T. A white cloak wrapped around Orlia's body, protecting her. It was the power of the nebula silk. The soldiers who had fired their guns widened their eyes in disbelief. They had never heard of a school that used such magic before. A princess was walking steadfastly in the midst of death and a knight gripping his sword to protect her. Their silent march continued. Stop them. Seconds, the guns aren't working. You idiots, if that doesn't work, throw a bomb or shoot a cannon. With a shout from Marquis de Debussy, a rocket launcher from out of nowhere exploded in Orlia and Ashen's direction. Red flames and black smoke rose, obscuring the view. The soldiers' eyes widened, unable to believe that such an attack could be carried out so openly in front of the city hall. Finally, Marquis de Debussy's face, which had been covered with joy, crumbled into a grim grimace. Clang! Stepping forward through the black smoke was a knight clad in pure white armor, his entire body streaked with stars. It was him again. The same fixer who had completely destroyed the army of mages he had brought with him? Humph! In his hand was a sword blazing with the light of the sky, and draped across his back was a cloak cut from the night sky. He looked as if he had just stepped out of the endless expanse of space. At his side was Orlia, unharmed and unscathed. Everyone was overwhelmed and forgot to breathe, and the assassins, driven to madness, stopped pulling their guns to kill her. As she was escorted by the knight, Orlia's expression was proud. Her eyes stared straight ahead, as if this was the way things were supposed to be. Is this really Princess Orlia? The coward who only does what others tell her to do and avoids fighting? The image of Orlia that the world knew of her was so different from the one she was showing now. As she strode away, escorted by a knight, she was no abandoned princess. She was a young royalty, a ruler with the qualities of a monarch. She was once a seed, but now, the sprout that had germinated was growing at an alarming rate, even at this very moment. Fascinating. Amidst the scattering particles of pure white light, Orlia felt as if she were walking among the stars of the sky. So this is it. When Ozian first told her she held the key, Orlia thought he expected too much from her, that she could never be that person. I can't live up to your expectations. That's what she wanted to say. But, I believe. His dark eyes, unwavering in their focus on her, and his voice filled with a conviction that went beyond expectation, to the point of conviction made her feel that she could stake her future. I'm not a puppet, much less a discarded member of royalty. If her brothers and sisters tried to kill her, she would resist them. If her family wanted to abandon her, she would fight them. If the world tries to oppress her, she will rule it. Of course, it is only because of you that I have the courage to do so. Orlia's gaze shifted to the knight beside her. Because you're with me. Someone walks the path of death with you. To live up to that expectation was the first test of a monarch's worthiness. The girl with the blazing starlight in her heart took a bold step forward. It was then that Alencia Hare, arriving late to the scene, shouted to her men. If it was clear that the assassination was doomed to failure, or worse, if it was impossible to eliminate the factor altogether, Tyrna would have to change course quickly. What do you think you're doing? Capture those terrorists alive right now? You're not Tyrna's men after all. Ah, I see. The army's assassins and Marquis de Debussy's mercenaries who had targeted Orlia had been vanquished. The tide of the battle, which had been filled with crisis and disadvantage, had turned completely. Yes. Albert, who had watched the scene from his window, pumped his fist. He didn't know when it happened, but the initiative of the situation has completely shifted to them. He could almost feel the embarrassment of the eyes watching this scene. They had revised their assessment of Princess Orlia to the point where they had to raise it to the level of alert. She has not forgotten her mission as an envoy in this situation, and was even prepared to die. This street itself has already become a stage for Princess Orlia. The citizens in the streets must be watching the spectacle, and Orlia was the center of attention on this stage. Albert's head rolled. Her talents as a monarch, which have been stunted by her environment, are about to blossom at this moment. The way she's showing now, she's already more than capable of threatening her half-brother and sister, or rather, surpassing them. And it was Orlia's own determination and hard work that made it possible. Albert's narrowed gaze turned to the knight beside her. I thought he said he was a fixer. The man who had been a fixer had somehow been transformed into a knight in full white armor, the righteous knight who slays the evil dragon and rescues the princess from the tower in the old fairy tales. The moment he saw him, all he could think was, while everyone is distracted by Princess Orlia's charisma, I think the most important person to watch out for is this man. He understands parrying a flying bullet with a sword, but to block a blind bullet from behind, or especially to move his cloak freely and remain unharmed in an explosion, is beyond him, unless it's magic. He may be acting like a mere servant escorting Princess Orlia, but that man must be the mastermind behind all of this. And he was speaking to him, the 33rd District Mayor. Come and join the play on this stage. Albert's expression, which had been wrinkled with stress, broke into a wan smile. Huh. That was a good one. It was never a good feeling to be played for a fool by someone's intentions, but this was not the time to judge. Before, I thought I might have been treated as a waste because I was holding a welcome ceremony here, but instead, I got jewels rolling in. Right. This was a chance to make a connection with someone who, if done right, could be the next monarch of the Carlian kingdom. That's what they were after, too, and that's why they were calling him. Albert quickly grabbed his coat from the rack and slammed the door to his office. You bastards won't leave me alone? If you can't subdue them, just kill them. Show no mercy to these terrorists. For fuck's sake, we're sacrificing ourselves for the greater good. What kind of a cause is this, shooting and bombing in broad daylight? Debussy froze, white as a sheet, in front of the shattered city hall. Before him stood Princess Orlia, who had arrived escorted by a knight. No voice came out. He has failed to assassinate Princess Orlia. All the groundwork had been laid for her to die here, to return home and declare war on Tyrna. It had all come to naught. It never occurred to him that it would fail in the first place. But what the hell does this say? Marquis de Debussy. Orlia called Marquis de Debussy's name. The voice was no different than before, but the Marquis had the illusion that the tiny girl in front of him had grown to be a mountain, looking down at him. You are in the way of my passage, please move aside. Orlia did not blame Marquis de Debussy. It was too cold a reaction for a man who had been chuckling about her death and how her nanny had died. She asked him to get out of the way. No anger, no rage, no hostility, just a simple command. Marquis de Debussy was even more frightened. The youngest princess, the one he thought was a coward, seemed to be a completely different person now. That she had turned someone truly dangerous into an enemy. Marquis de Debussy moved aside with a stiff movement. His pupils were dilating uncontrollably, and he didn't dare to make eye contact with Orlia. Marquis de Debussy, who had always been at loggerheads with the princess, had been pushed aside. Orlia arrived at the front door of the city hall without so much as a glance at Marquis de Debussy. Ozian, seeing that the situation was over, disarmed his holy armor. Mayor Albert, who had been waiting at the entrance, bowed to her. I welcome your visit, Princess Orlia. Your nobility in not forgetting your role in this unsavory affair is evident to all in this room. Albert made no attempt to conceal his favorable feelings toward Princess Orlia. Rather, he stepped onto the stage with an air of intent that said, I want to get to know you. Thank you for the warm welcome, Mayor Alberto. No, it is my honor to serve such a noble person as you. Alberto's icy gaze rested briefly on Marquis de Debussy. At his glare, Debussy pursed his lips a few times before leading his people away from the scene. The interlopers are gone, and the infernal forces have been subdued, so you can rest easy. So, Mayor, how would you like to get along with me? Suddenly, the directness of the question made Alberto's head spin. It's a signal. Orlia had just awakened as a monarch, but her forces were still small. This incident would gain her followers, but even so, she was still lacking a definitive blow. Orlia hoped to get that one from Alberto. She's asking me if I want to be friends with her, if I want to invest in her. The question is whether it makes sense to team up with the youngest princess, who has impressed, but whose support is still tenuous. Realistically, there were still many barriers for Orlia to overcome in the immediate future. Still, of course, it's good to have a very close relationship with the princess. Albert trusted the same bold judgment and instincts that had propelled him to the position of mayor of the 33rd district at such a young age. The two shook hands and as if waiting, a reporter from the mayor's office snapped a photo. Come on, let's go inside. We have good doctors and priests waiting for you, just in case, so we can check on you and if you don't mind, you can rest. Alberto said to Orlia, then turned to the man standing beside her with a furtive glance. Ozian didn't avoid Alberto's gaze and stared back. No, it was a little different. Rather, it was a steady gaze that seemed to be looking down at him and Albert's eyebrows twitched. Underscore 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 underscore. There's a very big difference between a fixer and a district mayor. Even in places where there is no real class, social status is a proxy for class. The fixers always bowed their heads when they met the district mayor or tried to make some sort of a connection somehow, but Ozian was different. Instead of being pleased to see him, or looking forward to seeing him, he seemed to be trying to figure him out. This guy, he's not an ordinary fixer after all. First of all, his appearance. Black hair, black eyes, clear skin without a single blemish, and a chiseled face that looked like it was sculpted with painstaking care. On top of that, he had a charisma and cuteness that made him look like he was literally born with it. What kind of aristocrat is he? Was there ever a nobleman with such impressive black hair in the first place? No, he could have been a nobleman from another country, since he had traveled all the way to Tirna and a very capable one at that. His appearance is one thing, but the skill he's displayed on the way here is quite another. Especially in that white armor, blocking or deflecting every attack. It wasn't magic, not by a long shot, but it seemed more along the lines of the superpowers that mutants wielded. I've heard that many noble houses that value pure blood will kick a mutant out of the family if he manifests his powers, so maybe that's how he got to Tirna. Albert was greedy. He's too good to keep as a fixer. Albert was tempted to ask Ozian if he could join the city hall now, but he managed his expression with desperate patience. She's not a child, and if she's risen to this level of power, she should know how to keep things in perspective. For now, his priority is to be alone with Princess Orlia. I need to escort her and show the others that I'm a reliable ally. Still, he was not satisfied, so Albert had a little trick up his sleeve. Come to think of it, I haven't asked you the name of the person who came with you. Albert asked, smirking in a way that didn't match his lion-like appearance. The corner of Ozian's eye twitched at the sight. I'm sure you've heard the reports and know I'm a fixer, but you're deliberately pretending not to, trying to sneak me into the mix. Ozian could see what Albert was thinking. Naturally, he planned to invite him inside the city hall and make a proposal the first chance he got, but it wasn't a proposal that appealed to him. With such a direct connection to the 33rd district mayor, he would be able to start from a different position than most guards, but in the end, he'd be an official under the city's thumb. For some, such a position would be a lifelong goal, but not for Ozian. There's still so much to learn about this world. Starting with the man he met today, Underground Keeper. He seemed to have some idea of Ozian's identity and the incarnation of the ancient god that had been summoned by the two sisters. In this changed world, there were traces of the game he loved and enjoyed so much. And that dream I had the other day. There are so many things I still have questions about. So he needed to travel more and see more. For him, being a city official was like wearing shackles around his ankles. If he was dragged inside, he might be forced to stamp even if he didn't want to. The look in Albert's eyes was particularly eerie. When you think of a mayor, you think of a middle-aged or elderly man, but Albert didn't look that old, despite his gruff appearance. Being in charge of a district at such a young age doesn't usually indicate political savvy. The type of person who likes to make friends, but gets tired of getting too close. As talented as he is, he's probably also very demanding of his subordinates. Even if he was the kind of person who enjoyed a challenge, he definitely didn't want to get involved in that, so Ozian decided to call it a day. A wandering knight is never tied down. I'll take my leave. Albert's eyes widened at Ozian's words, as if he hadn't expected to hear them here. Orlia's shoulders shook for a moment at the words, but she didn't ask him why he was leaving. I see. It was always meant to be. Orlia realized from the moment she had walked the path with Ozian, that she must now fight a lonely battle. If Ozian were to leave, he could not be held back like a child, nor could he be coerced. The one who would walk the path of a monarch must bear that weight. Thank you for being with me. Orlia smiled wryly at Ozian. The others around her didn't seem to notice, but inwardly they were quite impressed. One look at her expression and Ozian realized he didn't need to worry about her. I'll see you next time. Orlia's final words were simple. After everything she'd been through, it would have been easy to be sad to say goodbye, but Orlia suppressed the emotion. She could have told him to come back to her, or that she would reward him greatly. In fact, she wanted to but she didn't. It was much more difficult, Ozian knew. Next time we meet, I expect to call you Queen. Orlia's expression brightened at that. I must ask you one last question. What is it? Who are you, and what are you? The meaning of the question was simple. No ordinary fixer could be of this caliber. The same was true of his appearance. There must be something hidden about Ozian, Orlia thought. Ozian debated whether or not to answer the question in the affirmative, but decided to tell the little girl who had crossed the line with him. Listen. Orlia swallowed hard. I am the last remaining knight of the sky in this world, the one who defeated the incarnation of the evil god and brought down the golden castle. I am the strongest man who has cut the throats of demons, slain evil dragons, and finally cut down the gods who ruled the world. Orlia's eyes widened at the words. Then she nodded in understanding and spoke softly to Ozian. I see. Asterisk. Orlia made her way to the city hall, heavily guarded by the guards of the mayor's office. She didn't look back, having already said enough goodbyes. Ozian did the same. That man. After organizing the situation and heading to the city hall, Alencia Hare couldn't take her eyes off Ozian's retreating figure. It was she who saw with her own eyes that Ozian and the princess had escaped into the underground canal. And then Ozian had taken Orlia and made this mess. Was it Orlia's idea? Not in Alencia's opinion. Ozian, the man who had clearly set this whole situation in motion, refused to let either Orlia or Albert make a good enough case. Even in the photo of the mayor and princess, the man deliberately moved into the blind spot so his face wouldn't show. It was a natural movement that no one else could see, but Alencia, who was watching him closely, could. That made it even more puzzling. I always thought he was an unusual fixer when I first met him, but this case confirms it. He's definitely hiding something. If he's deliberately trying to avoid being photographed, he's trying to hide himself. Why? Alencia immediately guessed the reason. He doesn't want to be seen. She'd suspected it was a noble of some sort, but the way Ozian was acting only confirmed it. But with a skill like that, he's bound to be noticed again at some point. The sharp awl could be tucked away in his pocket, but it would be obvious. A lone wolf, but a lone wolf nonetheless. In Alencia's opinion, Ozian was just that. But if he becomes Tyrna's guard, the city may give him sanctuary. Someone of his caliber perhaps can become not just a guard, but an enforcer, my equal. Nay, it shall be so. Alencia imagined Ozian as an enforcer. The city is huge, but so are its myriad threats. Tyrna harbors even that threat, and she didn't like it. She believes in a strict definition of justice that excludes all potential threats, and of course, there are never enough people to fulfill it. Ozian, I will have you inducted into Tyrna's guard. Glaring at the back of Ozian's head, Alencia turned to head for the city hall, only to meet the eyes of Mayor Albert, who was looking this way. They didn't speak, but they understood each other with their eyes. Albert nodded. Yes, I grant you permission. I trust you, Bailiff Alencia. Alencia replied with a more determined expression. Yes, leave him in my care. I'll be sure to bring him into the guards. What? Ozian shuddered involuntarily at the anxiety running down his spine. Asterisk. I've done wrong, please spare me. A pitiful scream rang out from in front of Violet Fox. Ozian, who had arrived just in time, looked toward the source, wondering what was going on. There was a familiar face there. Friend Fitz, the man who had hired him to escort Princess Orlia, was being dragged away by both arms by two rough-looking men. Passers-by stared, wondering what was going on. Some were about to call for the guards, but when they saw the symbols on the two big men's shoulders, they quickly turned away and went on their way. Somebody help me, what about you? Friend Fitz's face turned white as he recognized Ozian. I've heard the stories. Tell Princess Orlia that I saved her life. Friend Fitz was filled with hope. He received a hefty penalty for breaking the contract, but Orlia would be more than happy to pay it. What are you talking about? What? Orlia's busy in the 33rd district talking to Mayor Albert, and she doesn't have time for you. What's that? Friend Fitz yelled. Don't be ridiculous. What do you think I did? I hired you to save the princess's life, that's me. If you mess with me, can you handle the aftermath? I doubt she'd feel the same way. Ozian jerked his chin at the two hulks. Princess Orlia doesn't even care about humans like this, so you can do as you please. Don't you dare, you bastard. As Friend Fitz writhed in agony, one of the big men punched him in the stomach with a vicious fist. That was the beginning. Ugh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Punching, kicking, elbowing. Friend Fitz's face was crushed, and a few bloodied teeth fell to the floor in a heap. When Friend Fitz calmed down, two big men from the settlement brokerage dragged him to the ground. Failure to pay the penalty for breach of contract would result in him being sold as an experiment somewhere, no matter how good the catch. Rattle. The bell jingled cleanly as Ozian opened the door to the Violet Fox. You've come? Ronan greeted Ozian as if he'd been waiting for him. Congratulations, my dear. You've completed your mission safely. I knew you would succeed, Mr. Ozian. And the reward. Ronan held up the pendant. His mother's memento that Friend Fitz had surreptitiously stolen had been properly returned. Well done. I suppose that's something I should say. Ronan rose from his chair and bowed his head gravely toward Ozian. I am indeed grateful. If it weren't for you, Mr. Ozian, I would never have gotten my mother's belongings back. Ozian shook his head. You would have gotten them back someday. All I did was speed up the process. You're being flattering. Except that I'm still worried about something. Worried about what? I don't know what Marquis de Debussy will do when he returns to the kingdom of Carleon. Ah, you needn't worry about that? Ronan's usual frown grew even longer. Underscore 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 underscore. Not to worry. Friend Fitz may have gotten himself into this mess through no fault of his own, but Ozian didn't know of any official way to deal with the Marquis de Debussy. Ronan must have read the thought in Ozian's eyes, because he smiled suspiciously as usual. Yes, by tomorrow morning, he'll have met his end in a humble form that won't even grace the back page of the newspapers. How can you be so sure of that? Because of this. Ronan slipped the pendant in his hand into his breast pocket. Because this is the city of Tyrna. Asterisk. Marquis de Debussy stepped quickly onto the airship as the people following him stared at him nervously. Normally, the Marquis would have screamed at the top of his lungs for such behavior, but he was quiet now. That meant the matter was serious. The docked airship rose and flew over Tyrna and the Marquis de Debussy looked out the window. Towering spires and clock towers, a polluted river running through the city, countless people, and a constant stream of trains and steam cars. Even the smog from the factory chimneys made him feel like the city itself was alive. A city full of life. A city that was growing. He was fleeing from this coveted city now. He thought the chance for the kingdom of Carleon to claim it was not far off in the future, but this was going to be completely wrong. Damn it, why did I fail at something so important? And most of all, Orlia's attitude has changed. The Marquis de Debussy remembered how Orlia's eyes had been staring at him coldly. Originally, sprouts were visible, but they were thoroughly trampled to prevent them, but now, with this incident, she's grown tremendously. The blossoming of talent in the midst of a life-threatening situation is always greater and more beautiful than anything else. Orlia was no longer the person he'd always looked down on. We can't let this happen. She must be killed. First, I must return to my homeland, and then I must somehow convince my superiors to at least prevent me from losing my job. He'll lose a lot if the assassination fails, but that's okay. As long as he's alive, he can find a way out. As the Marquis de Debussy envisioned the most positive future possible in his mind, he suddenly realized something was amiss. What is it? The flowing landscape outside stopped. What's going on? The airship suddenly stopped. What kind of bullshit is that? The airship suddenly stops. Marquis de Debussy's head was pounding as he was desperate to get back to his homeland as quickly as possible. The Marquis de Debussy rose from his seat and stumped toward the captain's cabin. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He pounded on the door, but there was no answer. Huh, is this how you bastards act like, just because I've been quiet lately? Marquis de Debussy jerked his chin at his men. As if waiting for him, the officers stepped forward and forced open the door to the captain's quarters. The Marquis de Debussy stepped inside the captain's cabin, hoping to get a glimpse of the man himself, but the moment he saw the emptiness inside, he couldn't help but panic. What the hell? Where is everyone? If no one was supposed to be piloting the airship, how did it get here? Something is not right, and the Marquis de Debussy felt an indescribable sense of unease, as if a giant snake had already wrapped itself around him and was about to sink its poisonous fangs into the nape of his neck. What the hell? Hiss, hiss. The communicator inside the airship crackled as if it had been waiting for him. The Marquis de Debussy lifted the communicator with a trembling hand. Alas, pleased to meet you, Marquis de Debussy Alan Romlicio. Who are you? Me? I'm just an old man who runs things in Tyrna. All I do is put a few stamps on the papers that come in. The old man over the receiver shook with modesty, but the Marquis de Debussy swallowed hard. What do you want from me? If you try to do anything with me, it will cause problems with diplomacy with the kingdom of Carleon. Ha ha ha. Diplomatic problems? That's a funny thing to say. The old man's voice turned cold as he laughed mercifully. You're the one who started this. The Marquis de Debussy shivered at the chill, as if the voice over the receiver alone had lowered the ambient temperature by several degrees, if only for a moment. Did you think I wouldn't notice? You've been playing some stupid tricks with the military, and if you're going to do it, you might as well succeed. That's, if the assassination had succeeded, I would have been willing to match it. The profits of war are enormous. It makes me sick to my stomach to take some of the weight off the military, but what the hell? And then the voice over the receiver said, that's if you succeed, of course, but you failed. You made a mess of what was supposed to be part of the city. Well, it paid off. We've learned that Princess Orlia is more talented and resourceful than we thought she was. She's a rag doll back home. Really? I think it's the strings that have fallen off that have allowed her to spread her wings and fly. Cut the bullshit? That's why you stopped this airship? What do you want from me? What, did you think you could get away with this in Tyrna? If you touch me, I will. You don't have to worry about that. What? Because I'm already done talking to the Kingdom of Carleon. The Marquis de Debussy gritted his teeth at the shocking truth. Don't be ridiculous. The kingdom has abandoned me? After all I've done for the country. I can see they're desperate to make a scapegoat for this fiasco, and what better time to do it than when you have an idiot who's been entrusted with countless powers and hasn't been able to do his job. Even though he was saying something that would choke someone, the old man's voice had the tone of someone saying that the sun rises in the morning, as if it were a matter of course. So goodbye, Marquis de Debussy. We spoke for the last time and it wasn't much fun. The Marquis de Debussy hangs up the receiver and immediately tries to escape the airship. Ka. The airship explodes, red flames engulfing the interior in an instant. Engulfed in flames, the airship crashed in the wilderness on the border. There were no survivors. Asterisk. The morning after the attempted assassination of Princess Orlia, Ozian smirked as he checked the newspaper reports. An event that could have caused a real war, and they just ignored it like this. She had come as an envoy from the Kingdom of Carleon, as an envoy, and her near-death experience was a dangerous one that could have sparked a war. The 202nd Airborne Division's actions have turned into the work of established terrorists trying to overthrow the city. There was no mention of the military. The 202nd Airborne took the lead, but were they the only suspects? There must have been others higher up who knew about it and either condoned it or encouraged it. In essence, the military itself deliberately tried to start a war, but not a single word of that was written in the newspaper articles. As if deliberately avoiding the word military, the articles only talked about the terrorists. In exchange for the cover-up, the military probably had to give up a number of interests in the city. The newspaper had a large photo of Albert shaking hands with Orlia. Mayor Albert. I always knew he was a man of many talents, but I never realized he was so resourceful. Albert Lorenzo, mayor of the 33rd district. He allowed Orlia to stay at his office in the name of protecting her, and conducted the interview on her behalf. I'm deeply sorry for what happened, and I'm increasing the budget for the guards to increase security in the 33rd district. The guards are Tyrna's civil servants in the first place, and Albert's men are his subordinates, so he's essentially empowering them. The citizens' reaction was explosive as a righteous politician stops terrorism and doesn't tolerate it. It was no wonder people were so enthusiastic when he said he would fight for them. Economists predicted that the budget for the 33rd district would increase by at least 3% this year. As for the Marquis de Debussy, he's really just a footnote in the back. All the papers said was that one airship had broken down and crashed outside Tyrna. No mention of who was on board or how many died. The Kingdom of Carleon had also remained silent on the matter, apparently placing the blame for the failure squarely on Marquis de Debussy. I wonder if this is what Ronan meant by the city of Tyrna. Tyrna was definitely an amazing and terrifying place. But that has nothing to do with me. Ozian folded the finished newspaper neatly and placed it on the table. Just then, the door opened with a click. Lorraine and Ena walked in, carrying shopping carts full of groceries. Mr. Ozian. Congratulations, and I'm glad you're safe. Oh, new guy, I heard the story. I hear you handled it just fine again. Ena said with a nervous laugh, and Lorraine walked over to Ozian and spoke to him in a friendly manner. Don't feel too bad, though. I'm sure you'll be paid the same as you were when you got the job, but this experience will come in handy later. Ozian realized in hindsight why Lorraine had said that. The contract Ozian had signed beforehand was to escort Princess Orlia. It was only a nominal escort, so the fee specified in the contract was not high. Of course, he couldn't expect to be paid for saving her life, though Orlia could make a case out of gratitude, but she would have her hands full with the path ahead of her. Lorraine realized that, too, and comforted Ozian. Don't worry too much, she says, sometimes you don't get paid what you think you're going to get, and you have to pay a penalty. In Lorraine's case, it's because she went against the pre-plan by causing an unplanned explosion, which inadvertently blew up an ammunition store full of gunpowder. Ronan said, coming down from the second floor just in time. Lorraine pouted her lips. I had no choice then. One of the newbies was about to get caught by the gang and turned into a hornet's nest, so I shot something to get their attention, and it worked. Yeah, it did, though it left a lot of property damage in its wake. Do you have any idea how hard I've been working to pay off the penalties, and more importantly, Ozian hasn't been paid his fair share, so you should come and console him. You don't have to worry about that part either. Mr. Ozian's paycheck will be coming soon. Lorraine's eyes widened as if she had never heard of such a thing before. What does that mean? It seems that Princess Orlia has made a private request to Mayor Albert. She wants him to reward the fixer who saved her life. I'm told that Mayor Albert was sympathetic to the cause and readily agreed. With that, Ronan slid a piece of paper in Ozian's direction. Lorraine leaned in close to Ozian and read the words on the paper. What is this? Extra compensation. This is it. Even if it's just for assortment, the amount is 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Lorraine's voice dwindled to a mosquito's as she counted the units in the next line. Lorraine's eyes widened at the sight of a sum of money that even a mid-level fixer couldn't touch in a lifetime of work, let alone a rookie fixer. Why? She couldn't quite get the words out, but the look in her eyes said, I couldn't do it, so why can you? Underscore 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 underscore. Lorraine's trembling pupils turned toward Ozian. There was no light in her cloudy, sunken pupils, which made her look frightening and eerie. What the hell? Why you? Sis, your true colors are coming out. Ena pointed at Lorraine, but Lorraine was in no mood to respond. She knew Ozian deserved it, but it still felt wrong. Ronan laughed and shrugged. There's nothing as ugly as jealousy. What the hell? Mr. Ozian has increased the budget for the 33rd district, and he increased his authority by using the rebuilding as an excuse, so how happy must the mayor be? On top of that, he's developed a good relationship with Princess Orlia and a good image as a politician. Although he still had a long term left in office, it was encouraging to see that his chances of re-election in the next district elections had increased. But more than that, the fact that they gave him this much money makes me think there's something to it. Ena Groon's insight was unexpectedly sharp. Yes, you're right, paying this much money is a form of courtship for Mr. Ozian, a way to get you to work for him. Well, is that okay? He's the mayor of the district? If he's willing to hand over such a large sum of money, his obsession with Mr. Ozian must be out of the ordinary. I'm not interested in government officials. Ozian's words cut through Ena's worries like a knife through butter. Besides, there's no law that says I have to go under them. What? That man probably didn't expect me to be tempted by this amount. It's more like take it if you want, or leave it if you don't. Even with this much money. Because I'm in a position to move that much money, Ozian said in a firm tone. I'm a fixer. If you want to treat me like a government employee, pay me accordingly. Lorraine's eyes widened in surprise at Ozian's attitude. Even for someone who had handled money in her own life as a fixer, the sight of it made her shudder, but Ozian was treating it as if it were garbage on the street. Is he not even freaking out right now? Lorraine thought to herself. From the way he looked, it was obvious that he was the child of a wealthy family somewhere. No wonder this amount of money didn't affect him. However, Ozian's true feelings were different. Such a large sum of money, it's too much for me. Ozian's stomach churned. He could tell that Albert thought well of him when he paid him this much money. It probably means they'll give more if I join them. But if I take the bait without thinking, I'll be hooked for good. They'll make me work harder than what they paid for. Before he fell into this world, Ozian was an office worker, a cog in the machine, so he understood the intent behind the reward better than anyone. Plus, being a knight makes it even creepier. Somehow, I remembered a time in my past life when I felt something similar. Was it when he was a retired sergeant in the army, and his old staff sergeant, whom he had gotten along with, offered him coffee, or when he was a graduate student and a professor asked him to eat? At that moment, Ozian felt a strong human instinct. If I walk in, I'm doomed. He felt the same way now. Because he didn't show any sign of it on the outside, Ena and Lorraine mistakenly assumed he hadn't faltered at all. Ena clapped in unison. Well, that's good news, and I think we should bake a cake to celebrate. You know how to make a cake? Yes, I learned to bake. Did learning to bake mean you could make a cake easily? Lorraine stared at Ena with a hot look on her face. There was a difference between a baker and a pâtissier, a pastry chef who makes cakes and desserts. The latter was arguably more difficult. Do you know how to make other desserts? Oh, yes. I can make pretty much anything. Considering that certified pastry chefs specialize in making desserts for the royal family, Ena was pretty high-end. Lorraine shook her head. I wonder why we don't have any sane people in this office. You do realize that applies to you, don't you? Ronan pointed out, but Lorraine didn't even pretend to listen. Ena disappeared into the kitchen with her groceries, leaving Lorraine to slump into a chair and slump against the table with nothing to do. It wasn't that she was bored, but rather that the amount of money Ozian had gotten paid today had stirred her a bit. Me too, I want to make a lot of money. Ronan and Ozian pretended not to hear Lorraine's grumbling. What can you do? This is the reality. Lorraine didn't really take it to heart anyway, so she'd be back to normal in a day or so. Just then, the door to her office opened with a click. Is this Violet Fox? Ozian's eyes widened at the sight of his guest. The newcomer was not human. He was stocky, green-skinned, and his lower molars protruded past his lips. Orc. The newcomer was an orc. Orcs were supposed to be monsters. In Ozian's memory, orcs were one of the barbarian races, the monsters that antagonized playable characters. Sure, he knew orcs had a culture of their own, having seen them live in tribes, but basically, orcs were monsters. That's how the orc came into Violet Fox. He wore a form-fitting black suit and rimless glasses over his eyes. An orc wears a suit and glasses. He knew that warlocks were out and about, and that there was even a school for them, but he had no idea that a monstrous orc could speak fluently and integrate into human society. Whether Ozian was surprised or not, Lorraine's head snapped up from the table the moment she saw it. Yes, this is Violet Fox, are you here with a request? Lorraine's eyes were sparkling. Ozian looked away and Ronan shook his head with a low, aching sigh. What's wrong with her? She smelled money. Ozian squinted at the orc. He hadn't realized it until he'd been concentrating on the orc, but upon closer inspection, the suit he was wearing looked out of the ordinary. Even so, he was dressed as frugally as possible, but what was it about Lorraine that she recognized at once? Regardless, Lorraine turned to the orc and asked, "Mister, I'm Lorraine Punk. As Violet Fox's veteran fixer, I am confident that any request will be successful." Is that? The orc, momentarily taken aback by Lorraine's aggressive approach, asked calmly, "Isn't there a fixer here by the name of Ozian?" Lorraine's face cracked into a smile. Ronan chuckled softly, covering his mouth with his hand in amusement. Lorraine shot Ronan an intense glare, telling him not to laugh. Ronan raised his arms in acknowledgement, then turned to the orc. "Pleased to meet you, I'm Ronan Roland, broker here at Violet Fox." Yes. "Nice to meet you, I'm Sebastian." Ozian nearly sputtered at the sound of the orc's name. It was purely because of his body that he didn't. It was too archaic for an orc name. The orc who introduced himself as Sebastian spoke up. "I am here because my lord is in search of a capable fixer." "Humph. And your master?" "Delon Goldiron." It was a name Ozian had never heard before, but Lorraine looked different. "Goldiron? The Goldiron family that supposedly owns the gold mining rights. You know them." "How could I not? It's a very famous family. They discovered a gold mine and rose to prominence. They mined for gold, they got it, and they must have great wealth." Ozian wondered why he would come to such a place to seek a fixer. "I'd like to see the fixer, Ozian. Is he not here today?" "It's me." Ozian stepped forward before Ronan could introduce him. Sebastian's eyes widened behind his glasses at the sight of Ocean. "Oh, you. What's wrong?" "Oh, no. I'm sorry. You're so different from what I thought you were." Sebastian hadn't known what Ozian looked like until he came here. All he knew from the rumors that had reached his ears was that he was a fixer of considerable skill. Sebastian knew that fixers usually did rough work, so he'd always thought of him as a very rough-looking man, maybe even a bit rugged. But he looked like a nobleman. It was the exact opposite of what he had imagined, and the strange thing was that he didn't find it unpleasant, despite the spontaneous half-smile that came out of his mouth. "Yes. I heard you were looking for me. What is your request?" Sebastian, who had served a number of masters in his life, still prided himself on his ability to read people. Ozian was obviously a nobleman somewhere, he thought. A man like that working as a fixer. What kind of unspeakable past did he have? But such trivialities were not the point, so Sebastian gathered himself and answered the question. "My master, Mr. Delon, is looking for someone of your caliber. Highly skilled." "Why, I apologize. It's a family affair, and I'm not comfortable discussing it here." Sebastian's intention was simple. The only way to get the full story was to accept the request. However, it was clear that he didn't feel comfortable doing so, as he seemed a bit coy. It's like trying to hide the truth from the other person and acting shamelessly on purpose, like forcing yourself to wear clothes that don't fit. "Is it not because of the property?" Ronan interrupted, blurting out the words. Sebastian tried to pretend he wasn't, but he couldn't stop his pupils from fluttering. Ozian looked at him and realized at once that he was a novice at this. "I heard a story recently. The head of the family, Dyke Goldiron, is in despair. That's... Even though we tried to hide it as much as possible, rumors were bound to spread since someone so active has stayed out of sight for several months. Considering he is now approaching 80, it's not particularly surprising. Delon is the third son of the family, as far as I know, but that doesn't mean he's gathering fixers." Ronan's eyes narrowed even further. "You're doing something that requires the use of force, is it to determine the heir?" Sebastian let out a small sigh. Having come this far, he couldn't keep it a secret any longer. "Well, first of all, what you just said is mostly correct about Mr. Dyke's current moodiness, and about the heir. But that's not the whole story." "You mean there's more?" Hoo. Ronan grinned with amusement. Sebastian's stomach clenched at the suspicious smile. Ronan's grin made him look terrified. An orc was intimidated by the smile of a human 2 heads shorter than him. Ozian was also strangely convinced. There was something about Ronan's smile that sent chills down the spine of a stranger. "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" The problem was that Ronan himself didn't recognize it. Well, to continue the conversation, we're not ready to name a successor yet, because there's something we need to take care of first. A problem to solve. I'm intrigued. What exactly is it?" "A ghost." The word came out of Sebastian's mouth completely unexpectedly. "A ghost that wants to take Lord Dyke's head, and I want you to get rid of it." At the same time, a strange current ran through Ozian's brow. This was a hunch that he should accept this request. Underscore 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 underscore. "Ugh, a ghost." Lorraine's voice trembled. She wasn't used to being surprised by anything, but Sebastian's request was outrageous enough to make her panic. "I can see why you didn't want to tell us about it here." Ronan smiled sheepishly. "Because you wouldn't believe me even if I told you the truth. I might as well have gotten a 'don't mess with me' response." Sebastian's expression darkened. He hadn't said anything for fear of this reaction. Ronan watched him and muttered to himself. "He's well educated, but I can see where he's stupid." Normally, he would have gotten away with being a little more brazen in this situation, since they, the client, were the boss. But Sebastian just took a poke at them and blew off what was going on. He didn't know much about the industry. Still, the fact that he came to us directly, even though information about Mr. Ozian is still not well known, suggests that he has his own connections. He has a good ear for such things, but he doesn't know how to make a request in the brokerage industry. It was an inexperience in the details. But what could I do? I couldn't accept their request in good faith just because I felt sorry for them. Their inexperience could be used to our advantage. Most important of all was Ozian's will. No matter how well paid the commission was, it was meaningless if he was unwilling. Based on his behavior so far, I don't think he'll take it. On top of that, he had just finished a big case. Ronan knew it well, if not the others. He knew how much Ozian had suffered this time. He's well paid, so I can't blame him for taking a few long weeks off. That was Ronan's tentative conclusion. However, Ozian turned to Sebastian. Why do you need a fixer to catch a ghost? Wouldn't it be much more efficient to call a priest for that? Ozian's response was not as bad as he had expected. Ronan waited for Sebastian's response, though he was surprised. Ozian's question was reasonable. Calling in a fixer to capture a ghost? That was the absurdity of it all. Ghost-type monsters were best handled by priests. Just because they were priests didn't mean they didn't take requests for money. That was the first thing we tried. And it didn't work? Was the priest not good enough? We had a priest of some repute, and his holy powers were actually quite impressive, even by the standards of experts, but it didn't work. The priest failed to exorcise the ghost. Then there's a chance it's not a ghost. Sebastian nodded with a heavy expression. The worst thing that could happen is that someone would deliberately try to assassinate the patriarch, Dyke, and that the person responsible for the assassination might be his own son, eager to claim his legacy. But until we have hard evidence, that's just speculation. And yet you came to see me. I heard something about Mr. Ozian. My master told me about you, to be precise. This was another surprise. This was the kind of thing someone like Sebastian was supposed to do himself. What was he talking about? He said you use holy power differently than a priest. By holy power, he meant starlight. Ozian lightly curled and uncurled his fingers. He'd used the starlight sword a few times in his career, so it wasn't strange that someone else knew about it. If anything, the searing white blade had become a symbol of Ozian's skill. It was not unreasonable to think of it as a holy power. There was something about the starlight sword that struck a chord somewhere in the heart of the beholder. All that aside, you've never seen me, and you want to call me on rumors you've heard. It turns out that Sebastian's master, Dylan Goldiron, is one of two kinds of people. Either he's a man with ears as thin as a farmer's field who believes everything he hears. The other, on the other hand, is a man with an extraordinary instinct for reading between the lines. Usually the former, but for some reason, Ozian had a feeling he was the latter. He doesn't know why. Maybe it was just a night's sense. Besides, when I heard the word ghost, I got a strange feeling. A pull of fate, perhaps. Ozian sensed something similar in Sebastian's words. There's definitely something there. Ozian remembered the last time he'd felt something similar to this. It hadn't been that long ago, so he could recall it quickly. When I drew the starlight sword. No, it was a bit later than that. Right, it was when I first unfurled the nebula silk. The first time he had used the nebula silk was in his quest to rescue Iane, fighting Martinez. It was then that Ozian felt the spark within him crackle and pop. Like lighting a firecracker, it ignited and transformed into a complete skill. The next time he felt a similar sensation was, of course, when he put on the starlight armor. Even then, Ozian felt a spark of something burning within him. It's the power of the starlight. The power of the stars sometimes manifested itself in the physical form of a holy sword, but sometimes it existed in abstract forms, such as the beliefs and courage in one's heart. And while this starlight was usually subdued, once ignited and expanded, it would unleash new techniques, as if a seal had been broken. So what are the conditions for starlight to ignite? Obviously, there are psychological factors at play, but they are not necessarily Ozian's. The starlight exists in someone other than me, or more precisely, the seeds that could ignite the starlight. If they came into contact with Ozian, and the chemistry between them ignited the spark within them, the power of that spark would be transferred to Ozian, making him stronger. So if I grabbed a random person and walked around with them, they would become a star. That was another no. Starlight was not something so common that it could happen to anyone. Starlight is strengthened by encountering certain people who deserve it. It's like gaining skill points every time you level up in a game. Maybe that's why, as a knight, he didn't have all his skills fully unlocked. Maybe it's some kind of skill point collection in the field, and it's the only way to regain my power as a knight. His physical stats remained the same, but his only skill was the starlight sword. However, he hasn't yet mastered the starlight sword perfectly. If the power is scattered throughout and if some people were in tune with it and carried the spark within them. Or perhaps, conversely, there are shards somewhere else that no one has found. Perhaps that was why my intuition was so sensitive to the ghost Sebastian had mentioned. Whether it was the ghost, or the fallen Dyke Goldiron, or Sebastian's master, Dylan, it was clear that this had something to do with the power he was supposed to have. Interesting. He had already unlocked 3 powers of the starlight and his senses were even sharper than before. It was as if he knew where the next milestone was, as if something invisible was guiding him. To use an analogy, it's like when you accept a quest in a game, a guide follows you around, marking the map. Ozian was intrigued by this. The request. I'll take it. Oh, really? Sebastian asked in surprise. Normally, only a beginner would be so happy to accept a request here, but Sebastian had no such self-consciousness. Mr. Ozian, are you sure? Ronan asked, his face still glowing, as if he'd known all along that Ozian would make this decision. Partly because I'm curious about the ghost and partly because I need a chance to digest my newfound insights. Now that he had the starlight armor, he needed to practice to use it better. In the game, you click a button and the skill casts itself, but it's different now that it's real. Implementing the skill and maintaining it, the whole beginning, the process, and the end of it all required careful attention to detail. Nebula Silk, which only had a cape, was better. However, the starlight armor is an all-around combat form, covered in starlight from head to toe, ideal for one-on-one battles. Naturally, it was incredibly taxing on strength and spirit. Mayor Albert Lorenzo thought Ozian had deliberately released the power to hide himself, but the truth was different. He was simply exhausted. If there's a battle, I might be able to improve my skill with the starlight armor in practice, so there's no harm in going. Moreover, one of the important things about this request was that the remuneration was not clearly specified. It seems like they gathered a bunch of talented fixers, and then Dylan himself evaluated them, and then they were paid individually. You could get paid less than you expected, but you could also get paid more than you expected. I've already made a lot of money, so I'm not greedy for money right now. I don't think they realize that, but when they made the request they said they could give me something more than money. So when should I start making moves? Lead the way, Orc. My name is Sebastian. I already know your name, Orc. Sebastian broke out in a cold sweat and his shoulders sagged. Asterisk. The white woman sat alone at the window, watching the landscape outside the city. Her dull eyes took in the sights of the 33rd district. Some might find it vibrant, some might find it bustling, but not the white lady. In her eyes, this city of brass was more like a colorless color and the only thing shining in this world was the man. A squeal of delight escaped her lips at the mere thought of it. Even from a distance, she could recognize Ozian at a glance. As much as she wanted to talk to him right now, she had to hold back. Knock. Just then, someone knocked politely on the door of her room. She didn't say anything in response, but the person opened the door and walked in, as if that was enough to convey his intentions. I didn't tell you to come in, did I? You barged into my office once, so let's call it even. It was Albert, the mayor of the 33rd district. Besides, this is the mayor's office. As a district mayor, I don't think there's any place I can't go around. Where I am is different, it's special. Well, I suppose it is. So why are you here? Albert asked, turning to the white woman who still hadn't taken her gaze from the window. I heard from Bailiff Valencia Hare that you were involved in the assassination of Princess Orlia, that you found them at the scene but didn't immediately engage them, instead watching from a distance. Yes, I did, and things went better than I thought they would. Why did you do that? Albert asked, not understanding. Had the white woman painted all of this because she knew Ozian would act like that? Even if she was out of the ordinary, it wouldn't be that far-fetched. If so, there had to be a reason. I'm not ready yet. Ready for what? There is such a thing. The white woman seemed unwilling to say more on the matter and Albert had to hold back a sigh. Still, the conversation just now had convinced him that Ozian had the potential to be a great player since the white lady had noticed him. I'll make sure to get him. Albert's desire for talent burned within him. Underscore 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 underscore. I'll take you myself. Sebastian placed Ozian in a top-of-the-line steam car. Black and sleek, it looked quite luxurious for a car that was only meant to receive guests. Third son, Ozian thought, how much money does he have to spend on a car like this, even for a fixer? He's not the only one who struck it rich. In the case of Dyke Gold Iron in particular, he didn't get rich simply by mining gold. The money he made from the gold was enough to keep him afloat for the rest of his life, but he didn't stop there. He used the money to invest in a variety of businesses throughout the city, multiplying his fortune several times over with a series of big wins. He took even more risky gambles, and even succeeded. He was an investment genius and a natural businessman, the heart of the beast. Let's go, Sebastian said, sitting next to Ozian, and the driver pulled away. Ozian glanced outside at the passing scenery. Where did you say we were going? Oh, yes. We're headed to the 29th district, where the Gold Iron family's villa is. The 29th district. Having gotten a general idea of Tierna's neighborhoods, Ozian's heart skipped a beat at the mention of crossing into the 20th. I've heard that the security gets heavier inside the 20th district, and they check IDs thoroughly. Is it that easy to get there? Yes. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Maybe it's the money. The steam cars zoomed along the road without any traffic jams. There were fewer people on the streets and less architecture. Instead, a well-established forest loomed in the distance. A forest. No, a park. The 29th district was a huge man-made park and the mansions that dotted the area looked quite large and ornate. I've heard it's mostly the vacation homes of rich tycoons, but I can't believe they've built an artificial park of this size in one of the city's districts. I saw people walking around the park, and they were all dressed in luxurious clothes. I wonder if it's about the size of Banpodong in Seoul. While Ozian was thinking about this, the car arrived at its destination. Here we are. The place where the car stopped was in front of a mansion that looked magnificent. Ozian looked at it in disbelief. I heard I was going to meet a rich man, but it's so big. I wonder how much this house costs. Even though he had been paid a big amount of money by Mayor Albert, he could never dream of buying a mansion like that. You brought a fixer like me here. At this point, I'm wondering what the hell is going on, and I feel a little overwhelmed. Sebastian, on the other hand, took in the sight of Ozian and marveled. It's amazing. Most people would be intimidated by a mansion like this. In the beginning, Dyke Goldiron deliberately built his mansion large and grand to dazzle his invited guests. In other words, it was a building with multiple intentions. But what about Ozian? He doesn't even move. He's just calm, as if he's in a place he deserves to be. I've seen this place so many times that I get nervous every time I walk in the door because I can't get used to it, but I don't see any of that in Ozian. I thought the first time I saw him, but I wonder if he was born into a noble family somewhere. No one knows where or what Ozian did before he became a fixer. Ozian himself would only say that he was a knight, but nothing else. Perhaps he didn't want to talk about it. Everyone could only infer from the way he looked and acted that he came from a very wealthy family. Sebastian thought that was right, for how else could he be so nonchalant at the sight of a mansion like this? Not going in? Ozian urged Sebastian. Yes, I'll take you inside. Sebastian led Ozian to the interior of the mansion. As they entered, they saw a large hall. It was gorgeous from the outside, but even more so from the inside. The only word that comes to mind is literally smeared with money. If the outside of the mansion shocked you once, the lobby was designed to shock you again. Sebastian sneaked a glance at Ozian's expression, figuring it was honestly surprising enough, and he was even more surprised. I can't believe he hasn't changed his expression since we got here. No matter how closely he looked, he couldn't see the slightest movement of his pupils or the corners of his mouth. Ozian was looking indifferently at a painting that had recently been purchased from an auction for over 1 billion, despite it being a masterpiece. It looks expensive. There was no such thing as an expensive painting. He just thought it looked expensive. Eventually, Sebastian gave up trying to surprise him and led him to where Dylan was. Ozian was curious about Dylan Goldiron. I heard he's the third child, but I wonder what he's like. Dyke Goldiron has 4 children. David Goldiron, the oldest son. Second daughter, Marcy Goldiron. Third son, Dylan Goldiron. And the youngest, Maria Goldiron. They were all children of the same wife. Considering that it was common for wealthy men to have multiple concubines, Dyke's paternalism was very unusual. However, that didn't mean the siblings didn't get along. With Dyke now incapacitated, the immense inheritance will undoubtedly cause chaos. Who the hell is that? Just then, a group of high-pitched voices emerged from the hallway opposite. Oh no, Sebastian muttered under his breath that he had run into the wrong person. They might not have heard him, but Ozian, walking close by, certainly did. Sebastian, what a coincidence we're meeting here. It's been a long time, Miss Marcy. Ozian recognized Marcy Goldiron, Dyke's second daughter. The fancy dress, hat, the rings, bracelets, and necklaces were all beautifully jeweled and looked expensive. She was beautiful, with long brown hair, but she wore a lot of makeup on her face, which seemed to be working against her. She spoke as if she were close to Sebastian. She did this on purpose. The emotion in her eyes was disgust and contempt. Your master is alone right now, and I don't know what the hell you, his so-called servant, are doing here. Mr. Dellen told me to bring a guest, and I was on my way. Huh? A guest? That's not what he is. What kind of guest is that, with our father lying on the ground? Despite the words, there were quite a few people around Mercy. There were of course the servants attending to Mercy herself, but it was the people behind her that caught Ozian's attention. Who are they? Not the fixer, and certainly not someone who worked for the manor. Otherwise, there was no way he could have smelled the thick odor of blood. I don't know if he's a fixer or not, but I do know he's here for the same reason I am. He was a man with a shaved head and a somewhat stern demeanor, standing over 190 centimeters tall. He looked at Ozian, and one corner of his mouth curled up. His expression was full of provocation, however Ozian simply ignored him. He looked strong, but not strong enough to intimidate him. Sebastian, I still don't understand why a stinking orc is still staying in our manor. Perhaps you can explain. Lady, that's because. Or do you not even have the brains to explain such things? Mercy didn't hesitate to make an openly insulting remark toward Sebastian. Her tone was almost venomous, as if she didn't like the fact that Sebastian was an orc. Then Mercy looked at Ozian and her eyes widened. Oh, she hadn't paid attention to him, thinking it was just because Sebastian had brought him, but that was not the case. A subtle flush crept into her cheeks at the sight of Ozian. Excuse me, sir, but what is your name? The question was asked in a completely different tone of formality than she had used with Sebastian. Ozian looked at her and opened his mouth. Ozian, what? Do you have a last name? No, I don't. Just Ozian. Well, then, what brings you here with that orc? Could there be any other reason why a fixer would be here? You are a fixer. Mercy looked back and forth between Sebastian and Ozian in disbelief. It was obvious that Sebastian looked more like a fixer and Ozian was more of a master. What, you're a fixer? It was then that the man behind Mercy spoke up. I see. I thought you were sent by some prestigious organization, but a wandering fixer without a proper affiliation. What kind of lowlife is allowed to enter Goldiron Manor? Who are you? Me? Don't you know who I am? I'm Homer Lewis. I'm a second-rate mutant with the Supreme. The Supreme? Ozian wondered what that was, then remembered a story Ronan had once told him. You said it was an organization of mutants. In the past, when mutants first emerged on this world, they were discriminated against and persecuted. They were superior to humans, but humans feared them and discriminated against them. However, as the years passed and their numbers grew, mutants were soon embraced in Tirna as a symbol of innate talent, and the organization that such mutants came together to form was the Supreme. They were born superior to humans, hence the name. So a fixer like you is of a different class. Homer frowned at Ozian, but Ozian looked at Homer and asked, "You don't look that strong." He didn't just say that, he meant it. Ozian didn't know what kind of second-rate Homer was talking about, and he wasn't sure if the Supreme organization was that great. What he did know was that the man in front of him, Homer Lewis, was weaker than Bola, the Uluous thug he'd defeated, no matter how good he looked. What the fuck did he just say? Ozian's words brought Homer to his feet. His fingers twitched as he strained at his hand, and something threatened to jump out. Mercy, the most vocal person in the room, should have stopped him, but she didn't seem inclined to. As much as she liked Ozian's appearance, he was brought here by Sebastian, Dellen's butler, and there was no harm in cleaning up after him. No disturbances in the mansion. Sebastian stepped forward to stop Homer, but Homer scowled, his eyes narrowing. "You filthy orc, you used to pick up filth from the streets, and you think wearing a suit makes you stronger. Do you want me to slice your smug little head off, you inferior race?" It was Ozian who responded to the unbelievable verbal assault. "Not you." Ozian reached for the sword at his waist. Homer's words were well over the line, to say the least. A fight was about to break out. "Don't fight." A wall of shadows suddenly rose between them. "Everyone should get along." The words shattered the simmering atmosphere. The voice belonged to a brown-haired, doll-like girl, a girl who looked like Marcy, but much younger, in her late teens. She was Maria Goldiron, the youngest of the Goldirons. At her side was the warlock who had apparently created the wall of shadows. Ozian smirked at the warlock. The warlock looked at him, and the pupils in the ram's horn mask on her head grew larger. Elise Dinarova, the eccentric warlock girl he had met before, had also come to this manor. Underscore 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 underscore. Elise Dinarova, a warlock girl who had a bit of a falling out with Ozian when he first took her on. "I never thought I'd see her here." That seemed to be the same for Elise, as her gaze beyond the mask did not fall as if it were nailed to Ozian. She didn't pretend to know him, and he didn't pretend to know her. She was a warlock, but there was something odd about Elise Dinarova herself. Even so, there are already two children here. The second and youngest. Both were daughters, but their personalities seemed to be polar opposites. The eldest, Marcy, was fierce and sharp, while the youngest, Maria, had a worldly innocence. "I heard Dyke was almost 80, but the youngest is younger than I thought." Marcy's age was in her 40s, even with makeup, but she looked no older than 20 at the most. If the second daughter had married early, she would have had children around that age. Maybe that age gap was why they had different personalities, even though they were daughters of the same father. "Maria, what happened to school and why did you come here?" Marcy's glare at Maria was not friendly. Despite the stare, which was more like a glare than a sisterly one, Maria smiled and replied cheerfully, "Today is my day off, and besides, I can't just sit around while my dad is sick, so here I am, bringing my friend." Saying friend, Maria tapped Elise on the shoulder as she came alongside. Elise flinched, but only Ozian noticed. The mutants from the Supreme that Marcy had hired were quite shaken when they recognized Elise. The fact that they reacted in such a way shows the power of the name Elise Dinarova. Maria's casual treatment of Elise, I couldn't tell if she was being bold or clueless. Did she say friends? Considering they're the same age, it seems like it. It's not just a hiring relationship. Regardless, Marcy and Maria's conversation continued. "You don't have to worry about it. He'll wake up healthy, and if there are any problems, it's my job as the second daughter to fix them. So you go to school and work hard, because that's what you're helping him with." "How can I do that? It's everyone's business in this house that he's sick, and I'm here to help." "Maria, what makes you think you know anything about this? This isn't some kind of child's play you think it is. I know the basics, which is why I brought my best friend." "Yeah, but only one. What are you planning to do?" You don't know what you're doing. You could bring the truckload of people behind you and they wouldn't be able to beat her." Marcy's eyebrows shot up at that. Just as she was about to say something to the effect that the youngest's nonsense had gone too far, her servant, who was waiting behind her, whispered softly to her, "Lady Marcy, you may think the youngest lady's words are a bit immature, but the warlock next to her is the real deal. Are you sure about that?" "Yes. Her name is Elise Dinarova, and she is rumored to be a genius at the Warlock Academy. She's a member of the Warlocks Union, and she's been hired on occasion to help out, so she's got some experience." "How does she compare to the one we hired?" The Supreme is by no means a weak organization, but even so, these numbers can be deceiving. It was a whisper between the two of them, but Ozian, with his keen hearing, could hear everything. "Have at it, though it's probably a waste of time anyway." Deciding that there was no point in lingering and arguing, Marcy stormed off. Of course, she didn't forget to glare at Sebastian as she passed. I'll remember you," Homer muttered as he walked past Ozian. It was an obvious threat, but Ocean didn't hear it. "Mr. Hello, youngest lady. I haven't seen you in a long time, but you've gotten bigger. Is it because you're an orc? What do you eat that makes you so big?" You're not really just eating people, are you? Haha, of course not. Sebastian laughed awkwardly. He wondered if this bubbly young woman realized how rude that comment was. Still, compared to Marcy, Maria's attitude was almost cute. At least she didn't openly insult Sebastian. By the way, how long will you be working here? What? Why do you ask? Well, my friends say my house stinks because I have a big orc, and to be honest, I don't really know if it stinks, but my friends don't like it, so it's kind of a thing, right? That's. So they asked me when I was going to get rid of you, and since I can't really kick you out, I decided to ask. Maria's innocent question underlined that her behavior was a refusal to see Sebastian, the orc, as her equal. I'm in the service of Master Dellen, and unless he sends me away, I'm staying with him until the end of time. He has unusual tastes. What is it about orcs that he likes? Sebastian could only listen in silence. He had no right to be offended or angered by that comment. Wow, who is this handsome brother here? Maria's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ozian. He's a guest invited by Master Dellen. Oh, right, does that mean you're fired now? Sebastian smirked, feeling like he was about to be. There was no strength in his smile, and for a brief moment, his voice sounded tired. Oh, look at me, I forgot I had work to do? I'm going to go now, but I'll see you later if I can. Come on, Elise. Maria took Elise and disappeared like the wind. In the silence that quickly followed, Ozian wondered for a moment what to say to Sebastian. Sebastian was the first to speak. I'm sorry, sir. I must have given you a bad look. Is that okay? Yeah, it's just the way I'm treated at home, so I'm used to it. Well, judging by your reaction, it's not been a day or two, and you're still here. It's all thanks to my master, Dellen, who took me in. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. What kind of man is this Dellen that Sebastian would show such blind loyalty to him? Ozian tried to imagine a third person he had yet to meet. The first image that came to mind was of a kindly man, somewhat glazed over or crooked. A kind person who didn't discriminate based on race and treated people according to their abilities. When Sebastian arrived at the office, he knocked on the door. Master Dellen, I'm here with the fixer you mentioned. Come in. An acknowledgement came from inside. He opened the door and stepped inside to see Dellen Goldiron sitting at his desk. You're here. Dellen glanced at Ozian and asked in a cold voice. Well, this is another surprise. Ozian had expected Dellen to be a glazed-over or friendly man, but in person, he was quite the opposite. Sharp, piercing eyes and features, a stiff, businesslike tone and voice, and all back, neatly slicked back hair. He looked to be in his 30s, the age between the oldest daughter in her 40s and the youngest in her 20s, but he was a cold, intellectual man. There you are. You're the fixer. I'm Ozian. Sebastian's eyes widened in surprise when Ozian answered. He didn't think he'd be able to talk back to his employer, but to his surprise, Dellen smirked, as if he didn't even care. It's nice to see you're confident. I hope your skills match your attitude. You won't have to worry about that. So why did you call me? Why else would I hire a fixer? A request, of course. I'd like to hear a little more about the request. Sebastian must not have explained it well enough. He just told me about the ghosts. The conversation never goes anywhere. For some reason, Sebastian felt like he had two owners. Dellen got up from his seat and walked over to the couch to sit down. A small table in front of the couch held a pre-prepared cup of coffee. I'd say you've got the basics down. The ghost story. I don't know where to start. Well, I guess I'll start with the old man in my house who suddenly collapsed. The old man in my house. That must be his father, but Ozian wondered if they didn't have a good family relationship. He was correcting himself in a way that didn't fit his age, and suddenly he collapsed. We thought there might be a chronic disease that we didn't know about, but when we called the doctor, he said it wasn't anything like that. He just collapsed in an inexplicable state. So it might not be an illness. Yeah, I thought it might be magic, dark magic, or some other curse. Otherwise, there's no way the old man wouldn't wake up after a few days. Dellen lifted his cup and sipped his coffee. Someone was after the old man, that's the only way to look at it. Any suspects? First of all, I'd say no, but I wouldn't take that at face value. No one's safe, and there's no such thing as safe, because everyone in this house is a potential suspect. That's honest. Anyway, the problem came next, when suddenly, in the middle of the night, we started seeing strange apparitions. Ghosts. Sebastian had said it before, but it felt odd to hear it again. It literally felt like a ghost. It was draped in something like a shroud and held a large blade resembling a scythe in its hand. In a way, you could call it a Grim Reaper. Anyway, the mansion was trashed after he showed up. No victims have been claimed yet, but there have been many witnesses and quite a few people who have fainted at the sight of it. An apparition in the form of the Grim Reaper that appeared after the old man collapsed. I've heard people talking about the curse on the house. After the apparition, rumors began to circulate within the mansion. Dyke's days were numbered and that the ghost had come to take his life in person. A renowned priest or whatever, it was useless. They said the creature was unfazed even in the face of holy power. You didn't see it yourself. I saw a high-ranking priest step forward, claiming he would handle it alone, only to flee in terror. Flee in terror. What a powerful ghost. Dellen glanced at Ozian and smiled coldly. It seems you're wondering if it was a lie or if I might have been hallucinating. Not exactly. Ozian was listening intently. His face showed no emotion, though, so Dellen wouldn't have been wrong to assume he didn't believe him. Well, I'm not going to try to convince you with a few words. Follow me. Dylan drained his glass and rose from the couch. He led Ozian and Sebastian to a garden near the mansion. This is it. This is where the priest confronted the ghost, was defeated, and fled. Dylan tilted his chin to one side as he said it. You'll need proof, at least, and that's it. To one side of the garden was a fountain carved from pure white marble. The fountain, which should normally be spouting cool water, was not working. The fountain had been cut off at a diagonal, as if it had been slashed by something. It was left by a priest fighting a ghost. It looks like a one-sided struggle, though. Ozian studied the marks closely. It was a massive assault. The marble fountain, and the floor around it, had been swept away, but even more disturbing to Ozian was the mark it left behind. The water still pooling in the fountain was frosty and frozen along the cut. Is it interesting? Dylan asked, and Ocean shook his head. It's a trail I know. Underscore 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 underscore. A familiar trail. Dylan asked, his gaze full of wonder. How could he know that? He wondered if Ozian was just trying to look good when he didn't know. You don't believe me, I don't lie. Isn't it strange to believe a newcomer to this place when he says he knows? Come to think of it, it was. Instead of arguing, Ozian pointed to the trail. Basically, ghosts have a strong negative energy. There are also monsters of the ghost family, but when they appear, the temperature drops, or frost descends. I'm aware of that, and it's common for ghost-type monsters to use attacks that disturb the human mind or heart. It's not unheard of for them to exert physical force in this way, but it's rare. Ghost-type monsters capable of exerting physical force were only seen in places like underground catacombs that were thousands of years old. In fact, they existed in the game as boss monsters, but there was only one, and it was in the backwoods of the continent, so they were extremely rare. Either that or someone called it out on purpose. Besides, judging by the marks it left here, it's too sharp. Ozian examined the section of marble fountain that had been cut away. The cut was so sharp that it was smooth. Ghost-type monsters tend to make crude wounds, almost tearing it apart with their scythes. They can't leave such sharp marks. You mean, it's not the work of a ghost? More accurately, it means that what you think is a ghost might not be a ghost at all. What do you mean? There are 3 possible scenarios where ice and frost like this could occur. Dylan jerked his chin at Ozian to continue. The first, of course, is a mage who works with ice magic. A wizard. Ice magic doesn't simply freeze an opponent, rather, refined ice elemental magic allows the wielder to wield a sword of ice to dismember an opponent. The cold effect is an add-on. A mage. Very interesting reasoning. What about the second? The second is a northern barbarian. You mean the barbarians? They are those who have lived with the cold of the frost and have learned to manipulate it. It is not difficult for them to imbue a blade with the power of frost. Of the 3 skill trees in the barbarian class, the frost wolf tree allows you to harness the power of cold, lightning, and storms. Perhaps the most common is the frost spirit skill, which grants the ice attribute. Sebastian, who was listening to the explanation from the sidelines, was inwardly impressed. I've heard that he's a brilliant fixer, but to deduce this much from a trace like this. Sebastian realized that this might not necessarily be the work of a ghost, but he had never been able to pinpoint who it was. Ozian, on the other hand, was able to analyze the traces left in the garden in one fell swoop. He couldn't believe Ozian's only been a fixer for a short time. He must have been an unusual person before he became a fixer. Wizards and barbarians, so what's the third and final one? The third one is, probably not, they're all gone. Dylan sensed something in Ozian's voice, but he didn't bother to probe. Well, that makes it more likely that it wasn't the ghosts, which explains why the priest couldn't exorcise them. If it's not a real ghost, the priest's holy power wouldn't work. If this continues, someone from the household might actually show up. Dylan laughed coldly at Ozian's comment. You want me to brace myself? Like I said, I could have easily guessed this would happen. I suppose. Ozian felt a subtle uneasiness creep through the mansion, then he felt a gaze from somewhere. Ozian turned his head, scanning his surroundings, but he saw nothing, just a secluded garden landscape. The gaze he had felt just a moment ago disappeared as if it was just an illusion. What the hell, I felt like I was being watched. I'm sure it wasn't an illusion. Probably one of Dylan's other siblings hired help, someone of exceptional ability. More than that, what is the condition of Dyke? The old man's still a bit of a grouch. Have you checked on him? When I first saw him, he was lying there like a corpse, almost bloodless, but he was still breathing, but I haven't seen him since. The medics and his assistant wouldn't let me in and said he needed stabilization or something. The assistant. Dustin Kruger. He's a co-worker who's been working with the old man for a long time. He's worked so hard by my father's side and he's got as much say in this house as the old man. Ozian narrowed his eyes at the mention of the man who had blocked access to Dyke's hospital room. Is he trustworthy? I don't know about the old man, but he's got a good man by his side. At least more trustworthy than my siblings. So we can't check on Dyke Goldiron condition at the moment. Uncle Dustin is guarding him, and even his children are off limits. Or rather, they're not allowed because they're his kids. For Mr. Dustin's secretary, his children were not out of the question. So he didn't allow anyone into Dyke's bedroom, citing safety as a reason. He had a good reason. He had hired people to protect him, paid them to do so, in case a ghost appeared to take his life. In the unlikely event of a physical confrontation inside the mansion, they would be able to subdue it. It's more like a powder keg about to explode than I thought. The same goes for Elise Dinarova, brought by the youngest Maria. The same goes for the mutant organization hired by the second daughter. Moreover, the assistant supposedly hired fighters to prepare for any unforeseen situation. I've yet to meet him, but I'm sure his eldest son, David, has a similar staff. If, indeed, someone was after the fortune and tried to assassinate Dyke Goldiron. And if it wasn't done perfectly, that's how we got to this point of stalemate. One more step from here, and this house would turn into a war zone in an instant. This is why my senses were ringing. A strange sensation that tingled as Sebastian explained. There was no way Ozian could have gotten this feeling from a mere ghost story. When he actually came and checked it out, the inside of the mansion was in a state of panic. Perhaps to that end, there were very few people moving about in a mansion of this size. Ozian's gaze turned to Dylan. Why did you call me? The atmosphere in this villa is not normal, and I'm sure you're not unaware of the situation. But for you to call only one fixer, is there another reason? I heard a rumor. Dylan replied with a nonchalant tone. A recent incident in the 33rd district. A serious attempt to assassinate a member of the royal family, an emissary of the kingdom of Carleon. The terrorists ultimately failed, but it was a chilling experience. I heard that the princess overcame the situation with her outstanding wit and ability. Dylan smirked. You may not realize it, but I have ears to hear. It's not hard to get word of a fixer in the middle of a big conspiracy through my private network. You're brave enough to realize it's me. Yes. I couldn't find out exactly what you did, though, because someone was blatantly withholding information. We only know that you were there, in that situation. At those words, Ozian's mind flashed to the face of Albert Guzman. He wondered why he'd paid him so much money, but it must have been to apologize for the cover-up. That's why I hired you. You hired me when you don't have any real, clear information. Let's call it my gut feeling as an investor. He hastened to add that it was a hunch, but there was no truth to it. He had literally hired him based on bits and pieces of information and thought Ozian could do it. You're crazy. From the looks of it, it seems like he's going to pick apart the facts one by one and nitpick. It's not just the bold judgment, it's also the way he accepts Ozian's rude attitude, but underneath the facade, there was a fiery beast. The child of the brilliant investor and businessman Dyke Goldiron. I didn't get that feeling when I saw the second and youngest. Despite the delicate position of a third child, Dylan may have inherited the most of his father's temperament. Perhaps it was no mere coincidence that Dylan had hired Ozian, and that Ozian had accepted his request. Interesting. Ozian laughed softly to himself as he envisioned what was to come. He hadn't realized that his true self would never have thought of this. Rather, these feelings and judgments were those of the knight in his flesh. Through the events of his life as a knight, Ozian's inner self had changed. Perhaps it wasn't so much a change as a realization of an inner essence that he hadn't realized. Shouldn't you hire another fixer? It's not that I'm anxious, but I don't like it. Is that a hunch, too? Let's call it that. In other words, Dylan should only trust Ozian. You won't regret that judgment. Asterisk. Night has fallen and the mansion was lit up in preparation for a possible ghostly attack. Dylan decided to wait with Sebastian in a safe room. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. It would be safe from the shells flying outside, so they wouldn't have to worry about endangering their employer. Ozian is the center of the mansion. He stood in the gathering hall, watching the scene unfold. Ha, that asshole. Homer of the Supreme was also waiting in the center hall, thinking the same thing as Ozian. He glared at Ozian with irritation in his eyes. It was bad enough that the fixer was in the same place as him, but in a situation like this, with only a knife as a weapon, it was more than just a punch in the gut. You look like you could really use a hand. In moderation, Homer. We're here for a favor, not to start a fight. Stopping Homer was Rachel, a fellow mutant from the Organization Supreme. Rachel, who had cut her purple hair into a short haircut, clicked her tongue at Homer's words. Rachel was the strongest of the Supreme mutants gathered here, and since she was the leader, Homer couldn't go against her will. Rachel added an afterthought to Homer. When we're done, you're on your own. Whatever. Homer smirked and ran his tongue over his lips. Just then, a new group of people appeared. Hey, are you sure you're okay? Are you sure he can be trusted? A whiny voice, that out of place in such a reclusive and serious place. Out of the corner of his eye, Ozian recognized the voice's owner. That guy. It was a frail-looking man in his 40s. His face still bore the imprint of his employer, Mr. Dylan, so it was clear they were brothers. David Goldiron, the eldest son of Dyke. Ozian's initial assessment of him was a pompous ass. Dyke was now bedridden, but it was clear from his son Dylan's demeanor that he was a very charismatic person. However, David was anything but that. He was constantly on edge, wondering if this was really the eldest son who would lead the family. He's so different from his brother. He'd rather have a hysterical eldest daughter or the innocent youngest, but the people David hired weren't bad. They're not bad, they're wizards. Wizards who wore robes emblazoned with the logos of their schools. There were 5 of them in total, wearing robes with a modernized design. At the head of the group was a man in his 50s, who was out of the ordinary. He was at least a 4-star wizard. Don't worry, this will be handled neatly now that we're here. The estimated 4-star mage spoke in a stern voice for all to hear. However, before we get started, I think it would be a good idea to get rid of any unwanted interlopers. The wizard's gaze was directed squarely at Ozian. It's better to have no useless rats around. Flames rose from the wizard's fingertips. underscore 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 underscore. At the wizard's words, Ozian unclasped his arms. It was less of a surprise and more of what was to come. I see. It doesn't make sense that such a large group of talented people, hired by different people, would not have a fight. Even inexperienced fixers and mercenaries have to deal with each other, and I can't believe they're like that. Especially since the pay for this job was by no means small. Even Dylan has not yet properly valued the reward given to Ozian alone. His personality would never allow him to skimp on money, and with the Gold Iron family's resources, it would be life-changing. Ozian wasn't here for the money, but others were, especially the wizards, whose desire was more intense. Mages can make a fortune just doing research. Mages own workshops, experiments, potions, reagents, ether water, spellbooks, and so on. The list of expensive materials can go on and on, so wizards are always in need of funds. While a mage of their caliber shouldn't be short of money, more is always better. You can't hire a 4-star wizard for a pittance, so they probably have other strings attached. Most likely, he'd have a sponsor who would provide periodic funding. But aside from that, I don't plan on ducking a challenge. Ozian sized up the distance between them. If they crossed the line one more time, he was prepared to draw his sword at that moment, though it would be best to move on without a fight. That would be impossible. Even if Ozian didn't mind, there was a good chance that the other side didn't. He didn't want to smile and tell them to get along. If they want to argue, that's fine. Show me your skills and that's it. As Ozian made that decision in his mind, the mage's argument continued. Hey, fixer. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. A glare of mockery and contempt. Considering that mages were basically treated like nobles, it was not surprising that they would display such arrogance. Naturally, the mage's condescending tone was not aimed solely at Ozian. To have a bunch of baseless mutant monsters in a place like this, he said, makes us look like a bunch of lowlifes. Mutant monsters was a derogatory term for mutants. What? How dare you? The mutants from Supreme were outraged. In the past, mutants had been discriminated against for being different, but not in Tyrna. Thanks to their exceptional abilities and uncommon powers, they were treated as one class. As a result, there was a growing trend among the mutants to refer to themselves as the new kind, those who were more evolved than the current human race. That's why the organization was named the Supreme. Better, more superior beings. It was this pride that allowed them to band together in solidarity, but here, the wizard has spoken words that negate that pride head-on. The mutants burst into life and turned on the wizards. Well, the wizards, with their bickering, seemed to believe they were the best. I can understand that. It takes a tremendous amount of talent to be a mage. Manipulating mana is fundamental, and having the knowledge and brains to organize it is essential. Even nobles would not look down on you if you achieved 4-star status. But would his skill match his arrogance? Ozian's hand touched the sword at his waist. The mages were raising their energies, and the mutants were manifesting their powers. They were about to make a scene before he could even begin. That's enough. No disturbances in the mansion. A deep voice echoes through the hall. Up the stairs to the second floor, where the hall is in full view, a man in his 60s, dressed in an immaculate tuxedo, looked down. Mr. Dustin Kruger, Dyke's partner and assistant. With a goatee-like mustache and a sharp charisma that belied his thin, frail features, he stared at David with a pitying gaze. Master David, what do you think you're doing, trying to cause a disturbance in the mansion while Mr. Dyke is ill? Well, I've sent for a man for my father in my own way. What's wrong with that? David protested indignantly. On the contrary, why is it that you, Mr. Dustin, are allowing all those baseless rascals that my brothers have summoned to wander around the manor, while you keep us, his children, from even seeing him? Because you never know when a ghost might appear out of nowhere, and you have to be as careful as possible. David taunted Dustin, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. The ghost is an excuse. Aren't you actually suspecting that one of his children is secretly trying to murder him? Ozian didn't expect the words to come out of my mouth, but Dustin's response was even more poignant. Yes, of course, Master David is no exception. Do you dare to doubt us, our father's children? The answer to that question was a resounding yes. David's face turned red and flushed from the blow. Ozian clicked his tongue as he watched. If it was Dylan, he wouldn't have reacted like that in the first place. How could he run a business and manage people if he couldn't hide his anger like that? As the eldest son, Ozian expected him to be a bit of a big shot, but David was just a big old kid. What about you? Are you a good boy? What does that mean? I mean, you're not completely innocent. Are you trying to get us into trouble on purpose, and then blame us? Dustin was Duke's assistant, always by his side. In other words, no matter what he did, he would be labeled number 2 for the rest of his life. David's theory was that he was jealous of Dyke, and because he was number 2, he had ordered the poisoning. That's why he purposely kept everyone else out. In fact, he could have woken up any time now, but you wouldn't let him. Dustin shook his head with a small sigh at his eldest son's triumphant tone. In any case, I suggest you wait in the safe room, in case something happens at any moment. David was just about to lash out when the butler told him to back away, not even bothering to respond. The lights that illuminated the mansion as if it were daylight, even in the middle of the night, suddenly went out. Darkness came at the crack of dawn. As bright as it had been, the sudden darkness was dull enough to make it impossible to see. Kaa. At the same time, a tearing scream echoed from somewhere. Screams. youngest. The owner of the scream was Maria, the youngest. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, there was someone moving, and it was Ozian. Ozian immediately drew his sword in his hand and ran towards the source of the screams. His steps were as fast as the wind and barely made a sound. We're coming. However, everyone gathered here is quite formidable. As soon as they saw that Ozian was moving, they immediately followed suit. The first to move were two mutants with physical enhancement abilities. They had the advantage of being able to react faster than anyone else, so they were going to chase after Ozian and take him down. But, what? We're not closing the distance. Ozian's backside was clearly visible in the darkness. Instead of getting closer, it was getting further away. They're activating their abilities and chasing after him, but they can't catch up? Could it be that he's also an enhancement mutant, but with a higher rank than them? Regardless of whether or not the other party had any such illusions, Ozian ran through the endless corridors of the mansion. He'd heard it was a villa, but it took him a while to realize how big it was. When he finally reached his destination, he saw Maria Goldiron slumped down, Elise standing guard over her and the Reaper, clad in black robes, wielding a scythe. Reaper? A monster? Or something else? Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Judging from the way Elise was confronting him, it looked like it was the ghost from before. Get out of the way. Hearing Ozian's words, Elise peeked her head out from behind her bony mask and stepped aside. The two skeletons on either side of her naturally stopped fighting and made way. Ozian's sword, which had broken through the gap, was filled with starlight. Starlight sword. A flame of white and azure blended together like a bonfire, lighting up the darkness. The starlight swung in a pure white trajectory, aiming for the Reaper's throat. But to its surprise, the Reaper saw Ozian's sword and quickly stepped backward, knocking it off course. Dodging this, Ozian stared at the Reaper in surprise. Even if it was a weak attack with Maria and Elise nearby, he didn't expect it to dodge. Moreover, the move he had just made while dodging was quite nimble. Looks like they're not as tough as I thought. Ashen first checked Maria and Elise's condition. They were unharmed. Even Maria hadn't been caught off guard by the Reaper's appearance. In the meantime, Elise had summoned a skeleton through command to protect her. You. Elise's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the starlight sword in Ozian's hand. She hadn't seen Ozian use the starlight sword before, so this was her first time witnessing such an unbelievable miracle. Wow. Elise wasn't the only one mesmerized by the starlight. Maria stared at the pure white sword in Ozian's hand as if mesmerized by something. The sight of Ozian confronting the Reaper like a beacon in the darkness was a masterpiece in itself. Once he was sure they were safe, Ozian turned his gaze to the enemy before him. A skeleton clad in long white robes, with a large scythe in his hand, he literally took on the form of the Grim Reaper. The marks in the garden, the ghostly figure people say they saw, it must be him. Ozian hadn't seen a skeletal monster with a scythe in the game before, so it was a bit refreshing. Whatever it is, it's a monster that needs to be defeated in order to solve the quest. I'll have to see the pattern and analyze it before I fight it, but I've got people chasing me, so I'll make it quick. His starlight sword bursts into flames, extending its length by more than 1.5 times. I'll finish it with one strike. With that thought, Ozian swung his sword. Seeing that, the Reaper fled backwards in panic. You're going to run away from here. Ozian immediately chased after the Reaper. The fact that it was scared meant that his attack was working, and just as he was about to plunge the starlight sword into its back. Wait, can you calm down? Underscore. To his surprise, the Reaper could speak. That wasn't all, the voice was unmistakably female. Monsters talk. If he closed his eyes and just listened to the voice, it sounded like it belonged to a fairly off-white woman. And what was that urgent cry, as if to intercede? Ozian swung his starlight sword, and the Reaper ducked its head in surprise. The horizontal slash sliced through the air. It didn't miss completely, but it did cut off the hem of the robe the Reaper wore on its head. Ouch! You swung again. You're lucky you dodged. If I didn't dodge, I'd be dead. You're already a dead skeleton. I died once, so I don't want to die again. Ozian's reaction was disconcerting, as he was expecting a fierce battle, but in the end, Ozian had no choice but to stop chasing the Reaper. Phew. You're finally going to listen to me. Ozian swung his sword wildly. The Reaper was surprised and dodged again. This time, it dodged properly. Why are you suddenly swinging your sword again? No, stop it. It was even more troublesome when the skeleton with the scythe spoke in the voice of a clear, clean woman who had never breathed a breath of dust. It was one thing to have a mismatched appearance and voice, but this was a step too far. Ozian stared at the Reaper. He was trying to determine if it had something up its sleeve. It has no face, so I can't read its expression. Where the pupils should have been, there were just black holes, so it was hard to feel any emotion. That alone should have made him suspicious and wary, but Ozian could strangely sense no danger from the Reaper. The lack of response from his sense of danger meant that the Reaper was, in fact, at least not hostile to him. So, who are you? Ozian asked as he unsheathed his starlight sword. Are you just now asking me that? As Ozian attempted to summon starlight to his blade once more, the Reaper replied in anger. My name is Muert, and I am a spiritual being in whom the concept of curses is embodied. A curse materialized. I guess you could call me a summon, just to make it easier to understand. Muert's voice was casual as she introduced herself as a summon. Ozian stared at Muirt, and upon closer inspection, she didn't seem to have any of the creepiness or awkwardness that a ghost-type monster should have. That didn't mean he didn't feel the ominousness of the curse. I am Ozian, a fixer. Do fixers draw light from their swords these days? Enough with the chatter. What was your purpose, and what the hell were you thinking? Trying to kill Dyke Goldiron? Muirt's shoulders slumped at that. What? Kill him? I've never killed anyone. The mansion was haunted after Dyke Goldiron was knocked unconscious. And it fits the eyewitness testimony. A scythe in hand and the form of the Grim Reaper in robes. Isn't that you? Well, when you put it that way, I don't know what to say. Muirt shook her head vigorously and exclaimed. I've never touched a human, but it's not my fault that Dyke Goldiron is unconscious. Maybe you're lying. I'm telling the truth. Today is the first time I've ever been to this mansion in the first place. Today? No way. The ghost sightings at the mansion are a few days old. If Muirt's first visit is today, what does that mean about the ghost sightings before that? No, more than that? I don't feel any sign of the people who were following me earlier. Could they have gotten lost along the way? The mansion was large enough that it was possible. But strangely there was something about the place that tugged at Ozian's senses. What's going on? Quiet, Ozian said, and Muirt fell silent. Of course, being a skeleton, it was hard to tell. There was silence for a moment, and only then did Ozian realize that there was a battle in the distance. A battle? Muirt's here, and there's a fight, or is this just some kind of nervous breakdown? What's going on? Excuse me, I need to know. Muirt asked, but Ozian ignored the voice and headed toward the source of the disturbance. The closer he got, the louder the noise became. As he rounded the corner of the hallway and reached the scene, something black came flying at him. Ozian instinctively dodged it. Rolling across the floor was a human head with a familiar face. It was one of the physically enhanced mutants from the Supreme who had quickly chased after him as he moved through the darkness. Red flames filled the entire corridor. The flames that pushed back the darkness were artificial. More precisely, they were magical. It was a chain detonation of the 3-star fire magic. Sparks from thin air exploded into spheres, engulfing the entire hallway. The windows shattered, the carpeting in the hallway burned, and the exterior material of the walls melted in the heat. The caster of the spell was a 4-star mage with a certain arrogance. He was indeed proud of his skills, and his magical power was quite extraordinary. Of course, to Ozian, who had fought with the Blood Brotherhood, it didn't seem like such a great level. This was rather weak compared to Daver, a member of the Blood Brotherhood. He wasn't called Daver the Burning for nothing, as he specialized in burning people to death. However, by normal standards, the mage's skills were also quite outstanding. That's it. The fellow wizard backing him up exclaimed in delight, then turned grim as he saw the enemy that had emerged after the heat had subsided. What emerged from the red flames was a frosty blue, the opposite color of the flames. His pale blue robes, chilled with cold, fluttered in the windless air. No face was visible, and if Muirt was a skeleton, this one was only a jet-black shadow beneath the hood of his cowl. In his eerily long hands he held a scythe that glowed in a bluish color as if it were no ordinary scythe for harvesting something. Even though it was floating in the air without legs, it looked more than 2 meters tall, and the scythe it held in its long arms was more than 4 meters long. Around the ghost were 2 men lying on the ground. One was a corpse whose head had just been blown off, and the other was a mutant who had been slashed diagonally from collarbone to waist. He was also one of the mutants from Supreme. The wounds, presumably from a scythe, were not bleeding. The wounds had been frozen with frost along the cross-section of the cut. Ozian remembered the frost on the fountain he'd seen in the daylight. That's him. The real ghost that the High Priest's exorcism hadn't worked on was right in front of him. Meanwhile, the ghost lunged at the 4-star mage who had cast the spell. The legless ghost floated through the air and swung the scythe in its hand wildly. The blue scythe sliced through the mansion's walls and around the perimeter. It sliced through the interior of the sturdy building as if it were butter. Thud. A 4-star mage used magic to stop it, and a wall of hot flames erupted in front of him, scattering dazzling lights around him. It was a 2-star magic, a flare shield, but despite the scorching flames, the ghost was not frightened at all. The scythe swung wildly, slicing through even the fire barrier as a bluish coldness scattered across the flames. That alone showed that the coldness in the scythe was not ordinary. Just as the wizard was about to fall into danger, 2 shadows leapt out from behind his back and lunged at the ghost. It was a skeleton in uniform. The 2 skeletons, summoned by Elise Dinarova with her command spell, each wielded a spear, and each took aim at the ghost. The wraith targeting the mage recovered its scythe and parried the 2 spears. The spears used by the skeletons were no ordinary spears. They were already imbued with a great deal of black magic, and the black energy tried to spread through the handle of the scythe to the ghost. But as the ghost emitted more cold from its body, the black energy was pushed back and oxidized. The 4-star mage, who had barely managed to stay alive in the meantime, looked at the bone-masked Elise and bit his lip in shame. Damn it. Getting help from a warlock. It was a very cheeky thing to say on the subject of receiving help, but Elise didn't reply. Her mind was focused on the blue ghost. Dangerous. Elise muttered to herself. The way he'd defeated 2 mutants in one fell swoop, the way he'd been hit by 3-star magic, the way he'd been unharmed. That ghost was no ordinary guy. The ghost also looked at Elise and sheathed his scythe. She couldn't see its face, as it was only shades of black beneath its robes, but it was easy to tell that it had turned Elise into its target. Just then, from behind her, Homer called out, "Dante? Argo? You son of a bitch. Homer stretched out his right hand toward the ghost. The skin of his right hand popped open, and a stream of red blood shot out like a bullet at the ghost. The ghost grabbed the scythe with both hands and swung it lightly as a blast of cold air from the scythe froze all the flying blood. Homer gritted his teeth at the sight and drew more blood. The blood in his hand turned into a whip, bubbling and boiling. The whip moved like a snake, tracing red trails. Seeing that, the ghost was about to swing the scythe again when someone grabbed him from behind. Homer, finish him off. It was Argo, the mutant whose upper body had been sliced open by the ghost's scythe. Unusually, he hadn't been killed by the previous blow. Suddenly, he grabbed the ghost from behind, but a chill radiated from the ghost's entire body. Frost formed on Argo's skin, and he froze in place. The ghost lightly brushed his shoulder and the frozen Argo shattered like a statue, scattering to the floor. The blood whip that followed was cut down as easily by the scythe the ghost wielded. Homer's lips twitched at the realization that the opportunity his companion had sacrificed had been wasted. Elise's skeleton lunged at the ghost. Moving with a swiftness that belied their bony bodies, the two skeletons attacked the ghost from either side at once. Spears stabbed from both sides, but the ghost ducked low, held its scythe horizontally, and spun 360 degrees in place. The blue trajectory drew a perfect circle around the ghost, and the two skeletons caught in it fell, their upper and lower bodies separated. But that wasn't the only thing the skeletons did. Click. Between the torn clothes the skeletons were wearing, a time bomb secretly hidden inside went off. Wham! The bomb was packed with a lot of gunpowder, and its power was enough to shake the mansion. The explosive magic even caused a section of the outer wall to crumble away, but the ghost was still intact. In the blast, he had created a shield of ice around himself, minimizing the heat and shock of the explosion. Even Elise's best weapon, a bomb, had misfired, but she was not surprised. It was merely a decoy to draw the ghost's attention. In reality, it was the man's that the ghost did not see turn. Now, Elise said. The darkness-slicing starlight sword swung wildly toward the ghost's back. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian's timing with the sword was perfect. The sword itself bursts into pure white flames, losing the advantage of surprise, but more than making up for its lack of power. The sword filled with starlight swung out to cut down the ghost. Kong! The ghost spun 180 degrees and the blue scythe it swung blocked the starlight sword. Blocked. It was unheard of that a starlight sword with this much power could be blocked like this. What was even more surprising was the speed of the ghost's reaction. It had only seen the pure white light behind it and knew that it was going to attack. The scythe it swung at the same time was precise enough to block the starlight sword. A glint of recognition flashed in Ozian's eyes. Kong! With a forceful push, the scythe and the starlight sword fell apart. The attention of the ghost that Elise had attracted was now fully focused on Ozian. It instinctively senses the strongest opponent. At this point, only a head-to-head battle remained. At that moment, Muert, who was following behind Ozian, saw the ghost's appearance and screamed. Kaa, it's a ghost. Is that what you say? Ozian desperately resisted the urge to question her. He had a strong intuition that the moment he took his eyes off the ghost in front of him, it would pounce, but Muert's presence had an unexpected advantage. For a moment, the ghost's attention was on Muert, not Ozian. Now, Ozian grabbed his starlight sword and lunged at the ghost while the ghost lunged at him too, but it was the ghost that attacked first. The scythe it wielded had a much longer range than Ozian's sword. With a flick of its arms, the ghost swung its scythe. The scythe's trajectory traced a ghastly blue path, and the air froze and frosted in its wake. In response, Ozian swung his starlight sword. The blazing starlight spat out heat, colliding with the frost and sending out a dazzling flash of light. Bang, 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 bang. Sparks flew in the air, blending blue and white. The battle between the two was dense, refusing to allow even a single breath in the middle. Ozian continued to advance, trying to get close to the ghost. Although the scythe had a wide and long range, it would be at a relative disadvantage if Ozian got close. The ghost, however, seemed to be fully aware of this and would not allow Ozian to approach. Rather, if it felt he got too close, it would spin its scythe in place, scattering frost in all directions, blocking Ozian's approach. A pale blue light and a brilliant white light lit up the darkness. It was hard to take your eyes off them as they collided and mingled, leaving trails like paint in the air. This is annoying. Ozian narrowed his eyes. The ghost was a very skilled fighter. It didn't just wield its scythe menacingly, each strike was sharp and well executed. Even more disturbing was the fact that its attacks were becoming more and more sophisticated as they exchanged blows. It was almost as if he was learning. In fact, his attacks, which had felt a bit monotonous, were now incorporating fakes. Instead of just utilizing the blade of the scythe in his hand, he was using the other end of the long handle to wield it like a baton. This is a real ghost. It looked more like it was fighting a human. At the same time, he felt a sense of familiarity. It's definitely an unfamiliar type of monster, but he felt like he met and fought it before. Meanwhile, the coldness emitted by the ghost became even more intense. Frost began to form on the mansion's red carpet, centered around him. Tisk tisk, tisk, tisk. The walls, ceiling, and floor slowly began to freeze. The chill spread like a plague, reaching Ozian's feet before stopping. The cloak of the night sky, nebula silk, was now draped over his shoulders. The power of the cloak blocked the ghost's chill and pushed it away. As they continued their confrontation, the wizards stood at the ready, energizing and preparing their magic. When the ghost saw them, it immediately fled beyond the broken wall. The wizards were stunned by the sudden departure of the creature they had fought so fiercely against. Inwardly, Ozian was puzzled. The ghost ran away. Perhaps it decided the odds were stacked against it, but he hadn't expected a ghost to flee so soon after being disadvantaged. After leaving the mansion, the ghost moved into the distance and disappeared into the forest while the people could only watch. Asterisk. Once the ghost was gone, the lights returned to the mansion as if the power that had gone out was restored. However, the commotion that had occurred during the darkness had left the people gathered in the hall exhausted. As much as they wanted to close their eyes and get some well-deserved rest, they couldn't afford it. First, there were casualties. 2 mutants from the Organization Supreme, hired by the second daughter, Mercy, were killed. Both of them were of the physical enhancement class, and one was decapitated by a ghost, and the other was frozen to death and shattered into pieces. If they're mutants with physical enhancement, they must also be resistant to cold. Depending on their rank, they must have been of a certain class to be in the organization. The cold emitted by the ghosts was intense, as their flesh, which could still move in the freezing cold, was frozen and shattered into pieces like a 3-dimensional puzzle. Naturally, the mood of the Supreme Mutants, who had lost a valuable power source and ally, was depressed. The same was true of the mages. The mages, who had been proud of themselves, seemed to be somewhat shocked that their fire magic, which they had unleashed so many times, hadn't worked on the ghost. Well, at least it's quieter now, so I'll have less to worry about. It was something that didn't concern him anyway. Whether they bruised their pride or suffered grief, Ozian didn't care. It was the other side that mattered. What's that? Elise asked as she approached Ozian. Her voice was bland and unemotional, as if she was at ease after the battle she had fought. Elise's gaze fell on Muert, who was floating somewhat beside Ozian. In fact, everyone in the room was eyeing her with a strange gaze. Her appearance was intimidating, but what was even more mysterious was that she could speak. I have a name, Muert. The skeleton's jaws clicked and a high-pitched female voice rang out. The expressions on the faces of the people around her turned even more rotten. It was surprising to hear a skeleton speak, but the high-pitched, booming voice was quite disconcerting. Skeleton. Elise only stared at Muert, her curiosity shining even stronger. Elise is a black mage who specializes in command. In her view, Muert was a skeleton that could speak and had a mind, which is to say, a very good skeleton. Excuse me, I'm not a skeleton. She looked like the Grim Reaper as she flew through the air with her scythe. It was fortunate that her robes were white. If they were black, they might have instinctively attacked. Oh. But Muert's insistence that she wasn't a skeleton only served to pique Elise's curiosity further. Her expression changed to one of wanting to grab that thing and experiment on it right now. You know, you're kind of scaring me with that look in your eyes. Eventually, Ozian spoke up. Come to think of it, didn't you say you were someone's summon? Yes, I did, or something like that. Then where is the master who summoned you? Well, there he is. Muert pointed a bony finger to one side. There, staggering toward them, was a man with a brooding air. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, with untrimmed dreadlocks and an unkempt beard. He was wearing a black poncho that looked like rags. He was the kind of bum you'd see on the street, but he didn't have the vibe, and the unpleasantness emanating from the man was reminiscent of death. More warlock-like than warlocks, the man seemed to have been forged by the curse itself. He is. Ozian was a stranger to him, but the 4-star mage was different and spoke first. Desperado, why are you here? Who? The man called Desperado asked in a fierce voice. I am Ricario, a 4-star mage of the Solomon School. Haven't you heard of me? I'm not interested in mages. Ricario bit his lip, feeling his pride wounded. Why are you here, anyway? Because, well, I was asked to, but more than that, have you seen a strange skeleton here, one that's loud and can fly? Desperado's gaze snapped to Muert. Ah, there she is. Fernando. The sight of the skeletal woman flying toward him, scythe in hand, was the stuff of nightmares, but Fernando's reaction was tepid. What the hell were you doing? I was scared. Muert grabbed Fernando by the scruff of the neck and shook him back and forth. Stop shaking. It hurts my head and you're scarier. Don't be rude to a woman. Apparently, the man was the one who summoned Muert. Or a contractor. Whatever it is, he seems far from ordinary. Fernando's fierce gaze turned to Ozian. His eyes were hollow, and they didn't seem to belong to the living. Fernando, let me introduce you. This is Ozian, he's a hired fixer, the same as Fernando, right? A fixer? Fernando asked in disbelief. It was the same for Ozian. Are you a fixer? Yeah, it's just a side job. I see. And that was the end of the conversation between the two reticent, wordless men. Oh my god, I'm breathless just looking at you. How can you be so speechless? Muert's frustration was palpable. A frustrated skeleton woman in the middle of 2 men, it was a dizzying combination. Who are you hired by? Dellen Goldiron. Oh, the third. And you? Dustin Kruger. I see. Ozian wondered why he hadn't seen him before, but it turns out he was hired by the assistant. Can I leave that one alone? That. Ozian exclaimed. I sent her out for a walk, and all of a sudden, the mansion is in an uproar. Something happened? I see. Well, it doesn't matter. My orders are to guard the entrance to the hospital room. This is the kind of nonchalance that shows no interest in anything other than the job at hand. He was a man steeped in boredom itself. I don't mind what you do as long as you don't touch me, but you seem a little different. Fernando's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Ozian. His eyes were empty and emotionless, but there was a tiny hint of recognition in them. Since we're the only fixers here, let me give you some advice. Fernando spoke in a voice so low that only Ozian could hear it. You'd better be careful, especially if you're helping the third. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian was puzzled by Fernando's words, but then he understood. He saw Fernando's eyes scanning the others as he told them to be careful. Why did Fernando say be careful? Did he know something else they didn't? I'll go back to my post now. Before I could ask, Fernando was gone, taking Muert with him. It was nice to meet you, even if our first meeting didn't go so well because you tried to kill me. Muert, floating by Fernando's side like a ghost, waved to Ozian. The combination of a skeletal woman who seemed more alive than a living person and a man who seemed deader than a corpse was very unusual. The world is a big place and there are many different kinds of people, Ozian thought, but Fernando's warning was not wasted. But the most important thing right now is the ghost. The power of the ghost seems to stir up some part of my memory. I'm sure I've seen him before, but I can't remember where. Maybe if I see him one more time, I'll realize it then. It came out at night and was forced to back off today, but given its belligerence, I doubt it will go away. That means he could show up again the next night. Vowing not to let him get away this time, Ozian called out to Elise. You. Elise. Elise. Yes, Elise. It was Ozian who took the first step back in response to Elise's adamant insistence that he call her by her first name. I don't know what the hell you're doing here, but... Ozian was about to say more, but Elise cut him off. You're lying? What? You lied. Elise pointed a finger at Ozian. The name. You said Albert. Oh. It occurred to him that when he first met Elise, she had asked Ozian what his name was. Ozian, who had an antipathy toward warlocks, didn't want to give her his real name, so he lied and said Albert. I didn't think much of it at the time, he recalls, but now that I think about it, I realize it's the same name as the mayor of the 33rd district. That wasn't the point. I lied about my name. There's no reason for me to give you my real name in the first place. Why? Because. That's it. Ozian opened his mouth to say something, but then clamped his jaw shut. He didn't want to give his name because, frankly, she was a warlock. Part of him wanted to say, what if you use it to target me or curse me? But the rational part of his brain knew that was a very classist thing to say, and he held it in desperation. Nowadays, warlocks are a recognized profession in society. Of course, some people still shy away from it because of its unique image, but on the other hand, there are many people who admire warlocks. Knowing that, Ozian could no longer speak so casually against warlocks. Or, more accurately, he had to suppress his instinct to do so as much as his reason would allow. I can't help the physiological revulsion I feel. The memories of fighting warlocks to the death were still embedded in his body. He still instinctively recoiled at the sight of a warlock. However, he's not as verbally abusive as he was in the beginning, so he can say that he improved quite a bit. That's why he can talk to Elise like this. I just didn't want my name out there at the time. Why? You're a fixer. Does it matter now? Sensing this was going to be a long conversation, Ozian changed the subject. You were commissioned by Maria Goldiron. What was it for? A favor for a friend. Wasn't that just a story? Maria had looked at Elise and said friend, but she hadn't expected Elise to say friend favor. Of course I get paid. Then it's not a favor. Why not? It's not like she's getting paid for being a friend. I mean, what kind of basic common sense would you expect from a warlock? Ozian shook his head inwardly. If any other warlock had heard his inner thoughts, they would have been furious. In this case, it was because Elise was unusual, not because she was a warlock. So, what were you asked to do? Are you here to find that ghost? The ghost. The one you fought just now. Oh, the blue one. Yes, the blue one. Was he the object of this favor? Elise shook her head. No, I was asked for something else. What do you mean, something else? I'm here to protect Maria. Elise's answer was quite surprising. Asterisk. The next day Ozian came to Dellen's office again. There must have been a lot of noise last night. Dellen was nonchalant about the fight that had torn a hole in the mansion. Ozian turned to Dellen and asked him bluntly, why exactly did you hire me? Dellen's eyes lit up with an intrigued smile. Apparently, you heard something based on what happened yesterday. There was quite a crowd. Did you see my brother? Yes. He's hired some wizards from the Solomon School. What an asshole. A sudden outburst. Ozian shrugged it off. In truth, he was thinking the same thing as Dellen. A coward and a mama's boy, and so is my second sister. Too much greed and vanity but not enough ability. The youngest is better, but she's still immature and young. Why is he telling me this? Ozian waited in silence for Dellen's next words. I'm a bastard. Dellen's confession was shocking. But the way he said it, it felt like he was saying, I ate soup this morning. Sebastian's eyes widened in surprise. Master. Never mind, Sebastian. There's no point in hiding this. Dellen threw his hands up in the air in annoyance. An illegitimate child, that's a surprise. Why? Because I inherited the old man's temperament in the thickest of ways. I won't deny it. You speak of the old man as if you had seen him. A successful investor who discovered a gold mine and made a fortune on the back of it. A man like that would be cool and collected, but also passionate. That was exactly what Dellen looked like to Ozian. Dellen smirked. It was an affirmation of Ozian's words. Anyway, I'm a stain on this family. The last thing we need is for the world to know that the old man had an affair. If anyone should be obsessed with that, it should be him. So you're saying it was Dyke who took you away? I don't know why. Perhaps it was a whim, or perhaps I inherited more of his own temperament than his eldest son. The old man who brought me to the mansion didn't talk to me much afterward. Still, Dyke had certainly provided Dylan with material abundance. The fact that he was living in the mansion and having such a nice room was proof of that. However, apart from the old man, the mistress, and my older brother and sister don't really like me. No wonder, for to them you are a stranger. At the same time, I might be someone who could take away their inheritance. Beyond that, it's partly because I'm so talented. While the old man was still around, everyone kept quiet and watched their steps. Not now that Dyke's down. Dylan scoffed. We don't know when the old man's going to wake up, and they're going about their business like they're baking beans in a blazing fire. No, it's more like doing something because they're sure it won't happen. Also, you weren't a bad choice. Dylan nodded, his demeanor softening at Ozian's answer, which cut to the heart of the matter. It was a good thing for me. The ghost gave me an excuse to hire a fixer to help the old man, but I couldn't afford anything less than a fixer of your caliber. If I'd called in someone with a better reputation for strength, they'd have felt the crisis and used their hands first. His brothers, who had been staunchly opposed to the idea, backed down when Ellen said he was looking for an inexperienced fixer, not a famous mercenary. You're just a fixer, he says, and I'm sure they're thinking, what's the point of calling a guy like that? And you found me in the meantime. Yeah, Dylan had come this far, and he wasn't holding anything back from Ozian. I heard the news just in time. The assassination of Princess Orlia. Terrorists or something, they made a big deal out of it, wreaking havoc in the streets, but she didn't die, because she had one fixer by her side. So that's why you called for me. If I could protect Princess Orlia from such horrors, you're sure I can protect you from the hands of your siblings. The other fools don't seem to realize your true worth. That's where Dylan excelled. He took after his father, Dyke, but he also knew better than anyone what it was like to be the underdog. He never let anything slip through his fingers, even the smallest things. Ordinarily, people wouldn't have paid much attention to Ozian, partly because Albert deliberately withheld information. However, Dylan took advantage of the concealment to deduce what Ozian was doing and recognize his true worth. The world is full of people who don't believe what they see. Dylan only had second-hand information about Ozian, but he recognized something extraordinary about him. He had an almost intuitive sense of investment, evidence of Dyke gold iron blood running thick in his veins. Have you spoken to the butler? He's neither my enemy nor my ally. He's just a man who swore allegiance to my father. In other words, Dustin, the butler, couldn't help. So that's why he told me to be careful. I finally understood the meaning of Fernando's warning. Dustin would stay out of whatever was going on in the house, as long as it doesn't directly harm Dyke. And it's not just Dylan, either. The youngest of the family seems to have inherited quite a bit of his father's temperament. She's a carefree little fellow. She instinctively sensed something was amiss in the house and brought Elise along as her escort. She doesn't have a normal sense of crisis either. She's not a bastard, so the eldest son and second daughter have no reason to attack her, but it never hurts to be cautious. What an interesting family. The eldest son and second daughter are fools full of vanity, but the illegitimate youngest child has strongly inherited their father's temperament. Even a normal family is a good place for a fight, but a billionaire's family? It was a perfect situation for someone to die. Still, I didn't think the ghost was real. Dylan twiddled his fingers. He'd thought he'd been being modest, but to hear that there really were ghosts, and that they were even menacing, was a bit of a surprise even to him. You don't have to worry about that. I'm sure I can catch it this time. You're so confident. Isn't that why you called me? Dylan's eyes widened at that, and then he burst out laughing. Yeah, I did. Dylan's shoulders shook as he stopped laughing and turned to Ozian. Today will be the day. I'm sure last night's events have made you impatient. Can you do a good job? Make sure I'm paid well. An exemplary and satisfactory answer. Rising from his seat, Ozian turned to Sebastian before leaving the office. Perhaps today, you should show me something, too. Sebastian didn't answer. Ozian smirked at him and left the office. Asterisk. Night fell as Ozian stood still in the hallway with his sword dangled in one hand. The mansion was bathed in light, then the power went out again. I see, you felt it too. With a chill, a bluish ghost appeared before Ozian's eyes. I knew you would reappear before me. Now that I see you again, I think I know who you are. White flames rose above Ozian's sword. A shard of my power. Underscore 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 underscore. The ghost didn't speak. There was nothing but darkness beneath its blue hood. No mouth, no vocal cords to speak, and certainly no face to show emotion, but Ozian could tell that the ghost had responded to his words. I didn't recognize you at first. Your form, to say the least, is very different from what I remember. The power of the Sky Knight. The ghost before him embodied some of that power. It was the third possibility that Ozian hadn't told Dylan about. The most unlikely answer was the right one. Most of all, it was the presence of the ghost in front of him that piqued his curiosity. It wasn't something inhabiting an object, or a person possessing it. It was literally a force of its own will, taking shape. At least if the shard of power I was supposed to possess was materialized, it would still take the form of a knight. A legless, flying reaper with a scythe, although, given how it freezes everything it slashes, that's kind of fitting. I'm a little surprised. The starlight in the sword burned strongly. The ghost was not deterred. The atmosphere froze around the bluish scythe, and a localized snowfall began. There's still plenty of time before Christmas begins. No, there's no Christmas here in the first place. Ozian shrugged off the thought. Now was the time to focus on the enemy in front of him. At least, that's the power he should have. Letting his guard down could lead to fatal consequences. Zzzzzzz. The chill grew stronger. The hallways of the mansion began to freeze, centered around the ghost. The windows frosted over and sleet drifted down. Even the carpet around the shoe froze, causing the should-be fluffy thing to rustle. Ha! Ozian breathed out, and a white puff of breath escaped. Cold. Before he could finish his rambling comment, the ghost lunged at him. Perhaps it was holding on to the memory of his escape the day before. Either that, or it realized that Ozian's presence was its source. The charging ghost was accompanied by a localized blizzard. The scythe, wielded with great vigor, struck at Ozian's collarbone. The sharp blade was about to touch the hem of his coat, but a pure white light suddenly intervened, blocking the blue blade. Starlight danced as Ozian quickly pulled his cloak down over his shoulders. It was a cloak with feathers at the neck and long enough to reach the floor. White on the outside, the cloak's lining was beautifully shaped to hold the Milky Way in the night sky. Wrapped in nebula silk, Ozian was impervious to the cold. The cold that the ghost had scattered to slow down his opponent's movements only served to freeze the mansion itself. Boom! The starlight collided with the frost, creating a beautiful flame. Blue and white intertwined in the darkness. It was like a white snake and a blue snake fighting to bite each other's throats. Ozian spun, and the nebula silk spun with him. What should have been a mere cloak sharpened into a weapon, aiming for the ghost's side. Not just a defensive skill, but a surprise strike that could be converted into an offense. However, the ghost was unfazed, soaring high into the air and clinging to the ceiling. As if the world had been flipped 180 degrees, the ghost from the ceiling swung its scythe relentlessly, aiming for Ozian's throat. Ozian calmly blocked the scythe with the starlight sword. Oh no, Ozian frowned. He didn't care about the shock that echoed through his fingertips with each parry. What mattered was the fine ice crystals that scattered along the scythe's trajectory. It might seem like a cold effect, but it was a dangerous technique that could necrotize skin on contact. Shards of crystal aimed for the face that nebula silk didn't protect. Breathe in the wrong way and your lungs would freeze, and if it got into your eyes, you'd go blind. Given the viciousness of the disease, it was likely incurable even by the most renowned of priests. The good news is that we now have prosthetic eyes that can replace missing eyeballs. I don't think I'd want to replace a good eye with a machine. Ozian shuffled backward. The carpet squeaked as he stepped on it, and by now, the floor was white and frozen solid. The slightest loss of balance would increase the chance of slipping. He's skilled. He deliberately froze the ground, which is the axis of my swordsmanship. In order to perform swordsmanship, the stance is important. Ozian needs to use his legs to support the force of the blow, but if the ghost froze the ground and made it difficult for him to balance, the power of his sword will be halved. On the other hand, he is unaffected by the field he creates. Aside from floating through the air without legs, he deliberately accompanied his movements with sleet. It blinds him and binds his legs. Wielding the scythe wasn't all he had to offer. Rather, it was a decoy. Unlike the orthodox swordplay, where the opponent is stabbed in the face, this style of fighting uses all sorts of environmental factors to slow the opponent down. Yes, that's the second trait a Sky Knight should possess. It was the power of the moon. I don't know whether I should lament that I have to fight such a powerful foe, or admire my strength. The ghost didn't answer. It still struck, relentlessly, looking for an opening. It seemed to say, if you are truly my source, where is it? If you really are my source, prove it to me. It didn't speak and didn't have eyes, but Ozian felt that the ghost was strangely shouting. Yes, proof. It was easier said than done, and the ghost's combat style was quite difficult for Ozian to deal with. Because when I PvP with other Knight players, they didn't use that method. There were a few status effects in the game, freezing and frostbite. Knights with the frozen talent were able to inflict these debuffs, and with their superior mobility, they would try to weave in and out of their opponents. But at least they didn't freeze the field around them, or scatter crystal shards to apply pressure from all sides. What was impossible in the game because of the system's limitations, is now possible in the real world because the constraints are gone. For Ozian, it was like fighting an enemy whose methods were completely new to him. An unknown enemy with a new pattern of attacks he has never faced before. In the game where he could die many times and respawn, he could try again, but in the real world, he only had one life. Failure is death. Standing on that precipice, Ozian's mind was surprisingly calm. Yes, there was even a smile on his lips. This is the fun part. The ghostly scythe paused for a moment at the sight of that smile. Ozian hadn't noticed the ghost's reaction, as he was too caught up in the situation. Well then, shall we have a proper go at it? Ozian, who had been playing defense, immediately changed his stance. The nebula silk on his back split to the sides, forming wings. Then, a white ring formed and stardust sprayed out. Ozian's figure shot towards the ghost like a jet-powered fighter. The ghost saw Ozian approaching and swung its scythe. Tiny blue crystals glittered along the scythe's trajectory, scattering like sand toward Ozian's face, but just before the blue crystals touched his skin, Ozian's figure slumped to the ground and disappeared. He had dodged the nebula silk's thrust by deflecting it vertically. Ozian stomped on the floor and slid toward the ghost. The ghost brought its scythe upright and slammed it into the ground. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Sharp ice spikes shot out like hedgehogs from the frost on the ground. If he tried to take a step, the sharp ice spikes would pierce the soles of his feet and come out through the instep. Simply making the ground slippery wasn't the only thing the ghost could do, but Ozian didn't care. He simply changed the direction of his momentum once more, and slammed into the wall. He could feel the ghost's surprise, as if it hadn't expected this. All the while, Ozian was stomping on the wall, stomping on the ceiling, and performing three-dimensional movements to get closer to the ghost. You're not the only one who uses unconventional methods. Now that the system's constraints are gone, Ozian felt more free to unleash his abilities. The starlight sword fell vertically. The ghost raised its scythe to block. If he used enough force to knock Ozian off, he would fall straight to the center of the sharp ice floor. About to strike, the ghost saw Ozian twist and kick in midair. He didn't use just a sword, but a melee combat technique. This was also unexpected, but the ghost thought that it was fine. Given the chill in the air, it was certain that Ozian's legs would freeze. The ghost's intentions changed, however, when it saw the starlight on Ozian's legs. Pure white gaiters wrapped from toe to knee. Instead of covering his entire body, he had only spread out the starlight armor on his legs. Tisk. The gaiters clamped down on the ghost's body. The impact of the clean hit sent the ghost flying backwards. It was a nimble and light creature, but that's what made each blow like this so deadly. Ozian didn't miss the chance. Thwack. The gaiters he wore on only 2 legs shattered the all on the ground. He bent slightly, straining his thighs. He fought along walls and ceilings, but in the end, his specialty was the orthodox way of fighting with his feet on the ground. Ozian stretched his flexed thighs, chasing after the bouncing ghost. It tried to respond, somehow maneuvering itself into position in midair. Too late. Once the attack was allowed, the battle was decided. Ozian's sword slammed into the ghost's scythe. Pow! The ghost hadn't gotten into position, and the impact was too much for it to bear, and it lost its grip on the scythe. The spinning scythe slammed into the ceiling. Turning to the ghost on the floor, Ozian stomped on its torso with his leg and pointed his sword at it. Sufficient proof. Asterisk. With the fight over, Ozian strolled slowly through the mansion. When he reached the large central hall, the mansion's darkness was suddenly illuminated. Ozian didn't even frown at the sudden light. Surrounding him were mages from the Supreme and Solomon schools, and beyond them were David Goldiron and Marcy Goldiron. You didn't even show your nose while I was dealing with the ghost. Ozian smirked as he looked at the people who were turning on him. Was this the plan all along? You were pretty useful for a fixer Dellen hired, but you'd rather have been killed by a ghost. David scoffed. He didn't think Ozian would be able to take down a ghost, but he didn't care. At least it's one less thing we have to deal with, so I guess that's a good thing. Marcy smirked at David's comment. Still, it's a shame. You are looking pretty. They made no attempt to hide their intentions. I see. You're going to finish stabilizing the house here, now that the Lord is down. Is your goal to get rid of Dellen? If you knew, you should have run away. Rachel glared at Ozian. Unfortunately, I was on a mission. That's what brought all of us here, fixer. Ricario sneered at Ozian, and the Solomon mages around him laughed loudly. It was a laugh filled with contempt. I single-handedly defeated a ghost that you could not defeat even with your combined efforts. Do you think you can defeat me? Enough with the bluster. Defeating that ghost was unexpected, but it must have weakened you. Ricario and the other members of his school unleashed their magic. Ozian shook his head in disbelief. You must be mistaken about something. Starlight surrounded Ozian's entire body, from his pure white armor and cloak to the starlight sword in his hand. You should have fled. Underscore 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 underscore. In the form of a pure white knight, Ozian was the embodiment of starlight. Upon seeing him, the mages of the Solomon school unleashed a spell they had prepared. It was a 3-star fire magic chain burst. A spell they had used against the ghost before, but hadn't seen much effect. However, that was only because the opponent was a bad match, and a 3-star fire magic was actually extremely powerful. The pure heat alone could melt a person to the bone, and the shock of the explosion could easily tear through steel. Even the Solomon school is a school that specializes in fire-based elemental magic. The fire magic they used was at least 3 times more powerful than the same magic used by a normal mage. As long as the opponent was a mere living human. The moment this magic was unleashed, victory or defeat was sealed. Puff, puff, puff. A red explosion engulfed Ozian. One after another, the explosions burst into spheres in the air, causing the wind to whip around with scorching heat. It was a bold attack that could have had a profound effect on the interior of the opulent mansion. Melted carpets and shattered chandeliers from the impact alone were enough to cause considerable damage, but Ricario didn't care. It would be pennies on the dollar for his client, who would get the entirety of Dyke's estate. It's so easy, it's almost refreshing. This is the perfect time for the mutants on the sidelines to make their move, but when the flames cleared, revealing a pure white cocoon, Ricario couldn't help but marvel. His astonishment only increased as the cocoon opened up like a flower in full bloom, transforming into Ozian's cloak. What is that? He'd just been hit with a full-blown 3-star fire spell. No way, that pure white power can be used as a defense. The starlight showed not an inch of retreat, even against the ghost's chilling cold. Ozian, wrapped in that starlight, could truly be described as a living tank. Considering the role of a knight in the distant past, it was not an inaccurate description. You're growing on me. Rikurio's eyes lit up with greed as he looked at Ozian. He was intensely curious about Ozian's power. He wanted to analyze it, rip it apart, and make it his. That white flame. If only we could find out what it is and incorporate it into our magic. The Solomon School will stand tall above the other mage schools. It would strengthen their position within the academy and possibly open the way to the 5-star realm. Of course, his method of analysis would be less than gentlemanly. He would have to dissect Ozian alive. Why don't you just stick to our side? Rikurio asked Ozian. Delon Goldiron won't be around much longer anyway. He was never meant for this manner. I don't know how much he's offering you, but our clients can pay many times that, plus penalties. He wishes he could kill Ozian now, but Ozian had already read the desire in Rikurio's eyes. You expect me, a fixer, to betray my client. That's what fixers do. They'll even stab their clients in the back if it pays. Didn't you need the money too? A normal fixer would. But Ozian was both a fixer and a knight. A knight does not betray his master, even if the other person is a client, not a master. Unless he betrays Ozian first, he will fulfill his commission. Isn't it funny that you attacked me with the intention of killing me in the first place, and now you want to join hands? The attack had already irreparably damaged their relationship. Rikurio clicked his tongue in disappointment. I can't help it, don't worry. We're not going to kill you, you're very attractive as a guinea pig for our experiments. You're finally showing your true colors. Well, maybe you'll lose a limb or two. Rikurio clenched his fire whip in his hand. It crackled, sending sparks flying into the air, and looked intimidating in its own right but not to Ozian. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed weaker than the last time they fought. Ozian raised the starlight sword in his hand and pointed it at Rikurio. The red bullets flew at him, aiming for his vital spots. Ozian flapped his cloak lightly and deflected the incoming bullets. The bullets scattered into the air with a puckering sound, reeking of blood. The eyes in the helmet turned to the man who had fired the shot. Homer, blood dripping from his hand, glared at Ozian with a glint in his eye. Hey, asshole, I told you I'd take care of you, didn't I? The blood dripping from his hand hovered in the air, then transformed into a sharp spear. So that's what it's like to be a mutant. Mutants have their own superpowers. Homer's superpower, as he demonstrated in the battle with the ghost, is the ability to manipulate blood. He was able to use his own blood as a weapon. Normally, it would be dangerous to bleed out over time, but he's a mutant, so I shouldn't be so complacent. Homer threw the blood spear at Ozian. The spear flew so fast that it seemed to cut a red line through the air. This is no ordinary feat. He wasn't just turning blood into a weapon, he was able to manipulate blood flow to enhance his physical abilities. Ozian tried to block the spear with his cloak, but stopped midway and changed its course. Powerful. The blood spear grazed his shoulder armor and left a tiny, but noticeable, gash. The blood Homer was using was no ordinary blood. It was supernatural blood, and as such, it possessed magical powers of its own. You think you can avoid it? Homer flicked his bleeding hand. A spear of blood whizzed past Ozian, swerved in midair, and aimed for the back of his head. As Ozian dodged again, the spear of blood spun around him at high speed, aiming for his weak spots. Red lines dominated the space. Soon, the blood spear split into 2 daggers, targeting both sides of Ozian at once. Ozian swung his starlight sword horizontally in a wide arc. A burst of starlight burned the blood spears to ashes. Homer's face contorted as if his pride had been wounded, but he didn't make a show of it. His role was not to finish Ozian, but to fill the gap. Now, the time Homer had bought allowed the Solomon School mages to work their magic again. The flames on the ground rushed toward Ozian. Upon closer inspection, the flames took the shape of a crawling man on its upper body. A monkfish of fire grabbed his ankle and clung to him like a tick. Ozian lifted his right foot and stumped on the ground, the impact scattering the flames in all directions and making them disappear. What the hell? I didn't hear he had that kind of ability. Everyone, stop panicking and attack. Rachel, the leader of Supreme, activated her superpower. Her eyes glowed with radiant light, and her hair turned to lightning. With electricity in both hands, Rachel fired at Ozian. Ozian swung his sword lightly, slicing through the current. Compared to Tesla arms, your power is nothing. The fire magic used by the Solomon School mages was weaker than Daver's. Rachel's psychic powers were inferior to Tesla arms. Rachel bit her lip at the thought. So he wasn't an ordinary physical enhancement mutant. That pure white energy that enveloped Ozian's entire body was the biggest problem. It was powerful enough to attack, but its own defense was also formidable. She had felt it when he blocked the coldness of the ghost, but she was convinced when she saw that it also blocked the heat of the flames. It's a kind of all-purpose energy, a crystallization of pure power. I didn't know you were an energy mutant. Why is a man of your stature working as a fixer? You could have come to us, the Supreme, and been treated like one. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm not a mutant. Huh? You're going to come out like that? Ozian was sincere, but Rachel didn't believe him. Rather, she thought Ozian was deceiving her, and fueled by her anger, she unleashed more electricity. Her hair was flying in all directions like static electricity as the electricity emanating from that hair gathered and condensed on her right hand. The ball of electricity was a deep purple color. It may have been small, but its power was real, and even the members of Solomon School took a step back to keep their distance so as not to be caught in it. Die. Rachel picked up the sphere and threw it. Ozian gripped the starlight sword, and just in time for the orb to fly, he gently swung the sword. Bending. a technique that doesn't absorb the force head-on but instead redirects it by utilizing the direction of the force against itself. The sphere of purple electricity bent at an angle along Ozian's sword, and then flew up to the ceiling, shattering the chandelier. Puff, puff, puff. The pieces of the chandelier containing the electric current scattered like shrapnel, shattering the lights on the walls and ceiling, but all eyes were still on Ozian. He was still intact and amazingly, he hadn't moved a single step from his spot the entire time. What kind of fixer is that? It's a monster. The wizards of the Solomon School, as well as the Supremacy, were fed up with Ozian's behavior. They had no choice but to take extraordinary measures. I didn't mean to use it here, but I can't help it. Rachel's jaw clenched, and a mutant who had been watching the situation from the back stepped forward. That one. The mutant who hadn't been involved in the fight at all earlier. He looked like an ordinary man in his early 30s, but did he have any special abilities? Just as Ozian was thinking that, the mutant's superpower kicked in. A translucent cube floated above the man's head. Empty and hollow, it looked like a box. That's dangerous. Ozian's senses warned him that he shouldn't leave that cube alone. Ozian immediately took up a stance and lunged at the mutant using the ability. Immediately, the mutant's ability was fully activated. Huo! The lid on top of the cube opened, unleashing a powerful suction force. Ozian froze in place, plunging his starlight sword into the ground. The armor is. Ozian felt his halo armor fade into a blur, sucked into the box. It wasn't just the armor. The nebula silk and the sword were also sucked into the box. It took my power. Ashen stared at the mutant in disbelief. Its ability was called Seal. It was a translucent cube he created that absorbed his opponent's power and sealed it away. Ozian immediately realized why the mutant had been brought here. You brought him here to target Fernando. Yes, that's right. He's here to deal with the skeleton woman. From what we've been told, she's a very dangerous summon. I brought him here to prepare for that, but I never thought I'd use him here. Rachel smirked at Ozian. You won't be able to use your powers for a while. Just then, the mutant who had sealed Ozian's powers called out urgently. Lady Rachel. It won't last long. That's it, I see. I'll do it as quickly as I can. Coming from a mutant with the ability to seal away any amount of power, it was clear that the starlight power Ozian was dealing with was not normal. In fact, Ozian hadn't even gotten his full starlight yet. Just sealing the incomplete power was the limit. Without that arrogant power, you're finished. Yeah, it does seem that way. Ozian shrugged, as if he had no choice. His demeanor was far too relaxed for someone who should have been filled with despair by now. What is it? Rachel sensed something off about his demeanor, but Homer was different. This asshole still hasn't figured out the situation? You're out of your depth. Homer drew a blood sword from his palm and lunged at Ozian. He was going to cut off one of his arms first. No, stop, Homer. Rachel shouted, but Homer had already reached Ozian's perimeter. Seeing Homer approaching, Ozian's voice grew even colder as he spoke. Then I, too, will have to fight with other powers. Boom! An arm was severed and fell to the ground, but it wasn't Ozian's. Rather, it was Homer's arm that was cut off. Ugh. Homer was bewildered to realize that his arm had been chopped off. What confused him even more was that there was no blood coming out of the cut because his severed forearm was frosty and frozen. That. Rachel and Ricario squinted. Behind Ozian's back, a ghostly figure with a scythe hovered over him, guarding him. Underscore. The air around chills at the sight of the ghost. What is that? David exclaimed in disbelief as he watched the spectacle from a safe distance, away from the aftermath of the fight. The appearance of the ghostly figure behind Ozian was enough to make everyone gasp in horror. How? Homer, whose arm had been severed, pursed his lips. The monstrous ghost had appeared, and even more amazingly, it had protected Ozian. This is my power. Seeing the figure, Ricario stiffened and muttered. Yes, I finally understand. This has been your doing all along. Ricario gritted his teeth, glaring alternately at Ozian and the ghost. That fight with that ghost was a setup, because you were the one who summoned it in the first place. What? Ozian stared at Ricario, puzzled. Ricario spoke as if his reasoning was the truth. You deliberately fooled us by pretending to be hostile to the ghost, only to reveal your true colors after you exposed our hand. Was this your plan all along? The mansion's been haunted for days. Considering he beat us to the punch, there must be a third man behind all of this, Dylan. He's the one who set this whole thing up. Ozian didn't know what to say in response. Ricario had made a grave mistake. When Ozian had fought the ghost in the first place, he had meant it. At least at the time, they were enemies. After defeating him, he was only able to use the power because he was properly recognized as its master. However, to a third party, it was anything but that. Ricario's words were nothing more than a rationalization, a way to fit the situation together. In other words, his reasoning was very plausible. Ozian knew that, which is why he was so quick to deny that it had ever happened, but no matter what he said, they wouldn't believe him. So Ozian had half given up trying to convince them and had to agree with Ricario. Yes, that's right. I see. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement at Ozian's words. Dylan Goldiron. I can't believe he's been planning this behind the scenes. The truth is, we were dancing on a stage he set up. Yeah, it didn't make sense to call in just one fixer in a situation like this, not without targeting us in the first place. Dylan had unintentionally become the embodiment of fear, pulling all the strings behind the scenes. Ozian vowed that when this was over, he would go to Dylan and apologize. You cheater. Homer, whose arm had been chopped off, reacted most furiously. He'd thought he'd pushed Ozian to the limit, and now he'd been beaten like this. The shock was indescribable. Homer raised his other hand and tried to activate his powers. The blood coursing through his body threatened to follow his will and break through his skin. Zzzzzzzzzzz. His skin turned blue and froze, solidifying. Even the blood flowing within him was frozen, so he couldn't activate his powers. One arm was severed, the other necrotic, and the necrosis was growing wider and wider, engulfing him. Homer stumbled backward, lost his footing, and fell backward. This can't be. Before he could finish his sentence, he was turned into a frozen statue. Ozian didn't even bother to look at Homer, just stared at Rachel. We still have work to do, don't we? Rachel bit her lip at Ozian's question. What the hell are you all doing? It's only one of them. Attack them at the same time. Do what you're paid to do. Don't you want to make money? David yelled like an immature child. They were annoyed, but he wasn't exactly wrong. Yeah, well, I've come this far and I can't back out. Now that the starlight was sealed, Ozian had lost his most important defense. No matter how powerful that ghost was, would it be able to protect its master from the onslaught of attacks from all sides? At the very least, they had to win this fight before Ozian's sealed abilities were released. Ozian was thinking the same thing. You seem to be underestimating this power. He could understand that. Compared to a full-blown flamethrower, he might as well have a ghost on his back. But that's only if I don't use this power properly. Ozian raised the sword in his hand to the sky. So let me show you. The ghost's form crumbled and dissolved like water, and it began to integrate into Ozian's sword. The power of the moon. The ghost had been completely assimilated by Oshin's sword. In the first place, the essence of this power wasn't that of a ghostly form. Rather, it was more like the essence of what Ozian was about to show. A bluish-blue light spread out faintly. A calm, dreamy aura, like moonlight on the ground, flowed from the sword. Ozian clasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and immediately split it into left and right. Boom! The sword, which was originally a single long sword, split into two halves precisely at Ozian's gesture. In Ozian's hand was a curved sword that emitted blue light. The Moonlight Double Sword. The second attribute of a Sky Knight. The most basic ability of such a moonlight sword. As the Starlight has the Starlight Sword. Moonlight had a Moonlight Sword. The ghost is gone. He's turned into a sword? Everyone beware. Don't get too close. He can't attack us if he can't get close enough. Rachel and Ricarayo stepped forward. They had never worked together before and they didn't like each other very much. They wouldn't get in the way, but they wouldn't actively help either. However, that unspoken agreement was broken the moment they saw Ozian's moonlighting. Rachel's hair stood on end as she unleashed a powerful jolt of purple electricity. Unlike before, when she'd gathered and released electrical energy, she weaved the lightning into a net and spread it out. She wanted to immobilize Ozian, to grab him by the ankles. Ricarayo did the same. The cold was a natural enemy of his fire magic. It made sense to try to drain Ozian's strength rather than fight him head-on. The drained energy exploded into flames, streaking the floor. The flames circled around Ozian, rising high into the sky and forming a wall. 3-star fire magic, cylinder flam, a cylindrical prison of fire and a dense web of electricity above it. They don't think that's enough to take down Ozian, but it might hold him by the ankles. First we buy time, then we feed him the biggest one. Ricarayo immediately prepared his next spell. A 4-star magic would be enough to finish off Ozian. 3 and 4 stars are only one rank apart, but their power is at least 30 times greater. Ricarayo was surrounded by mages of the Solomon School, who would assist him. They moved as one, and knew what to do without being told. Once and for all. He had to admit, it was a bit of an ego bruise to have to coordinate to deal with only one fixer, but the stakes were high enough to make an arrogant wizard swallow his pride. He could see Rachel biding her time and preparing for her big move. Behind her, another mutant was empowering her with something. An empowerment mutant? By temporarily boosting their power beyond their natural limits, they would be able to wipe out their opponent with overwhelming firepower. With great techniques on both sides, not even Ozian would be safe. Ozian, of course, knew that better than anyone. Good judgment. Boom! A blue slash cut through the cylindrical prison of fire, and Ozian leapt out from within. The web of electricity that tried to cover him from above had already been torn to shreds. Fast. Ricarayo squinted. Ozian's movements were swift. Partly because he wasn't wearing full body armor, but even considering that, he was strangely fast. A bluish afterimage trailed in the air as he moved. It was one of the fundamental powers of the moonlight. If starlight was the most common and balanced form, moonlight, on the other hand, specialized in special abilities and speed. Ozian's movements with the twin swords were as smooth as if he were skating on ice. It wasn't an illusion. A path of ice crunched beneath his feet, making his speed even faster. Snow step. This was one of the knight's skills that greatly increased his speed, as he stepped on snow and frost. Whereas Nebula Silk is a fast, straight-line dash with the power and recoil of stardust, Snow Step was a slightly more advanced technique that allowed for dazzling and colorful movements. Don't come. When one of the Solomon mages saw that Ozian was close, he cried out in fear. His voice trembled, but he knew what he had to do. The deterrent magic he had prepared in advance, a 2-star flame magic, lit up the air with colorful flames. It was a spell that would blind Ozian and block his approach. If you ignored it and tried to break through, the heat would burn your clothes and melt your skin, but it didn't work on Ozian. Already shielded with the chill of the moonlight swords he held in both hands, the heat was not even a warm breath on him. The flames were easily extinguished, and Ozian's twin swords danced through the gap. Ugh! The mages of the Solomon school widened their eyes. Ozian had already swept past them. Ignoring them? Has he lost his mind? The members of the Solomon school questioned their motionless bodies. They're not moving, they're not turning their heads, their tongues were stiff and their voice was silent, and it didn't take long to realize why. Ozian's swords had already sliced through their flesh. The swings were so fast and sharp that they didn't even realize they were being cut. It was a death as calm and serene as the moonlight at night. Yi. Rikurio's eyes widened at the sight of his mage's death. The magic he had prepared was not yet complete. Now that it's like this, I'll just have to force it. As he thought this, Rikurio noticed that his vision was spinning. What's wrong with my vision? The last thing Rikurio saw was his headless torso crumpling to the ground. Next. With Rikurio down, Ozian turned to his next target, Rachel. A bluish glow emanated from his eyes, and the moment she met his gaze, Rachel felt her entire body freeze. Rikurio's been hit. It happened so fast. Rikurio had been gathering energy to prepare a 4-star spell, and now he was dead before he could scream. He hadn't been caught off guard, and even with 4 mages protecting him, it didn't change the outcome. That monster is too dangerous. He's just an individual. In other words, the only person Dylan hired to pull off something of this magnitude behind the scenes. It's not without question why Dylan would only hire one person. After all, more couldn't hurt, right? But now I know why. One Ozian was all he needed. Finish him before he gets to me. I knew Ozian was fast, so I planned to finish him off before he could get close. It was a good thing I'd brought a powerhouse to amplify my abilities. Die. Lightning crackled all over Rachel's body, her eyes sparking with a violet glow. A storm of lightning raged as localized lightning struck in the great hall of the mansion. There were no thunderclouds, and the source of the downpour was Rachel. This is dangerous. The rain of lightning struck far and wide, and each bolt was a threatening strike. With the power of starlight, it would have been possible to break through head-on, but not with moonlight. In exchange for the leap in speed, his defense was paper-thin. However, the warning sent by intuition was too strong to trust only the body of a max-level knight. I was greedy to think I could take them both at the same time. Rikurio and Rachel. It was inevitable that the moment he caught either of them, he would have to deal with the other's offense. Ozian never stopped moving. Now that he was faster, he would use that to his advantage and find a gap somehow. Besides, this is my natural way of fighting. While the knight's physical body favored charging head-on into enemies, his gamer mind did the opposite. Evasive, taking his time, analyzing his opponent's patterns and exploiting gaps, that's what Ozian did best. Phasic? Phasic? The lightning bolts were falling indiscriminately, making it difficult to get close to Rachel, but Ozian realized there was a pattern in the irregularity. In the midst of all the random lightning strikes, there's a lightning bolt that's specifically targeting me. If he stops, he'll be struck by lightning in the blink of an eye and reduced to charcoal. Slipping across the ice, Ozian swung his moonlight sword to deflect a flying bullet. And the mutants backing her up are annoying as well. One sealed the starlight, and another amplified her abilities. Those two were all the mutants left. Neither of their abilities were suited for combat, but that didn't stop them from pulling out their pistols and firing at Ozian. As non-combatants, they needed some means of defense, and in this age of gunpowder and science, there was no better weapon than a gun. Moreover, the way they predicted the path of the fast-moving Ozian and fired, it was clear that they had been trained in marksmanship. So the mutants in the organization are different. Lightning crashed and bullets flew. It seemed impossible to get to Rachel through the gap, but it was too late to retreat. He was already in Rachel's range, and trying to run from here would only make him lightning fodder. I need to get closer. Crossing his swords, he slashed at the flying bullets. He could see the two mutants reloading their pistols as they reached the limit of their magazines. Now was his chance. Ozian, who had been dodging all along, charged at Rachel while Rachel smiled at him. The gap between shots was something she knew, that was why she had deliberately set up this situation. This was the moment when Ozian, who had been running away like a mouse, would come head-on. Rachel reached out for him and clenched her fist. Then, the trajectory of the vertical lightning changed and headed toward Ozian. The random lightning bolts had been a trick for this moment. Gotcha. The purple lightning striking from all directions will pierce his like a sharp awl and burn everything from his internal organs to his skin. A smile tugged at the corners of Rachel's mouth at the thought of reducing him to a pile of charcoal without leaving a single cell behind. Patch? And then Ozian was struck by lightning and shattered to pieces. Rachel couldn't help but wonder. What the hell? He's not some kind of glass artifact. Why would he be shattered? Her ability was to defeat her opponents with lightning, not to freeze them and crush them. What? Rachel's wide eyes turned to the shattering piece. What she'd thought was Ozian was a shard of ice instead. Shards of crystal glittered in the moonlight, melting away. Fake, huh? A technique unlike anything Ozian had ever shown. Even more than the question of how he'd done it, there was something else that puzzled Rachel. Then where is the real one? Here. Ozian had appeared right behind Rachel's back. A powder of light, or more precisely, shards of ice created from the coldness of the moon, was used to refract light, deceive opponents, and create a false alter ego. It was a technique that utilized the characteristics of the moon and was named water moon. It means moon reflected in water, and it was a technique for deceiving opponents. In the game, it was a decoy, like setting up a scarecrow, but in the real world, it could be used as an alter ego. And with it, Ozian was able to get to Rachel's location. Rachel spun around, lightning in both hands, and swung her arms, but Ozian's sword flashed faster than she could. A blast of frost carved through the air, and in the time it took her to swing her arms once, Ozian's twin swords had already finished more than 10 attacks. Rachel stumbled backwards. Her pupils were completely frozen and her life force was draining out of her. The lightning crackled around them as Ozian dusted off his twin swords and stared at the 2 remaining mutants. With Rachel gone, the odds were stacked against the 2 non-combatants. They fired their loaded pistols, but it didn't have any effect, and Ozian's sword sliced cleanly through their throats. As the mutant sealing his powers died, the translucent box floating above his head reopened. The pure white light contained within leapt outward and was absorbed back into Ozian's body. Ozian sighed as the starlight glowed within him. It was a strange feeling to fight without starlight for the first time after always using starlight. Still, it wasn't bad. Moonlight was also his strength. With this, Ozian had gained not only starlight, but also moonlight. Of course, this is still not the end. He could only use 3 skills that could be considered the foundation of the 9 fortunes: Moonlight Sword, Water Moon, Snowy Sword. These were the 3 basic skills given when following the Moonlight tech tree in the game, serving as attack, dodge, and movement abilities. The real Moonlight was much more than that. There's no need to feel impatient, I'll get them back someday. Most of all, he was excited to have more abilities to use. In the game, each class could only use 1 talent. If you increase your Starlight talent, you only get Starlight. If you upgraded Moonlight, you could only use Moonlight. Subquests unlocked dual talents that allowed you to learn other talents, but it was all for show. Even if you focused on Starlight and learned Moonlight, its power was so low that it was completely useless. It's a game, and there's a system for damage and balance, but it's different here. He could still use Moonlight after learning Starlight. Neither was underpowered. Both were more than satisfying, they were unimaginably powerful. Especially compared to the reckless nature of the Starlight, the multifaceted effects of Moonlight would allow for a more varied and dynamic combat experience. Just looking at the water moon that deceived the opponent right now, it was extremely versatile. If he were to gather more power and master the higher level skills of Moonlight, at that point, instead of just a decoy, he'll be able to control a true clone as if it were a part of his body. Not just one, but several. Oh, no. David squirmed as the men he hired died at Ozian's hands. Ozian stole a glance at him, and his face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. David's pants were soaking wet. He'd only made eye contact, but he'd been so scared he'd passed out and peed himself. Shaking his head as if he'd seen the unseen, Ozian stared down the hall, his eyes sharp. Are you done watching? Why don't you come out? He already knew that someone had been watching this fight. At Ozian's point, Elise came out of hiding. Are you going to fight too? Elise was not alone. On either side of her were the 2 skeletons she had summoned with command. They were different from the troop skeletons she had used to fight the ghosts. They appeared to be a male and female pair, one wearing a wedding dress, the other a tuxedo. No, Elise denied Ozian's words. I tried to help you if you were in danger, even though I didn't have to. You mean you didn't see the right time to intervene? Yes. You're strong. The warlock's praise didn't seem to please him. Instead, Ozian eyed the 2 skeletons warily. Curious. Are they special skeletons? Yes. Their names are Groom and Bride. Skeletons with outfits like that and names like that. Are you playing with dolls or something? That stinks. That's what they told me to name them. Who? My parents. Ozian, momentarily speechless, asked cautiously. When you say your parents, you mean those skeletons? Yep. Let me introduce them. They're my mom and dad. Ozian felt his eyes light up. It's not like she was the worst kind of degenerate, but to use her parents' corpses for necromancy? So, you're saying those skeletons are your parents? Yes. Or in some other figurative sense. My real mom and dad. My biological parents who gave birth to me. He was stunned. Ozian's emotions were almost tangible, as if he wasn't surprised by the whole thing. What the hell? How did that happen? It runs in my family. What? You have skeletons of your grandparents, too? Elise asked, her eyes widening at the mention. How did you know that? This is why I hate warlocks. Ozian decided to give up trying to talk to Elise. So, the youngest girl in this house is friends with you? Yes. She's from the same academy as me. Wait a minute. The same academy? You mean the one that teaches black magic? Yep. Caligo Biblio. Maria goes there, too. Ozian quickly revised his opinion of the youngest, Maria Goldiron, who was relatively normal compared to the rest. The family's in good shape. It seemed like Dyke's parenting had completely failed. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian realized that further conversation with Elise would only tire him out, so he decided to call it a day. He was still a bit mentally exhausted from using the power of the moonlight. It was a similar feeling of exhaustion to when he first used starlight. It wasn't an irritating fatigue, but rather a feeling of exhilaration after a hard workout. Worse, there's all this commotion at the mansion, and none of Mr. Dyke's hired men are showing their faces. The fact that they didn't show their faces, when they could have come to check on him at least once, suggested that something might have happened to them as well. Ozian's gaze fell on David Goldiron, who lay on the ground. He, you murderer! David exclaimed as his eyes locked with Ozian's. It was not the best thing to say to a man who had hired a wizard to kill people, but Ozian ignored it and asked him, "Answer me, what else are you up to?" What? I don't know. If you don't answer, I'll cut off your fingers one by one, and maybe that will jog your memory. What do you mean, I don't know? On the count of 3, David's teeth clicked together. That nonchalant look in Ozian's eyes was genuine. The insane fixer was really going to torture him, the eldest son of House Goldiron, by chopping off his own fingers. 1. I don't know. 2. Hey, you son of a bitch, how can I tell you if I don't know? You finally ignored the warning. Ozian was about to say 3. Stop there. It was Dustin Kruger, the butler, who stopped Ozian. As he poised to swing his sword, the corner of his mouth curled upward. Dustin Kruger, Dyke's trusted henchman, emerged, leading a group of mercenaries. Ozian casually slid his sword back into the scabbard at his waist and stared at Dustin as he stood on the second-floor ledge. This guy. From the beginning. Dustin took one look at Ozian's expression and realized he'd been played. Ozian hadn't meant to cut off David's finger in the first place. This whole series of actions had been nothing more than a show of force to call him out. Even more than the fact that he'd gotten a good punch in, he wondered. Did he know I was watching? Instead of reacting as if he'd been waiting, Ozian acted as if he'd already noticed something. Of course not. The moment Dustin denied it, Ozian asked, "Now if you'd just let me meet the real owner of this mansion, I've waited too long." "I don't know what you're talking about. Are you going to keep playing games with me?" Ozian's piercing gaze penetrated Dustin's thoughts. Dyke Goldiron is alive and well. This whole situation was nothing more than a self-inflicted wound of his own making. Elise asked from beside me, "What makes you think that?" Ozian's words were so shocking that even Dyke's eldest son and second daughter listened in horror. Their father is fine? This is all self-inflicted? What the hell does that mean? I thought it was strange from the beginning. The fact that the owner of the house was sick and was recuperating in a villa like this, and the fact that a ghost appeared and you only guarded the area near the owner's room. If you've fought the ghost, you'd know that, wouldn't you? It's only right to protect the patriarch. But even though his children hired these people to create a tense atmosphere inside the mansion, you didn't interfere at all. It was as if you wanted it to turn out this way. You're wrong. I only care about the safety of my lord, and I don't care what the children do, even when it threatens his position. You see, after all the commotion at the manor, do you really think they would have simply banded together to save their father? Dustin's eyebrows shot up. How could he not know what Ozian wanted to say? David, the eldest son, and Mercy, the second daughter, dreamed of rebellion, so they hired wizards from the Solomon School and mutants from Supremacy. On the surface, their motive was to rid the manor of ghosts, but deep down, they wanted to dethrone their father and claim their share of the estate. At the same time, they also wanted to get rid of their illegitimate third son, the most troublesome of all. After all of that, there was all that commotion in the mansion, and no one bothered to poke their noses in to see what was going on. Don't you think that's a little odd? That's because... Ozian waved his hand, cutting Dustin off mid-sentence. It was so exquisitely timed that Dustin couldn't help but purse his lips. Here's what I've come to. Dyke Goldiron was never in a coma in the first place. This whole thing that's been going on is all for show. You're lying. Mercy's voice trembled as she denied Ozian's words. That the old man had set this up on purpose? Their actions were all calculated? For people who had done nothing but make money for the rest of their lives, the realization that they had been taken advantage of was as shocking as the sky falling. Oh, no. Mercy's pleading eyes turned to Dustin, but Dustin didn't answer. He just stared at Ozian, his face rigid. Deny my words. Dustin didn't deny Ozian's words. He didn't even affirm it, but if it was a lie, he would have driven a wedge into it. However, he didn't. Mercy covered her face with both hands. Her frustration at being caught in the act was almost pathetic, but no one in the room pitied her. Ozian turned to Dustin and asked, "So, what are we going to do now? You're going to get rid of me, the one who knows the whole truth, by shutting me up?" It was a bold question, but Dustin was even more unable to respond to Ozian's behavior. If he were alone, he would indeed try to silence him, but he wasn't the only one in the room. Elise Dinarova, the youngest daughter friend, the genius warlock of the century, had also heard the truth. It was only right that Elise should be eliminated as well, but that seemed impractical. He did this on purpose, and he did it in front of everyone. Dustin realized he'd been set up. We already know about Elise Dinarova. In particular, her current summons, groom, and bride, are very specially crafted. Even if he unleashed all the firepower in this place, he wasn't sure he could catch her. Besides, Ozian was a problem. He had fought the ghost, fought people hired by the first and second, yet he was still too healthy and didn't have a single wound. That meant that Ozian was as powerful as they were. He's a cunning man. He's not just strong in brute force, he's got the brains to read and exploit situations. Eventually, Dustin could only sigh and nod. That's right. Mr. Dyke is fine. What's happening now is nothing more than what he did. I see. Marcy lowered her head even further, and David let out a ragged laugh. Wait. Ozian eyed David. His expression was somehow unaffected by the realization that he was about to lose everything. His face was already pale, but Ozian could see it. A glimmer of hope, still tiny, was flickering between his pupils. What? Ozian asked Dustin. How many troops are in the room where the Lord is staying right now? I don't know what you're talking about, but don't worry, there are over 50 hired men left in the room. What I'm asking is, how many of those 50 are truly loyal to the Lord? What? Dustin's eyes widened as if he sensed something in Ozian's words. His shrunken pupils pointed the way he'd come. What? Just as he recognized the possibility, a gunshot rang out across the hall. My lord. Dustin yelped in surprise and ran with his troops to where Dyke was staying. Ozian, who had been watching his back, glared at his eldest son, David. Quack. David grinned, as if he'd done it. Ha ha. I never thought it would come to this. I never thought it would come to this. You, what are you, what have you done? Mercy asked her brother, David, in disbelief. Nothing, it's all a plan. A plan? There's no way you, stupid, could have planned this. Tell me, who did this? You think I'm going to tell you that? It was Ozian who answered Mercy's question. I see. The mistress was in on it, too. There was one other person in this house besides Dyke, his butler, and his 4 children, their mother, the woman who had lived with Dyke Goldiron for over half his life. Are you sure you want to stay like this? David sneered at Ozian. Your presence here means there's no one to protect that damned bastard. With that, Ozian stormed out of the room. He sped through the mansion, heading for Dellen's quarters. A little faster. Tisk tisk. The power of the moonlight, reading Ozian's will, flowed into him. Frost formed on the ground, then a smooth icy path and Ozian glided over it, moving faster than usual. In front of the room where Dellen was staying, a group of rough-looking men stood. They were all armed with guns and bombs. They were about to rush inside when the door to the sturdy, shelter-like room shattered in half. As soon as Ozian saw it, he drew the sword at his belt. Huh. What was that? The moment the men who had spotted Ozian opened their mouths, their heads fell to the ground like ripe fruit as 2 cold blue trails remained where their throats had been. Quickly moving between the gunmen, Ozian drew his sword. With each swing of the moonlight sword, the slashed man screamed and died. The cuts were wounds, but the frosty aura invaded them, freezing bone, muscle, and even blood. Hey, what the fuck? Barely alive thanks to the meat shield of the man in front of them, the men pointed their guns at Ozian and pulled the trigger. Tut tut tut. Shots scattered all around, leaving no room to dodge as Ozian's body fell to the ground, pierced by countless bullets. After a moment of relief at the sight, the fallen body turned into blue crystal particles and scattered. Huh. Ozian, who was actually hiding his true body, dropped from the ceiling and landed in the center of the remaining troops. The moment his legs touched the ground and his body spun in a full circle, it was almost simultaneous. Everyone in his path collapsed in a frosty heap. With the intruders cleared out in less than a minute, Ozian stepped through the crack in the broken door and when he saw Dellen inside, he gulped. Dellen was fine. His hair was a mess, a single strand running down his forehead from the impact of the bomb that had blown through the door, but he wasn't critically injured. Instead, Sebastian was lying next to him, his back like a rag. Underscore 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 underscore. Hey. Dellen looked at Ozian and asked in a calm voice. His voice was normal, even though he knew he would have been dead if Ozian had been any later. He had an innately strong heart and it was easy to see why his siblings had tried so hard to kill him but that wasn't what mattered to Ozian right now. Are you alright? Any injuries? Nothing. Thank goodness. Oh, the blood from my head? It's just a scratch from the shrapnel from the door when it broke. The problem was Sebastian's condition. When the door exploded and he threw himself to save me from the flying debris. On the ground, Sebastian's back is riddled with shrapnel from the door and the bomb. He was trying to protect me. Dellen reached out to support Sebastian, but his hands were shaking. Only then did Ashen realize that Delran was not indifferent to death, but was trying to appear strong. It's more painful to not be able to help the butler who saved my life than to be secretly persecuted for being an illegitimate child. Not yet. He's still breathing. Sebastian was not dead. He was breathing, albeit very slightly. But it wouldn't last long, and Dellen and Ozian knew it. You don't have any potions or anything like that on hand for backup. I tried to find it first, but it was shattered in the explosion. How do we get to the hospital from here? You should know how big the yard of this mansion alone is. Sebastian's wounds are no ordinary wounds. At this rate, he'll bleed to death. Don't I know that? Dellen knew what Sebastian's condition was. Even if he didn't want to know, he had no choice but to know. That's why Dellen couldn't help but suffer even more. To have to watch the man who had saved his life die like this. You foolish bastard. Why would you risk your life to save someone like me? Dellen looked at his trembling hands and balled them into fists. I owe you my life, and you're going to walk away? Do you really think I'm so ridiculous? Dellen's voice boomed with all the emotion he'd been suppressing. Wake up. Wake up, Sebastian. You're not going to die here when you have so much work to do. Wake up. The words were harsh for a man on the edge of death, but Ozian felt like he was begging Sebastian to live. However, even if he felt sorry for him, there was nothing he could do. He was powerless to heal the wounded. Ozian looked down at Sebastian. They hadn't known each other long enough to really get to know each other, but Ozian didn't dislike him. He admired the way the orc had persevered in the face of discrimination because he was an orc, at least more than any of the humans he'd encountered in this manner. Sebastian, the orc, was so much more human. If only I were a priest or paladin instead of a knight. But it was a meaningless thought. To think such thoughts was to disrespect his choice to be a knight. I'm afraid you have to let him go. Dylan didn't answer. He heard Ozian's words, and he knew he should, but something in his heart wouldn't allow it. Dylan thought back to when he first met Sebastian as a child. As an illegitimate child, he was shunned by his family and had no one to look up to, but then Dylan's eye was drawn to a young orc who did odd jobs. He was bullied by the maids and servants, but he smiled and did the hard work, and he thought it was pathetic. Maybe that's why. What are you laughing at? Wandering around in frustration, you should be my butler. He reached out his hand to Sebastian and took him away. Maybe in that refusal to give up, he saw the strong man he had always wanted to be, because they were both loners. Honestly, he didn't think he could handle the rejection. Sebastian was being persecuted, but not so desperately that he would grab onto a rotten rope. He still remembers. There was a maid he had always treated gently. When everyone else was gossiping behind his back and ignoring him, she was the only one who smiled and treated him with respect. So Dylan had asked her to join him, believing she was the only one in this mansion who had his back. The maid's face fell as soon as she heard those words, and she looked down at him with a cold stare. Even now, more than 20 years later, he could not forget it, but Sebastian was different. He smiled brightly and bowed low to him, as if he had done him a favor he didn't deserve. At first, Dylan wondered if he was trying to take advantage of him, but Sebastian smiled anyway and stood by Dylan's side for 20 years. Dylan, you should always be healthy. Sebastian, I don't know what I would do without you. Ozian was watching the scene. There was a rustle, and someone stepped through the half-broken door. Ozian reflexively swung his sword, then withdrew it when he realized it was Elise. What's going on? You seem in a hurry. With that, Elise looked at Dylan and Sebastian. Her eyes, in particular, lingered on the wound on Sebastian's back. Do you need help? Are you going to wait for him to die and bring him back from the dead? Ozian asked with a growl, but Elise shook her head without batting an eye. I can heal him. What did you just say? I can heal. You, a warlock. Ozian knew all about black magic. They specialized in cursing, destroying, and breaking things, not saving people, but Elise's clear eyes told him she was serious. Ozian considered, but this decision was not his to make. And Dylan had no choice. Please, Dylan said, and Ozian moved out of Elise's way. Elise approached Sebastian and assessed his condition. Unlike the hatred and discrimination others had shown toward the orc, Elise had no reaction to Sebastian. Because she was different, she was able to examine him more purely. How is he? Can you save him? Dylan asked, and Elise nodded. Yes, I can. As if to fulfill her word, Elise went straight to work. First, she summoned black magic to her fingertips and sharpened it. Swoosh. Sebastian's clothes split as her index finger swept across them. It was as if a scalpel was cutting into his skin. Elise brushed the garment aside, then turned her black magic on Sebastian. Rank 1 Black Magic Paralysis. It was a curse-type black magic that affects the opponent's nervous system, rendering them immobile. However, in this situation, it was an excellent painkiller and anesthetic. Using her magic, Elise quickly pulled out the splinters embedded in his back. Red blood trickled from the wound, but Elise focused on removing the shards first. All of the shards were out of Sebastian's broad back, but there was still a problem. The wound that had opened as the shrapnel was pulled out was still bleeding. Elise cast another black magic spell. Bloodline. As Elise cast the spell, the blood from the wound defied gravity and floated to the surface. Ozian's eyebrows twitched at the sight. Blood magic. It was a similar ability to the one used by the mutants of supremacy that Ozian had defeated. However, despite the similarity in method, what Elise was using was magic, not a mutant's superpower. Blood magic. It's a subcategory of warlocks, but the number of people who have mastered it is small, and its power is considerable, so it's considered a separate magic. Ozian hadn't realized Elise had mastered it. Meanwhile, the droplets of blood began to return to the wound in a single thread. The blood that flew out was replenished and no more flew out. It was such an elaborate use of magic that even a non-mage could see how amazing Elise's display was. Although she was unable to return all the blood that had flowed out, she was able to stop the excessive bleeding and overcome the critical situation. The impact of the blast broke the bone, and we need to stop it before it impales an organ, Elise said, and this time, she activated bone magic, one of the branches of black magic. A perfect knowledge of bones was essential to the art of command. Finding the broken bone, Elise carefully channeled her energy to return it to its place, then reattached it. Sebastian's body rumbled. Ozian wondered if it was okay, but Elise was too focused so he didn't interrupt her. Her expression was uncharacteristically serious, and beads of sweat were rolling down her forehead. She was serious about Sebastian's treatment. I've fixed the broken bone and stopped the bleeding, and that's the last of it. Elise drew long strands of black magic and made them as thin as thread. Her control over magic was unwavering as the black threads of magic quickly closed Sebastian's wounds. When the last wound was finally closed, Elise exhaled and rose to her feet. It's done. Elise's words were not empty. Sebastian's expression was proof of that, as he looked calmer than ever. It's a temporary measure. We need to take him to the hospital and give him antibiotics and medicine. That's all I can do. No, that's enough. Thank you so much. Dylan bowed his head to Elise. Dellen, who never seemed to bow to anyone, bowed to the warlock for saving Sebastian's life. The warlock was so competent. Black magic, which specializes in killing people, was used to save someone's life. It came as quite a shock to Ozian, though it didn't show on his face. Are you sure he's okay? Yes. His natural stamina is what kept him alive, and his muscles are large and strong enough that the shrapnel didn't reach his internal organs or bones. Elise stared at Sebastian with an uncharacteristically emotional gaze. More than that, he had a strong will to live. It was a wound that would have crippled even the strongest orc. It was more than his strength that kept him alive, his desperation that he should not die yet. I see. Ozian looked Elise straight in the eye and apologized to her. I'm sorry. For what? For labeling you a warlock? For ignoring you? At Elise's confused look, Ozian said, I have held a false prejudice against warlocks all these years. I always thought black magic was only used to destroy things, but what you showed me today was different. The paralyzing spell reduced the patient's pain. The magic to manipulate bones to create a skeleton pieced together broken bones. Magic to draw blood and drain the life force stemmed the bleeding. A lesser wizard would not have been able to save Sebastian. It was only because she was a black mage who understood the human body, and because she was gifted, that she was able to save him. Thank you for making me realize that black magic isn't necessarily a bad thing. Of course. Elise's eyes lit up at Ozian's frank apology and she took a piece of paper from her bosom and held it out. Can you sign this for me? What is this? A body transfer agreement. What? Ashen asked with a rare display of bewilderment. It's an agreement that when you die, you'll give me your bones, and with your bones, I'll be able to build the best skeleton in the world. Ozian's expression turned cold again. Get lost. I shouldn't have gotten involved with a warlock after all. Underscore 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 underscore. The situation has been cleared. Dellen looked at Sebastian as he was wheeled away on a stretcher. Now let's finish this. After stemming the flow of blood from his head, Dellen led Ozian to where his father, Duke, was. The second floor of the mansion, off limits to visitors. The scene in front of Dyke's room had already been cleaned up. The bodies had been cleared away, but the blood, bullet holes, and charred scars left behind told of a fierce fight that had taken place here. Ozian studied the marks carefully. The number of bullet holes in the walls and floor told him that more than half of the 50 or so men must have been traitors. The bullets they'd brushed off must have numbered in the thousands, but then something caught his eye. What is this? There was an area that was unusually intact. The walls were intact, the carpets were pristine, as if the only signs of violence hadn't touched them amidst the hail of bullets. It was as if the bullets and bombs had spared the area, as if this area was a sanctuary. Human form. Ozian realized that the shape the bullet holes had drawn resembled a human form, somehow. He suddenly remembered Fernando warning him to be careful. I knew he wasn't normal when I saw him, but I guess he was on to something, too. Dustin, waiting at the entrance, inclined his head toward Dellen as if expecting him. I don't know what their relationship had been like before this, but at least the way Dustin was presenting himself to Dellen now, he seemed a lot more uptight than his eldest son. Lord Dyke is waiting for you. Let's go in. Dustin's demeanor seemed to come naturally to Dellen. He had already prepared himself. Dustin opened the door as Dellen, Ozian, and Elise stepped inside. The room was filled with colorful objects, paintings, and miscellaneous items, along with a large bed. Sitting on the bed was an old man, his upper half raised. Welcome. His voice was overly formal for a man of his age. However, there was more to it than that. There was strength in his voice, a fire in his eyes that belied his wrinkled face. He looked like that's what Dellen would look like if he lived for a few decades more. You're up? Dellen turned to his father, Dyke, and offered him a light greeting. Dyke smirked, perhaps because he already knew the whole thing was his doing. Still, of all my children, you and the youngest worry about me. Am I a child? The words were bony and sharp, but Dyke didn't bat an eye. Then if you're not my child, what are you? If I take you outside, everyone will see us as father and son. So, do you feel a little better now? Yes, because I've cut away the rotten flesh that needed to be cut away. Dyke's gaze traveled to the other side of his bed, where 3 people were kneeling. First, David Goldiron. Second, Marcy Goldiron. And finally, a middle-aged woman who looked quite tired. She was Darcy Goldiron, Dyke's wife, and the matriarch of the Goldiron family. She was probably over 60, but thanks to skin procedures and the power of money, she looked like she was in her 40s. She would have been a wealthy lady who would have been treated well anywhere, but not now. She was now a loser who dreamed of rebellion but failed. Dyke's eyes held a complicated emotion as he looked at Darcy. For someone who says he's better, you look quite uncomfortable. Dellen's comment made Dyke wince. He'd said he was fine, but he couldn't be fine, not when the woman he'd been with for over half his life was plotting to kill him with their children. Even the youngest, the talkative and unobtrusive one, now stood still, hands clasped together. I guess I'm getting old, too. Not like I used to be. And what would you do if you were? I'd be angry as hell. Aren't you angry now? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I do get angry. I just don't let it out like I used to. I keep it inside. If you keep it inside, you'll get angry. Are you making fun of this old man? I'm just worried about you. Dellen didn't say a word. Just as Dyke had gone through his own event, Dellen had almost lost Sebastian. He must have read the emotion in his illegitimate son's eyes. You remind me of my younger self. It's like looking in a mirror, and I can still see myself when I was your age. Dyke smiled, as if pleased with himself. But you are better than I was, for you already know how to keep your anger inside. Why? David, who was on his knees at the time, burst out. He glared hatefully at Dyke as if he couldn't understand why he was being treated this way. Why would you leave your fortune to that bastard? It would have been understandable for Dyke to have been angry at his eldest son for arguing with him, but Dyke responded with a much more calm expression. The fact that you're asking tells me you can't. I'm the eldest son, and I've followed your business closer and longer than anyone else. What have you done? All of this is the business I started. Do you think you've become smart just because you've run a few small businesses that I threw at you to gain some experience? I could have done better if you'd given me a bigger chance. You'd have screwed up big time, and I'm tired of trying to convince you otherwise. David bit his lip. There had been times before when Dyke had looked at him pitifully and given him a hard time, but he'd never said he'd given up completely, not like now. He'd expected it, after all, he was his blood, but this was the first time he'd ever let it go. So, are you saying you're going to kick out all the children of the people who helped you? It was then that the silent Darcy spoke up. Dyke glared at his wife, who glared back at him with a venomous gaze. What's wrong with killing the person who tried to kill me when I'm sick? Even if I chewed up all of you bitches right now, I wouldn't feel satisfied. David averted his eyes, intimidated by his glare, but Darcy didn't look away. She might be the wife of a wealthy family, but she had come to this position against all odds. David and Marcy were only doing what I told them to do, so please just look after the children. So doing what they were told doesn't make it a sin? That's a convenient way of looking at it. When that didn't work, Darcy appealed to her flesh and blood this time. Don't you have any sense of duty to your own children? You were the one who cut off all ties first. You cut them off so sharply that you didn't even have time to look back. So, you're really going to end it here? Because I wanted to, don't you think? Darcy bit her lip. If you've been with me long enough, you know that once I make up my mind, I don't change it, even if the heavens turn upside down. I gave you a chance, and you're the ones who didn't take it and kicked it away, so don't blame me, blame your past selves for being stupid. Dyke turned to Maria, the youngest, and asked, do you think my decision is bad, too? What can I say? Maria immediately backed away, as if she had nothing to do with this. When I see things like this, I realize that she is a genius at judging situations. Ozian looked at Maria again. Running out of options, Darcy glared at Dylan with a venomous gaze that dripped with hatred. If she could tear a man apart with just a glance, she would have left no corpse behind. If only you weren't here, if only you weren't here. Then why didn't you educate those two morons better? What? That's why you ended up handing over the crown to a bastard like me. Yee. Dylan's sour words turned Darcy red to the tips of her hair. She was so angry she could barely speak. Dylan realized that the conversation had already passed and that he was going to take over Dyke's position as head of the family, so there was nothing to see or do. Are you going to continue wasting your time, father? Dylan deliberately emphasized the word father. Darcy Goldilocks tried to scramble out of her spot, but the guards around her pushed her back down. How dare these things touch my mother's body? You want to get fired? David shouted, but the bodyguards remained silent. David is being mean, Darcy is refusing to admit fault, and Marcy is trying to see if she can get away with playing the pity card. I can't stand the sight of them. Get them out of here. At Dyke's words, the bodyguards led the three out. They tried to struggle, but it seemed impossible to escape the grip of the vicious bodyguards. And Maria? Yes. I have a friend to talk to, too, if you'll excuse me. Maria was gone before Dyke could say another word, leading Elise by the hand. Uninterested in the whole situation, Elise waved to Ozian with an expressionless face and disappeared. Only 4 people remained in the room, Dyke, his faithful henchman Dustin Kruger, Dylan, and Ozian. Well, if you've come this far, you know what I'm going to say. Yeah, well, I'll give it my best shot. Sure. I'm sure you can do it. You're better than I used to be. Father's old days must have been pretty bad. KKKKK. You bastard. Is that what you do as soon as you're sure of your place? You should be a little more pleased. I've been through too much to be happy. At that, Dyke asked, his voice cracking. Do you still blame me for not taking care of your mother? How could I resent you? You've provided me with delicious food, fine clothes, and a mansion. I was always running forward to make money. Now that I'm old enough to look back, I'm full of regrets. Dyke's voice softened from the cold, hard tone he had been using up until this point. I will not ask you to forgive me now, for my sins are too many and too deep, but I will give you one piece of advice. Care for those around you and take good care of them. That's the only thing I've never ever done right. Dustin's head hung heavy at those words. I do that enough without father telling me. And be careful when you choose people. Dyke's gaze flicked to Oshin. Well, you needn't worry about that, because the one fixer you picked is 100 times better than any organization with a name on it. Dyke took one look at Ozian and realized at once that he was no ordinary fixer. Much better than that? Dustin's eyes widened at Ozian's words. He was surprised Dyke had complimented him, because he'd never heard anyone here respond with such arrogance. Dyke's eyes narrowed for a moment at Ozian's response, then he burst into a roaring laugh. Kahaha, yeah, he's even better, whose son picked him. Dyke's natural tendency to brag about his son was not lost. Dustin, nervous that Dyke might get mad at Ozian for being so cocky, patted his chest. After a long moment of laughter, Dyke turned his sharp gaze to Ozian and asked, I'm sure you've already been paid, but as a father, you saved my child's life, and I think you should be rewarded for that in addition to the fee. At the mention of compensation, the corners of Ozian's eyes twitched slightly. Mr. Fixer, what do you want from me, the richest man in Tirna? Underscore 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 underscore. Dyke Goldiron asked Ozian. What do you want? It was a jaw-dropping sight for anyone who knew him. The millionaire, who is considered a billionaire by some estimates, was offering a reward in his own words. For the record, he says, I don't bluff in this business. If I say I'm going to give it to you, I'm going to give it to you. Of course, there are few people in all of Tirna who have heard this from Dyke. The difficulty of getting a reward directly from Dyke made it all the more valuable. You want money? I can bathe you in bills if you want. No, not bills, but gold. I can fill a whole room with gold. Dyke stirred Ozian's desires as if he were asking him to imagine an entire room filled with dazzling gold. It was a sight that would make anyone in the golden city of Tirna, or anyone in need of money, blush. Is that what you want, or do you want this villa? It's no longer of any use to me after everything that's happened, so I don't care who it goes to. It's a little broken, but I can get a handyman to fix it. The idea of giving away a huge, endless mansion just because it's a vacation home was appealing. Everyone had at least once thought about living in such a large, opulent place. If you put a monetary value on the value of the mansion itself, it was clearly unbelievable, but Ozian still found himself staring into the Duke's eyes as if trying to figure out what the hell the old man was asking him. What do you think? Dyke asked, subtly prodding Ozian for an answer. His sudden offer to reward Ozian wasn't just a gesture of gratitude. My lord wishes to confirm that he is a worthy fixer. Dustin, his faithful henchman, realized immediately what Dyke wanted. It's an offer from the head of the Goldiron family, who owns the gold mines and all sorts of other interests, and it's hard for even the most extraordinary of men to remain rational when they hear it. When a person's desires breaks through the mask, it's when a man's true colors are laid bare, so he stirred Ozian's desire to see what lay beneath that blunt, somewhat bored face. Ozian, you're no ordinary fixer, I can tell by your demeanor and your work. But what about now? It's simple to corrupt people. All it takes is a very large amount of money, and a person will crumble to the bottom and show everything they have. Dyke was, in a sense, a nasty old man who used money to get a glimpse into people's inner lives. It was his path, his way of life. Are you sure I can ask for anything? Ozian asked. Dyke smiled inwardly at the sight of him. Yep. You can ask for anything. I see. Ozian asked, his eyes transparent as he turned to Dyke. You said this was your doing, so did you use the ghosts as well? Dyke was puzzled by Ozian's sudden interest in the ghost story. I don't know what you mean by suddenly, but the ghost was not something I expected, though it did catch me off guard. You're lying? What? You know why the ghost appeared? Ozian said with a tone of conviction. Dyke stared at Ozian for a moment, then asked. Is that what you want to know? Yes. In other words, can I consider this question a reward? It doesn't matter. Dustin and Dylan, watching from the sidelines, gasped. The reward that Dyke himself would hand out was just an answer to a question? No one had ever answered like this before. Dyke was silent for a moment. His expression was complicated. His pride was hurt that his offer had been rejected, but he was also trying to figure out if Ozian was doing it on purpose. Whatever it was unpleasant, but Dustin, the faithful henchman, felt differently. My lord, he thought, seems rather pleased, and more than that, he seems to feel a certain longing, or am I mistaken? The expression was too fleeting to be sure. When Dyke finally composed himself, he turned to Ozian. Wait. Dyke got out of bed and went to a nearby drawer. He pulled a blue glowing stone from the inside of the drawer. This is it. A long time ago, while mining, a stone was discovered that gave off a bluish glow. The blue stone looked like an untreated gemstone, but the light emanating from it was vaguely familiar. I called it the moonstone, because it seemed to capture the moonlight in the night sky. It was so unusual that I had it appraised by several jewelers, but they couldn't figure out how it glowed. I knew it wasn't ordinary, so I kept it, like a talisman of sorts. Looking at the stone, which still glows faintly, Dyke feels nostalgic. It didn't have any effect on him, except for its beautiful glow, but Dyke had a faint affection for the stone. So for decades, he kept it close at hand. Well, it's glowing a little less than it was before. Is that so? Yes. I'm sure of it. I've seen it every day for decades, so maybe it's just running out of energy. That's what ghosts do. Dustin asked, shocked by Ozian's statement. Are you sure about that? Yes. Wouldn't someone who's seen ghosts know that? That's because the energy in that stone has taken on the form of a ghost that roams the mansion. It was unbelievable, but Dustin found Ozian's words strangely easy to accept. There was a clear cause and effect relationship between the stone's diminished glow and the ghost's appearance when Dyke collapsed. Dyke, who had been listening, spoke up. So why did you ask me to see this? You just asked me what I wanted. I want it. This? Why? If you're right, it's just a glowing stone that's lost all its power. Because it doesn't look like it, at least not to me, Ozian said in a voice of deep conviction and unwavering faith. Dyke pondered Ozian's words, and then let out a soft chuckle. Humph, humph, humph. What started out as a small chuckle turned into a full-blown giggle. Ha 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 ha, that's my favorite answer. Dyke stopped laughing and gave Ozian a sharp look. Are you sure you don't want any other reward? No, I don't. I did what I was asked to do anyway, and I'm not really interested in any other reward. You're serious? Dike had to admit that Ozian was not someone he dared to judge. I'm sorry to hear that. Ozian gave Dike a questioning look at his out-of-the-blue statement. There's a truth of life I've come to realize in my old age. The greed of man knows no bounds. No matter how noble a nobleman is, no matter how much people admire him or her, no matter how much money he or she has, if you give him or her $1 billion, their attitude will change like a ghost. There are plenty of people who have acted like Ozian and then crumbled in the face of money. Dike was a patsy. Even his surname, Gold Iron, was bought with money. Today, he is respected and revered, but he wasn't always so. He was all too aware of the subtle belittling and disdainful glances he received from such people. Those who were so stiff-necked, crumbled helplessly in front of money. What is money? They were even more dazzled when it came to gold. The dazzling gold color alone made everyone's eyes roll. As he brought them to their knees with money, Dike felt a kind of conviction. The world is all about money, after all. Even the ones who pretend otherwise are scumbags and reveal it in the end. This case alone proved it. An ugly family fight broke out over his inheritance. But you're different. You're not pretending, but you genuinely don't seem to be interested in money itself. Because I already have enough. I know. You just solved a big case and got a huge payout, didn't you? Ozian was surprised Dike knew that, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Delin had his own connections, and it was odd that Dike didn't know about Ozian's extraordinary work. With money like that, you might not notice, but it's human nature to want to make more money. Who wouldn't want to have the opportunity to do nothing for the rest of their lives? But Ozian didn't. Dike held out the moonstone to Ozian. I lose, you win. Dike, a proud and hot-tempered man, meekly conceded defeat. He actually looked more relieved than humiliated or angry. I don't know whose son he is, but he picked a good one. Thank you. Ozian took the moonstone. The moment he held it in his hand, he was convinced. This was indeed a stone imbued with the power of the moonlight. He defeated the ghost and claimed its power for himself, but there was still more of it in this moonstone. The moonstone had yielded more than just the power of moonlight. It was a clue to how he could reclaim his other powers. It is likely that my other power is contained in a form similar to this, or something else. I felt like my blocked mind had been cleared, as if I had been given an answer, even if vaguely, on how to regain my strength. Of course, the barrier of not knowing where and how to access these powers remained, but it was much better than not knowing anything at all. I'm glad I took this job. The rewards were better than the money, and it was a satisfying trade for Ozian. He wondered if it showed in his eyes, but Dike clicked his tongue. You're really satisfied with just that? I can't do this. My pride as Dike Gold Iron can't allow this to continue, so I'll take care of you a little more. I don't need money. I'm not giving you money, but I'm giving it to you in a different way. Dike chuckled. Tirna is a wicked city for a city of gold. Everything costs money here, but the most evil of all are the taxes that take a percentage of your income. Tirna's taxes were notorious. The more money you made, the higher the percentage of your income that was taxed. The wealthy of Tirna shuddered at the thought of taxes, and would find any way to evade them. I'm sure you don't want to lose most of your profits from this commission to taxes. That's hard to deny. He didn't have much desire for the money itself, but he needed it. It's nice to have. And the thought of having his hard-earned money taken away in the name of taxes would honestly make him sick to his stomach. So I'm going to show you my favorite way to reduce taxes. Normally this is for people with money, but with your skills, I'm sure you're going to make a lot of money someday, so it's good to be prepared. It wasn't illegal, it was just taking advantage of the law to dramatically reduce your taxes. I'll get you a dedicated tax accountant. Well, I'll take that as a thank you. Ozian wasn't the kind of person to turn down a pumpkin that rolled in on its own. Still, I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to go out of your way. Even if I'm called one of the 4 madmen, I know a lot about that. The 4 madmen. You've never heard of it? It's a title given to a very successful investor in Tirna. Madman is a rather unsavory name for a brilliant investor. As if reading Ozian's mind, Dike replied. You have to be crazy to make this kind of money, and I'm crazy about gold, so they call me the gold maniac behind my back. It's a title that's practically reserved for the freaks, but at least it didn't seem to bother Dike. They're the eccentrics of the century, hard to face, but I have a hunch that you'll face them. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian left the mansion after finishing the agreement that he would receive the compensation later. Dike stared out the window. Dustin, his trusted henchman, had been sent away as well, leaving only Delin, the third, to keep him company. It was then that Dike spoke up. You've gotten a lot better at reading people. You've picked a good one, a rare one. Don't let this one commission be the end of our relationship. You don't have to say that, I know. Dike gave a small shake of his head. Delin, do you still resent me? How can I say I resent you? Of course you do, because you're more like me than anyone else. Dike took a moment to compose himself. As for money, how ugly it is. People fight and slander and kill each other for it, and there are men who would lick the filth off the streets if they could get it. Some of them pretend they don't, but in the end they want it. I've seen too many of them over the years, too many. It was because of this that Dike came to judge the world by money. After the Industrial Revolution, the world became a better place to live than it had ever been before, but ironically, the world became more extreme as it became more affluent. The rich became endlessly wealthy, while the poor became so poor that their skins dried up and rotted. The harsh labor conditions did not discriminate against children. Children were charred, suffocated, or burned to death while sweeping chimneys. They might as well have been sweeping chimneys. A child lured into a coal mine was even more hopeless. The long, dark, narrow coal mine passageways were difficult for adults to navigate. Children were pushed into them simply because they were smaller and moved easier. 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. In damp, dark, suffocating, lightless conditions, they toiled and died. Dyke could still see it in his mind's eye. The shafts shaking. The collapsing ceiling. His brothers and sisters, close friends who worked with him, were crushed to death, leaving a pool of red blood below. Dyke was the only survivor of the collapsing shaft. It was a stroke of luck. He had a few scars, but nothing crippling. Maybe it wasn't just luck, maybe it was fate. In a collapsing shaft, a place with no food or water until someone from the outside came to rescue them, he had seen a vein of gold in a coal mine and that brilliant golden color that shone like stars in the darkness. A child, unaware of the world's rationales, saw such beauty in the face of death. In that moment, the child became a man and a gold-mad man was born. I didn't meet my current wife out of love either. When I started to make money, I had matchmakers from everywhere, and I met a lady from a family that was the easiest to invest in a new business at the time. In the end, his current mistress was also a relationship built on the desire for money. There was a reason Dyke thought everything was about money. But your mother was different. At the mention of his mother, Dylan flinched under his mask of bluntness. I thought everyone in the world was greedy for money, and I was a lot more arrogant and convinced of that then than I am now. Yeah, I was a kid, let's just say it. An asshole. How did you meet my mother? I just happened to stumble upon a possible new gold mine, so I went to explore the area myself. I bumped into her in a village I stopped at, and let's just say she was very beautiful for someone living in a place so remote. But when Dyke met her, he fell in love. She was so kind to me, never saying no to me, even though I was arrogant, and yet she was not greedy. Even when I offered her a vast fortune, she said no. That's amazing, that father loved my mother. I didn't realize it until it was too late, because I was so full of energy at the time, I didn't know it was real love. Looking back, I realized she was important to me. Dyke flashes a bittersweet smile. She hid the fact that I had a child when I left, and she never spent a dime of the money I left her. Dylan's mother raised him solely on her own. She worked in a factory, sewed for a living, and helped clean the house. She had enough money to last her a lifetime, but she never touched it. It was Dyke's money, not hers. Eventually, she collapsed from overwork and died, and it wasn't until later that Dyke realized her death and Dylan's existence. She was the only light I ever saw in my life, a light more precious and beautiful than gold. The way she smiled, yes, it was like the moonlight that used to grace the night sky. Perhaps it was for this reason that when he saw the moonstone he kept it near him. It reminded him of the light of the woman he loved so dearly and the flesh and blood she left behind. A child who was so much more like him than his ugly first and second, a child with eyes like a beast. I thought I would never see another like her again, but the world is a big place, and here I am today, facing another. Dyke remembered Ozian. His eyes hadn't wavered when he offered him gold. If only the woman he loved were like the light of the moon, Ozian was like a brilliant star. Dylan, you are my son. Her last and only gift to this world. I didn't say I was going to show you paternal love now, just life advice from a former patriarch to the next patriarch. Feel free to let it go out of one ear and out the other. Dyke tore his gaze away from the window and looked straight at Dylan. Never let a man like that get away. You can go in with your head down, because a relationship with someone like that is more precious than gold. That's pretty normal coming from a gold maniac. You change with age, I guess, although I don't know about those other 3 crazy old men. Asterisk. Ozian got into the car and drove away. It was a brand new car from the Goldiron family, and it came with a chauffeur. They said they'd send the tax man later. Staring out the window at the passing scenery, Ozian reflected on what he'd gotten. I finished the job, learned how to reduce my taxes, and made a solid connection with the Goldiron family. He'd even saved the life of the next Lord Goldiron, Dylan Goldiron. No debt is as great as the debt of life. At least in Ozian's opinion, Dylan was not the kind of man to ignore his debts. I've gained the most important thing a fixer lacks, a backer. Fixers may work with brokers, but that doesn't mean they're a tight-knit group. Violet Fox was an outlier. Basically, their relationship was cold business. If a fixer has a problem, the broker cuts them off and often leaves them in the dark. The brokers' union may or may not defend the fixer, but fixers were strictly individuals. The fixers could get together and form a union, but it's funny, because they're freelancers, it's hard to organize. Usually, you have to be recognized by the industry to form a union, and there was no need for a union at that point. It's a world of self-reliance. Sometimes they would work together on a project, but the next day they would be enemies. It was a harsh world where yesterday's comrades in arms were shooting at each other today. Working in such a place, fixers were desperate to have a backer. That's why fixers with a reputation are often employed by or under the aegis of a company or organization. And what is a good backer? Big business, Tyrna's civil service, the military? Different people have different preferences, and the answers will vary widely, but Ozian will tell you this. A very rich godfather. Not the kind you bow down to, but the kind of benefactor that owes you his life. However, I got something more important than that idealized relationship. It was the power of moonlight. Along with the starlight, it is the power of the nights of the sky. Unlike the seemingly monotonous power of the starlight, it allows for a variety of responses in a myriad of situations. The power of moonlight, and the form in which it has remained in this world. It took the name Moonstone. Could other fragments of power remain like this stone? Ozian didn't think so. In the case of starlight, it grew even stronger during my time with Princess Orlia, which means that shards of power don't simply remain in material form like the Moonstone. Power could also be strengthened by the bonds between people. In other words, a person could have a shard of the power within them. Some people might not even realize it, but there will inevitably be those who wield it. I have more work to do. Whatever this power is, Ozian didn't think much of it. His senses, or rather, his nightly intuition, guided him through this latest apparition. It's a bit unexpected that my senses have become strangely enhanced. I don't recall the original Sky Knight having this trait. Like when he saw something red in the muzzle of the gun aimed at Princess Orlia before she was assassinated. Or seeing red flashes in dangerous places. I don't know if it's because I've taken on the body of a knight, but my sense of danger has increased to the point of near precognition. I can't see danger to others, but I can sense danger to myself. Like right now, for example, when the interior of the car is flooded with red energy. Boom! The vehicle flipped violently and rolled on the ground with an explosion. The cause was a mortar from outside. It was a surprise attack as we drove through an undeveloped area between districts, so the driver had no time to react. And even though the car was bulletproof, as modern vehicles go, the power of the blast far exceeded that. That's killing it. One by one, shadows emerged from among the incomplete buildings. They whistled at the sight of a junked car engulfed in red flames and belching black smoke. I guess you get what you pay for, huh? No matter how expensive a car is, one shot of gunpowder like this and it's bang, isn't it? The guy in the back would be dead in a heartbeat. That's why I shot him. It's a shame, because rumor has it that he recently touched a lot of money, but he's gone before he could use it properly. With that kind of power, even the most physically enhanced mutant would be reduced to charcoal. The raiders chuckled. They felt no guilt for killing a man. It was then that I heard a voice overhead. You ambushed me, I see. Who are you? The raiders turned to follow the voice. Ozian stood atop a ramshackle steel beam, looking down at them. How? The mortar had been a surprise and he shouldn't have had time to notice and react, but Ozian didn't bother to answer. As soon as he saw the ominous red aura, he slammed the door and ran outside, and the car exploded immediately afterward. Distracted by the explosion, the attackers didn't notice that Ozian had escaped unharmed. He survived, but unfortunately, the driver did not. It's a shame, because I kind of liked the car. As a fixer, you build up grudges somewhere along the way, but he never expected to be ambushed in broad daylight so soon. As for who you're working for, I'll have to take my time. The sword at Ozian's waist, sheathed in a bluish frost, glowed. Underscore 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 underscore. Holy shit, run. The mortarman shouted, and the raiders gathered around him scattered in an instant. It was as quick as opening an old door and the rats inside scurrying out. Ozian frowned. What? They realize I'm alive and they choose to flee. Its movements were eerily swift for a panicked creature, which meant he'd been expecting this to happen. The carjacking, the swiftness of the response, and blatantly targeting me. My heart sank. It wasn't dangerous, but it was unpleasant, similar to finding a cockroach in your room. If I let them go, I was sure they would come back to bother me again at some point. Then I'll just have to clean them up here. Ozian's figure vanished like a mirage as a bluish crystalline dust scattered on the wind where he stood. Asterisk. The raiders quickly retreated, signaling to each other. Keep enough distance. He's basically a hand-to-hand combatant. Avoid head-on combat as much as possible and stick to dodging and weaving. Got it, Chise Isaac? Hey, what's going on? No, it's him? He's already, crunch. At the scream from beyond the beacon, the squinty-eyed man frowned. He's already caught up. There was nothing strange about that. No matter how fast they were running, they couldn't outpace the pace of Ozian, a mutant of the physical enhancement class. They'd heard enough about him to know that he could run faster than a car. But, shit, what the hell is that? The trap isn't working. Damn it, that's a different story. Oh, don't come near me. Chirp, chirp, chirp. One by one, the raider's signal was cut off. Beyond the beacon was the sound of his companion's last gasp, a terminal, and the freezing of something. Holy shit. What the hell is going on? I knew there would be some sacrifices, but it didn't matter. The fewer heads we had, the more we'd get paid when the job was done. However, I didn't choose to push them to their deaths. I planned to keep them alive, at least as long as I could. I've even booby-trapped the area. Ozian's movements were fast, but almost linear. It was like a fast-moving personal armored vehicle, pushing straight ahead without looking around. So they weaved through the abandoned buildings, trying to shake him as much as possible. They hoped to lure him into a trap and slowly eat him alive, but they were wrong. Ozian was far more agile and fast than they had realized. The trap hadn't even been triggered, and their companions were dying. Reaching the exit point, Ikonan surveyed his surroundings. How many are there? 5. Holy shit. There were over 20 when they started, and only 5 were left. More than half of them had died at Ozian's hands during their escape. What the fuck is he? That's not what we're told about. Why didn't the trap work? What the hell did he do? Everyone shut up. Ikunan shouted, and the panicked ones fell silent. They knew shouting and bickering amongst themselves wouldn't change anything. First, let's get a handle on the situation. It seems that this Ozian brat is a lot stronger than we thought. Everyone nodded with heavy faces. This mission is over, the intel is wrong, and we're going to get screwed. So let's just get it over with. Or does anyone else want to stay? No one answered his question. No, there was one. I'm thinking of continuing. At the sudden sound of a third voice, all 5 eyes at the exit point turned in that direction. There, standing as still as ever, was Ozian. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes in surprise. How did he end up here, in a hiding place they'd picked out from among the abandoned buildings, with a complicated geography and undetected by the outside world? You seem to be making fun of me. It's easy to see where you're running off to. They thought they'd outrun Ozian, but they were sorely mistaken. Ozian had already heard their footsteps and knew where they were gathering. Finding the rat's nest was a breeze compared to his recent missions. 5. Ozian lifted the sword with the markings of the moon. In his hand, the blade was enveloped in a bluish aura, curving into a curved shape, and a cold chill settled around it. I think one mouth will suffice. The raiders swallowed hard. The moment they looked into Ozian's black eyes, they felt as if they were falling into an endless abyss. His figure seemed to have grown enormous, staring down at them. Among the 5 of you, I wonder which one of you will be able to answer to my liking. All at once, the squinty-eyed man shouted as if in a seizure. The way he craned his neck and shouted, his face bright red, showed that it had taken an enormous amount of energy just to open his mouth. And it was. Under the pressure Ozian was exerting, he wanted to beg for his life. It was a kind of survival instinct, and he had to suppress it now and make the most rational decision he could. Of course, rationality didn't always lead to the best outcome. A blue flash moved. The pupil of one of his eyes, which was left open, grew so large that it seemed as if it would tear. The other 4 companions, who had been lunging at Ozian, all froze in place, turning into frozen statues. It happened in the blink of an eye. He couldn't even see what the hell had happened. What? Ozian was supposed to be able to manipulate pure white energy with his sword, but that one was the opposite. The shape, color, and effect of the sword were all different. Ikonun's legs went weak and he slumped to the ground. He'd done all kinds of jobs, but nothing like this had ever happened before. Ashen, who showed an overwhelming presence, lifted his moonlight sword and stood in front of the cross-eyed man. You seem to know this situation better than anyone. Ozian looked down at him. In the poorly lit interior of the abandoned building, it was impossible to see his face. Only his eyes were visible, but the pupils were even more frightening. Those black eyes, devoid of emotion, and his calm tone were as if he lived in a different world, as if he had slaughtered dozens of people on his way here and hadn't even faltered in his breathing. Tell me, who paid you to do this? Me, I'm. He shouldn't have said it, but Ikunan wanted to run away from this fear right now. He couldn't bear it and was about to open his mouth. Blood? Red blood spurted from Ikunan's temple, and his body fell to the side. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he didn't even stir. He was dead. Who is it? Ozian's voice carried a note of displeasure. He stared beyond the ruins, beyond the darkness of the steel. Pure white fire sparked in Ozian's eyes. Whoa, don't be like that. I saved you, didn't I? The man with the relaxed voice was a man with red hair like a lion's mane. At first glance, it was like seeing an unbridled predator in the wild. From his bare-chested outfit, to his necklace and ear piercings, to the sunglasses on his face. He flicked the pistol in his hand, waving it around. It was the one that pierced Ikunan Temple. Behind the man's back, what appeared to be members of his organization rumbled. Ozian warned the man, his voice raspy. I asked who you are. Answer my question with bullshit one more time, and I will use force. As the unimaginable murderous intent surged through them, the bodies of the organization members lined up behind the red-haired man trembled. Some in fear, some in survival instinct. Unconsciously, they reached for the weapons in their arms, but were forced to stop themselves. Who says you can move? Their leader glared at them from behind his slightly lowered sunglasses. At the sight of him, the men stiffened and stood at attention. Seeing the sequence of events, Ozian realized that the red-haired man was no ordinary man. They're all afraid. From that alone, he could guess what kind of personality the red-haired man had. The redhead looked at Ozian and smiled again, this time with a friendly smile. Now, don't be so hard on yourself. I'm not your enemy. You asked for my name. My name is Kursha. Ozian. Oh, Ozian. I've heard of you. You're the fixer who's been on a roll lately, right? Why did you interrupt? Kursha shook his head at Ozian's question. There must be some misunderstanding, but that's more what I'm asking. Do you know where we are? It's an abandoned building. Well, technically, it doesn't have a building permit yet. But it will be soon, because this is my place of business. My place of business. Kursha's voice wasn't loud, but it got through to Ozian. Anyway, in the midst of all the noise about redevelopment, some cocky bastards were firing mortars and making a mess in our area. Ozian's gaze fell to the dead squinty-eyed corpse. A pool of blood was widening beneath his bleary-eyed head. So I punished him myself. Oh, of course, you don't have to be too grateful. I only helped you because I have a big heart. Ozian's dark eyes turned to Kursha. I see. So you recognized my heart? I'm so glad. It was you. Kursha's mouth fell open at Ozian's words. It had been strange from the start. The speed with which he'd gathered such a large group of people in such a secret place, and the unbelievable timing of the shooting. It was almost as if he had been targeted. No matter how much he let his guard down, the shot that killed Ikonan before Ozian could react was the same. The shots were lifeless. There's only an inorganic motivation, like clearing something off the street. I have no hesitation in killing people, and I don't attach much significance to it. Since I don't show my will to kill, my senses don't work properly. Putting it all together, it was simple. The person who had ordered him to attack was Kursha, over there. At that point, Kursha stared at Ozian for a moment. Then he stuck out her tongue and chuckled. The piercing on his tongue glinted in the dark. Busted. Kursha didn't even bother to hide it, just admitted that he had. Ozian's expression sank even colder. I'm surprised you admitted it so readily, but you must have been prepared to pay the price, right? Prepared? Haha, hey, buddy. You're under some sort of illusion, but it's you who has to pay the price. You interfered with us, remember? Us. Now that you mention it, let me introduce myself again. I'm Kursha. I'm the director of the North Blinders. Is that clear enough? The North Blinders. Ozian remembered the name well. A corporate mafia, they had clashed with him once before, during the witch asylum. Ozian had fought Balud, one of the North Blinders directors, then. This is vendetta. You're not going to tell me you don't know what that is, are you? Vendetta. In simple terms, it's revenge, but for these mafiosi, the word means much more. It was more than retribution, more like a mission that must be accomplished. So, Ozian asked coldly, are we going to end this here? Why not? Kursha raised his hand, and the men behind him drew their weapons. Tommy guns with cylindrical magazines and other specially modified firearms. A few of the more skilled had cold weapons rather than firearms, all of which had been modified. Ozian's sword also had a bluish tinge to it. The atmosphere on both sides was like an active volcano about to erupt at any moment. At that moment, a hatchet flew out of nowhere and struck the ground between the two men. The tension that had been building up to a fight was suddenly defused. Kursha's expression twisted for a moment, then morphed into a smirk. Hey, who's this? Our busy director, coming all the way out here on business. It was Balud, one of the directors of North Blinders, who had thrown the axe. He adjusted his glasses, maintaining the crisp white attire we had seen before. Kursha. That's it. Any further actions will not be tolerated. Underscore 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 underscore. What if I don't want to? I've given you ample warning. Before Balud could finish his sentence, the mobsters behind him appeared. Their faces solemn, their suits just like Balud's. They were a far cry from Kursha's free-spirited men. Despite the atmosphere of ready for fight, Kursha did not back down. You're just going to sit here and talk shit, Mr. Director. Don't you see what I'm about to do? This is a vendetta to build our organization's prestige, and you have no right to stop it. It's my job to execute the vendetta. After all, I'm the one who suffered the humiliation. Balud glared at Ozian as he said it, but there was no real animosity in the gesture. It was the Kursha family, not Ozian as an individual, that Balud was concerned with at the moment. Well, you're offering to do some work for me as an ally, and then you go out of your way to prevent me from doing so. Ozian was surprised, too. At first, he thought Balud was there to help his fellow North Blinders, Kursha, but the conversation between them revealed the opposite. Kursha's reaction was less than favorable. He was smirking and laughing on the outside, but his eyes said otherwise. Is this some kind of rivalry? This was a good thing for Ozian. Even if it was, he wasn't in a position to take on all of Balud's men. Hey, Balud, are you sure this has to end here? The die is cast, and it's your choice to accept it or not. Balud's voice was as cold as ever. Kursha frowned at the bluntness of his voice, which showed little emotion. Oh, so, what if I don't accept? At those words, Kursha's men readied their weapons. Then I guess we'll just have to finish each other off here. Balud's men leveled their weapons as well, glaring at them with fierce eyes. The atmosphere was one of impending doom. The moment someone pulled the trigger, there would be a skirmish. At that moment, Kursha's lips twitched and he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, stop, everyone, lower your weapons. Despite the abrupt order, Kursha's men lowered their weapons. Their expressions were reluctant, but it was Kursha's order, and they had no choice but to obey. Just kidding, just kidding. If you want to carry out your own vendetta, I'm not going to stop you. In fact, for the sake of the organization's prestige, I'd even support it. Kursha shrugged, and Balud adjusted his glasses and gestured to his men. Balud's men lowered their muzzles and slung their weapons on their hips or backs in a respectful manner. Still, I'm surprised. I had no idea you cared so much. I suppose the first failure hurts, after all, and there's nothing more unsettling than jeopardizing the position you've barely climbed. Kursha chuckled. Several of Balud's men were about to explode at those words, but they held themselves back desperately. Since Director Balud was in charge, it was impossible for them to step in instead. When they didn't rise to the challenge, Kursha shook his head in disbelief. Well, that's enough for today. Mr. Balud has made a big step and I'm going to have to give in. Kursha lowered his sunglasses slightly and stared at Balud with piercing eyes. This is not the time for us to see the end. With that warning, Kursha led his men away. Ozian chuckled to himself at the sight. Well, I've become an unwanted guest. Just as he was about to fight Kursha, Balud intervened, and the center of attention shifted to their relationship. The rest of the Balud family was ready to leave. As Ozian watched, their eyes locked. Don't thank me. I'm not here to help you. Who said what? Ozian stared at Blood in bewilderment. It is strictly up to me to enforce the vendetta. The next time we meet, you'll be an enemy. At that, Ozian let out a thin laugh. Well, I will. He didn't like the sound of it, but he couldn't help but be grateful for the help. Just then, he sensed a figure running in the distance. Blood must have sensed it too, because his gaze snapped to the direction of the footsteps, and then his expressionless face broke, if only slightly. Oh? Ozian looked at him curiously, realizing that Blood had a look of defeat on his face. The uninvited visitor had finally made his appearance. Blood, that's too bad, you can't just disappear like that. The woman, who appeared to be in her early 20s, spoke in a cheerful voice that seemed out of place in the grim atmosphere of this abandoned building. Her waist-length brown hair swayed in waves as she moved. Her skin was clear and blemish-free, and her dress looked expensive. She stood tall and proud before Blood, unfazed by the sight of his rough-looking men. Isn't that disrespectful to the lady? You should have given me a full escort. Lady. What was even more surprising was that Blood's man actually bowed to the woman, and Blood himself was somewhat stunned. And who is he? The woman asked, noticing Ozian. Just, an acquaintance. Oh, no, I don't know him, do I? Is he going to be dunked in a drum? TLN, the expression dunked in a drum means drowning someone. What? Ozian's ears perked up at the woman's words. How could she mention drums in such an innocent and cheerful voice? It was only then that he realized the woman's identity. Miss, there's no need for you to come all the way here, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see the boss. Indeed. The woman was the daughter of the leader of the North Blinders. No wonder she could so casually dismiss Blood's subordinates, and even speak ill of him. It seems a little closer than boss and subordinate, though, especially the way she looks at him. There's a certain amount of affection in it. It was the same for Blood. The man who was supposed to be as cold as ice was unable to hide his agitation in front of her. So that's it. Ozian nodded in understanding. As if sensing that, Blood glared at Ozian with a piercing, sharp glare. Consider yourself lucky. You're an unexpected romantic. A self-made man from the northern barbarians romancing the boss's daughter didn't sound like a bad picture. Of course, Ozian's words were meant purely in admiration, but Blood didn't take them at face value. Let's go now. The guards must be getting anxious. I'd like to stay and play a little longer. No, Chi, I think you're too stiff. Blood lowered his glasses slightly, tired of the woman's teasing, and rubbed his fingers across the rims of his eyes. One thing after another had happened today that was too tiring for him. Let's go. Okay. Blood left, taking his boss's daughter with him. Ozian watched their backs as they walked away, and somehow felt that he would see them again. Asterisk. It was nearly dusk when Ozian arrived at the Violet Fox. Rattle. He opened the door and was greeted by Ronan in his usual spot. Hoo. You're here. It was his usual smile and face, but maybe it was the time of day. As the long sunset blazed a bright red color behind Ronan, he looked like the leader of a secret society that wanted the world to end. Ozian couldn't help but wonder if Ronan is the one who gave Korsha his information, even though he knew he's not. Ronan's perceptive mind is quick, and he picks up on the subtle hints in Ozian's unchanging expression. No, I don't know what you're mistaking, but it's not me. Right. There was a moment of awkward silence between them. Hoo. So it looks like you got your work done. You heard already? Yes. Congratulations. You've just hooked up with someone who will be one of your biggest financial supporters in the future. Well, that doesn't help me in the immediate future. I suppose so. It'll take some time to sort out the Goldiron family dynamics, and there's still the matter of succession. I see you're still well aware of that. I'm glad to say that Mr. Ozian seems to have gotten what he wanted out of this assignment. Does it look that way? Yes. You seemed in a better mood than usual. Ozian smiled sheepishly and shrugged. Ronan wasn't exactly wrong. It was to be expected, given his age. But there's something else I'm curious about. Yes. Go ahead. Do you know anything about madmen? Ronan's real eyes squinted longer than before. Alas, you do not mean in the literal sense of the word, Mr. Ozian, and I assume you are referring to the 4 madmen. Yes. You've already met one of them, Dyke Goldiron, the madman of gold. The story of the 4 madmen is well known in the city, so it was easy to explain. The people they call the 4 madmen are literally crazy about something. But why were there 4 of them? Because they have a lot of money. So the 4 madmen were famous because they were crazy people with a lot of money. If an ordinary man was crazy, he was a madman, but if a man with a lot of money was crazy, he became a famous madman. The mildest of them all is Dyke Goldiron, the madman of gold. The other 3, not so much. Well, they're famous in more ways than one. They're called the madman of the stars, the madman of fairy tales, and the madman of books. They all have one thing in common, they're all godfathers with a lot of money. Among them, Ozian was quite attracted to the name of the madman of the stars. It was a natural reaction considering that the starlight sword he used was powered by stars. They all seem to be doing some strange things. Of course, that's what the rumors say, and I don't know if they're true. But otherwise, there's no smoke coming out of the chimney. Goldiron, the gold maniac, was known for discovering and developing gold mines and raking in the cash. But what about the other 3? Stars, fairy tales, and books. They don't seem to go hand in hand with the word godfather. Maybe that's how they earned the title of madman. I wonder what they're like. Haha. They're not the kind of people you can meet just because you want to. They have a lot of money, but some of them are also chairmen of companies. Corporations. Yes. One of them, James Earhart, the star maniac, is the godfather of aviation. He's the chairman of Shalahi Mountain, one of the airship manufacturers, and he has a lot of power in Tirna. Why is such a man called a star maniac? He says his goal is to reach the stars with his airships, and he'll do whatever it takes to get there. He's famously vowed to finish it before he dies. No wonder he was called a madman. Science was considerably more advanced now than Ozian remembered, but there were still many things that were lacking compared to 21st century Earth. What James Earhart was trying to build seemed to be at least a manned spacecraft. It would take at least 40 more years of scientific advancement to accomplish that, if not more. Even if magic or other mysterious forces could shorten that time frame, it would be difficult for James, an elderly man, to accomplish in his lifetime. But he's not giving up on it, and he's going for it. No wonder he was seen as a madman in the eyes of others. Why is he so obsessed with the stars? Is it some kind of connection to another celestial phenomenon? That's what Ozian was thinking when the door to Violet Fox's shop opened with a rattle. A large man with a fearsome appearance walked through the door. His appearance was intimidating just by looking at him, and he was a man who stood out in Ozian's memory. Jonathan. Jonathan, a large man. He was an augmented mutant, and a fixer who had fought alongside Ozian during the incident involving the Blood Brotherhood. Jonathan strode over to Ozian, who was his original target, and bowed deeply. Please accept me as an apprentice. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian watched Jonathan as he bowed to him. There was no falsehood in his powerful gesture. He was truly asking Ozian to teach him. This caught Ozian off guard, and he first asked why. They only got to know each other by doing a job together. He couldn't think of any reason or occasion for him to come all this way and bow his head. I want to be stronger, Jonathan said in a deep voice. It was a clear, simple statement, but he couldn't think of anything more eloquent. Maybe it was because Jonathan was so sincere in his desire to be strong. Why did you come to see me if you want to be stronger? Because I thought you could make it possible. The corners of Ozian's eyes curved slightly. While others thought Ozian's strength was something innate, Jonathan felt it. This power and strength he wielded was something he had to work for. But I'm curious about the suddenness of your arrival. Is there a reason for it? A man of your stature can't go unnoticed anywhere. Do you know about Supremacy? Supremacy, an organization of mutants with exceptional abilities and talents. There was a fight with them at the Goldiron Mansion recently. Were you one of them? Jonathan shook his head with a bitter smile at Ozian's question. On the contrary, I was rather looked down upon by them. Weren't they the same mutants? They Supremacy favor only the best mutants. It's a group of mutants who are discriminated against by humans, but they ignore or look down on mutants who are weaker than them. Only mutants above a certain rank are allowed to join. An organization created to combat discrimination is perpetrating new discrimination. Ozian wasn't surprised. People are naturally sensitive to what's being done to them and forgiving of what's being done to others. Even if they're mutants, they were just humans with inherent powers, not human beings. Is that why you came to me? I want to be stronger. I don't want to be looked down upon by anyone. Why do you want to be stronger so badly? I've spent my whole life looking down. But that day, when I saw the light you showed me, I realized that we should be looking up. We. Ozian felt a twinge of discomfort at Jonathan's words. We? What do you mean, we? Ozian's keen senses picked up on the sound of a small group of people gathered outside the building. Opening the door, he stepped outside to find a group of nervous fixers with familiar faces. There was even a familiar face among them. Hey, long time no see. Commander David smirked and waved at Ozian. Ozian recognized what they had in common. They had seen the starlight in him. They had come to him because they sensed that it was something other than a caricature of mutant power. Ozian pondered for a moment. Even if you suddenly ask me to make you stronger, I'm the one who's in trouble. Anyone who came to him out of the blue and asked him to take them as a disciple would probably think something like that. It's fine if you're someone who likes to show off your skills, or if you like to teach or train others, but Ozian wasn't much of a talker. He doesn't really try to teach others anything. How could he teach others when he wasn't perfect himself? It was also because he had a very high standard for himself. But at the same time, when I heard that, my heart started racing. Why, Jonathan's words are disconcerting but not unwelcome. Perhaps it's because they genuinely want him to teach them. Those who want to be knights. Knights do not exist in this age. Ozian is the only one left. He is the last and final knight of this age. But is that good? It didn't seem right. The title of last knight is cool, but Ozian didn't want it. It would be too sad to see the knighthood end like this. It was a sense of duty that went beyond the physicality of knighthood, a sense of duty that came with being a man who loved knights more than anyone else. If I teach them, I can keep the knighthood alive. Of course, I don't know if they can really become knights if they try. He questioned whether he could teach them properly, since he himself hadn't gone through the basic process in the first place. He was an in-game character, a wandering knight from birth, and as he leveled up, he naturally had access to the power of the starlight. But Jonathan, David, and the others were different. He doesn't know if they deserve it or not, if they have talent or not. Still, not even trying seemed like the wrong thing to do, no matter how much he thought about it. This is not a decision I can make on my own. Ozian first told Jonathan to wait outside, then entered the Violet Fox and sat down in front of Ronan. Hoo, you look troubled. And you don't seem too surprised. Me? Of course I'm surprised. Considering the amount of time you've been in the business, Mr. Ozian, this is an extraordinary rate of growth. In other words, for someone to ask me to teach him, you've already guessed. Because other people have gone through a similar process, and in Tirna, freelance jobs like fixers, there's a cult of strength in Tirna, because the stronger you are, the more money you'll make, the more social status and prestige you'll have. Ozian nods his head in affirmation. So naturally, there are those who follow the strong and chase after them. I suppose that's what happened to me. Ozian closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them. What about you? You mean me? To be honest, I don't know. I'm not sure I could teach them properly, and I don't know how to turn down someone so sincere. In other words, you don't hate them, but you don't know what else to do. Something like that? So Ozian decided to take the advice rather than go it alone. That's because brokers don't just connect people with work, they also act as caregivers who listen to their concerns. Maybe it's because you think too much, Ronan said, spreading his index finger wide. Overthinking. Yes. Sometimes it's good to keep it simple, to go where your heart leads. Do you think so too? Yeah, because I tend to use my heart rather than my head when it comes to inviting other fixers to join us here at Violet Fox. Come to think of it, he heard that before. Call it a good gut feeling. Ronan had a ghostly sense of recognizing talented gems. On the contrary, if you think too much, sometimes even the original answer becomes clouded. That's how people end up making the wrong choices. I see. Besides, if you choose from your heart, you're less likely to regret it if you fail. Isn't that better? Ozian smirked at Ronan's playful comment. Yeah, I guess you're not wrong about that. As it turns out, he'd made the right choice in asking Ronan for advice. It cleared his head. But is it okay for a fixer to teach someone like that? A fixer is a symbol of freedom, and if they want to teach someone and build their own power, I support them if that's the path they choose. Don't worry, I don't plan on becoming independent. I'll just teach them how to get beaten up less when they go somewhere. By this point, any doubts he had about whether he could teach well were gone. As he followed his instincts, a method that had been a blur came into sharp focus. As Ozian opened the door and stepped out, the people waiting outside all tensed. Most of them thought he was going to say no, and rightly so. That technique of emitting pure white light from his sword was his arcane skill. There was no way he could teach it to others. After all, it was industry practice to keep one's skills as secret as possible. It was enough that Ozian hadn't cursed and kicked them out the moment they asked him to teach them. You said you wanted me to teach you. Everyone swallowed hard and nodded. Even David looked unusually serious. Ozian surveyed the assembled group. There were 7 of them. All of them, including Jonathan and David, were former fixers with different backgrounds, different weapons, and different ways of fighting. But they all had one thing in common, the intense desire in their eyes. There was a fire in their eyes. It wasn't something that could be seen with the naked eye, or so Ozian thought, but Ozian thought the spark was beautiful, even if it was small. If it burned stronger, perhaps it could become a star. It was all in his hands to make it happen. My teaching can be tough. Are you confident that you can do it without giving up? Yes. Jonathan was the first to answer. His voice was solemn and thunderous. He was followed by the other fixers who shouted back. Okay, then, from today onwards, you are all aspiring knights. Ozian was determined. In this city of gold, I will create a new order of knights. Asterisk. Balud stood in the doorway of his boss's chambers. After a moment of staring at the ornately decorated wooden door, he inspected his clothing. His white suit was immaculate, not a wrinkle in it, and his hair was neatly swept back. It's Balud. May I come in? Sure. Come in. A thick, heavy thud of permission sounded from inside. Once inside, he saw a room filled with ornate ornaments, treasures, and decorations. And in the center of it all, slumped in a large chair, was a grizzled old man. Boss, I hear I've been summoned. Balud inclined his head toward the old man. The stocky old man scratched his fat cheeks with his fingers, which were filled with jeweled gold rings. Yes. Welcome, Balud. Isaac Borborg, the boss of the North Blinders and the godfather of the place. A native of the barbarian peoples of the North, he had come to Tirna on his own and built an organization of this magnitude. Have a seat. At Isaac's command, Balud calmly took the empty seat. My daughter isn't being too much trouble, is she? No, she's fine. Isla Borborg, Isaac's daughter, often sticks around and talks, but Balud never seems to mind. Yes. You're the only one of us on the board who can handle that tomboy. Thank you for the compliment. You know I have great faith in you, Balud. We're of the same northern ethnicity, and people from the same hometown should be good to each other, and if I were to step down, I wouldn't think of anyone else but you to take my place. Balud was flattered by the comment, but he didn't let it show, instead ducking his head. You're doing a good job, Balud, and you've gotten there by being resourceful, despite coming in later than the previous directors. If there's one thing you lack, it's a business. Business. Isaac's words hit a little close to home for Balud. Most of the families in North Blinders had their own businesses. The Kursha family did redevelopment and building demolition. Another was in the bootlegging business, another in milk distribution, another in nightlife and gambling. Balud, on the other hand, was more of a service provider. It was more of a hands-on business than a business, so naturally, revenues were not stable. Even if Balud's resourcefulness allowed him to maximize it, it was still unstable compared to the other directors. But lately, I've heard some bad news about you. Beloved's expression hardened as he realized what Isaac was about to say. At this rate, your position is in jeopardy and you'll have a hard time succeeding me. You know what that means, don't you? Underscore 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 underscore. Isaac's words were vague, but his unspoken intentions were loud and clear to Belud. He was supposed to be perfect, but his position was shaken by the failure of the witch asylum. There were no excuses, for in the end, he had failed, and Ozian, whom he had judged to have failed, had been spared by the judge. And with the witch alive and well, I have no comment. Isaac laughed in a low voice as Belud complied. His voice, once charismatic and reassuring, now sounded raspy with phlegm from too many cigars. The Isaac Belud had seen in his youth was a brilliant warrior, businessman, and charismatic boss. Now he was an old man, a couch potato. But Belud didn't point it out, and the thought of it even irritated him. Isaac was the boss of the North Blinders, after all. He was the boss of North Blinders, and he had to be obeyed, even if he had risen to the lofty position of director. Dear Belud, I believe there is a way out of this situation. Monkeys fall from trees, too. Of course, the tree is full of fire and spears, so there's no room for error. As long as you didn't fall all the way to the bottom, you could cover up a small mistake with a bigger one. I've been talking to the Archaeological League recently. Archaeology. Isaac frowned at the archaic word. He had gained so much weight that he almost looked grotesque. Something to do with ancient artifacts. Oh, well, that's a different story. Isaac pulled out a cigar, cut off the end, and popped it into his mouth. Belud casually pulled an angled oil lighter from his arm and lit Isaac's cigarette. After a few huffs and puffs of smoke, Isaac dangled the cigar between his fingers. Okay, what do we know about artifacts? We're not sure yet, but rumor has it that the Archaeological League has recently discovered underground ruins. Rumors are rumors, aren't they? They've been doped up, so the news trickles down to us, and from what we've been able to piece together lately, it doesn't appear to be on a scale to be dismissed as mere rumor. A grin formed on Isaac's face. KKH, yeah. Our director Belud is very well spoken, so don't feel too bad. You're the one I have the most faith in. Yes. Thank you. Belud bowed his head grimly. He wondered if it was his own lapse in loyalty that made him feel so disgusted with the once dashing man. I'll have good news for you soon. Yes. I'm afraid I've kept you busy for nothing. You should probably get going. Okay. Belud bowed and left the boss's chambers. The subordinate waiting outside followed. Mr. Director, are you all right? I'm fine, and I'm sure you're not going to let anything get in the way of our work, right? Yes, I'm making sure of that. We failed last time, so this one has to be a success, if only to re-establish our shaky position. As he said that, Belud pulled a pack of cigarettes from his bosom. It was a plain cigar, not unlike the one Isaac had lit. Are you smoking again? The subordinate asked, surprised. He remembered that he had stopped smoking after he realized that it was not good to smell like a cigarette when dealing with customers. Belud held a lighter to his mouth and lit a cigarette. I just want to smoke today. The smoke from his mouth drifted away in a haze. Belud felt as if it was his future. But still, he must endure. Turning to the window, Belud's retina flashed with the image of Isella. Ozian stood in a clearing, a favorite spot for Ozian to swing his sword from time to time. 7 men stood before him. Their faces were half expectant, half nervous. I'm telling you, I don't know how to be gentle. To obtain this power, you must reach the limits of your body and surpass them many times over. It's not too late, so if anyone wants to quit, they can go home. Of course, none of them said yes. They had their own desires. They'd been through too much to come this far and give up. Okay, I'll take that as a consensus. Since we're here, let's get started. David's face lit up at the words. Now that they were finally going to be taught by Ozian, they could already see their future in the sunlight. Ozian brought a basket and placed it in front of the aspiring knights. What is this? Sandbags. Put them on your arms and legs. They were puzzled, but they didn't object. Jonathan was a big, strong man, so he attached heavier bags to each of them. Then, turning to the men, Ozian said, Run. Yes? What? Run. Ozian pointed his finger at the open space. Run, until I say enough. Do it. The aspiring knights glanced at each other. This was not at all what they thought they were being taught. As they hesitated, a new person appeared and blew a door whistle into their mouths. Beep. Can't you hear me now? Run. It was Lorraine, her long, ivory hair bouncing, wearing sunglasses. She wore a military cap of unknown provenance and scowled at the wannabe knights. Does what I say sound like nonsense? If you don't run, should I make you run? As if she'd seen this coming, Lorraine pulled out a gun she'd prepared in advance and pointed it at the aspiring knights. The aspirants' expressions were stunned. A gun? Out of nowhere? Lorraine pulled the trigger just as they were thinking, she's really going to shoot. A special rubber bullet shot out, hitting the aspiring knights. Ouch. Even though it was a rubber bullet, it still hurt. It could break bones and bruise muscles with a bluish tinge. It was a weapon that could kill you if you got hit wrong, and although wasn't really non-lethal, it was low lethal. Run, or I'll hit you until you run. With Lorraine's back to them, the wannabe knights began to run. Okay, we've come this far, let's give it a try. Let's show them that we still have the basic fitness. Lorraine looked back at Ozian and giggled as they started running. The look on her face was almost as if she was asking, "What do you think? Looks like you're going to enjoy yourself." Well, why not? You can't do something like this if you don't try to enjoy it. If you're going to do it, you should enjoy it. Isn't that right? She wasn't exactly wrong. Except that in Lorraine's case, she had a dark secret. She relieved her stress by tormenting those wannabe knights. And isn't that too much to ask? I'm helping you because I think you need help. Besides that, who do you think wrote the training curriculum? Surprisingly, it was Lorraine, not Ozian, who had written the curriculum for the training. When she said she'd just chime in because she thought it would be fun, she meant it in this way. The huffing and puffing wannabe knights slowed their pace, thinking it must be over. Instead, it was Lorraine's rubber bullets that rained down on them. Lorraine's keen eye could tell the difference between those who ran and those who didn't. Oops. I see your feet. I see your feet. Don't you run faster? Do you want me to make you run forever? Huh. She was a tiger trainer. Even those who were confident in their basic physical strength from their work as a fixer were gasping for breath and sweating like rain as they kept running without stopping. It wasn't just running, they were running with a heavy bag, which made it even harder. Still, Lorraine didn't tell them to stop. What are you guys doing? Can't you walk straight? Look at you, even people older than you are still running. Lorraine pointed to David, who was running in silence. David was the oldest person in the group, but he kept going. In fact, he was running quite well, as if age were just a number. As expected of a puppeteer and commander, he'd been working on his basic fitness. Jonathan was a mutant, so of course he was running well. It was over an hour later when the run ended. When the sweaty men collapsed to the ground, it was time for strength training. Having pushed their hearts to the limit, they now had to squeeze their muscles to the max. Groans of pain echoed through the clearing as they lifted and lowered heavy objects. Let's take a break, it's time to eat. Lorraine whistled, and out of nowhere, Ena dragged a large pot onto a cart. Feeding time. Ena poured the 7 aspiring knights a pot of porridge. It was a mixture of grains, meat, and beans, ground and steeped in water. It was a dish designed for the sole purpose of providing the body with the nutrients it needed. The good news is that, thanks to Ena's culinary skills, it didn't taste completely awful. The people gathered in the clearing all buried their faces in their bowls. An empty stomach was their best seasoning. Even the not-so-good porridge could be drunk like water. What are you guys doing after you've eaten? We need to get moving. Ozian glanced at Lorraine, who was frying the wannabe knights. Lorraine's gaze was filled with surprise. You're more skillful than I thought. Although she might seem to be recklessly pushing the aspirant knights, her training methods were very methodical. She was quick to recognize each individual's physical limitations and characteristics and redistribute the intensity of the training accordingly. When Lorraine returned to her seat, Ozian asked, "Where the hell did you learn this?" "What? It looks like a ridiculous process, but it's all about physical training. And it's very detailed, right down to figuring out your opponent's level and matching your intensity accordingly." "Humph. You're finally seeing me for what I am, see? I can do this because I'm almost as strong as you." Lorraine's nose perked up at Ozian's praise. Seeing Lorraine's giggles and weak smile made him want to take back his compliment. But Ozian suppressed the feeling and asked a question that had been on his mind. "You seem familiar with this process. Have you done anything like this before, like in the military?" Lorraine's expression changed, if only for a moment. The proud smile that had been on her face cracked. The change was fleeting, of course, and when she was back to her normal self, she put her index finger to her lips and said playfully, "It's a secret. Everyone should have a secret, it's more charming that way." "Maybe so. I'm asking the wrong thing." Ozian shrugged and took a step back. It had only been a moment, but he'd intuited from Lorraine's reaction that her past wasn't all that great. Ronan would know. It would be rude to ask Ronan about someone else's past and Ronan wouldn't talk about it. A hidden past. He understood. Just look at Diolan, his fellow fixer, he's hiding something. Ozian was sure that every fixer has something to hide, whether it's their past or their skills. "What, are you pissed I didn't tell you?" "Of course not. Come on, you have a history of hiding things, too." "I'm not hiding anything." Ozian felt it was important to point out. "I am a knight. The number of demons, witches, and warlocks who have fallen under my blade is staggering, and demons, evil spirits, and even gods have died at my hands." Ozian spoke frankly of what he had accomplished. Ena, who was clearing the plates beside him, listened, ears perked. "There is nothing false about this, and I can swear to it on my honor." "Wow," Ozian said, staring at Lorraine and Ena, his eyes serious, as if they didn't believe him. Lorraine's mouth dropped open in admiration at the solemnity of his demeanor, the deep conviction in his eyes and the unwavering tone of his voice. "Yes, yes. You have secrets you can't tell me, too, I understand. Underscore 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 underscore. The training continued. The most important thing for a knight is basic physical fitness. Some may find this ridiculous, but the basics of knighthood are of a very high standard. You must be able to run as fast as the wind even when wearing heavy armor, wield a sword with ease, and ride a horse without getting tired. Naturally, the training to meet those standards was grueling. Ozian watched the 7 aspirants train. Lorraine, who had a knack for basic physical fitness, helped them with that, but not the sword-wielding part. "No, what the hell do you want me to do with this blunt hunk of iron?" Alden asked in disbelief. "There's a reason. Well, it's not like I can't make it, and it's pretty simple, but are you doing something weird? What do you mean, weird? Not really, judging by your reaction. How's your sword doing? It's in good shape. I'm glad to hear that. But you should still keep it cleaned, just in case. If it's in such bad shape that you can't improve it with your own hands, bring it to me. I can always do some repairs. Of course. Ozian took the 7 sacks of dull iron from Eldon. Returning to the clearing, Ozian immediately distributed them to the aspiring knights. Kugyugung. There was a loud clatter as the heavy iron poured onto the ground. Everyone stared at Ozian in amazement. You'll be wielding this from now on. Humph. So it's a sword. David muttered in disbelief. He hadn't realized it because of the blunt tip, but Ozian had brought him a sword made purely of metal. The handle, of course, was covered with leather. You said you wanted to be a knight. The most important thing is to wield a sword. They'd been using guns all their lives. David had controlled dolls, and Jonathan had hardened his body to fight with his bare hands. So the concept of wielding a sword was a foreign concept to them, one they could grasp in their minds but not in their bodies. But that was okay. Learning anything is all about starting at the beginning. What the hell is this thing? It's very heavy. They've all handled heavy firearms before, and yet, this hunk of iron made their arms shake just holding it. How much do you expect us to swing this thing? Jonathan's expression was eager. He was a big guy, so he brought a size to match, and it was obviously much heavier. Did they make this for me to wield? Even Jonathan wondered. Ozian saw the slight distrust in their eyes, so instead of explaining, he decided to show them. Give it to me. Ozian held out his hand to Jonathan. Jonathan stared at it, then held out the iron sword in his hand. He'll never be able to lift this, he thought. As everyone else thought that, Ozian lightly lifted Jonathan's special sword with one hand. This is how you do it. Ozian lightly swung the sword with one hand, causing a gust of wind pressure to swirl and scatter dust across the clearing. Everyone looked stunned. It was a natural reaction to see someone so lightly wielding something that looked like it could barely be lifted, and with one hand, like a fan. It's not hard, is it? Not difficult? Is that what you're saying? Ozian realized that the question was not yet answered, and he imbued the sword in his hand with starlight. The pure white blazing starlight caused people to stare blankly, as if they had lost their souls. When it comes to persuading someone, nothing speaks as true as actions. Ozian's starlight washed away the doubts of the aspiring knights and poured fuel into the embers of aspiration in their hearts. Take it. Ozian handed the sword to Jonathan with the halo removed. Jonathan accepted it respectfully with both hands. His trembling eyes locked on the training iron Ozian handed him. He could still see the starlight burning on it. He could feel the heat of the starlight lingering on the blade and transferring to his palm. Something that told him he could do this. Let's go. With Jonathan's booming call, the aspiring knights raised their swords. Of course, against their will, they found it difficult to wield the heavy sword with their unfinished bodies. Still, they swung it over 50 times when they should have been able to do less than 10. Even as their forearm muscles stretched to the point of tearing and their hands blistered, their eyes burned with fire. Ozian watched the spectacle with delight, and the feeling of something being completed wasn't bad. Of course, they'll need more time and effort to become proper knights. But when you see people putting in that kind of effort, you kind of expect it. Maybe in this day and age, effort has become less important. In an industrialized world, where everything is so advanced, where do you see people making such primitive efforts? That's nice. It was time to eat, and Ena dragged the pot over. Everyone, eat while you're at it. The night wannabes rushed to the pot. Even David, who had been so gentle and polite when Ozian first met him, now stuck his nose in the bowl without dignity or anything else. They looked like a bunch of beggars. No, it doesn't look good. Ena was smiling, but she was breaking out in a cold sweat. Oh, by the way, do you have a free moment? Ena approached Oshin near the end of the meal. What's going on? I need to go somewhere, and I was wondering if you could come with me. It was a request for an escort of sorts. To be honest, security in Tirna wasn't all that great, or rather, it varied greatly by district. The district they were staying in was neither good nor bad, but to Oshin, who was from the 21st century, it wasn't great either. What are you doing? Volunteering. I just started recently, because I was feeding those people and I had extra hands and I ended up making more food. So you're going to give it away to other people? Yeah. Lately, I've been accompanied by Mr. Diolan or Lorraine, but I didn't see them today. Ena was basically sincere and good-hearted. It was no wonder she was packing up leftovers to serve. Where are you going? District 41. Ozian recalled the district's characteristics. It was a safe place even though it was in the 40s where public safety was poor. Of course, that's because the comparison group was in their 40s. The 41st district was also in a very dangerous place. There are no other criminal organizations or big gangs, but there are a lot of bums, beggars, and orphanages. Aside from the occasional gang of beggars or general bullies, it wasn't too much to worry about, but it was also a dangerous place for Ena to go alone. A fair-skinned, blonde, doll-like girl wandering around in a place like that was 100% guaranteed to get her ass kicked. Well, I'll escort you since I have time to spare now. Hehe. Okay. Ena wore her usual red hoodie. When I asked her why she wears it, she said it was a hand-me-down from her grandmother. With her shopping cart in hand, she looked like a country girl straight out of a fairy tale. So, where do you usually go when you volunteer? I usually go to an orphanage, but this time I'm going to a church. What? A witch goes to church? Isn't that a place you're not supposed to go? When Ozian looked at her in surprise, Ena asked innocently, as if she didn't understand. Why? No, it's nothing. Ozian decided to be nice. This was inside Tirna, after all, and she wasn't going to be attacked for being a witch. Besides, she meant well, and the church in Tirna would have adapted to the environment, so it wouldn't be a big deal. Then let's go. Good. Ozian told the aspiring knights to keep swinging their swords. They swung their iron swords with enthusiasm, perhaps because he had shown them the starlight once. This should be good. Ashen and Ena headed to District 41. District 41 was definitely a little dirtier than District 40. The streets were littered with garbage that no one bothered to clean up. Beggars sat with their heads down under the cut-off street lights, and the same was true in the alleyways. The occasional child ran around, but their eyes were never directed at him. They say in the 41st district you can open your eyes and have your wallet taken, and I guess they're not wrong. Ozian remained alert, trying to cause as little disturbance as possible. The beggars who had been scurrying about at the sight of Ena disappeared into the darkness of the alley, too afraid to make eye contact with Ozian. They were like mice in the face of a tiger. Their greed glowed at the sight of his attire and appearance, but they were intimidated by his brawny figure and his eyes. It's good that they're so cowardly. Other men would have argued about the rightness of eye contact, but since they were the underdogs, they had a good sense of judgment. Ozian and Ena arrived at a small church in a remote part of the 41st district. The church, where the children were playing, was poorly maintained and looked shabby. It's a church in the 41st district. Judging from its location, it's practically an orphanage. Just then, a nun from the church came out to welcome Ozian and Ena. Nice to meet you. It was a nun with orange hair who greeted them with a bright voice and a smile. Well, what a surprise you've brought. Come on, don't stand there scared, come inside. The nun was dressed in a typical nun's habit, but her demeanor was more active than reserved. Surprised by the different image and the unexpected hospitality, Ozian walked into the church, feeling a bit nervous. What a handsome brother. And a pretty sister. The children here exclaimed enthusiastically when they saw Ozian and Ena. Their eyes shone, not wary at the sight of outsiders, their innocence still intact. I want rice. I want a sandwich. Of course, what they liked more was the food that Ena had brought. Haha. Thank you, they'll be full thanks to you. And there's some for you, too. Have some. Thank you. The sister took a big bite of the sandwich that Ena handed her separately. Oh, it's delicious. Did you make it yourself? Yes. That's wonderful. If you ever become a housewife, you will be a beloved bride. Is that so? Ahaha. Look at your blush. You're so cute. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Dorothea, and I'm the one rotting away in this ramshackle church. The nun who introduced herself as Dorothea was not the usual nun. She spilled the beans about her situation without being asked. Even if it's the Holy Kingdom of Petra, she said, I don't know what they're going to do with a branch in Tirna and they don't give us any support. Is that so? Well, at least we have faithful people like you to help us out, that's how we make a living. With that, Dorothea pulled something out of her pocket. Recognizing it, Ena asked in horror. What? Is it okay? What? Oh, this. Dorothea held it up in her hand and waved it around. Don't bother with this, they all know about it anyway. Still, if I have to smoke something like this to get through, I'm sure the Holy Father in heaven will understand, won't he? Dorothea smiled mischievously at the sky, then lit a cigarette. Before Ozian could point out the behavior, he asked another question. Is that any better? It looks like there aren't any other people. What? Oh, yeah, that's right, I'm the only one working here. I do all the management, I do all the maintenance. It must be dangerous for a woman to live alone in the 41st district, especially with children. Well, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't dangerous, but it's okay, because I've recently added a new member to our family. A new family member. The well is broken, so I sent him to fetch some water, and it's about time. Ah, there he is. At the front door of the church, a figure appeared, carrying a basket of water on his back. It was a blonde boy who looked to be in his mid to late teens. Hee. Recognizing him, Ena gasped and hid behind Ozian's back, while Ozian put his hand on the sword at his waist. You're. Just as they recognized him, the boy recognized Ozian and Ena. Judge Martinez, the man they had fought for their lives. AGA. Underscore. Ozian's head was spinning. Why in the world would Judge Martinez come all the way to Tirna? No way, he hasn't given up on Ena yet. He thought he'd given up enough, but maybe he hadn't? To follow her all the way to Tirna, that wasn't his usual tenacity. Even so, it must be a coincidence that we met here. The emotion in Martinez's eyes was enough to tell. Ena's hand trembled as she gripped the hem of her dress. It was a natural reaction. The judge of the Holy Land of Petra, the man who had tried to kill her, was here. This is not a good place to fight. Especially with all the children and nuns around. That's what kept Ozian from drawing his sword right away. He wasn't really afraid. It wasn't like he was going to lose if he fought again, and it was Ozian himself who had declared that he would come to him whenever he wanted. I didn't think he would actually come here, but I wasn't going to let it end in vain. Martinez looked at Ozian and Ena and his eyes widened. You guys. Boom. The bucket Martinez was carrying fell to the floor. His expression turned complicated. I was expecting him to wield the mace the moment we met. However, Martinez's eyes turned fierce as if he had made up his mind. Hey, man, you can't just throw away the water you've barely scooped up. Dorothea punched Martinez in the back of the head with all her might. Ena's eyes widened to tears. Asterisk. Oh, I'm sorry, I've only been in here recently, and I've seen how little he listens and doesn't understand. I'll apologize on his behalf. Oh, no, that's okay. You don't have to do that. They're such nice people, giving us free food, how could you take it so lightly? Hey, you apologize too. Gee, it's okay. Ena assured Dorothea, who was scratching her head and laughing, that it was okay, but Dorothea dragged Martinez in front of her. Ena was breathless. Their previous encounter had not gone well. Martinez had tried to kill Ena Grunt, and when they parted ways, she had run him over with her car. Of course, as a man of divine power, he would have shrugged off such a wound. He wondered if the fact that he'd been victimized by a witch might still be a grudge. That. Ena rolled her eyes. She couldn't make eye contact with Martinez. Since she couldn't keep her composure, Ozian spoke for her. More than that, why are you here? That's because the main office sent him. Dorothea smirked and patted Martinez on the back. Martinez frowned, but didn't really retort. They did. They want him to stay here a little longer to get some experience. He's young even though he looks like this. That's true. Ozian realized as soon as he saw Martinez's reaction. Ostensibly, the inexperienced Martinez had come to Tirna to get experience, but in reality, it was more like an exile. But he's pretty tame for such a thing. Martinez is a pretty good boy for all that. He does what Dorothea asks him to do, like fetch water, and he stays still when she pats him on the back like that. But Martinez didn't always stay still. It was just as Dorothea was biting the pure white tobacco in her mouth. Sister Dorothea, are you smoking that again? Oh, why again? Smoking is harmful. It's not good for you. Why don't you quit for the children's sake? There you go again, nagging me. I'm older than you. If you are older, set an example like an older woman. You are in charge of the church here. You have a duty to take care of your health. Alas, I don't hear you. Don't you talk to me like that again. Judging by the suddenness of their conversation, this wasn't the first time they had talked like this. Ozian let out an involuntary chuckle, and Martinez glared at him. Why are you laughing? The situation is kind of funny. What's funny? Dorothea interrupted just as things were about to get ugly between them. Oh, come to think of it, do you two know each other? You seemed to have a lot of chemistry earlier. Dorothea's eyes flashed mischievously. Martinez started to tell her to get out of the way, but Ozian slapped him. I ran into him once while I was working. We got to know each other, but it wasn't a great first meeting. Oh, I think I know what it is. He's not very social and he's very blunt. It's fate that you're here, but you two should have a private chat. Dorothea nudged Martinez in the direction of Ozian. Sister Dorothea, I'm sure you're just trying to get away from my nagging by saying that. Martinez hit the nail on the head, but Dorothea pretended not to hear, and dragging Ena with her was a bonus. An awkward silence fell between Ozian and Martinez, who remained behind. Well, it's fate that brought us here, so let's at least talk. Martinez nodded his head and the two made their way to the backyard of the church. The church itself was old, but the grounds looked neat and tidy, as if they were constantly maintained. How long have you been here? Not long. What brought you here, after all? Ozian asked where it hurt. But it was a question that had to be asked at least once. It was because I was weak. My faith only went so far, and that's why I'm here now. Martinez doesn't seem to hold any ill will toward Ozian. In fact, he even embraced his failure as a sign of his own inadequacy. I'm surprised. I thought you'd hold a grudge. It's true that at first I had negative feelings toward you for being with the heretics. But the fight that day made me think differently. Interesting. What thoughts? That pure white light, whoever wields it might not be a bad person. What Martinez was talking about was the starlight sword and the nebula silk. Who could disparage the light of the heavens as heretical? Martinez, after all, was the one who had faced that pure power himself. I do not understand why a man of faith like you would aid a witch. Ozian questioned Martinez's words, then realized why. Faith stat. Paladins and priests have faith in the gods. In contrast, the faith of a wandering knight, or celestial knight, is interpreted differently. It's faith in heavenly beings, such as the stars and the power of the moon, but it's also faith in one's own strength. In any case, with a high faith stat, it was a good thing that Martinez didn't antagonize Ozian too much. I lost because I was weak. I have no regrets about being punished for that. A punishment is coming to this city, a punishment. This is a city of sinners. You wouldn't like a place where witches, warlocks, and heathens roam free. Well, for all that, you seem to be doing just fine here. That's because. Martinez hesitated for a moment, then continued. The children here are innocent, and there's Sister Dorothea. Though her behavior is unbecoming of a nun, Sister Dorothea's behavior is a little out of line. A little. More than you might think. But she is as faithful as anyone. The fact that she hasn't run away from this place, that she's single-handedly leading the church and caring for the children is proof of that. I see. I'm surprised. Wouldn't a man of your caliber, even if he was demoted, be assigned to a larger branch? I'm here because I want to be. It's not a punishment. What a high-minded guy. I felt it even when we fought, but I wonder if it was because he had been thoroughly educated in his faith since childhood. He could have been a little bit like other kids his age, but he was so mature that it felt alien. Isn't it hard for you to be so strict with yourself? I've always been this way. I never thought it was hard. The judge was in that position. Moreover, it was Martinez who possessed the greatest talent and held a position among the 13 judges. He was a tremendous talent who could use all of the divine chance despite not being of age. It was no wonder that wherever he went, he was greeted with fearful stares. Martinez was no longer surprised by the reaction. The more he prayed about it, the more he believed it was a test from the Father, and the more reverently he threw himself into the task of capturing heretics. This is the path I've walked, this is the life I've believed in. I have never questioned it. I see, but you've grown a great deal of self-control, judging by the fact that you didn't pounce on Ena as soon as you saw her. I'm not so foolish as to forget my condition and go on a heresy hunt. I'm a condemned sinner, and I don't see how I can be expected to hunt down heretics. Ashen shook his head, feeling his breath catch in his throat. Well, I'm sure we'll see each other a few more times, but let me give you a piece of advice, don't push yourself too hard. Push yourself. If you mentally restrain yourself like that, you won't be able to do what you need to do. It's a weakness of yours. Whoever sent you here to overcome that weakness. The corners of Martinez's eyes lifted as Ozian had hit the nail on the head. What makes you think you know what you're talking about? Tirna is the city of sinners you speak of, but it is also a city of diversity, where you can meet all sorts of people and events. When you meet many people, you realize certain things. Martinez couldn't argue back. Indeed, he had been brought here, partly as punishment for a failed mission, but also for the reasons Ozian had said. Was it really a punishment, or did he believe it was because he couldn't accept it himself? And I'll give you one more piece of advice. What advice? Martinez listened intently to Ozian's words. Despite his outward bluntness, Ozian's advice had penetrated deep into Martinez's mind. I'm older. If you're going to talk to me, use polite language. Do you understand? Okay, use polite language. Got it. Ozian smiles with satisfaction. That's it. Asterisk. Hey, did you finish the talk? Yep. He even said you can come here often in the future. Often? I don't think so. On the way back Ena shuddered at the thought of Martinez. She looked like a frightened rabbit. That nun seems to have taken quite a liking to you. Well, that's. You won't have to worry about that. Martinez won't touch you. Isn't that better? What? Sister Dorothea doesn't know you're a witch, does she? No, she doesn't. Does she know? Huh. That was another surprise. No, she knows you're a witch, but she takes what you give her and keeps coming back for more? Ena smiled bitterly. I understand. Sister Dorothea is a bit of an oddity, to say the least. Not a little. It was obvious by the way she treated Martinez, the judge everyone else feared, as if he were her little brother. However, when I asked if it was okay for Martinez, who has a much higher position in the church, the answer I got was quite surprising. Martinez is much higher up in the ranks, but here I'm the big shot. I have some good liquor, how about a drink? It was hard to sympathize with Ena when I thought of Sister Dorothea, who said things like that until the very end. She was quite eccentric, but she was also a good person. Despite her outward grumbling and irritation with the children, it was clear that they weren't truly afraid of her. I'm a little surprised, though. For a church in such a poor location, it's still the Holy Land of Petra, and it doesn't get that much support. Maybe. Ozian mouthed the possibility he'd been thinking. Maybe they do have support, and they're just stealing it from the other side. What? Is that possible? There are several branches of the Holy Land of Petra in Tirna alone. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary for them to have gotten their hands on it elsewhere. Well, that would be blasphemous, though. Not something a witch would say. That's one thing and this is another. Well, I see what you're thinking, but you don't have to worry about it. Ozian looked back down the path. At least they have him now. A genius with the potential to soar several levels higher than he is now, if only he could crack the egg. Martinez, the most talented paladin in the world. As long as he's there, you'll never have to worry about anything. Asterisk. Days passed and the aspiring knights continued their grueling daily training. They ran hard from morning as if they were going to go around the entire Tirna, beyond the vacant lot. By the time it had become a familiar routine, Ozian was able to face the tumultuous interior of the Violet Fox. The atmosphere was unusually chaotic. Something big had happened. Ozian, did you hear the story? As if on cue, Lorraine approached Ozian and held out a newspaper. This is. Ruins have been found. Ancient ruins, at least hundreds of years old. Underscore 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 underscore. Recently, the Archaeological League made a big deal about the discovery of ancient ruins deep underground in Tirna. It's no wonder people's eyes lit up. What is an ancient ruin? A mysterious place said to have been built in the distant past, in a time when myths were still alive. The ruins themselves are of immense value, but more importantly, they might contain gold and silver treasures and artifacts. Artifacts were what people wanted most. The value of artifacts is hard to put a price on. If you happened to come across one that was intact, you could make a fortune analyzing it and creating artifacts from it. Just as money was Tirna's favorite thing in the Golden City, artifacts that were worth money were a coveted commodity. It's going to be a mess. What's the big deal? This is an ancient relic. Has anything like this happened before? There was. It's a famous story that a medium-sized company that discovered an ancient ruin about 20 years ago became a large company. The gap between businesses in Tirna is huge. The gap between small and medium-sized companies is insurmountable, and the gap between medium-sized and large companies is even greater. It is said that the gap between classes was narrowed by ancient ruins. That alone was enough to make those thirsty for success covet it. Besides, the size of this ruin is also formidable. We've only schemed the entrance, and it's hard to imagine its scale. I see. Ozian found himself intrigued, but not necessarily because Lorraine was talking so excitedly. If it's an ancient ruin by this era's standards, it's about as big as a dungeon by the standards I used to play. Ruins did exist in the games he played. Ruins, or dungeons, were filled with countless monsters, traps, and of course, rewards. Due to the game's large scale, there were over 100 dungeons scattered across the continent. In the 99th play I only went to the ones that were required to complete the story. A rough count would have left over 90. Of course, there was no guarantee that those 90 would remain. For now, the first place I laid my eyes on had been cut down, too many years ago. Even ancient ruins are bound to have crumbled over time. Given that, most of the dungeons and ruins Ozian remembered were likely gone. In fact, some dungeons were built into mountains, which had been pushed out of the way to make way for factories. As the world developed and changed, many places disappeared. But where were the ruins found this time? The article said it was in the 32nd district. It just so happened to be adjacent to the 33rd district, which has a large population. It was a nondescript area, but Ozian could easily envision a future where people swarmed like bees. If I go here and get a single artifact, I'll be able to make a living for the rest of my life. Lorraine shook herself, dreaming of a rosy future. Ugh. Diolan saw the flicker and turned away in disgust, as if he'd seen something he shouldn't have. More than that, this looks like a lot of competition. Lorraine winced at Ozian's point. As much as she fantasized about the ruins, reality was harsh. Is there any way we can get involved? Well, It was Ronan who answered for the hesitant Lorraine. That's impossible. Impossible? It's not that impossible. Lorraine protested. As if to say, don't crush her rosy dreams. Common sense would dictate that the fixers could easily get involved in something like this, and if we're keeping an eye on it, they'll be keeping an eye elsewhere. Ozian nodded in agreement. If the artifacts from the ruins are that important, it won't be just the fixers. The city of Tyrna will be on the move, and the corporations will no doubt have their eyes lit. What about the mages and the organizations that exist in Tyrna? That would make things even more fucked up. Ozian made a reasonable point. With all those organizations fighting over a single ancient ruin, there would be a fight for control from the entrance. It was nothing new to see chaos and destruction ensue the moment a treasure map was discovered. Well, it's not like I'm not interested. Even if he cleared them before, it's a different feeling to go there now. It's one thing to see the world on a monitor, but it's quite another to actually feel it with your 5 senses. But in a place like this, where the competition is so fierce, it's hard for a fixer to even hold out a business card. Hoo. You're right, it's going to get very noisy around here, with people claiming ownership, and people dying and killing over treasure inside. You mean you have a plan for that? That's right. As the article says, for starters, ancient ruins like this one are managed by the Archaeological League. The Archaeological League. Tyrna was a city of unions, so of course there was an organization of archaeologists. Called the Archaeological League, they are mostly dedicated to the exploration of dungeons and underground ruins said to exist in the distant past. They're given priority rights to the ruins, since they made the discovery. It's like a law in the city of Tyrna to prevent chaos. And what good does that do? Well, for one thing, there are fewer unscrupulous people claiming ownership of the ruins on a whim. That alone calms the chaos and makes things as orderly as possible. The fun comes after that? Ronan grinned and raised an index finger. The Archaeological League controls the entry itself, but that doesn't mean they can just waltz into ruins where they don't know what dangers exist. The people of the Archaeological League don't have the power to explore the ruins themselves. Then they'll need people to keep them safe, or they'll have to cede the exploration rights themselves, or hire people. Exactly. Even the Archaeological League is divided into countless archaeologists and explorers. The League gives them each a pass, which they then auction off. In other words, archaeologists or explorers who have access to a site are hiring people to join them. It's an interesting structure. Selling tickets to discovered ruins. What's even funnier is that when you put them up for auction, there are tons of people who want to buy them. I thought, this is how an organization like the Archaeological League makes money. They would enter together, and then if there were gold or silver treasures or artifacts from inside, they would split it on a proportional basis. Once the ruins are found, the League will have a fortune that will sustain them for years to come. It was a capitalist choice, indeed. Well, there are usually people fighting over tickets down there, Lorraine explained. The number of released tickets is unknown, but it's certainly fewer than the number of people who want to enter the ruins. Some people blackmail archaeologists and force their way in, some people have always been friends with archaeologists or explorers, and some people just have prestige and money. There are many ways. Oh, there's one more. What is that? When the archaeologist hires the person on his own, which is a very, very rare case. But doesn't it always favor the one with the most money? Not necessarily, because force is important, and more money doesn't necessarily translate into more force. If an archaeologist were given the choice of choosing between a tycoon and a magic tower, who would he choose? The latter, of course. Even if wizards pay a little less, their abilities would shine through in a place like a ruin. Even the tycoons and corporations that got the tickets in the first place hire fixers when they're short-handed. Subcontractors of subcontractors. That's what the fixers are after. They get paid to catch the falling water somehow, and if they're lucky enough to get a percentage of the treasure from the ruins, they're good to go. That's what you're aiming for. You? Why not? Lorraine pouted her lips. Lorraine pouted her lips, not realizing that even if she thought about it, the odds of her ending up in those ruins were slim. I'm just using my imagination. There's only a limited number of people who can go there in the first place. I see. So we just have to stay out of it and see who actually goes in there and what they bring out. That's kind of fun. The sweet dream over, Lorraine sat back in her chair with a jolt of reality. She swings her legs back and forth, and although she says she's fine, she's not. Just then, a package arrived by registered mail for Ronan. Mail all of a sudden? That's unexpected. It usually comes in at 6 a.m. Ronan opened the envelope, puzzled, and pulled out the document. Ronan's eyebrows rose subtly as he quickly scanned it with his eyes. This is... Everyone turned to look at Ronan. Ronan handed the papers to Ozian, deciding it was better for him to see them than to explain them. You mean me? Yes. This is for you, Mr. Ozian. Where the hell did it come from? The Archaeological League. At the mention of the Archaeological League, Lorraine tilted her chair back and lost her balance. What? Archaeological League. Ozian was puzzled, too, and checked the papers. It was stamped with the seal of the Archaeological League. Under these circumstances, an urgent registration with the seal of the Archaeological League was sent to him? Ozian felt a strange feeling of anxiety and anticipation. We would like to invite you, Mr. Ozian, to join us on this expedition to the ruins. Even Ronan, who would normally have laughed heartily, was stunned. Asterisk. This is interesting. Ozian never thought he would be chosen. Sure, he'd been working hard to raise his stock as a fixer lately. Even so, he hadn't expected to be a part of the ruins expedition. I should thank them for picking me. Considering how many people were interested in this trip, it was a bit of a surprise. Maybe that's why. Ozian didn't feel happy, but more than a little surprised. What was even more surprising was that he hadn't been chosen by a subcontractor, but by the archaeologist himself. Why he picked me, I'll find out when I meet him. That's why Ozian had come to the archaeologist's office. Part of his purpose was to meet my employer once, but he couldn't stay because he was concerned about Violet Fox. Why only you? The look on Lorraine's face, almost bleeding from her eyes, was too much for even Ozian to bear. It's not a human expression. Ozian shook his head and stood in front of the office. The office was a small detached house. It was a small, two-story house that had been built quite a while ago, and the old walls showed its age. Ozian rang the doorbell on the first floor. It took a moment to hear the chime as an urgent voice came from inside. Wait. Wudang-tang? Thud? Chulpidook? The sound of something running, falling, spilling, and tumbling was heard, and with a squeak, the door slowly opened. Ha. Glad to see you. Stepping through the open door was a woman with thick-rimmed glasses and braided hair. Her baggy clothes and greasy, lime-green hair that hadn't been washed in days, and she looked like the poster child for a researcher. As if to prove that her journey to the door hadn't been uneventful, behind her was a stack of toppled books and scattered papers. You must be Mr. Ozian, right? Yes. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Come inside. It's a little dirty, but I'm sure I can handle a guest. A little dirty? Ozian frowned at the cockroaches scurrying among the books. He glanced over at the kitchen, where dirty dishes and dust were piled high in the sink. He could tell it hadn't been cleaned in months. The stairs leading up to the second floor were filled with books, and there was barely enough room for one person to walk through. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ilua, an archaeologist with the Archaeological League. Ozian. Fixer and knight. Wow. The archaeologist who introduced herself as Ilua's eyes lit up. What is it? Because I've never met anyone who actually introduced themselves as a knight before. You mean? Yes? I've done some research on knights in the past, especially the wandering knights of the past, who are described as superhumans with great power, and I've always wanted to meet Mr. Ozian. I wonder what her reaction would be if I told her that I was a wandering knight from the past. She wouldn't believe it, of course. Ozian decided to ask something else first. Was I the only one who was called? No, I called other people, too, because it's hard to hire just one person, isn't it? Just in case, it was me. Well, he'll be here soon, and you're just in time. Ilua responded to the beeping alarm and went downstairs to fetch him, saying she'd be right back. A moment later, the door opened and Ozian couldn't help but sigh when he saw who it was. Why are you here? Apparently feeling the same way, Balud shot Ozian a cold glare from behind his glasses. An awkward silence hung in the office. Ozian and Balud didn't even look at each other. Ilwa, who didn't know that, just laughed and asked, seeming happy that a guest had come to visit. Would you like some coffee? Or tea? Ozian and Balud said at the same time. No thanks. I'm good. They had seen the sanitary conditions in this building on their way here. There was no way coffee or tea would go down their throats after seeing that. Besides, sitting next to each other in such an uncomfortable relationship, the coffee they were drinking would taste bland. Why are you here? Balud asked impatiently. That's something you should ask your employer. Archaeologist Ilwa. May I ask what is going on here? Balud stifled a rising sigh and asked as politely as he could. His discomfort was not entirely gone, however, and Ilwa noticed and replied in a timid tone. That. It would be nice to have more people, wouldn't it? I think I've explained that we're more than capable of handling the shortage. Well, just in case. Balad didn't seem to be backing down. They thought they had secured the ticket, but then a fixer got in the way. And it wasn't even a newcomer, it was Ozian, who had interfered with their business before. You're a little too narrow-minded. What? Ruins are dangerous places. You never know what might happen there, and it's always good to have one more person who can help. That's easy to say. You were just lucky enough to be chosen. I was chosen because I'm good at what I do, but you're being disrespectful. At that, Ilwa raised her hand cautiously. I, Mr. Ozian, was hired out of personal curiosity. I'll give you that. You're the first fixer I've ever met who says they're a knight, and I've done some research on wandering knights in the past, so I figured one wouldn't hurt. I heard the truth I didn't want to hear. Ozian frowned, and this time it was Balad who spoke up, his voice a little more gravelly. I see. Still, it's true that I can't help you. I'm stronger than you. It's hard to let that go. Or are you saying that we should try to decide the outcome that we couldn't decide then right now? Why not? I seem to recall that I pretty much beat you then. As the two men's momentum shifted unexpectedly, Ilwa interrupted. Shoo, no fighting? Let's get along well. Whether we like it or not, we'll be together at the ruins. She waved her arms desperately, almost pitifully. Ozian and Balad, both overcome with excitement, shook their heads in unison. When they had finally calmed down, Ilwa broke out in a cold sweat and explained. Oh, anyway, this time, you two will be joining me in exploring the ruins. Of course, Mr. Balad, you are welcome to bring your men with you, but as you know, there is a limited number of people allowed. Apparently, Balad had known Ilwa before. Ozian couldn't help but wonder. Have you always known her? Yes. Mr. Balad is our guardian. Guardian? I'm surprised. A mafia getting into the archaeology business. Don't think of me as a typical mafia. We're open to any business that involves all kinds of labor. Archaeology is no exception. Thanks to the connections I've made, I was able to get a ticket to explore the ruins. He wasn't wrong. But there was a hint of irritation in Balad's voice, as if he didn't like the whole situation. Ozian recognized the subtle discomfort there. Come to think of it, with the influence of the North Blinders, they could have targeted a better archaeologist or explorer than Ilwa. Is there anything that Ilwa excels at? From the stacks of books, she seems knowledgeable enough, but she's far from experienced in the art of exploring ruins. Moreover, judging from Balad's reaction, it felt like he had no choice. Something must have happened. Balad frowned at Ozian's words, but he didn't say anything as defiant as before. That alone convinced Ozian that he had hit the nail on the head. Never mind, it's none of your business. Still, we're going to be exploring the ruins together, so it can't hurt to know. It's between us. Are you talking about that Kursha that I saw back then? Ozian was right, and Balad lost control of his expression for a moment. Realizing his mistake, Balad took off his glasses and pressed his fingers firmly against the hollows of his eyes. Meanwhile, Ozian asked him one more time. You can at least tell me what's going on. You're the target of our vendetta, in case you haven't realized. If you had wanted to, you would have done it right away. The reason you didn't is because this matter is that important to you. Balad's forehead wrinkled. This man. He'd felt it before, but his senses were too sharp. His ability to see what was going on was almost unbelievable. I thought he was just a brute force fixer. The way he recognized his predicament, and the way he easily defeated the Kursha's trap. It's not like he's used to being overwhelmed by brute force. Come to think of it, it seemed he knew all about even our Nordic secret seasonal rituals. What could this man really be? Balad answered the question steadily, even as he raised his alert level towards Ozian. For now, he was not wrong about the partnership. Still, you never know, maybe it'll help if you talk. Balad was fully aware that was bullshit, but so was keeping it a secret. As long as he was with Ilwa, he was bound to find out someday. Eventually, Balad raised the white flag. I suppose I should start by telling you about our relationship with Miss Ilwa. Actually, the person I originally knew was Ilwa's father. Father. Ozian looked at Ilwa, and she nodded. He was a great explorer. Past tense, which meant not now. He had a position and a say in the Archaeological League, and was supposed to be joining us on this expedition. The problem was the day before. Something happened to him. A threat to his life. It was Ilwa who answered instead. That's right, my father was attacked by a group of unknown people out of nowhere. He barely escaped with his life, but his injuries were severe and he spent several weeks in convalescence. I looked up the old rules of the League and found that the authority itself is transferable, so I took over. In other words, it was the kind of underwater work you see everywhere. But I had questions. Who are the attackers? The problem is that we don't know. The use of force to get a ticket was excessive. That was the point. If they really wanted Ilya's father's ticket, they would have threatened him and taken it from him. But the attacker didn't want that, they just wanted to injure him. As if they were blatantly trying to hinder the exploration. Ozian's gaze shifted to Balad, and Balad didn't deny it. His eyes were cold as he nodded heavily. Who could hold a grudge against Balad? He may be a businessman, but he's also a mafia, and you could count on two hands the number of people in this city who have a grudge against him. But Ozian could see one face with strange clarity. Kursha. Balad's eyes widened at the sound of the name. I have a feeling he's been playing tricks on you. I'm surprised, I was thinking the same thing. I could see where this was going. Blood had botched the witch asylum, and his name had been tarnished, if only slightly. Kursha, who had always looked down on him, seized the opportunity. Ozian didn't know how, but Kursha knew that Blood was targeting the ruins. It wasn't for lack of connections. It's an organization like that, except for the boss, it's all about competition. When a competitor slips, it's only natural to trample them. That's why you hired me in such a hurry. I told Miss Ilwa that we were more than enough for her. Ilwa timidly raised her hand. Well, but you never know, I could be attacked at any moment. Of course, the most likely reason is that she's curious about the person who claims to be a fixer and a knight. Add to that his recent track record, and she decided it's a good idea to hire him. Okay, I've got it all figured out. I just didn't realize you and I would be in the same boat. But is it really just a coincidence that a wandering knight and a barbarian warrior would meet here, and that they would end up in the ancient ruins together? Ozian wondered if there was such a thing as fate considering his recent encounter with Martinez. Interesting. 2 people who would have been heroic NPCs in a game, or 3 if you count Elise. That got him wondering. What about the rogues, the priests, and the mages? I thought this age was much weaker than the one I knew, but that was not the case. Pure power itself may have weakened, but powers that never existed before have been created. In a way, it evolved in a different direction. I looked forward to the moment I might encounter them one day. More than that? Ozian interrupted, and their gazes met. If our hunches are correct, Kursha attacked Ilua's father to invalidate his ticket to the ruins and to sabotage you. What are you trying to say? But the ticket was transferred intact to his daughter, Ilua, through a very unusual procedure. I've only seen Kursha once, but I don't think he's going to let things slide. Blood's expression turned cold as he realized what Ozian was saying. If that's true, perhaps he thought it was enough at the time, but then he found out about Ilwa. By now, it was dark outside, because night was falling but the gas lamps, which should have been on, weren't. As if someone had turned them off on purpose. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed from the first floor and Ilua's face turned pensive. Z, they're really here. Yeah, I knew it. Ozian slowly rose to his feet and Blood did the same. Did you get your weapons? What kind of fool leaves anything more important than his own life behind? Blood hung his white cap on a nearby coat rack and reached for the twin axes at his waistband. Ozian smoothed down the hem of his coat and drew his long sword from his belt. The gas around them had been cut off, so there were no lights. Ilwa started to light a candle, but Blood stopped her. Lighting a fire will only give away your location. Stay hidden until this is over. Ilwa pursed her lips and shook her head up and down. That's quite a number. Quite a few for one young lady. Perhaps they've found out what you're up to. Well, if it comes to this, we'll have to clean up the mess together, but that's not a bad thing. From the first floor, I could feel countless bodies coming up to the second floor. They must have realized that the break-in had been discovered by the time they broke the glass, because their steps were brisk as they walked up the stairs. I'll warn you in advance, but don't get in my way. Who am I to argue? You're the one who shouldn't get in my way. He reached the door and pushed it open. The room was filled with darkness. Blue frost hovered over Blood's hatchet, casting a cold glow while Ozian's sword glowed with a halo of starlight. The door burst open with a bang and the intruders stared in surprise at the 2 lights that emerged from the darkness. It was only a matter of moments before their faces, reflected in the starlight and frost, twisted into murderous grimaces. Ozian and Blood struck simultaneously. Pow! The first man to enter the room was thrown backward by Ozian's and Blood's kicks. Beyond them, they could see the panic in the raiders' eyes. Well, let's go. Underscore 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 underscore. Ozian and Blood's actions were swift. They burst through the door, blasting away the first man who entered, leaving the rear intruders to panic. Crack, crack. In an instant, the men on the second floor were down in a spray of blood. It wasn't that they weren't prepared, but there were things they had overlooked. The first was the presence of Ozian. They had considered Blood, but the presence of Ozian was something they hadn't anticipated. Besides, they'd turned off all the lights, and the flickering glow in the air was enough to make them even more nervous. Blue and white lights were dancing in the air as the raiders collapsed in a spray of blood. Thud. Blood wiped the blood from his cheek as he slashed at his opponent's forehead with his hatchet. Looks like the second floor has been roughly cleared. Yes, but we're not done yet. If Kursha has shown his readiness before, this is only the beginning. If he's not just after Ilwa, but Blood as well, he's got more in store. Outside, they heard a snap and felt something fly by. An explosion shattered the wall on the second floor as debris and dust flew, along with scattered books and torn paper. Mortars? They're doing this in the middle of a civilian settlement? When are the guards coming? How much money do you think my organization has spent on guards? Maybe you should have spread the money around a little more. If you're going to argue with Kursha. Ozian and Blood were unharmed in the blast. A nebula silk draped around Ozian's shoulders shielded him from the blast, and Blood formed a wall of ice with a rune of frost to block the blast. Blood stared in astonishment as Ozian wrapped himself in a pure white cloak. He hadn't heard of this ability when they had fought before. What the hell is that guy? Whether Blood was surprised or not, he could feel a flurry of activity outside the house. He could feel them preparing for the next attack, as if the mortar that had just hit was just a taste. On top of that, those still on the ground floor were making their way up. I guess we'll have to split up. Yeah, that's what I think, too. I'll take care of the outside. You can handle the first floor, right? Are you sure you don't mind? It's funny to say this, but the people outside are here to kill me, and you don't have to get involved. Is it that much of a problem for a fixer to protect his client? With that, Ozian leapt out of the hole in the wall. A moment later, there was a flash of white light, followed by a series of screams and explosions. Guess I'll have to do my part. Balad unbuttoned the shirt at his neck, then pulled the shirt off his forearms, energizing the runes on his forearms. He didn't like the idea of using them, but he couldn't afford to cover anything up now. Hi, my home, my home, my home. He could feel Ilwa's panic at the explosion that had just happened, but at least she hadn't been swept up in the blast. Please try to fight through this without doing any damage. I have important materials here. That's easier said than done. Balad couldn't believe she cares more about her research than her own life. She's not even remotely sane, Balad thought, and sheathed his axe. The men waiting on the first floor were not rushing up to the second floor. Who would call them crazy if they didn't last 30 seconds before they were all slaughtered? Instead, they settled down on the first floor as if they were going to camp. They're going to make him a beehive the moment he gets down the stairs. They think they can win if they stall. And they're right. Even with this much commotion, the guards won't come. Balad wondered if his impatience with the recent events had been a bad thing, and if he should have brought a few more men with him. No, it would have only caused more damage. Balad steeled himself and tightened his grip on his axe. He abhorred anything barbaric, but ironically, his senses were sharper than ever as he gripped the axe. He could feel the position of his enemies, breathing tensely below him. Balad lifted the axe and slammed it down on the second floor. The floor collapsed under the force of the impact, crushing the intruders waiting below. Crack. Up, up, up. Shoot. Bullets rained down through the falling debris, but Balad was already gone, his hatchet slamming into the back of the enemy's head in the rubble before he flung himself sideways, ready for his next prey. Thwack. With each swing of the hatchet, one life after another fell to the ground. With his forearms glowing red and his axe emitting a blue light, he looked like a ghost in the middle of the night. Ayah! Die. The terrified raider fired his gun, but the shaking muzzle failed to hit Balad. He was already gone, and by the time he realized it, an axe had been embedded in the nape of his neck. His body collapsed helplessly while bullets were whizzing through the air. The kitchen was a shattered mess as the smell of gunpowder mingled with the odor of spoiled food as dishes broke. Ilwa poked her head through the cracks in the second floor and shouted, "You're going to destroy everything? This house is worth a fortune. I suggest you take this opportunity to move to a new house. I never liked it to begin with, and now it's cooler." A cool breeze blew in from the open window, chilling the interior. The raider ran out of bullets and Balad drove his axe into his forehead. "You know how much this house is worth. Anyway, there's money to be made from this successful excavation of the ruins, isn't there? Well, I've been living here all my life. You'll think of that when you get to a better place." Balad gave the last remaining raider a cold stare over his glasses. Damn it. Not expecting Balad to be this strong, he tried again and again to pull the trigger of the gun in his hand. It was useless, the gun having already spit out all its bullets. Abandoning the gun, the man pulled a weapon from his waistband. It was a hatchet like Balad's. Balad's eyes narrowed at the sight of the hatchet in each hand. He realized that the weapon was not simply an imitation. "Were you also a northerner? I don't remember seeing you in the organization." "Shut up." Balad's words fell on deaf ears as the man in front of him was already moving on. Balad let out a small sigh. The man was obviously one of the organization's subcontractors, probably a newcomer to the city, since there's little money to be made in the north. "You would have had a better life if you had come under me. If you say so, then die." The northerner in front of him lunged at Balad. Balad was unfazed by the flash of the twin axes, but he remained calm. He dodged the attack with minimal movement, then used his hatchet to flick his opponent's handle upward with a light touch. The spinning hatchet smashed into the ceiling. He tried to strike back with his remaining weapon, but it suffered the same fate and was smashed into the ceiling. Turning to the weaponless northerner, Balad spoke. "May you rest in peace in your great homeland." Boom! Balad let the man go painlessly. After clearing the first floor of enemies, Balad was not happy. He called it work, but he didn't like the fact that he had to kill the man with his own hands. "I came to Tirna because I didn't want to see this, and I wanted to do what I could to help the northerners stop being treated as barbarians." The northerners, who had been plundering and fighting in the north, were not treated well for being savages. It was the same in Tirna, a city of opportunity and freedom. They were forced to become the underclass of society, so they banded together to survive. That's how the North Blinders were born, but at some point, the organization became corrupted. Instead of only accepting northerners, the organization began to accept people from other organizations in order to make money. In fact, pure northerners were treated poorly within the organization. Even the bosses seemed to have forgotten where he came from. It's bitter. Balad was beyond the point of being sad or angry about this. How much blood had he gotten on his hands to get to this point? Balad was strong enough to not show emotion. There was something more important to him now. His boss's daughter, the one person he had to protect. Balad casually took out a cigarette and twisted it in his mouth. Don't smoke in the house. They fired mortars and guns at your house, and now you're talking about smoking." Ignoring Ilyua's protests, Balad lit the fire. There was a whoosh and a puff of white smoke, and through the dispersing smoke, Ozian's form was visible as he entered the front door. The starlight blazing from his sword and the cloak wrapped around his body were nowhere to be seen. Ozian looked at Balad and asked in surprise. What is it? Do you smoke? What? Can't a mafia smoke one of those things? It's harmful. It was a bland response. So innocent, in fact, that Balad burst out laughing. Are you done cleaning up outside? You don't seem to have a scratch on you. You can see for yourself if you want. Balad pushed past Ozian and surveyed the conditions outside. There were over 30 people lying on the ground outside. Some were dead, others barely breathing. There were 3 or 4 sturdy vehicles around them, all heavily armed, too much to kill a single person. All of them, of course, were burned and smoldering. The sheer firepower alone would have wiped out an entire organization. Who would believe him if he told them that a single man with a sword had wiped them all out? Still, you're not quite there yet. Balad approached the survivor with a cigarette in his mouth and a hatchet in his hand. Ugh. Crawling on the ground, the survivor's lips quivered as he watched Balad slowly approach. Balad turned to face him, exhaling a puff of smoke. Did Director Kursha send you? I know what I'm doing, you son of a bitch. Well, I wasn't really curious, who else would do something like this anyway? Rather too much. Balad muttered something like that and swung his axe. It was bitter, but the raiders shouldn't be spared. Boom! The ruckus of the day would probably not even make the local papers, but that was a common occurrence in this city. Asterisk. The 31st district was packed with people. There were people of all shapes and sizes, dressed in all kinds of clothes, and their mere presence made the atmosphere suffocating. It was a natural reaction. The people gathered here were about to explore the ancient ruins. The moment they enter, they become each other's competitors. It was unlikely that they would fight from the start, but with no idea what would happen, even that was not certain. There would inevitably be betrayal and control. Knowing all of that, each group was wary of the other as much as possible. Tyrna's guards were equally worried that they might cause a disturbance. The guards are supposed to stop disturbances within the city, and today there were far more of them than usual. Among them was Tyrna's enforcer, Alencia Hare. She'd come to the district because it was close to where she usually operated. It's like a powder keg about to explode. It would go off as soon as we got inside, but that didn't matter. It just didn't have to be here. Whatever happened inside the ancient ruins was beyond Tyrna's jurisdiction. Some of the guards made joking bets on how many of those gathered here would make it out alive. Just then, several vehicles arrived from the distance. The North Blinders. They were mafia, but they also had legitimate businesses and lobbied the officials in Tyrna, making them hard to catch. Alencia frowned, not liking the idea of legally armed criminals. However, she couldn't help but be surprised. Why him? One of the men who stepped out of the vehicle was Ozian. Underscore 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 underscore. There are a lot of people here. Stepping out of the vehicle, Ozian spoke in a calm tone as he surveyed the bustle around him. His demeanor was met with disgruntled glances from some of the North Blinders. Why on earth would this guy be with them? Especially those who had been beaten by Ozian and injured for weeks. Of course, behind his back, so Ozian didn't care. The sight of him made them swallow hard. It was Director Balad, not anyone else, who had brought this man here. United by their loyalty to Balad, they didn't complain, thinking that he must mean well. Objectively speaking, Ozian was a strong fixer, so having him around would reduce the chances of danger. Wow, that's a mess. Ilwa's eyes lit up as she slung a large bag over her back. She wasn't a very large woman, but carrying an expedition bag the size of the top of an eggplant drew a lot of attention. Balad's men were eager to ask her why she was carrying so much. But they couldn't ask, because he had solemnly warned them. You are not to speak to the client. Well, is there a reason? If you ask her with such a stern face, she will be frightened. It was a cruel thing to say, but it was also true. Do you really need to pack that much? Ozian asked, when no one else would. The team members clenched their fists inwardly as Ozian scratched an itch. This is the materials we need to explore the ruins, this is the emergency rescue kit in case something happens inside, this is a magnifying glass, this is the cryptogram, and this is another. Isn't that almost all useless stuff? No, they're not. They all have a use, maybe. If you ask me to lift it later because it's heavy, I won't. There are many people who will listen besides Mr. Ozian. Ilwa's gaze turned to Balad's men. They hummed and coughed and averted their gaze. If you are going to use it, why are you already trying to give it to someone else? They resented this moment when they weren't allowed to point out common sense. Don't bother others and take care of what you have. Of course, Ozian was having none of it. This guy, he's better than I thought. He can do what we can't do with such nonchalance. Balad's men gradually began to like Ozian. Yeah, it's the old days, boys get together, they get into arguments and maybe break a bone or two. They dress up in their best suits and act as polite as they can, but at the end of the day, they're northerners. They can't help the macho part of them. Mr. Ozian, I'm your employer, and you don't even feel sorry for me. I feel sorry for you, so I'm trying to protect you. If you'll both focus, we're about to begin. Balad intervened between the bickering Ilwa and Ozian. The gathering was in a large clearing, and beneath the clearing was a large, apparently half-collapsed crypt. It was the entrance to the ancient ruins the Archaeological League had discovered. Ancient ruins in the middle of the city. I couldn't believe there were ruins so close to the city, not in the middle of nowhere. I realized how big Tyrna is. All those with tickets, please gather this way. A man from the Archaeological League shouted over the loudspeaker. It was finally time, so the people who had been checking their weapons and getting ready moved. Wow, this is a strange crowd. Ilua didn't hide what she was thinking. Judging by the quality of the people gathered here, she had good reason. The warlocks in black robes were members of the Warlocks Union, while the wizards seated elsewhere bore a single logo on their robes. That's the logo of the Grand Cloister, a magic academy. Grand Cloister. It's one of the 2 academies in Tirna. While the Caligo Biblio trained and taught warlocks, the Grand Cloister taught mages in general. It has a long history, but surprisingly, the Caligo Biblio was built first. Wizards have long been gathered in schools, forming towers, and leading a somewhat closed life. As a result, they were a bit far away from the general public. It was then that the warlocks founded the Caligo Biblio, an educational institution to unite and teach, and to have their rights recognized by the world. Their motto was simple. Anyone who wanted to become a warlock could come here, whether commoner or noble. It was a radical idea, considering that wizards were the preserve of the upper classes. Wizards scoffed at the warlocks' behavior, but it didn't take long for them to change their minds. As the years went by, the number of warlocks grew, and many of the graduates were extremely talented. Conversely, the growth of magic was slowed by its closed nature. The long history and tradition of the mages did not allow the warlocks to catch up easily, but the mages knew it was only a matter of time. So the mages and the schools joined forces to create a unified institution that would bear their name. It's called the Grand Cloister. Being a magical academy, naturally, most of the people there were fairly young, similar to Elise, or maybe a little younger. They're academy students undergoing training, so they might seem immature, but they're not. To become a mage in this age of mana users, it meant that you had to be extremely talented. Talent is such a big part of it that it makes age and experience irrelevant. It was safe to say that all of the academy students gathered there could do at least one person's share. Among them, a pair of men and women with lemon-colored hair caught Ozian's attention. They were at the center of the gathering, naturally leading the group. Judging by their resemblance, they must be siblings. And judging by the way the people around them react, they must be the strongest among them. It was then that Ozian made eye contact with the male of the 2 brothers. His first impression was that of an arrogant nobleman. His sharp features showed that he was handsome, but his piercing eyes made him seem quite dirty. His eyes widened at the sight of Ozian, and he glared at him as if he were an enemy. What is it? Ozian turned around, wondering if he had mistaken him for someone else, but there was no one behind him. The academy student was glaring at him. Does he recognize me? In truth, Ozian had never seen him before. No wonder he had no contact with the Grand Cloister. Even if Ozian wanted to ask him if he knew him, he had already left, so he decided to let it go. The military is watching. To one side, I saw heavily armed soldiers. Their weapons were all high-powered, qualitatively different from those used by the fixers. Pouch packs were filled with all manner of gunpowder, and one soldier wore a belt in the shape of an X on his top, a belt filled with slug shells for his shotgun. Iron caps on their heads, cloudy goggles over their eyes and iron masks over their mouths. You'd think they were going to war. We'd better watch out for them. Some had hired mutants, while others had brought in regular corporate people. Looking at it this way, North Blinders felt shabby. That's how important the people exploring the ruin are. Get ready. With a snap of his fingers, Balud ordered his men. His men moved in unison, grabbing weapons from the trunks of their vehicles. The men in suits, with their harsh looks, were armed with Tommy guns and other firearms, but it gave them a certain air of respectability. The entrance is narrow and crowded, so it's going to take a while to get in, even though we've been given a ticket to enter in the first place. Apparently, we're pretty far down the line. Well, there's no point in going in first anyway. There could be dangerous traps in the ruins or guardians inside. As Ozian and Balud were talking, someone approached Ilwa with exaggerated steps. Haha, who is this? Isn't this Ilwa who only stays in her room? Why on earth did our moldy young lady come all the way here? Ilua's expression changed, her shoulders slumped and her gaze dropped to the ground, as if she was confronted with something uncomfortable. Standing in front of her was a middle-aged man with a sturdy build. His pleasant-looking smile was tinged with contempt. By his reaction, it was clear they knew each other. I've heard the story. I heard your father was injured and is recuperating in the hospital. Is that why you've come all the way out here? Why? Ilua timidly protested, but it was a futile struggle. Kid, this is no place for a weakling like you. Surrender your ticket and leave now. Who are you? I'm fully capable of doing this. Is that why you brought people here? That's funny. The sarcasm in the man's voice deepened, enough to make Ozian's expression harden slightly as he listened from the sidelines. So it was the mafia that brought you here? I'm surprised. You've been secretly receiving sponsorship from a criminal organization? Don't you have any pride as an explorer? Well, that's none of your business. What? What do you mean, it's none of my business? The Archaeological League isn't the only one that's being maligned because you are in bed with dirty people. At the mention of filthy people, Balud's men sputtered, but Balud held up his hand to stop them. They had no choice. If they made a scene, they would be ostracized for their poor public image. Instead of rising to the provocation, Balud played it smart. He remained silent, unperturbed, and unaffected. At least you still have a rolling head. The man who had deliberately provoked him snorted at Balud's cool response. If you come in, I won't stop you. But whatever happens inside is on you. You've never been in the field before, and I doubt you'll come out alive. Pity your dad in the hospital, tisk tisk. Ilyua's expression changed from sullen to as if she was about to burst into tears. Taking that as an opportunity, Ozian stepped in just as the man was about to shove her further. Hey, hairy guy. What? Are you talking to me? The man who'd been arguing with Ilwa had taken offense at Ozian's insult. Sure, he had sideburns and a long beard, but he didn't deserve to be called that. You've got a long tongue before we've even started. Are you that scared? You asshole. Does it mean that it's okay to provoke others, but you can't tolerate it happening to you? Harry's face turned red as he stalked toward Ozian. Ozian curled the corner of his mouth up at him. Go ahead. As he placed his hand on the sword at his waist, a shadow flashed between them. It was a man with an expressionless face. The man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, stood in Ozian's way with unfocused, inorganic eyes. Who are you? Get out of the way. As Ozian spoke, Ilyua tugged at his sleeve. Him. He's an enhanced human. An enhanced human. Ozian remembered that they were those who used Tyrna's science to make their bodies stronger. They were a different breed than the modified humans. Whereas the modified humans only turned their bodies into machines, the enhanced humans were more expansive. They were those who artificially embraced a biological evolution beyond humanity. And it was the Institute of Life and the School of Mages in Tyrna that made it possible. That's enough. We're about to enter, so don't make too much noise. Harry was forced to step back as his hired enhanced human stepped forward to stop him. Chet. I know. Ozian stroked his chin thoughtfully with his hand as they retreated. An enhanced human. He gives off a slightly strange vibe. Ozian's eyes turned sharp. At that moment, the enhanced human turned his head and made eye contact with him. Ozian didn't like the look in his eyes. Asterisk. Damn it, why did you stop me? I could have gotten rid of that pesky thing if I'd done a little more. Do I really need to bother telling you? Well, why not? If it's a thorn in the eye, we should definitely get rid of it. No one will care what happens in the ruins. A smile formed on Harry's lips at that. Humph, I like that. Don't worry. Those cocky fixers and mobsters will be torn apart like rats and birds, especially that fixer bastard. I don't like his eyes.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.